My name is Yuan Shu. I woke up feeling dizzy and unbearably hot. The alcohol was definitely strong. When I opened my eyes, a red veil covered my vision. Before I could lift it, a slender hand used a wooden stick to remove it. I looked up and saw a handsome man in red wedding robes, his eyes gentle. My best friend must have gone all out to set me up. This man was stunning. She even promised he had never been with a woman before. My drunken mind hesitated for only a moment before deciding to go for it. He offered me a drink, his face unusually flushed. I downed it in one gulp, threw the cup aside, and before he could react, I pushed him down onto the bed. He was caught off guard, hitting his head on the jade pillow. I didn't think much of it and quickly removed my accessories and wedding attire. When I struggled with his belt, I didn't hesitate to grab a pair of scissors and cut it off. That night was long. The next morning I woke up sore and starving. A muscular arm draped over my chest, covered in scars. My gaze shifted to the face beside me, handsome, but with a slightly bruised lip. My handiwork. I tried to move, but pain shot through my body. That was rough. I deducted half a star from his performance, but something felt off. As I dressed, a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into my head. I had transmigrated into a novel. Worse, I was a cannon fodder character I had recently criticized. The original me was doomed to die during exile. Meanwhile, the heroine, my scheming stepsister, was on her way to reclaim my destined happy ending. In my past life, the apocalypse was about to start. My best friend had convinced me to experience love before it was too late. But instead of spending the night with the arranged boyfriend, I ended up in a broken elevator that crashed from the 28th floor. I died. Or so I thought. Testing my abilities, I placed my hand on a potted plant. Green buds sprouted. My wood-based power had followed me. Behind me, my husband. Yes, my fool of a husband, groggily woke up, complaining about a headache. I had seduced a simpleton. I was doomed. When I looked in the mirror, I noticed some scratches on Pei Yuanlin's back. Before I could turn away, he suddenly covered his nose and shouted that he was bleeding all over the bed. I froze mid-brush. Was my husband really this foolish? The maids knocked, announcing they were coming in to assist. I hesitated, but let them enter. As they busied themselves, I made an excuse about Pei Yuanlin's nosebleed being an old ailment and suggested calling the house doctor. The servants seemed to accept my words without suspicion. Pei Yuanlin, looking conflicted, left to see the doctor. Meanwhile, my maid Chuer looked at me with red-rimmed eyes, clearly heartbroken that I had to spend my life with a fool. But I reassured her that leaving my old home wasn't necessarily a bad thing. My biological father had passed away early, and my mother remarried. My stepfather brought his own daughter, Su Wanwan, and later had a son. After my brother was born, a fortune teller claimed that we were incompatible, and I was sent away to a remote estate, only allowed home for holidays. They originally planned for Su Wanwan to marry into the royal family, while I was supposed to marry a marquis' son. Then the plans suddenly changed, and I was pushed into this marriage instead. Following tradition, I had to serve tea to my new in-laws on the second day of marriage. As I entered the grand hall, I saw my mother-in-law, Ji Wonking, seated with Pei Yuanlin's younger siblings. She seemed gentle and well-dressed, while the siblings looked indifferent toward me. Still, I performed my duty, offering tea, and to my surprise, she gifted me a jade bracelet, one that looked familiar. She explained that it was part of a matching pair, one passed down in my family and the other in theirs. That's when it clicked. Su Wanwan had drugged us with that wedding wine to trap me in this marriage. As I was lost in thought, Pei Yuanlin returned from the doctor. His mother fussed over him, relieved that his condition wasn't serious. Breakfast was served, and I dug in, knowing that soon, this household would be confiscated by the emperor. Then suddenly my wrist burned. When I touched the jade bracelet, I saw an endless space, a storage dimension. It had followed me here. As I sat at the dining table, I pressed my hand to my wrist, confirming that the space I saw was real. Inside, a floating hourglass marked with the number 2 hovered in the air. When I looked further, I nearly jumped in excitement. My private clinic and pharmacy had followed me here. This was incredible. The space seemed limitless, as if I could fit the entire capital inside. If the royal family was planning to confiscate the estate and exile us, I would empty the place first. Let the emperor and his scheming son seize nothing but bare walls. My mother-in-law, Ji Wonking, called me back to reality, gently encouraging me to eat and treat this place as my home. I nodded politely, though in my heart, I was already planning how to take everything before they lost it. As I ate, I checked my space. A year ago, I donated part of my liver to my best friend, only to discover afterward that she was a ridiculously rich heiress. As a thank you, she gifted me an entire building, one floor as a parking garage and another as a private medical clinic, where I held shares. Just 3 days after the clinic opened, we both awakened supernatural abilities and started stockpiling supplies for the apocalypse. But before I could enjoy any of it, I transmigrated. I tested my connection with the space, but I could only take things from the counter area. Everything else remained out of reach. As I brooded over this limitation, my in-laws and even Pei Yuanlin's younger siblings showed unexpected kindness, offering me food. My heart warmed slightly, but Pei Yuanlin suddenly shoved an egg into my mouth, looking delighted. This fool wasn't as dumb as he seemed. Just as we finished eating, the emperor summoned us to the palace for the traditional tea ceremony. My sister-in-law, Pei Shirshir, found it suspicious, but my mother-in-law dismissed her concerns. She naively believed the emperor had deep affection for their family, not realizing he had orchestrated their downfall. I knew the truth. This summons was a trap. In the original novel, this visit marked the beginning of Pei Yuanlin's suffering. He would be brutally beaten and left for dead during exile. I hesitated, but refusal meant defying an imperial order. There was no way out. Agreeing reluctantly, I went to prepare. In my space, I noticed the hourglass starting to trickle sand whenever I entered. There was no time to investigate it now. Instead, I grabbed an emergency contraceptive pill. Last night had been too wild. Who knew if I'd get pregnant? Then, I found a seat cushion. The pharmacy had given it away as a freebie. If we were going to the palace, Pei Yuanlin would need it. When I told him to put it on, he looked at me warily, clutching his waistband like I was about to strip him again. I coaxed him like a child, promising him candy. He scoffed, acting all high and mighty. This fool had no idea what was coming. Under my persuasion, Pei Yuanlin finally wore the seat cushion, though he kept turning to me in confusion. I hushed him, telling him it was a special gift just for him, and he mustn't tell anyone, not even his mother or siblings. His eyes lit up. Since it was something only he had, he felt special and obediently kept quiet. I sighed inwardly. According to the original novel, today was the beginning of Pei Yuanlin's suffering. He would be beaten severely in the palace, his injuries worsening on the exile journey. I couldn't change everything, but at least this cushion might spare him some pain. The emperor wouldn't strip him before punishing him. Ji Wonking, my mother-in-law, sent us off warmly. I wished I could share her optimism, but I knew Pei Yuanlin likely wouldn't return tonight. Taking a deep breath, I reminded myself that this was just another power game. I had watched enough palace dramas and read enough novels. I could fake ignorance and survive. As soon as we arrived, the palace maids deliberately made things difficult, forcing us to walk instead of ride a sedan chair. They even took a long detour to make us suffer. Understanding the Empress's little tricks, I played along. Slipping a hairpin into a maid's hand, I sweetly asked about palace rules, feigning innocence. The maid, pleased with the bribe, lowered her guard and started talking. Through casual chatter, I learned the locations of the Imperial Treasury and the secure vault, both heavily guarded. Noted. If exile was inevitable, I would use my powers to sneak in and take my share before leaving. After half an hour of walking, we finally arrived at Fengqi Palace. Inside sat 3 women in lavish attire, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Crown Prince's wife. Pei Yuanlin greeted them cheerfully, while I curtsied gracefully, offering carefully worded flattery. They exchanged glances, silently assessing me. I knew their type, looking down on me while assuming I was harmless. Perfect. Throughout the conversation, they tested me, but I deflected their questions with vague, humble answers. They gradually lost interest, convinced I was just a foolish, obedient wife. Exactly what I wanted. Soon, the topic of serving tea to the emperor came up. The crown princess suggested I take a walk in the imperial garden first. Pei Yuanlin, like a loyal puppy, insisted on coming along. While we strolled, I continued mapping out the palace, casually asking about different locations. Every bit of information could be useful. Pei Yuanlin, unaware of my thoughts, held onto my sleeve like a big, obedient dog. Meanwhile, the crown princess looked at him with an unreadable expression, perhaps regret, perhaps resentment. I didn't care. I had more important things to worry about. I had gathered enough information about the palace, so I stopped asking questions. Instead, I admired the koi fish swimming in the garden pond, making a mental note that there were lotus roots beneath. I also spotted another pond filled with plump fish, useful for later. After some time, a palace maid came to summon us for the imperial meal. Pei Yuanlin, already exhausted and annoyed, perked up at the idea of leaving, asking if we could go home instead. I reassured him, coaxing him toward the dining hall. Inside, 2 more men had joined the group, father and son, nearly identical in their expressions of arrogance and cunning. The emperor, Gao Zhen, watched Pei Yuanlin closely, trying to determine if he was truly foolish or just pretending. I quickly interrupted with my own greeting, hoping to divert his attention. Pei Yuanlin, still dazed, suddenly remembered we were supposed to serve tea. He questioned whether we still needed to do so, which only increased suspicion. I played the role of the understanding wife, suggesting that we not trouble the emperor with formalities. The empress, however, took the hint and ordered tea to be served. After we offered tea, Pei Yuanlin bluntly asked for a gift, as was customary. I cringed. His words struck a nerve with the emperor, but they couldn't openly refuse. Despite their reluctance, we received 2 sets of presents. Pei Yuanlin handed everything to me like a proud child, and I accepted them without hesitation. During the meal, I ate heartily, knowing I might not get another proper meal soon. Pei Yuanlin, already full, tried to stop, but I kept feeding him, whispering that he needed energy. He obeyed without question, stuffing himself while the emperor and crown prince watched in disgust. After the meal, the crown prince invited Pei Yuanlin for a private walk. I had a bad feeling, but couldn't refuse. Predictably, it turned into an ambush. The prince threw a punch, and Pei Yuanlin barely managed to block it before taking a hit. I acted shocked, but when no one was looking, I used my ability to trip the prince with overgrown vines. He fell hard, face first, knocking out a tooth. Pei Yuanlin, holding his own bleeding nose, laughed at him. The crown prince was furious, but before he could retaliate, Pei Yuanlin suddenly clutched his head, wincing in pain. I quickly covered for him, claiming his old injury had worsened and requested to take him home. The crown prince, enraged but unable to refuse outright, tried to keep us in the palace. I countered by bringing up his mother's concern. Now, I had to see if we could escape this trap. The crown princess spoke at this time. The prince and our highness grew up in the palace. The prince's health is important right now, and the princess can understand. How about this, princess? You leave the palace first and report safety to your family. When the prince gets better, we will send someone to send him back to the palace. Gao Yan looked at Yuan Shu coldly, as if she refused, she would be detained as well. In that case, your highness and the crown princess will have to worry about it. Yuan Shu did not seem to doubt it, and showed an expression of gratitude. Pei Yuanlin did not make a fuss about following, but smiled at her. My lady, go back to the palace and wait for me. I will be home soon. Okay, I'll go back to the palace and wait for you. Yuan Shu asked Pei Yuanlin's long-time attendant to take good care of him, and then left the palace as if nothing had happened. Chuyer was uneasy. Princess, why do I feel like something is wrong? It was getting late, and according to the palace's rules, outsiders would not be allowed to stay overnight, let alone pay Yuanlin, who was a foreign man. Yuan Shu lowered her eyes. Don't think too much. We'll just wait. She knew the reason, but she couldn't change it. Back at the palace, Yuan Shu told the truth, thinking that Ji Wanqing would feel something was wrong and think of other ways to deal with it. Unexpectedly, she didn't think so, and was even thankful and moved. The imperial physician in the palace is very skilled. Yuaner has had frequent nosebleeds today. With the imperial physician in the palace, I feel a lot more at ease. Yuan Shu. Well, she can't count on her mother-in-law, so she should do what she should do according to her original plan. After Ji Wanqing finished speaking, she smiled and took Yuan Shu's hand. Shu, you are the eldest daughter-in-law recognized by my Pei family. From now on, the household affairs of this mansion will be handed over to you.
Ah?
So the financial power of the palace was handed over to her so soon? Angel mother-in-law. Pei Shir was standing by, and she had no intention of objecting. Sister-in-law, I'm rooting for you. It doesn't matter who manages the household, as long as she is given money to spend. She doesn't care anyway. Yuan Shu twitched the corner of his mouth, pretended to refuse once or twice, and then gladly accepted it. Just kidding. She was going to stock up on goods before the imperial edict for coral was issued, but the Yuan family didn't give her much dowry. Now that she has the financial power of the palace, it's like having a pillow delivered to her when she's asleep. Thank you, mother. When your daughter-in-law comes back from her parents' visit, I will learn from you how to manage the household and share your worries. Tomorrow, the imperial edict for confiscating the household will be issued, and she won't be needed to manage the household. Ji Wanqing was very pleased and handed the key to the warehouse directly to Yuan Shu. You must be tired after going to the palace. Go and have a rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready. It was this sentence that Yuan Shu was waiting for. He saluted and left silently.
Queer, I'm so tired.
I need to have a good rest. No one is allowed to disturb me unless I wake up myself. I obey your command. Chuyer had no doubts. The past few days since the wedding were very busy, and even she felt tired to serve. After hearing that Yuan Shu was resting, she also took a nap in the outer room. In fact, Yuan Shu didn't rest at all. She quietly climbed out of the window and went out of the yard, changed into simple clothes, dug a hole in the corner, and left directly. She was going to stock up. On the way to Exile, she slept in the open air, either steamed buns and porridge or big pancakes and wild vegetables. Don't think that it snowed heavily during the Chinese New Year. In fact, it hasn't rained much since the New Year. Half a year later, some places will be dry, and some places will have floods and waterlogging disasters, resulting in poor harvests. There will be heavy rain and hail next year, and famine will occur all over the country. As for how many years it will last and what the specific situation is, she doesn't know. Because the plot in the book has not been unfolded, Su Wanruan is reborn and comes back, and there is not much description about her previous life, but after she gave a bad review, she read the introduction and found that there will be natural disasters later. Oh yes, the author seems to have stopped updating, and maybe the ending will be bad in the future. The future plot is uncertain. However, I am not worried if I have food in my hands. With so much money, I will use it. Yuan Shu also found a surprise. After traveling through the book, I don't know if it is the effect of the bracelet, but her ability has improved. She can dig very fast, just like swimming in the soil. After leaving the palace, she shook off the dust on her body, went to the pawn shop first, rented several empty and secluded houses, and paid a deposit. Then she held her head high and went straight to the largest restaurant in the capital. Boss, prepare all the dishes here, no matter meat or vegetables, delicious, as many as you want, and tomorrow is the same. My master wants to entertain guests. After hearing this, the steward thought there was something wrong with his ears, but when he saw the silver bill in front of him, he smiled happily. Sir, once the ingredients are ready, our store will not accept returns. Yuan Shu looked rich and powerful, and she pretended to touch her fake beard. Our master is not short of money. Just do it. In addition, my master will also take as many meals as you can make tomorrow. It would be best if these meals are delivered to the door. The steward was so excited that he almost fainted. This is really a big customer. No problem. Yuan Shu smiled. Boss, my master ordered so many meals at once. You have to give me a discount? Of course. How about giving you an 80% discount? It can't be lower. Our store uses the best ingredients. Here is the address. These dishes don't need to be served on plates. Just use big buckets and basins to bring them over. The steward didn't care where the food went, as long as he had money to pay for it, and agreed. Yuan Shu drank a cup of tea and left. After making sure that no one followed her, she went to the largest rice shops in the capital. Boss, I want to buy rice. The words were naturally the same as before, but in order not to cause panic among the people, she only asked for the other party's grain in stock. After all, you have to leave some food for others. Rice, corn, brown rice, unhulled. Flour, millet, glutinous rice, whatever she had, she wanted. I want old grain from previous years, as long as it's not bad. Yuan Shu lowered his voice. Our master, a wealthy businessman from Jiangnan, plans to go back and give porridge to beggars and refugees to do some charity. This year's heavy snow, many people died of freezing in various places, and many people fled to the capital. But because officials from all over the country deceived their superiors and subordinates, this matter was not reported. Maybe the emperor knew about it, but he didn't care. So that's it, we understand. Keep a low profile. Our master wants to make a big splash. Yuan Shu stuffed a few taels of silver into the shopkeeper's pocket, asked him to help order meals for other restaurants, turned around and went to the noodle shop, asking for all the dry noodles, live noodles, and all the buns and steamed buns in the shop. Boss, my mother is having a funeral, and I want to accumulate merit for her, so I plan to order some steamed buns to do charity. I'll take as many as you can make. White flour, corn flour, sorghum flour, all are needed. If you have money, you are a fool. Several store owners took the money and promised to deliver the goods to the door tomorrow afternoon. While she was frantically hoarding supplies, Pei Yuanlin in the palace was not in a good situation. He was not taken to the imperial hospital, but was taken to the secret prison by the men of Crown Prince Gao Yan. After some interrogation, he was tortured. After being beaten with several big boards, Pei Yuanlin turned pale, groaned and cried in pain, but did not cry. Father, in my opinion, he is pretending. Gao Yan looked at Pei Yuanlin, who was being beaten with a stick, with a look of hatred and gloom in his eyes. This kid had blocked an arrow for him, and the arrow was aimed at his heart. He didn't use any medicine when he took out the arrow. He squeezed an iron rod until it was deformed, but he didn't say a word. Gao Zhen put down the teacup in his hand. Keep beating. After 50 strokes, Pei Yuanlin's buttocks were already bloody, and his consciousness was clear for a moment. Hearing Gao Zhen and his son discussing to convict him, he gritted his teeth and held the bench with both hands. In this way, he couldn't wake up and could only pretend to be stupid to the end. Otherwise, not only he would die, but also the palace would suffer. This king wants to go home. Let me go home. It hurts. It seems that it doesn't hurt that much, thanks to the woman who asked him to wear this thing. But how did she know that he would be tortured? At this time, a series of stabbing pains and dizziness came over his head, and Pei Yuanlin's eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Your Majesty, the man has fainted. Gao Zhen snorted coldly. Spray water on him to wake him up and continue beating him until he confesses. Use a whip, I'll do it myself. Gao Yan moved his wrist, sneered, and picked up the whip hanging on the wall. On the other side, after Yuan Shu finished running the rice shop, she changed her clothes and went straight to the cloth shop. Although she had the idea of moving the dog emperor's warehouse, she had to buy what she needed to buy. What if the palace was heavily guarded and she couldn't move too much? Shopkeeper, I want to buy cloth. Sir, you have come to the right place to come to our store. Our store has just received high-quality silk, and the quality is excellent. Silk? That thing doesn't keep warm. What's more, her Yuan family shop has this thing, so she can just move it later and not buy it for now. Boss, except for silk, I want everything else. By the way, do you have shoes? Do you have winter cotton padded clothes and quilts? Winter is over, and now the weather is getting hot. These things are actually sold at a discount. Yes, yes, yes. Yuan Shu felt that selling things from door to door was not efficient, so she gave the cloth shop owner extra running fees, asking him to lower the price for her and buy in large quantities. The reason was that the old lady at home was celebrating her 80th birthday, and she wanted to do something good. In the future, these cloths would be donated to the court for disaster relief. When you are away from home, who can tell the truth from the falsehood of nonsense? Then, Yuan Shu hired children who were specifically responsible for running errands for others and asked them to buy snacks. What about fried chestnuts, grilled skewers? From the beginning to the end of the street, she just sat in the carriage to receive the goods. After Yuan Shu bought all the snacks and snacks in alleys, she changed her clothes and disguised herself as a wandering woman and went to the largest medical clinic in the capital. As soon as the silver note was put down, bring me the best golden wound medicine, as much as you want. In addition to golden wound medicine, she also bought Chinese medicine for treating wind, heat, and cold, medicinal materials for treating diarrhea, and medicine for treating snakes and insects and detoxification. In short, she bought everything she could buy. Although the pharmacy in the space followed her, she could only look at it but not use it now, so she had better prepare some. Besides, it was still unknown what would happen to the ancient people's physique with the Western medicine she brought, so it was better to be prepared. Buying so many medicines at once would definitely arouse suspicion. Sure enough, after Yuan Shu left the clinic, someone followed her quietly, but she soon shook them off. She burrowed into the civilian street, which was different from the rich street. They didn't dress well, and there were no formal stalls. However, there were a lot of things, including live pigs, pork stalls, live chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, cats, dogs, etc. Pet lovers would probably spray for 3 days and 3 nights when they saw them. Boss, I want all these fresh pork. Can you give me a discount? Sir, you are so straightforward. The big-bellied pork vendor immediately cheered up, bargained with Yuan Shu, collected the money, and put the pork on her carriage. Afterwards, she also bought poultry and animals sold by other people, as well as cured meat, cured spare ribs, cured sausage, cured chicken, duck and goose, etc., and asked them to deliver them to one of the courtyards. After the arrival, Yuan Shu also conducted an experiment with a big rooster. The moment these living creatures were put into the space, they died. Alas, what a pity! This space cannot raise living things, but it doesn't matter. The space is static. These things are the same as when they went in, and they will be the same when they are taken out. The freshness is even better than the function of the refrigerator. Seeing that it was still early, Yuan Shu went to buy groceries. The current plan is to go to Lingnan. It is damp and cold there in winter, so it is inevitable to make a fire. Coal is choking, and charcoal is better. It is too tiring to make it yourself. I have a golden finger, so why suffer? Simply, she asked someone to run errands and bought all the charcoal that can be bought in the capital, regardless of its quality. Looking at the charcoal piled up like a small mountain in the space, Yuan Shu smiled with satisfaction. She didn't want to freeze like a dog in winter. In the rented yard, the things she bought had been put away. The steaming delicacies were covered with lids. The people had already left. Yuan Shu put these things away and would only put them away again after returning home tomorrow. She could eat these things for 100 years. After eating the ready-made ones, she could make her own food. With these stored food, she could feed 100 people. It's almost done. Let's go back first. Get enough rest. There will be a tough battle tomorrow. When Yuan Shu returned to the palace, it was already dark. Ji Wanqing was already panicking because Pei Yuanlin had not been sent back for a long time. Shu, was there anything unusual in the palace today? Yes, she had already said it, but the naive mother-in-law didn't believe it. Yuan Shu told Ji Wanqing everything that happened in the palace, and she was worried. Nothing is abnormal. Why haven't you come back yet? Pei Shishir, who was sitting in the hall, looked at her beauty in the mirror, and didn't care too much. Mom, don't worry. The prince and my eldest brother are so close. His Majesty regards my eldest brother as half a son and will never let him go hungry. Yuan Shu. The sister-in-law inherited the innocence of her mother-in-law. Alas, is this a cannon fodder? He has no brains. No wonder he can't beat the protagonist. It's so miserable. She set her eyes on Pei Yani. This kid is 10 years old this year. He is the son of an ancient, powerful family and has been cultivated with all his efforts. He should be able to see that something is wrong. Pei Yani paused when he met Yuan Shu's gaze. Sister is right. My eldest brother is a fool, but he is a prince. Who will embarrass him? You can rest assured, mother. Yuan Shu. The brains of the Pei family are all on Pei Yuanlin. Unfortunately, he has now become a fool king and a cannon fodder who is about to be stripped of his title, confiscated, and exiled. Including her, the cannon fodder number N, who has only been a princess for 3 days. The weaklings in this family can no longer be counted on. When they are exiled together, they will find a chance to escape after leaving the capital. Shu, don't worry. At last, Ji Wanqing comforted her. Okay, they don't worry, so why should she worry? Eat and drink enough. Tomorrow she will go back to her parents' home and take back everything that belongs to the original owner, that is, her. Su Wanwan cheated her on the day of her wedding, and she must settle the account. And they had to pay back the original owner for wasting time, as a reward for her using this body. Of course, she had to get back the money they had taken from the original owner. Got it, mother? At noon, she ate and drank to her heart's content in the palace. The imperial cuisine was better than that in the palace. If she entered the palace tomorrow night, she must not miss the imperial kitchen. After all, she couldn't eat it outside the capital. If the space could not be permanently inhabited, she would have wanted to hire a few cooks to follow her into exile and eat freshly cooked delicacies. Lying on the couch, Yuan Shu felt that her body was not her own. She had been tossing and turning all night for the wedding yesterday. She entered the palace early in the morning and was nervous. She went out of the palace to stock up. As soon as she lay down, she felt sealed. So tired. Even if the sky fell today, she didn't want to move. This night was very peaceful, but Yuan Shu knew that this was just the prelude to the coming storm. In the outer room, Chui'er was confused. Her own princess was so sleepy that she had slept for an afternoon during the day. Could getting married make people so tired? Or maybe it is more comfortable to be in the palace than in the Yuan family? Yuan Shu thought it would be difficult for her to fall asleep, but she slept very soundly, perhaps because of the sense of security that the space brought her. After a good sleep, she felt like she was alive again. But her legs were still a little sore, perhaps because she walked too much yesterday. After Yuan Shu woke up, under the guidance of Dian Sui, the servants of the palace brought water for washing and served her very attentively. Princess, please go to the front hall for breakfast. The family atmosphere in the palace is very strong, and breakfast, lunch, and dinner must be enjoyed together when they are free. Yuan Shu enjoyed the luxury of having everything she wants. After all, she won't be able to enjoy it in 2 days. I ask, is there any time traveler as miserable as her? She was raided after only being a princess for 3 days. What's the difference between this and having the country destroyed after sitting on the throne for 3 days? When she arrived at the front hall, several people in the family had just arrived. Daughter-in-law greets mother. Yuan Shu greeted her politely. Just because Ji Wanqing was so gentle to her, she had to be polite. Pei Shishir and Pei Yun called her sister-in-law indifferently and sat down together. Housekeeper, ask the doorman to look on the street later. If the prince is coming back, hurry up and come back. Don't miss the auspicious time to come back today. After hearing this, Yuan Shu sighed silently in her heart. It would be good if Pei Yuanlin could come back before the sun sets. I'm afraid he can't accompany her back today. She still wants to go out of the house to buy a lot of things today, so it's not suitable for her to wait foolishly in the prince's house. I understand. The housekeeper withdrew, and Yuan Shu didn't stop him. It was almost SI time, almost 10 o'clock in the morning, but Pei Yuanlin still hadn't come back. Ji Wanqing was a little anxious. She looked at the door frequently and asked the maid to go and inquire. "Is the prince back?" The maid shook her head. "I just told you that if the prince returns, I will let the servant come and report as soon as possible." Yuan Shu was unwilling to wait any longer. She had something very important to do when she returned to the Yuan family. "Mother, maybe something happened in the palace that delayed her. It's fine for my daughter-in-law to return home by herself.
We are all family.
My mother and the others will understand. It doesn't matter if they don't understand. Their mood has nothing to do with her." Ji Wanqing looked entangled. If the new son-in-law didn't accompany the new bride to her parents' home, people would laugh at her and say that her parents' family didn't value her. Their palace would not waste the new bride, but her son was still in the palace and didn't know when he would come back. "How about this? Let Yunny go back with you." The second son of the palace explained the reason to his in-laws. If anyone asked about it in the future, no one would find fault with the Pei family. After thinking for a moment, Yuan Shu agreed. Pei Yunny felt that it was not appropriate, but he didn't object. His elder brother was already stupid. As the only male in the Pei family, he has the responsibility to protect the women in the family. "Sister-in-law, I'll go with you."
Okay, thank you.
Ji Wanqing had already ordered the servants to prepare the things for the return visit, so they could just go there directly. However, before the carriage was set out, Yuan Shu found that his stepsister's personal maid came to pass on a message. "Second miss, the madam said that when family members visit each other, there is no need to be so polite. You can just go there and there is no need for gifts." Yuan Shu's eyes flickered slightly. It must be that Su Wanruan knew after her rebirth that the palace would be raided, and it might be hot to take these things. In that case, put the things back. Although Pei Yunny felt strange, he only regarded her as the mother of his sister-in-law and did not care about trivial matters. In this way, Yuan Shu returned to the parents' home accompanied by his brother-in-law. When he arrived, the servants in the mansion were removing the leftovers. "Sister, why are you so late today?" "My parents and I couldn't wait for you, so we had dinner first." Su Wanruan pretended to be enthusiastic and came over to explain. When her eyes fell on Pei Yunny, contempt flashed in her eyes. Just like in the previous life, this brat accompanied her to her parents' home. "Are you hungry? I'll ask the servants to prepare another table of meals." At this time, it was not long after breakfast time, but the family had already had lunch. It was clear that they didn't plan to wait for them. Pei Yunny was annoyed. The Yuan family, oh no, now it's the Su family, they don't take the palace seriously at all. He was about to make trouble, but Yuan Shu had already spoken first. "It doesn't matter. The food cooked by the chef in the mansion is not delicious. It's okay not to eat it."
Su Wanruan's smile froze.
Her stepsister was introverted and sometimes spoke bluntly, which was very unpleasant. At this time, a beautiful woman walked out of the front hall slowly. She was the original owner's biological mother, Chen. "Shu, you're back. Why don't you see your son-in-law?" Chen looked at Pei Yunny, then looked towards the gate of the mansion. As Wanruan said, the prince was trapped in the palace, his life or death was unknown, and he couldn't come back on the day of his return. Yuan Shu pretended not to see this detail. "My husband went to the palace last night and didn't come back. Maybe the prince and his majesty haven't seen each other for a long time, so he stayed to reminisce about the past." Su Wanruan mocked in her heart, reminiscing about the past? Pei Yuanlin should be being tortured at this moment. She was happy when she thought that Yuan Shu would follow the palace to exile and suffer on the way. She was neither humble nor arrogant, and her elegant appearance was a little different from the past. She was arrogant with the airs of a princess. Stepfather Su Yu and eldest son-in-law Chan Haojia sat on the chair and glanced at her lightly. Another 8-year-old boy made faces at her. This was the original owner's half-brother Suzha, who hated her biological sister since he was a child. Just one glance, and Chan Haojia couldn't take his eyes off. This sister-in-law looked even more beautiful than his own wife. Maybe it was because the palace was rich. This dress was luxurious and exquisite, which made her look cold and noble. Yuan Shu felt an impudent look and felt disgusted in his heart, but he pretended not to see it and continued to speak. My mother-in-law asked me to tell mother, please understand. Chen couldn't laugh. She still couldn't accept that her own daughter was going to exile. Seeing her distressed eyes and her husband's performance, Su Runruin's eyes sank, and she took Chen's arm affectionately. Mother, you said you have something to say to your sister. Let's sit down and talk. These words seemed to remind her of something. Pei Yunyi also felt that the atmosphere was not right. He knew that he was just a junior, and it was not appropriate to say anything at this time. Chen suppressed the heartache and bitterness in her heart and thought of everything her stepdaughter had said during this period. She felt that this was Yuan Shu's fate. She, as a mother, was just an ordinary person. This matter was of great importance, and she could not influence it. Shu, a daughter who is married, is like water spilled out. You are now a high and mighty princess. You should live your life well in the future. We will not regret marrying you. Chen was cruel and began to say these hurtful words in a roundabout way. Perhaps because she inherited all the memories of the original owner, Yuan Shu still felt the pain at this moment. She suppressed this discomfort for a moment, and she pretended to be shocked and puzzled on the surface. Mom, what do you mean by this? You don't want your daughter anymore? Yuan Shu pinched her thighs secretly, seeming very sad. Chen glanced at her stepdaughter and husband, gritted her teeth, and continued, just think that there is no mother like me, and I don't have a daughter like you. Pei Yunyi frowned. What was going on? The Pei family is not bad, and they didn't neglect Yuan Shu. How could they disown their daughter after getting married? What do you mean, madam? Do you think our Pei family is unworthy? In the past 6 months, Ji Wanqing has been deliberately cultivating Pei Yunyi to be more capable, so at a young age, he has some domineering aura of a royal child. Chen's face was very uncomfortable. Mr. Pei, you worry too much. That's not what I mean. She showed an embarrassed expression. Shu's father passed away early, and now both her grandparents are gone, and I am a woman. Bringing her to the Su family all these years and raising her until she gets married is already a kindness. The implication is that this is the Su family now. Su Wanruan smiled silently. Her stepmother is still as polite as ever. Chen Haojie retracted his gaze and said nothing. He received gossip that the palace was going to fall, and it would be better not to have such a brother-in-law, as it would be unlucky to be close to him.
You.
Pei Yunyi was speechless. This was not a good excuse. Yuan Shu seemed to have suffered a heavy and did not raise his head for a long time. Pei Yunyi could not bear to see him like this. He was annoyed and jumped down from the chair. Sister-in-law, even if you are not welcome here, we will go home now. Our Pei family can support you. The little fool was quite protective. Yuan Shu raised his head. I understand what mother meant. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since you understand, then go back and never come back. This is the letter of severance of engagement. Sign it and leave. Chuer widened her eyes as she looked at the letter of severance of engagement handed to her by the servant. She knelt down to persuade him to stay. Madam. No, you see, and do that. You are mother and daughter. How can you sever the relationship when your daughter gets married? If you want to sever the relationship, doesn't the eldest lady have to sign it as well? Shut up. This is the Su family. It's not your turn as a little maid to point fingers. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for kicking you out. Su Yu, who had been silent, spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, he controlled the aura of the head of the family. Chuer blushed. This is the Yuan family. It's just the plaque of the Su family. After the madam remarried, the old lady passed away a few years later, and the people in this family changed. Except for her, the maid, all the servants in the house were replaced.
You.
When Chen was about to say something, Yuan Shu interrupted her. Chuer is right. Although the Yuan family is gone, the family property is still there. My father and grandparents prepared a dowry for me, but you didn't give it all on the day of my wedding. I didn't expect her to mention this. Su Runruin looked very unnatural. Because no matter in the past life or this life, these things were taken by her. Mother should not forget it. Hee hee, what does your Yuan family have? Without my father to manage it, how can you keep the overwhelming wealth after more than 10 years? Su Runruin didn't want to pretend to be a sisterly love, and she started to mock directly. Seeing how shameless they were, Pei Yunyi's fist hardened. You are shameless for eating free food. As a mother, you are shameless. Chun and Suyu were scolded until their faces turned red and white, but they didn't dare to attack Pei Yunyi. Now, the Pei family has not been confiscated. Even if they are guilty, as they were once half-royal children, they can't be beaten by ordinary people. Yes, with all this wealth, I only want the dowry that my father and grandfather prepared for me. I don't want the other shops. Chen's eyes lit up. Are you serious? In fact, the Yuan family had accumulated a lot of wealth. Although they have not been doing well in recent years, they still have a lot. Everyone in the capital knows about this. If they don't break off their relationship with Yuan Shu in time, they will be implicated by the imperial decree of confiscation of property. Really, I don't want to count the dowry now. The price is 80,000 taels of gold. If you give it to me, I will sign this document of breaking off the relationship. Otherwise, I will go out and shout that my mother brought her stepfather and stepdaughter to occupy my Yuan family's property and embezzle my dowry. Yuan Shu said, glancing at the bracelet on Chen's wrist. It was an heirloom of the Yuan family and should be given to her. In addition, this bracelet is something that the Yuan family has passed down to their daughter-in-law, and it should be given to me now. When Yunyi came, he brought the guards of the palace with him. At this moment, he was still very bluffing with his momentum. Chen reluctantly took off the bracelet, and Yuan Shu put it on his right hand with satisfaction, one on each side. Su Wan gritted her teeth. Where can we get you so much gold now? If we don't have gold, silver will do. Of course, I'm not in a hurry. I can wait for 10 days or half a month. I have patience. Su Wan thought that Yuan Shu was crazy because of the broken marriage and didn't think that his heart had changed to someone else. She can wait, but the Su family can't. Dad, Mom, give it to her. Su Wan gritted her teeth and agreed. It's only 80,000 taels of gold, which is only 1/5 of the Su family shops. But it would be a pity if His Majesty implicated them and confiscated them. In the previous life, although the Su family was not confiscated and exiled because of the Chun family, except for this main house, the rest was confiscated. Give Yuan Shu 80,000, and give the Chun family another 100,000 to make ends meet, so that His Majesty can calm down, and they will not be implicated by the palace. I'll give you 1 stick of incense to think about it. If you don't agree, I'll send someone to spread rumors. Pei Yunyi is different from Pei Yuanlin. Half a year ago, he was a dandy boy who was good at walking dogs and playing with cats. It was because the Pei family lost its pillar that he was forced to restrain his temper and learn to grow up. He has a lot of tricks to deceive people. Okay, I'll do as you say. Suyu took a deep look at Yuan Shu and secretly exchanged glances with Chun Haojia. Anyway, if it is given to the palace, the royal family will send people to copy it, which is the same as sending it to His Majesty. The most important thing is to clear them out. An hour later, more than a dozen boxes of gold and silver bills were placed in front of Yuan Shu. After counting them, Yuan Shu asked the people in the palace to move the things onto the carriage. Where is the letter of severance? Bring it to me for signature. Yuan Shu picked up the pen and was about to write down his name and sign it, but Su Wan spoke at this moment. Wait, Yuan Shu, I want you to break off this engagement in front of all the people in the capital. Yes, say it in public. Chun was also angry at this moment. This rebellious girl is not obedient at all and always does things that make her embarrassed. If she is unfilial, then don't blame them for being ruthless. Yuan Shu sneered in his heart. You want to make both sides lose face, right? It doesn't matter. She is thick-skinned anyway. Okay, I'll keep my word. Yunyi, let's go. Pei Yunyi wanted to stop it. After all, his sister-in-law was disliked by her family, and the Pei family would also be ridiculed, but he couldn't stop this unilaterally. Soon, the group arrived outside the Su family's door. The gatekeeper struck the gong, and many people were attracted over, curious about what was going on. Hey, isn't that the young master of the Pei family? Could the woman beside him be the current princess, Yuan? That should be it. Chen's biological daughter and stepdaughter got married on the same day. One married into the general's mansion, and the other married into the prince's mansion. They should be returning home today. But what is this for? Everyone was whispering, and many people came when they heard the news. After seeing that most of the people had gathered, Chen looked at Yuan Shu, who was standing below. Today, I ask you all to be witnesses. My daughter has been disrespectful to her elders and extremely rude over the years. From today on, the mother-daughter relationship is severed. My Chen family and the Su family will have nothing to do with her. Yuan Shu felt very disappointed. She had heard that if there is a stepmother, there will be a stepfather. Unexpectedly, with a stepfather, my biological mother is no longer my mother. That's right. From today on, we sever our mother-daughter relationship. This is the letter of severance. Yuan Shu took a deep breath, wrote the letter of severance, and held it up. Chuer's eyes were red as she silently handed the document to everyone for review. After saying that, Yuan Shu lowered his head and started writing something. In addition, I would like everyone present here to bear witness that Chen is unworthy of being a mother. She has not fulfilled her responsibilities as a biological mother over the years and abandoned me in a farm outside Beijing without caring about me. Not only is she unworthy of being a mother, she is also unworthy of being a wife. Therefore, today I am divorcing you on behalf of my father. From now on, you will no longer be a wife of the Yuan family. Back then, the original owner's biological father had an accident while doing business. At that time, the old lady of the Yuan family, Su, was still alive. Chen kept complaining that there was no man in the family and that being a widow was always a cause of trouble, so she cried all day long. It happened that Su Yu, who was the old lady's nephew, had his wife die suddenly. After that, he often came to visit his aunt and fell in love with Chen. He was willing to be a son-in-law and was very good to Yuan Shu at the time and promised not to have any more children. After much hesitation, Su agreed to this. The Yuan family was a simple family with no relatives to obstruct, so Su became Yuan Shu's stepfather. Less than 2 years after his grandmother Su passed away, the Yuan family became the Su family. Soon after Su Zhe was born, Yuan Shu was sent to a farm far away from the capital and was not brought back until a month before his wedding. You unfilial daughter. Chen was so angry that her face turned red and her head was buzzing, and she was about to faint. Yuan Shu lowered her head and said, "Yes, I am an unfilial daughter, but we are mother and daughter. Although we have severed the relationship today and written a letter of divorce for my father, I am willing to leave everything that was part of the Yuan family to my mother. Just consider it as a way to repay your kindness in raising me." After saying that, Yuan Shu kowtowed 3 times. These words were said on behalf of the original owner and were also done for the world to see. As expected, everyone felt more sympathetic towards her and thought that her behavior was very filial. "Sister-in-law, let's go." Pei Yun curled his lips. Although the Yuan family left a lot of property, it was not as much as their Pei family, so it would be better not to have it. Yuan Shu looked heartbroken and was supported by Chuer as he got into the carriage. The Chen and Su families were criticized, but if they wanted to stay out of the incident in the palace, they would have to make some losses. Su Yu glanced at everyone coldly and said, "Close the door and go home." Inside the house, Su Runrun and Chen Haojie did not show up, but they still felt a little uncomfortable when they heard the insults outside. "Husband, although our action is inappropriate, it is also for the purpose of not implicated the Chen family. You are so considerate. Your husband understands." Chen Haojie held Su Runrun's hand with fiery eyes. Before, Chen actually wanted him to marry Yuan Shu. Fortunately, he ended up marrying the person in front of him. She is much smarter than Yuan Shu. That woman divorced her father's wife, which was extremely treasonous. In the carriage, Chuer handed Yuan Shu a handkerchief and said, "Princess, cry if you want to. You can lean on my shoulder." She couldn't understand why a mother-daughter feud would only happen in a poor family. Why did Chen treat her daughter like this? The royal palace was clearly a very good marriage, So why did she insist on breaking it off? Pei Yunyi also had a sympathetic look on his face. Cry, I'll pretend not to see it. As he said that, he turned his head away. They came in 2 carriages, but the other was full of stuff. Yuan Shu pulled the corners of her mouth. She didn't want to cry. She was extremely happy. It didn't matter if her best mother didn't want her. However, it still cannot be shown. I want to go shopping. Chuer, please come with me. Yunyi, you can put these things in my private vault. This is my hard work fee. As he said that, Yuan Shu took out 2 palm-sized gold bricks and placed them in his hands. Ah, is this the joy of a rich woman giving tips? Today she experienced it. Pei Yunyi. Forget it. It's her fate that her sister-in-law married his stupid elder brother. He should just help with this little thing reluctantly. Who told her to cry so pitifully just now? Buy whatever you want. The Pei family can't afford it. Yuan Shu said this arrogantly when he got off the carriage. Yunyi, can I borrow your servant? Pei Yunyi looked puzzled. What do you want to do? I want to go to Pei's shop and take a look. In the future, I will learn how to manage the household from my mother and help her share her worries. Yuan Shu's excuse was flawless. In fact, she was going to collect the cooked food prepared for her by the restaurant's bun shop and check out Pei's shop and empty it out before dark tonight. After all, she would be exiled early tomorrow morning, so she had to race against time. Pei Yunyi did not suspect anything and ordered a servant to hire a carriage to lead the way for Yuan Shu and gave him guards to him. He checked all the places that the carriage could go. She came back as the sun was setting. Ji Wanqing was very enthusiastic and pleased. Shu, you are really a good daughter-in-law to me. I heard that you managed the family business in order when you were on the farm. This is the right daughter-in-law to marry. Ahem. Mother, you're too kind. She didn't have enough experience in doing business. After all, she was just a naive and silly college student who had just graduated a few years ago with some medical skills. But she won't be needed to manage the household chores and the shop in the future, because the palace is going to be gone. Is the prince not back yet? Yuan Shu thought of something and felt heavy-hearted. It took longer than she expected. Would Pei Yuanlin still be able to breathe when he came back? As he was speaking, the servant beside the butler crawled to the front hall and knelt down. The prince is back. My brother is back. Why are you so flustered? Pei Shishir walked into the front hall, holding up her skirt and looking sleepy. As the princess of the royal palace, she basically had nothing to do except learning piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, and women as entertainment. Since her own Pei Yuanlin became the Fool King, many noble ladies in the capital gradually lost contact with her, and Pei Shishir simply stayed at home. She waited for her mother to find a good family for her in a while, so that she could marry into a good family and enjoy a good life. Yuan Shu looked over with a serious face. The old housekeeper was wiping tears, and the people behind him were carrying a wooden board. Pei Yuanlin was lying on it unconscious. His back was bloody, his hands were hanging on both sides of the board, and blood stains were dripping from his fingers.
Yuan.
Ji Wanqing widened her eyes and screamed, and her body softened and was about to fall. Yuan Shu quickly supported her and pushed her to Pei Shishir, who was standing blankly on the side, and walked towards Pei Yuanlin quickly. How could the little fool be tortured like this? The dog emperor was really cruel. After reaching out to feel Pei Yuanlin's breath, Yuan Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not dead. Still breathing. Then a simple check of his hands and feet revealed something more serious. The dog emperor was really vicious. He actually cut the tendons of Pei Yuanlin's hands. Even if he had to be exiled, he would not be able to lift weapons again. Even if he didn't die, he would not be able to lift heavy objects in the future. What happened to Yuan? Who beat my son like this? He is the prince of the current dynasty. Ji Wanqing fell to the side of Pei Yuanlin, tears falling. After cursing, she yelled for the palace doctor to see. At this time, A walked in arrogantly. Your Majesty has an order. Ji Wanqing didn't bother to wipe her tears, and knelt down with everyone in the palace to listen to the order. The cleared his throat and began to read the order. The Pei family is highly regarded by Your Majesty and commands a large number of troops, but they are greedy for merit and advancement and have made mistakes in battles, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent soldiers on the border. And because of dereliction of duty and lax discipline of their subordinates have embezzled 500,000 military pay over the years. Their crime is unforgivable. Considering that their ancestors have made great contributions to this dynasty, they can be spared the death penalty, but they cannot escape the punishment of life imprisonment. Therefore, the Pei family's title is stripped. They are demoted to commoners. Their property is confiscated into the national treasury, and all the people in the royal palace are exiled to Lingnan. This is the imperial decree. After listening, Ji Wanqing raised her head in disbelief. This is impossible. The Pei family has been loyal for generations and would never do anything to betray your majesty. This must be a frame-up. I want to enter the palace. Your majesty, please investigate. The sneered, with a bit of sympathy in his eyes. Madam, His Majesty has been investigating for a year, and the evidence is conclusive. Please do not resist in vain, and just accept your fate. Knowing that the Pei family would not regret accepting the order, they placed the imperial edict on the table after reading it out and walked away. Before leaving, the imperial guards who followed shouted to the palace guards, His Majesty has ordered that those who resist will be killed without mercy. Immediately, those guards who were ready to move had no choice but to put down the swords at their waists. Yuan Shu rubbed her knees and got up and went to support Ji Wanqing. Mother, get up. Pei Yani and Pei Shishir, who came to their senses, also rolled and crawled to her side, and both of them lost their direction. Mother, what should we do? Woo woo woo. Will my eldest brother die? Yuan Shu saw that he couldn't help them up, so he simply didn't pull them. Housekeeper, have someone prepare some hot water. The prince's injury needs to be treated as soon as possible. Come here, help me carry the prince back to the house. The guards in the front hall suddenly came to their senses, followed Yuan Shu's instructions, and carried Pei Yuanlin away. Ji Wanqing saw her son being carried up and struggled to get up. Yuaner is seriously injured. Be gentle. The mother and her two sons chased him to the room, but they didn't wait for the palace doctor to arrive. It turned out that after hearing the news, this person fled the palace. Perhaps the dog emperor had instructed them, and the imperial guards did not stop them, but they were not allowed to go out of the palace to ask for a doctor. The reason was that the imperial doctor in the palace had already treated him, and there was no worry about his life. They are too much, I will fight them. Pei Yunyi's blood was aroused. He clenched his fists and was about to rush out. Yuan Shu, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed his clothes by the back of his neck. Are you going out to die? These words were like a basin of cold water, pouring on everyone present. Then, what should I do? I can't let my eldest brother just sit there and wait for death, right? Pei Shishir wiped the tears from her eyes fiercely. But she couldn't wipe them away, and the more she wiped, the more tears came. Tomorrow, her family will be confiscated and exiled, but whether her eldest brother can survive tonight with this injury is another matter. Seeing that they have calmed down, Yuan Shu straightened his face. There is a golden wound medicine in the dowry I brought. Give it to the prince first, and stabilize his injuries. Now there are blood stains, and I don't know what other injuries there are. Housekeeper, hurry up, prepare hot water. Ji Wanqing did not object, and arranged according to Yuan Shu's request. After the hot water came, Pei Yunyi's servant was responsible for moving it, and the servants quickly treated the wounds. Seeing the injuries on Pei Yuanlin's back and buttocks, Ji Wanqing couldn't stop crying. Why is he injured so badly? Who is so cruel, woo-woo? The old housekeeper was busy and used 2 bottles of golden wound medicine. Then he and the servant changed Pei Yuanlin's clothes with difficulty. Because he was injured in front and back, but the injury on his back was more serious, he had to lie down. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. I'll go find the G family for help. Ji Wanqing was at a loss at this time. Her husband was dead, her eldest son was stupid, her youngest son was still young, and now the Pei family was facing exile. The only relatives who could think of helping her were her own family. Yuan Shu looked indifferent. Your Majesty's words are as good as gold. The imperial edict has been issued. It's useless to find anyone, let alone the G family. Ji Wanqing sat weakly in her seat, looking haggard. Are we going to do nothing? What we can do is to have a good rest, and don't fall on the road to exile. Sister-in-law is right, mother, we listen to her. Pei Yun's young face showed a sense of responsibility. Even if he did anything now, it would be a meaningless struggle. Maybe someone with ulterior motives would use this as an excuse to hurt them. Yuan Shu glanced at his dandy brother-in-law. He became much smarter when faced with a big crisis. Housekeeper, you all should leave now. Yuan Shu spoke up when only a few of them were left in the room. Mother, we will search our house tomorrow, and we may not be able to take away anything conspicuous, but we cannot be without money on our way to exile. My idea is not to hide money on my body, but to find a pair of old shoes, sew the banknotes into the insoles, and only put one banknote in each shoe. If we put too many, it will be easy to be checked. This is related to our future, so we need to be cautious. The three people's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is a good idea. Pei sure seemed to understand it. Sister-in-law's idea is good. Also, prepare some white flour buns. If you can take them openly tomorrow, you don't have to worry about being hungry. I'll think of the rest. Although the officials escorting them will prepare food, it will definitely be the worst buns, and whether they can be chewed is another matter. Seeing them looking at Pei Yuanlin worriedly, Yuan Shu volunteered. I know a little about medicine. I'll watch him. Yuan Shu's grandmother was once a female doctor in the palace. Ji Wanqing thought about it and didn't doubt it. After they all left, she suddenly had an idea and took out the bracelets she had asked for from her mother today and compared them. They are exactly the same. Yuan Shu put the two jade bracelets on her left hand at the same time. At this moment, the hot feeling. They are exactly the same. Yuan Shu put the two jade bracelets on her left hand at the same time. At this moment, the hot feeling came again. This familiar feeling.
Could it be?
Her eyes turned white, and when her eyes adjusted to the situation in front of her, she widened her eyes again. A brand new space appeared in front of her, with 10 acres of land and fluffy soil. You can guess with your toes that this is a farming space where you can grow plants and medicinal herbs. There is also a spiritual spring next to it. In a blink of an eye, Yuan Shu came to the table and looked down and found a few words written on the tree. Shinong Jing, however, when she opened it, she found that there were drug names on each page, but no more detailed records. Not understanding the function of this thing, Yuan Shu put it down for the time being. She held the spiritual spring water with both hands and drank a few sips. Refreshing. It was cool and sweet. After a few sips, I felt much less tired. Especially the sore knees and the hot spots, the pain disappeared at this moment. What a good thing. According to her experience of reading novels, this space spiritual spring has the effect of detoxification and healing, which can make the protagonist immune to all poisons. I just don't know how effective this one is. After thinking about it, Yuan Shu filled another bowl of water and fed some to Pei Yuanlin. He was sweating coldly because of the pain, and his brows relaxed slightly. It works. Yuan Shu was very excited. She carefully took Pei Yuanlin's hand, dipped a cotton swab in the spiritual spring water, and wiped the wound on the back of his hand. The minor wounds recovered directly, and the larger ones looked like the wounds from 2 days ago, and they didn't continue to bleed. I continued to wipe. Yuan Shu got a large bowl of spiritual spring water for free and pressed Pei Yuanlin's hand directly into it, covering the position where the tendons of the wrist were pulled. After a while, she fished it out and looked at it. The wound stopped bleeding, but it still looked hideous. The effect of this spiritual spring water is still not amazing, but the experiment proves that it does have a restorative effect. And, depending on the severity of the injury, the recovery time varies. That's good. It's not easy to be suspected when using it this way. After all, if a little spiritual spring can restore it to its original state without even leaving a scar, it's too amazing. She has to be careful when using it. Then, Yuan Shu used the spiritual spring water to soak all of Pei Yuanlin's wounds. Anyway, this thing can be used as medicine. If the spiritual spring in the space was not small, she would have wanted to take people in to rinse it. She had just experimented with Pei Yuanlin. The space can enter people, but it will also consume the time spent in it. Fortunately, the two bracelets were combined, and the hourglass became 4 hours. After Yuan Shu finished all this, she was surprised to find that her other space had been upgraded. Originally, she could only get the medicines at the counter and next to the counter, but now she can operate more inside. She concluded that if the medicinal field space here is upgraded, her clinic will be fully operational. Moreover, she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that her supernatural power seemed to be enhanced.
Great.
The sense of security became stronger and stronger. To be on the safe side, she also gave Pei Yuanlin an injection of anti-inflammatory medicine. Anyway, these medicines can be replenished after use, but they have a time limit. The anti-inflammatory injection will be automatically replenished every hour, just like it can be copied at a certain time. Yuan Shu simply took these medicines and placed them in the space warehouse in different categories when the time came. Looking at the 10 acres of land in the space, Yuan Shu felt that the farming gene in her bones began to show. She really wanted to plant something, and vegetables and fruits were definitely needed. Thinking of the Shenong Jing, she decided to go back and plant medicinal herbs to see what changes would happen. Speaking of which, the original owner and herself still have many similarities. Her grandmother was a female doctor in the palace. The original owner also learned to identify medicinal herbs from her since she was a child and learned business from her grandfather and father. She was quite smart. In her previous life, she had learned Chinese medicine from her grandfather since she was a child. She watched him cure countless diseases and save countless lives, and she ran a small Chinese medicine clinic on her own. However, due to environmental and other factors, Chinese medicine was squeezed out of existence. In order to inherit her grandfather's medical skills, after graduating from university, she went to a tertiary hospital for internship, intending to learn a combination of Chinese and Western medicine. During her internship at the hospital, she accidentally met the daughter of a patient who was her rich best friend and helped her a lot. Unexpected events happen. Grandpa encountered a medical dispute. The other party had cancer surgery, and the cancer cells spread after the surgery. After taking the medicine from them, he died. The family members blamed the grandfather for the crime. The lawsuit lasted for half a year. Although the other party did not appeal, the grandfather was still disqualified from practicing medicine because of the exposure on the internet. Less than half a year later, Grandpa passed away. As a result, she gave up studying medicine and became a food anchor. The rich best friend did not want her to waste her medical skills, so she invested in the clinic and let her buy shares. She generously gave her a building, which has now become her space. If she could go back, she would share this spiritual spring with her so that they could live a long life together. Yuan Shu was thinking when there was a knock on the door. She quickly came back to her senses. Chuer came into the room with snacks. "Miss, you didn't eat your lunch well.
Come and have some snacks.
Don't starve." After putting the food down, Yuan Shu grabbed her hand. "Chuer, the palace will be confiscated, and we will be exiled. We don't need anyone to serve us in the future.
Go."
After saying this, Chuer knelt down immediately. "Miss, wherever you are, I will be there. I will follow you to exile." Yuan Shu sighed at the loyalty of this maid, but the days on the road of exile were not easy. Chuer had been with the original owner since she was a child, and she knew some boxing skills. But they would suffer on the road, and the master and servant might not be able to go on forever. Instead of breaking up and severing the master-servant friendship at that time, why not make it a deal now? Yuan Shu took out her indenture and gave her 1,000 taels of silver notes. "Take this money. Wait until night. I will send you out of the mansion. It's best to stay away from the capital in the future. If I have the opportunity to come back in the future, I will rely on you for support." The reason for sending Chuer away was that she was familiar with the original owner, and after all, her words and deeds would be different from the original owner, which would be easy to be exposed. Secondly, this girl is loyal, and there are many variables on the road of exile, and she doesn't want to implicate innocent people. Chuer knelt down and kowtowed, crying continuously. "Miss will always be my lady, and I am waiting for you. Get up." At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and Ji Wanqing, who was busy, asked Pei Shishir to call her to the study. Shu, we have done it according to what you said. We won't be discovered, right? Yuan Shu shook his head. I dare not guarantee it. What if I can fool it tomorrow? Just be calm. By the way, mother, what are you going to do with these servants in the palace? Those who were given the indentures were the property of the mansion, and they would be sold by the followers who confiscated their property and profit from it. These people serve her wholeheartedly, and Ji Wanqing didn't want them to fall into a miserable situation, nor did she want to let others get away with it. I'll give them the indentures in a while. As soon as Ji Wanqing finished speaking, Pei Shishir couldn't help complaining. But those guards have surrendered. They know some secret passages in the mansion.
Now someone is guarding them.
Even if they're sent away, they can't leave. People are always seeking benefits and avoiding harm. It's normal for them to make such a choice when it comes to life and death. Starting a year ago, all the guards in the mansion who had some skills were replaced by coercion and inducement. Although those who were recruited later were also loyal, it was impossible for them to risk their lives. Pei Yunyi spoke at this time. We still have 50 dead warriors in our family. Mother, sister-in-law, why don't we fight our way out and escape? Ji Wanqing was stunned. Aren't there only 30 dead warriors? She didn't even know about the extra 20. A year ago, when my father and brother went to war, they left their people to me and told me not to say anything. The little guy was still very tight-lipped. Pei Yuanlin and the others must have had a bad feeling a year ago. If it really came to a critical moment of life and death, these people could fight for a glimmer of hope. It's not appropriate to kill them. Yuan Shu interrupted their plan. Even if you want to escape, it's not appropriate to do it in the capital.
There are only 50 of them.
Even if they are masters, the capital is under the feet of the emperor. Before they can escape to the city gate, they will probably be shot into sieves. She just wants to grow up and survive, and doesn't want to make things complicated. If she had a modern arsenal, she could also resist AK with her hands and shoot the enemy. She has a golden finger, but it's not good enough. She has to be cowardly when she needs to be cowardly. Several people were silent for a while, agreed with her consideration, and did not use the death soldiers, but let them follow secretly. If you want to use the death soldiers, you can't do it without money. Now is the time to make arrangements? Yuan Shu hinted that if you want to let the horse run, you have to let the horse eat grass. Pei Yunyi straightened his face. There is a secret passage in our house. Most people don't know about it. I will contact them and take away some things from the palace. Don't make too much noise, so as not to alert the enemy. After Yuan Shu explained, Ji Wanqing also found the indenture contract and handed it to these maids and servants. They are family-born children, loyal and devoted, and now they are moved and scared. Make some delicious food tonight. Make more, otherwise it will be cheap for others tomorrow. After eating and drinking, Ji Wanqing came to see Pei Yuanlin and was relieved to see that he did not have a fever. The most feared thing about being injured is wound infection. If he can survive tonight, his life will be saved. Mother, we still have to travel tomorrow. You should rest early, and I will be here with your husband. The title was revoked, and Yuan Shu is no longer a princess, so she doesn't want people to have a handle on her title. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Ji Wanqing wiped her tears and left. After she left, Yuan Shu closed the door and quietly slipped out through the window. She came to the corner and used her supernatural power to escape underground. Others could fly over the eaves and walls, but she escaped underground, which was really unbecoming. With the enhancement of her supernatural power, Yuan Shu found that she was super fast and could catch up with a galloping horse. She emerged from the imperial garden of the palace, identified the direction, and went straight to the royal storehouse. Although the storehouse used the best floor tiles, she was still easily moved away. When she got out of the soil, she was stunned by the splendor of the house. I'm rich, I'm rich. This feeling is no different from a hamster entering a rice jar.
Collect.
Yuan Shu used her supernatural power, and her 10 fingers danced out vines like a black mountain demon. Everything she touched, including the boxes, went into the space. She only needed to distract herself and summarize these things. In less than a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes, the royal treasury became empty. These marble floors are also very beautiful. Yuan Shu hooked her hand, and all the marble was pried away, and the beautiful glass lamps on the wall were not spared. After leaving the royal storehouse, she went straight to other palaces, the uninhabited bedrooms, and swept away all the tables, chairs, benches, and curtains in the room. Such a dog emperor does not deserve to live a good life. Soon, Yuan Shu came to the bedroom of the dog emperor. At this time, there was no one in the palace, which was just a bargain for her. This dragon bed is so grand, it's really made of gold, it's too luxurious. In recent years, the taxes of this dynasty have become heavier and heavier. The royal family is so rich because they have plundered the people's fat. After Yuan Shu tapped it lightly, her eyes lit up and she put it directly into the space. She looked down on the color of the floor tiles and didn't take them, but she took everything in the palace that could be taken away without making a sound. After emptying the bedroom of the dog emperor, Yuan Shu came to the private treasury, which had a lot of good things. The royal treasury was used to reward ministers and concubines in the harem, but the emperor's own private treasury was used to support those who were not in the light and do things for him. Oh my God! No wonder everyone wants to be an emperor. This life is like a god's. She wants to be rich, powerful, and accompanied by beautiful women. Yuan Shu complained in his heart while he was taking it in. I don't know if it feels like this for a rich woman's bestie to hoard hundreds of billions of supplies. It's so cool. After leaving the emperor's private warehouse, Yuan Shu went straight to the imperial study. There are many important secrets in it. Maybe there is key evidence to wrongly accuse the Pei family. She didn't have time to find it, so she took it all away. When a wise ruler appeared in the future, she would give it away and exchange it for the Pei family to redress the grievances of those soldiers who died on the battlefield. They were not greedy for merit and reckless, but someone ignored their lives for their own selfishness. After moving these places, Yuan Shu found a place with few people to eat chicken legs. After eating and drinking, he continued to move. The palace is so big that he had to be busy for an hour, 1 hour, and 2 hours. Suddenly, a familiar voice came into his ears, and Yuan Shu couldn't help blushing. This voice seemed familiar. She poked open the paper window and saw a guard hurriedly taking off his clothes and lifting up a white thigh. She had seen this woman in the imperial garden when she entered the palace yesterday. She was the emperor's favorite concubine and the queen's follower. Oh my, the dog emperor's hat is really cuckolded. Yuan Shu didn't have time to watch the live broadcast, so she took a detour to the concubine's bedroom. There was no one at the moment. What a good opportunity. After emptying the concubine's bedroom, she slipped to the queen mother's cunning palace. The old witch was also vicious, and she couldn't let her get away with it. The queen mother had a bad sleep, so she lit the calming incense early and slept like a dead pig, but she had a palace made to keep watch. TSK, it's a bit difficult, but it's just right for me to practice. Yuan Shu controlled her supernatural power, and the vines drilled out from the gaps in the floor tiles, holding the anesthetic needle, and stabbed one accurately. It was amazing. She found a new way to use her supernatural power. After these people fainted, she quickly emptied the queen mother's bedroom. Except for wrapping her quilt, even the chamber pot was not spared. After coming out of Cunning Palace, Yuan Shu began to think about where to move to. Oh, right, the armory. The royal armory has all kinds of precious weapons, all of which are of top quality.
Heh.
Yuan Shu smiled evilly, rubbed her hands, and continued to work. After entering the armory, she was stunned. Although the ancient weapons were not as shocking as modern ones, they were not simple. Knives, swords, spears, shields, whips, and crossbows of various sizes were all placed in different categories, and there were also bamboo tubes with sealed production drawings on the side. There was something that shocked Yuan Shu. Is this a fire gun? What a pity, it's a failed version. Whoever designed it, it's really annoying to stop halfway through. Take it away. If you can figure it out in the future, won't it be a good self-defense weapon? After leaving the armory, Yuan Shu went to the queen's bedroom. At this time, she and the dog emperor might have over-exercised and slept like dead pigs, and there was no one guarding the palace. Or Just kill the dog emperor directly? After this thought came up, Yuan Shu shook his head. Killing the dog emperor would certainly relieve his anger, but the Pei family was about to be exiled, and they were the biggest suspects in his death. The scumbag prince would only take the opportunity to order them to be beheaded and buried with the dog emperor, which is not worthwhile. Secondly, the emperor died suddenly, and the people were in chaos. At that time, the neighboring countries would attack in one fell swoop, which would only cause more bloodshed. I'll spare your dog life for now, and the treasures of the palace will be regarded as your life buying money. After muttering quietly, Yuan Shu moved the two to the ground, put the queen's delicate fitter into the space, and then the dressing table and cabinet. After emptying the queen's bedroom, she came to the imperial kitchen. Because the nobles of each palace had to eat early in the morning, the ingredients were delivered early. Not only that, there were also some excellent stews bubbling, and the aroma was fragrant. It smells so good. By the way, there is also the imperial hospital. When Yuan Shu smelled the medicinal food stewed on the fire, she remembered that there was a place that she had not moved. There was no way. The palace was too rich, and she was dazzled by the move. The pots and pans, charcoal, and even the chickens, ducks, and geese in the imperial kitchen were put into the farming space. Yuan Shu was surprised to find that the space here could be used to raise living things. After she quickly emptied the imperial kitchen, she went straight to the imperial hospital, which was not far away. The palace was heavily guarded, but they were basically guarding outside the house, and could not prevent Yuan Shu from breaking into the house. The imperial hospital was filled with the aroma of medicine, and the familiar feeling reminded her of her own small clinic. Without time to recall the past, Yuan Shu gently opened a medicine box, which was full of top-quality medicinal materials. The risk is worth it. After emptying the imperial hospital, Yuan Shu came to the Tianlao near the palace, where all the serious criminals of the court were imprisoned. There were also many who were wrongly accused, and she would not let them go, but she would be in a good mood if she made the dog emperor exhausted. Oh no, the prisoner is going to escape. There was a commotion here, and most of the imperial guards gathered there. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yuan Shu came to the imperial garden. She plucked the lotus flowers in the lake and caught all kinds of fish. Her farming space lacked a fish pond, and these things were just right. Wait, it seems that there are beautiful wisterias, a grape trellis, and various fruit trees in the imperial garden. Dig them up and leave them for the dog emperor. Why are you making so much noise in the middle of the night? You disturbed your majesty's sweet dreams. Be careful with your heads. Hearing the noise, the chief steward who was napping outside Fengqi Palace looked unhappy and scolded the guards who came running. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Someone has robbed the prison in the Sky Prison. Gao Zhan in the room suddenly opened his eyes. When he got up, he found himself lying on the ground. Looking around, he felt strange. Where am I? Your Majesty. The queen snuggled into his arms tenderly, and her eyes swept around. The next second, she made a sharp explosion. How did my bedroom become like this? Gao Zhan got up, put on his clothes quickly with a gloomy face, and a cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Who emptied everything around him silently without him knowing anything. If the bad guys wanted to take his life, how could he survive? Go to the imperial study. He rushed to the imperial study in a hurry. When he opened the door and saw that the room was empty, Gao Zhan was stunned. He must have been dreaming. Gao Zhan closed the door silently and opened it again. The eunuchs and servants behind him were shocked and felt a chill on their necks. The imperial study was stolen, and the emperor was angry, and someone would lose his head. What are you all standing there for? Catch the thief. What do I keep you for? Gao Zhan didn't care about what was happening in the prison. After ordering the imperial guards to suppress the rebellion, he went straight to his bedroom and the private storehouse next to it. At that time, Yuan Shu had just come out of the audience hall, and she had taken the dragon throne, and she also took the ceremonial palm fan placed behind the dragon throne. After leaving the palace, she passed by the houses of some corrupt officials and took away the valuable things in their houses. Then she threw away the things she didn't like, such as the belly band of a concubine and the chamber pot of the Empress Dowager. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot a super important place. Yuan Shu slapped her forehead and smiled cunningly. She found a corner to hide in the ground and dug and dug. Finally, she dug into the imperial mausoleum. Wow, it's so grand. After she died, she also wanted to live in such a good imperial mausoleum, but this idea only came up for a moment and then died. After she died, it would be so presumptuous for archaeologists to turn over and touch her bones. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in her heart, Yuan Shu popped her head out and lit a candle in all the southeast, northwest, and northeast. For a while, she couldn't tell which was the southeast corner, so she lit all of them and was ready to go wrong. Then she gathered her supernatural powers in her hands and waved them everywhere. Ping-pong, click, 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 various mechanisms started to work, and equipment fell to the ground. When the noise ended, Yuan Shu took off a tripod on his head. At this time, she looked carefully and found that there were indeed gold and silver treasures in the imperial mausoleum. This was the last trump card of the Gao family's ancestors, and it was no less than the royal treasury. After traveling through the book, I actually experienced the joy of a gold-grabbing lieutenant. It's a pity that only I can see it, Yuan Shu muttered, and the speed of collecting treasures did not change at all. He came to the golden Nanmu of the royal ancestor and put his hands together. Excuse me, although the dead are the greatest, who made you give birth to an incompetent emperor like Gaozhen. This is your fault. When preparing to lift the coffin board to take the burial objects, Yuan Shu still struggled for a while. If she did it too much, the poor dog emperor might do something irrational. For example, the family taxes, the excuse of extorting the people's money, would inadvertently implicate the innocent. What's more, Zhu Huang and Taizu were wise monarchs, but it was a pity that they had few offspring, and the outstanding princes all died for the country. Or maybe he was injured and had a physical problem. Taizu had no choice but to make the little prince born by the palace maid, that is, the previous emperor, the emperor. He was mediocre and incompetent, but fortunately, his ministers were loyal and capable. By the time of the current emperor, the dynasty had gradually declined from the first power. He didn't think about protecting his ancestors' family business, but was only worried that his country would be taken away. Forget it, I'll leave some for you. In the end, Yuan Shu only took the treasures that were open in the imperial mausoleum and went to the prince's mansion. In the bedroom, the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. He and the princess were lying on the couch, and the quilt barely covered them. There was also a beauty lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. After torturing Pei Yuanlin, he was in a good mood and got drunk. What's the point of bullying a fool? Yuan Shu was so angry that she picked up the rolling pin that she had picked up from the imperial kitchen and beat the prince. Fearing that he would be beaten to death, she didn't hit him on the head, but when she hit him on the face, she swung her fist. After venting her anger and moving his bedroom, Yuan Shu rushed to the warehouse without stopping. She was very busy, super busy. After moving the prince's mansion, she would go to the warehouses of the Pei and Yuan families. It's gone. How could it be gone? Gao Zhen was a little unsteady, and the guards outside his bedroom were even crawling on the ground. Their hearts sank.
Go.
Go to the royal warehouse. On the way back, he prayed in his heart, praying for the blessing of his ancestors. The moment the royal warehouse was opened, he looked at the empty warehouse and the mud on the ground, and his eyes were about to pop out. How could they pry open the stone slabs?
Puff.
Gao Zhen fainted from vomiting blood due to anger, and the chief screamed, Your Majesty, calm down and take care of your body. Someone call the imperial physician. The next second, the guard came to report that the imperial hospital had been emptied and the imperial physician had no medicine to make. The whole palace was in chaos. Not only that, but other palaces in the capital, except for the prince's palaces, many corrupt officials and wealthy merchants who were rich and unkind were also robbed. Anyway, this is based on the memory passed down by Yuan Shu. If there is an accidental injury, then it is an accidental injury. Just return it when you have time. Anyway, she has labeled the things that each family moved, so there is no confusion. Besides, compared with the empty royal family, she still showed mercy. In the middle of the night, in Jingzhou Prefecture, the door of the Dali Temple was knocked loudly. When she came back, Yuan Shu was so tired that she felt sleepy. Seeing this scene, she suddenly became energetic. At that time in the palace, Pei Yunyi took advantage of the dead night to wake up the servants and maids in the palace, gave them some silver, and then asked them to leave through the secret passage. The death squads took away a lot of the silver in the palace, which would be their confidence in the future. After feeling better, the brother and sister went back to rest. Hey, what a good opportunity. Yuan Shu returned to the palace and found that there was no one in the palace. The imperial guards outside the house were guarding like door gods and did not enter the palace. She was very happy. She wandered around the palace and collected all the beautiful flowers and plants. When she saw the time, it was already 3:30 in the morning. She ran back to the house and fell asleep. The next day, she was awakened by Ji Wanqing's scream. Shoo shoo, the palace was robbed. They were in a heavy mood yesterday and went to bed very late. They slept a little deeply and didn't find anything. Pei Shishir and Pei Yunyi also came to her door, with solemn faces. Yuan Shu pretended to be shocked. What? Who is so bold that he dares to go against his majesty at this time? Ji Wanqing was stunned for a moment and laughed. Good stealing. It's good for the thief, but it can't be good for some. Hey, mother, is there any food left? Fill your stomach quickly, it's getting late. Yes, you have to eat and drink enough to have the strength to set off. Oh no, leave Beijing. Pei Yunyi immediately ran to the kitchen. There was still some leftover chicken from last night. Soak it with the leftover rice from last night, and you must eat your fill. There were still 30 steamed buns and leftovers that were not taken away, probably because the thief didn't like them. In each other's palace, Gao Zhen woke up faintly. Knowing that the palace was stolen, only a few unfavored concubines' bedrooms had some things, and the rest were all emptied. His face was numb. Your Majesty, who on earth is this person who is so audacious and dares to openly oppose your Majesty? He must be arrested and his entire clan must be executed. The queen's face turned green with anger, and she cried and complained. What a morning! I'm not dead yet. Gao Zhan was upset and yelled, feeling his internal organs burning and his head buzzing. The others kept silent and lowered their heads, not daring to speak, for fear that they would offend the emperor at this time and be picked out and beheaded to vent his anger. At this time, Gao Yan brought the crown princess into the palace. Father, your son. I am late. Please calm down and protect your health. Gao Zhen glanced around, looking at his son who was beaten black and blue and had a bad feeling in his heart. Is the crown prince's mansion okay? The other princes came to complain early in the morning, and his head was about to explode. Since the founding of this dynasty, there has never been such an outrageous thing. Moreover, last night he actually found out that his favorite concubine and the most trusted subordinate. After vomiting blood last night, he woke up and learned about this. Gao Zhen fainted again and did not wake up until this morning. Replying to the emperor, it's not good. Gao Yan lowered his head and did not dare to speak loudly. He came late because he sent people to search everywhere. The strange thing was that there was no clue left. As he was talking, a leading minister walked into the hall and knelt down. Your Majesty, there are clues. They found the traces. They went to check the homes of the ministers who were robbed. In some people's homes, the stolen items in the palace were found. For example, the Chen family, after moving away Su Wanwan's dowry, Yuan Shu deliberately left some worthless things. Gao Zhen's eyes burst with murderous intent. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Now the treasury is empty. These ministers were not moved thoroughly, and the thieves could not find them, so there must be someone to take the blame. Things appeared inexplicably, and there was no explanation, but Gao Zhen certainly didn't want to hear the explanation. Yuan Shu's move could solve some ministers, and the people's situation would be relatively better. In addition, it would be good for the country to perish earlier if the monarch and his ministers were alienated. At that time, the Su family was also in a state of panic. All the shops in the capital were emptied, even the storehouse at home, and the largest apricot tree in the yard was dug up. Chen's face was pale and desperate. Husband, what can we do? Let's report to the police. So many families in the capital have been robbed, and the Dali Temple will definitely investigate strictly. What they didn't know was that the situation in the palace was even worse, but the news was blocked and outsiders didn't know. It can only be like this. I hope Ruan is fine. At the palace, Yuan Shu and his friends had just put down their chopsticks when the people who confiscated the house came. Everyone, put down what you have in your hands. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a pair of calculating eyes. He should have come to do things early in the morning, but the theft at home delayed him for a while. The Pei family had made great military achievements, and they had many shops and rewards from His Majesty. If he could take advantage of the quarrel to make some money, he could also solve the urgent needs of the palace. After giving Ji Wanqing and the others a few looks, Yuan Shu stood up and shouted miserably, "The adults are finally here. We want to report a case." The palace was robbed and emptied overnight. The man's face turned pale, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately led people to the warehouse and various gardens. The warehouse was clean, and the floor tiles were pried away. His eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Impossible. How is this possible? The man turned back suddenly, drew his sword and pointed it at Yuan Shu. Did you say, hide the things? Ji Wanqing pulled Yuan Shu back. Sir, if you want to arrest someone, you need evidence. We are just women, and there are heavy soldiers guarding outside the palace. How can we move to such a big palace? Could it be that you are under the instruction of someone and want to take our lives? Or is it because the treasure was stolen due to lax guarding, and you deliberately put the blame on us? Yuan Shu could feel her hands trembling, but the momentum of the mistress of the palace was not weak at all. She was trying to be an elder who stood up. Don't talk nonsense. The man gritted his teeth. He led people to search thoroughly, but still found nothing. He had to report the matter of sending people to the Dali Temple and the Emperor. They did not mention the departure, and Yuan Shu and the others were not in a hurry. Several people helped pay Yuanlin up, fed him some porridge, and waited for arrangements. The imperial decree of exile has been issued, and the Dog Emperor will not change his decision because of the theft in the palace. It is only a matter of time before he sets out. The news that the Pei family was also emptied was passed back to the palace. Gao Zhan was inexplicably a little angry when he heard it, and more of it was regret. Who on earth can have such a skill? The chief, Su, swallowed his saliva. Your Majesty, the exiles have arrived, the Pei family. Because the Pei family was also robbed, the commander in charge of the confiscation of the property was still waiting outside the palace. Humph, send them away. I don't want to see anything that is an eyesore. Gao Zhan waved his hand. The property of the palace was gone. Why did he keep the Pei family? Would it be a nuisance? If he was not worried about the world criticizing him, he would have wanted to make the Pei family members lose their heads long ago. How could he only sentence them to confiscation of property and exile? You go and keep an eye on it, and by the way, check for me what the situation is outside the palace. How many people were robbed in the palace? Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now everyone in the palace is in danger. It would be good for him to go out of the palace to get some fresh air. I obey your command. Less than an hour later, the commander returned, accompanied by Su and 2 maids dressed as palace maids. Search our house thoroughly. Yuan Shu and the others were driven behind the screen by the maid, who searched them thoroughly and took off their luxurious clothes, including their shoes. Put your things away and change into these. The maid took out the old and yellowed clothes from the servant's room and threw them to Yuan Shu and the others and began to check these clothes inch by inch. Ji Wanqing and the others were very unwilling. They didn't expect these people to check so carefully. The insoles might contain the banknotes they hid. It was a bargain for them. Mammy, Pei Yuanlin, who was sitting in a wheelchair with his head tilted, was not spared, but nothing could be found on him. Mother, let's go out. Pei Sure and the others were unwilling, but they didn't show it. If they pulled and tugged, they might get beaten. Of course, Yuan did not give the maids a chance. While they were still checking the things on the table, she used her supernatural power to extend vines from the cracks of the bricks, hooked the insole, and hid it in the space. The two maids who had gained nothing came out and shook their heads helplessly. "Let's go, everyone. Don't delay the auspicious time." Sue flicked his whisk and walked in front. Standing on the road outside the door was the commander with a sullen face. He glanced at Pei Shirshir's bundle. "What's inside?" "The steamed buns we ate on the road. Did His Majesty exile us and not give us this little ration?" The man had no expression on his face. "Who knows if you hid silver in the steamed buns?" "Search." He would not be so fussy about other families. Who made the Pei family a thorn in His Majesty's eyes? "You." Pei Shirshir's eyes were red. She wanted to say something, but Ji Wanqing held her arm and shook her head, signaling her not to resist. The bundle of steamed buns was opened, and the officials stretched out their hands to break the buns into pieces. After making sure there was nothing, he looked unnatural. "Humph. You're smart." Some of the officials had picked their noses and reached out to pinch the steamed buns. Yuan Shu and the others didn't want these things anymore, but pushed Pei Yuanlin to the Exile team under the supervision of Sue. "Everyone is here, let's go." There were quite a few people in the Exile team, 50 of them including the Pei family, and 33 officials were responsible for escorting them. The exiles carried a few bags, and only the Pei family brought a set of clothes for each person to change. Fortunately, it was the end of February, and the weather was not too cold. If you wear more clothes, you won't be afraid of freezing on the way to exile. I will take you here on behalf of Your Majesty, and it's time to go back and report. Gao Zhen asked Sue to keep an eye on them. In addition to ensuring that the Pei family was honest, it was also to show his broad mind as an emperor. As a monarch and a minister, he showed special favor to them because of their past merits. Yuan Shu spoke at this time. "Sue, please stay. My husband's injury has not healed yet, and he has been unconscious since he came back. We, the women, are afraid that we can't carry him. Can you give us a cart to get around?" Ji Wanqing wanted to say this, but she knew that the other party was not so easy to talk to. Sure enough, after hearing this, the commander mocked. "What a joke. You are exiles, and you still want a bargain? It's good enough to allow you to bring a few sets of clothes to change." Yuan Shu ignored this person's chatter, but looked at Sue. "Your Majesty is kind and spared the Pei family. Although the Pei family is a commoner, they are still Your Majesty's subjects, not to mention that my husband has served Your Majesty. This time, if he was not unconscious and unable to stand up, we would not dare to be rude." Sue's eyes flashed, and he was quite surprised. This little princess was very eloquent. Pei Yuanlin was injured and unconscious. He could not walk far with the help of the women. Not only did it delay the exile team's journey, but the news would spread. The people would only think that His Majesty was unkind. After all, he used to say that Pei Yuanlin was half his son. "You are right. Your Majesty is kind-hearted. Come, find a cart." Gao took out a tael of silver with some pain and handed it to the beside him. Soon, he found a small cart that could only accommodate Pei Yuanlin lying down. If he was not careful, it might fall down. "Your Majesty is kind-hearted. Please ask Sue to thank His Majesty for us." Ji Wanqing was reluctant in her heart, but she had to thank him profusely at this time. In this way, the exile team began to leave the city, and Yuan Shu and Ji Wanqing were responsible for pushing the cart. After a long distance from the city gate, the sound of galloping horses rang out, and someone shouted, "Sir, please stay." The carriage stopped. Chuer hurriedly ran down. She took out a small bag of silver and walked towards the escorting officials. After whispering for a while, they glanced in the direction of Yuan Shu. "I'll give you half a quarter of an hour." "Thank you, sir." Dian Sui turned back, called the coachman, and walked towards Yuan Shu with large and small bags on their shoulders. Seeing her, Yuan Shu smiled slightly. The trick she had left worked. This girl was much smarter than he thought. "Miss, I have prepared some cheap things, but you may need them on the road." These bundles and backpacks were not particularly valuable things. They were used in small quantities, and most of them were food. There were 10 meat patties, a bag of 20 kilograms of fried noodles, 20 steamed buns, a piece of bacon and sausage, 10 kilograms of old rice, 20 kilograms of flour, and a dozen boiled eggs. 3 thin quilts, as well as a few pairs of ordinary cloth shoes and water bags. Chwaer smiled with a simple and honest face. Because I don't know the size of your shoes. I can only buy a little bigger. If it's too big, I'll stuff some rags into it. Ji Wanqing and her son were so moved that they were in tears. Thank you for your hard work, go back. Yuan Shu happily accepted these things. On the way to if they met relatives and friends who were willing to help, the escorting personnel would not stop them too much. The journey was long, and they could also make some money from the prisoners. If they had no money, no food, and no drink. If they died on the road or wasted time, it would be troublesome for them. My lord, their treatment is too good. They can have so many good things and a cart to sit on. One of the exiled families immediately grumbled, with jealousy. The leading man whipped the whip in the air. Stop talking nonsense. If your relatives are willing to give you gold and silver, we will not stop them. The issue of the cart was tacitly approved by Su. That was the will of His Majesty, and they had no right to interfere. Time's up. As soon as the leader finished speaking, Chwaer was pushed to the side. She cried and chased Yuan Shu for a long time before stopping. Ji Wanqing, Pei Shishir, and Pei Yunyi took the initiative to carry these things. As for the quilts, 2 were placed under Pei Yuanlin's back, 1 was covered on his body, and they took the initiative to replace Yuan Shu in pushing the cart. Shu, fortunately you are here. Yes, sister-in-law, thanks to you. After the imperial edict of confiscation of property and exile came down, they lost their direction, but now with Yuan Shu here, it seems that they have a backbone. Hearing this, the corners of her mouth twitched. We are a family, so we should share the joys and sorrows. She didn't want to shout slogans, but she had married into the Pei family, and according to the Dog Emperor's nature, it was impossible for them to be allowed to divorce. Maybe the emperor was still thinking about her dowry. At the moment, even if Ji Wanqing had a change of heart and gave herself a divorce letter on behalf of Pei Yuanlin, the escorting officials would not let her go. The pass and household registration were in their hands, although these things could be faked if they were determined. But now, there might be people from the Dog Emperor and the prince following them in secret. It would not be appropriate to leave the team rashly, but to let nature take its course and find a suitable opportunity to get away. Shu, you have suffered. Ji Wanqing felt guilty when she saw Yuan Shu being so filial. A young girl married into their Pei family, and before she had a few days of good life, she had to suffer with them. It was all because of the Dog Emperor. After her son became stupid, she did not ask Yuan Shu to marry her, but Gaozhen may have wanted to test whether her son was really stupid, so he urged the marriage. Who would have thought that he was so impatient and took action? Don't say anything, mother. In the future, our family will support each other. When your husband wakes up, everything will be fine. Now he is injured, and she has emptied his house, so she will take care of him for a few days. The 4 of them carried things and walked on the official road under the scorching sun. Pei Shishir, who used to go out with carriages and servants to serve her, soon couldn't stand it anymore. With red eyes, she wiped tears quietly. Mom, I can't walk anymore. Ji Wanqing felt sorry for her daughter. Although her feet were sore, she still stretched out her hand. I'll carry the bag. At this time, some people also complained that they couldn't walk. What awaited them was the scolding of the escorting officials and the sound of whips cracking. You are no longer officials or ladies. You have delayed the trip. You will be whipped. One person did not believe in evil and deliberately delayed. As a result, the whip hit his body, and the pain made him speed up immediately. Fortunately, he was wearing a few more clothes now, otherwise there would be a bloodstain. With someone being killed as a warning to the monkeys, the others dared not say anything anymore. Even Pei Shishir and Pei Yunyi gritted their teeth and persisted silently. It took 4 hours to walk. When everyone was hungry, the official agreed to rest. Sister-in-law, drink some water. Sister-in-law, do you want steamed buns or meat patties? Pei Shishir and Pei Yunyi came over on their own initiative. These things were sent by Yuan Shu's maid. If they wanted to eat, they had to ask for her consent. You eat too, mother, give it to me. Yuan Shu handed it to Ji Wanqing first. It was not that she was trying to please her future mother-in-law or something. It was not true. She was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. Respecting the old and loving the young is a traditional virtue flowing in her bones. For now, Ji Wanqing is still worthy of her respect. If she is not worthy in the future, she will not be stupid. Good child, let's eat together. Ji Wanqing was deeply moved. As for Pei Yuanlin, he was still unconscious and could not eat these dry food. Yuan Shu just fed him some spiritual spring water and left him alone. Seeing them sitting close to each other on the cart, talking and laughing while eating meat patties, the G family was envious and jealous. Wanqing is getting more and more ignorant of the rules. This is the old lady of the G family, Ji Wanqing's stepmother Lu. The original wife died within 2 years of giving birth to Ji Wanqing. She pretended to be a loving mother and helped her. But she deliberately cultivated Ji Wanqing into a naive and weak character. Even after she got married, she kept getting benefits from her. Lu's face sank and her tone was full of blame. Go, ask Qinger for some meat patties, wake up that unfilial grandson, and bring me a cart. My legs hurt so much after walking for so long. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was approved by her second daughter-in-law, Wang. Mother is right. If it weren't for this kid and his father who angered the emperor and allowed his subordinates to embezzle military pay, how could our family be implicated? The Pei family has been a single-line family for 3 generations since Pei Yuanlin's grandfather. The daughters-in-law he married before were also orphans, and the relationship between relatives was very simple. When it came to Pei's father's generation, he married a girl from the G family, and then he had the maternal grandfather as a relative. Over the years, the G family has relied on the merits of the Pei family to rise to prominence, and they have also been granted official positions in the capital. The emperor also intended to suppress the Pei family and cooperated in covering up the bribes behind the Pei family's back. Now that the Pei family is to be touched, they will naturally be implicated. Well, Wang, go get the meat patties and the cart. Grandma, I'll go too. I'll go wake up cousin Yuanlin. Ji Hao volunteered. He has been unhappy with Pei Yuanlin for a long time. Since childhood, he and his eldest brother have been compared with him. He is very capable, and as cousins, they are too incompetent. In the capital, they have been ridiculed because of their cousin Pei Yuanlin. The mother and son walked towards Yuan Shu and the others with arrogance. Her eyes were stern. It seemed that the Ji family had also been taken away by her in many things. They were corrupt officials. She almost forgot that they were the family of her cheap mother-in-law. Second aunt, second cousin, Pei Yani and Pei Shishir smiled when they saw the two of them. Did they come to care about them? Because of the injury of their eldest brother, they needed to push the cart and had no time to greet each other. Wang crossed her arms. Eat meat patties. Your grandmother is still hungry over there and you don't even know to send them to your elders to enjoy. Have you learned all the rules? Pei Shishir paused and These things were not from their Pei family, but were prepared by the maid of the eldest sister-in-law. How could she be embarrassed to ask for them to be given away? Don't say anything. The G family is now forced to be exiled because of you. You are the sinners of the G family. Wang cursed, and Ji Wanqing wanted to say something but stopped, but did not dare to object. When Yuan Shu turned his head, he found that Ji Hao's hand deliberately pressed on Pei Yuanlin's wound, trying to help him up, so that Pei Yuanlin frowned in pain. What are you doing? Yuan Shu shouted. Ji Hao was startled and let go of his hand, and then refuted with confidence. What can I do? I can only wake up my cousin and ask him to give up the cart for my grandmother to sit on. She is old and can't bear the hardship. If it weren't for your Pei family, would our Ji family have fallen to this point? This cart should be given to us. After such shameless remarks came out, Yuan Shu was speechless. Ji Wanqing looked embarrassed, but her attitude was firm. Yuaner is seriously injured and hasn't woken up yet. When he recovers this cart, She was interrupted by Wang before she finished her words. Your Majesty, please be merciful. He just suffered some flesh wounds. Just wake him up. Ji Hao wanted to push and wake Pei Yuanlin. Yuan Shu was already angry. She grabbed a stone on the ground and called out, I will beat anyone who dares to move to death. She really hit him. Ji Hao's arm was hit. He covered the painful area and stepped back repeatedly. What are you doing, crazy woman? You dare to hurt my son. I will beat you to death. Wang saw her son being beaten, as if the ancestral grave was dug up, and she rolled up her sleeves and rushed towards Yuan Shu. Pei Shishir frowned. The eldest sister-in-law was trying to protect her eldest brother, so she couldn't just stand by and watch. She quickly stretched out her foot, and Wang fell to the ground without noticing.
Ouch!
When Wang raised her head, her front teeth fell out, and her mouth was full of blood. Second sister-in-law, how are you? Ji Wanqing noticed her daughter's actions, but did not blame her. Instead, she quickly went to support Wang. Unexpectedly, she slapped Ji Wanqing in the face with her backhand. Look at the good daughter-in-law you married. She doesn't know any rules. I am her elder.
Bah!
Pei Shishir couldn't control her anger when she saw her mother being beaten and slapped her back. Suddenly her house was raided, and she had no place to complain about countless grievances. She used to curry favor with their aunt, but now she didn't help. She wanted to rob her eldest brother's cart and beat her mother. She couldn't bear it anymore. You dare to hit my mother? Ji Hao looked at his mother being beaten and cursed and was about to attack Pei Shishir. Don't bully my mother, and sister Pei Yunyi spread his small arms to resist. Yuan Shu was surprised at the reaction of the Pei family. She took advantage of Ji Hao's unpreparedness and slapped him. The stone in her hand also fell on Ji Hao's head. The reason was simple. The loud slap made her touch itchy. You lecher, you actually touched my hand. Yi Hao? He didn't. She was talking nonsense. Yuan Shu didn't give her a chance to explain. She complained with 3 parts of grievance and 7 parts of anger. Just now, my mother-in-law told us to take the meat pie to my grandmother, but I didn't expect that they looked down on the meat pie and wanted to my husband's cart instead. My poor husband was tortured and seriously injured. If we don't have this cart, how can we go all the way? Everyone looked at this side, whispering, and looked at the G family with contempt. Yuan Shu continued, when my second cousin and aunt came over just now, we thought they were here to lend a hand and help us carry our husband for a while. I didn't expect it to be. Ji Wanqing was also very disappointed. In the past, these nephews said that they were a family, and if her son got any good things, she would let him share them with his 2 cousins. Now, not only do they not help, but they also want to take advantage of them. Haven't the Ji family received enough benefits from the Wang mansion over the years? Ji Wanqing looked at Wang with anger. We are a family. I don't ask you to help us in times of need, but don't add insult to injury. At this time, the official came over with a whip in his hand. You want to go on the cart? Are you planning to carry the injured all the way? Wang and Ji Hao, who was beaten, were silent, glared at Yuan Shu and the others, and then left. This road is long. 3 women, with a seriously injured fool and a half-child. There will always be a time to ask them for help. Mom, are you okay? Pei Shishir looked at her mother distressfully. She shook her head and seemed to be very shocked. I'm fine. Eat quickly. Don't delay the journey. In the past, her sisters-in-law and nephews respected her very much, but why did they become a different person when the Pei family had an accident? A person's true character is revealed in times of adversity, and the ancients were honest. Yuan Shu did not explain or comfort her. From what she saw, the Ji family was not a good thing. If Ji Wanqing was a soft and crybaby and let her family control her, she would not care too much and respect other people's fate. But it seems that a mother is strong and did not abandon her own flesh and blood. It seems that she can still rescue them. Sister-in-law, do you want some water? Yuan Shu's protective look just now made Pei Yunyi recognize her at once, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at her. No, you drink it. Yuan Shu added spiritual springs to the water bag, which can eliminate fatigue. She didn't want these weak shrimps to fall down at the beginning. She didn't notice someone's finger moving as she had her back. to pay Yuanlin. Wang, who had returned empty-handed, said awkwardly, "Mother, my daughter-in-law is incompetent and failed to bring the cart and meat pies." Lu glanced at Ji Wanqing from a distance, her eyes full of anger. This stinky girl has grown wings and doesn't take me, her mother, seriously. How hateful. She looked vicious. I wanted to say that we have more people and take care of them, an orphan and a widow. What an ungrateful thing. Since she is so strong-willed, don't help her along the way. Wait for her to beg us. The Pei family's house was searched and searched carefully. They didn't understand that they definitely didn't have much money hidden on them. How long could the things sent by the maid last? They would inevitably come to beg them at that time, as they had the most men in their family. Grandmother is right. When my aunt and the others suffer, they will know the benefits of our family. Ji Hao was also angry. He stared at Yuan Shu with surprise in his eyes. His cousin was really lucky, marrying such a beautiful and hot wife. He just didn't know if his silly cousin would have a wedding night. If not, he wouldn't mind helping to have one. Hee. From a distance, Yuan Shu felt a malicious and obscene gaze. She frowned but didn't take it to heart. In the capital, Gao Zhen took a long time to calm down. Said, "Your Majesty, the ministers are already waiting outside the audience hall. Are you still going to court today?" It was almost noon, and some old ministers had been waiting for too long and fainted from hunger. "Isn't this nonsense? Change my clothes." Soon, the door of the audience hall opened, and the ministers walked in with their heads down and stood. They had heard a little about what happened in the palace. Their own situation was not good, so they were in no mood to look up. Gao Zhen walked quickly and prayed silently in his heart. But when he saw the empty place in the hall, he couldn't help but scream, "Where is my dragon throne?" Hearing the roar, the ministers raised their heads. The place that was once magnificent is now empty. No wonder, when I entered the hall today, I always felt that the light was a little dim. It turned out that the dragon throne and the table were gone. Some old ministers thought they were starving and their eyes were blurry. They kept rubbing their eyes, trying to see more clearly. "Your Majesty, calm down and take care of your body." The who proposed to go to court tried to comfort him. "Father, please come back soon, or your son's head will be in danger." At this time, the young regretted his proposal to go to court. What if he was angered? Gao Zhen's gums were almost broken, and he walked to the high platform step by step, heavily. Looking down at the ministers, they shouted, "Long live the emperor," and asked him to calm down. Could he calm down his anger? "My dear ministers, is everything okay in your house?" Those corrupt officials were the ones who were robbed the most. Ordinary ministers also lost some things. But now it cannot be said to be light, it can only be said to be serious. Suddenly, these civil and military officials talked about their miserable situations, one more miserable than the other, which made Gao Zhen's head buzz. "Okay, I know everything, and I will adjourn the court. In addition, Jingzhao Yi and Dali Temple will conduct a thorough investigation of this matter and must arrest the thief. In addition, I don't want to hear any unnecessary things about the palace." The ministers understood that His Majesty did not want to make public the fact that the palace storehouse was emptied. The palace was heavily guarded, but the thieves could do all this under the emperor's nose. If it was spread out, the people's hearts would be shaken. To the outside world, it was only reported that the thieves took advantage of the chaos and stole a few royal items. "We understand." Gao Zhen pinched his eyebrows and walked out of the audience hall with a gloomy face. The ministers who dared not breathe a word secretly let out a breath of foul air. But soon, some ministers were detained by the Dali Temple and the evidence of their corruption was produced. Secondly, the stolen items from the palace appeared in their mansion. If they could not explain it clearly, they would be killed as a warning to the monkeys. At that time, the Su family, Chen Haojie and Su Wanwan came to the mansion, and both of them looked very bad. The Chen family was also robbed. The warehouse, including her dowry, disappeared, and even the stolen items of the royal family appeared. They were the prince's people, and the other party promised that they could stay out of it if they gave some benefits. Now they can only count on the Su family. "Mom, you have to help your daughter." In fact, Su Wanwan was puzzled. In her memory, it seemed that there was no such thing in her previous life. Could it be that she was in the Pei family at that time and she followed the Exile team out of the city without hearing the news? Chun looked embarrassed. Wanwan, something happened at home. Suyu beside her also nodded. The house was robbed and all the shops were emptied, but your father has ordered people to go to the farm to find a solution. Hearing this, Chun Haojie and Su Wanwan's expressions eased a lot. Dad and Mom, you are so kind. Let's go back to the house and wait for the news. Su Wanwan suddenly remembered that after she was reborn, she bought a house, which was worth hundreds of taels. She also put a few sets of headwear and exchanged some money for it. She just got married, so it's not good to ask her mother-in-law for money. In her previous life, she was not well fed and clothed on the road of exile. She was displaced for more than 2 months and coaxed Ji Wanqing to write a divorce letter for her son. She also paid a great price to get out of the exile team, but she was very unlucky. She was bitten to death by a poisonous snake and died violently in the wilderness. Wild wolves shared her, and she only had a good life for a month after rebirth. She was not convinced. Su Wanwan pawned all the headgear and exchanged it for 100 taels of silver. The second wife is back. The servant took her to the mistress of the Qin family. After she received the power to manage the household expenses, the money in her hand was gone before she could even warm it up. Su Wanwan's face immediately regretted and wanted to return the household expenses, but she was coaxed around by Chun Haojie's sweet words. Wanwan, your husband believes in your ability. Although the things are gone, the shop is still there. Mother said that you are good at business and will definitely be able to turn the tide. Looking at the affectionate Chun Haojie, Su Wanwan was very happy. This man, who was obedient to Yuan Shu in the previous life, is now her man. Husband, I will do my best. What she didn't know was that it was not so easy to be the mistress of the Qin family. Even Yuan Shu in the previous life spent a lot of energy. On the other side, the Pei family and many exiled teams finally arrived at the post station where they settled. We're here, finally here. Many people cried with joy, just wanting to have a good meal and sleep. Ji Wanqing, her mother and her 2 children looked embarrassed. Shu, go and rest. We'll just have to deal with it outside for one night. The officer who had just escorted them said that it would cost 5 copper coins per person to sleep in a common bed. For 5 of them, they would need 25 beds and 30 beds in a single room, plus 1 copper coin for hot water. Chuer gave 10 taels of silver, but the journey was long, and with so many people, they should save as much as possible. Although the assassins had also come, they were still close to the capital, so it was not appropriate to make a fuss. Mother, if we don't rest well, how can we have the strength to travel tomorrow? We live in a single room, we have quilts, and sleeping on the floor will be much more comfortable. What's more, my husband's condition requires a good rest. Yuan Shu gave the money, without saying a word. She didn't want to sleep in a common bed at all, with people next to each other and some people grinding their teeth and snoring. She was already afraid of dormitory life in high school and college. Now there is space and supernatural powers. She can't bear this hardship at all. If she gives a penny more, a waiter will carefully carry Pei Yuanlin upstairs. Mom, listen to your sister-in-law. If we collapse from exhaustion, we will become a burden to her. Pei Yun clenched his fist and advised, and several people went upstairs together. The G family also chose a single room. Wang brought her second son's family and granddaughter-in-law to live in the single room, and the big house lived in a dormitory. The money was paid by them. Sister-in-law, when our house was raided, they checked it carefully. How did these people get away? Pei Shishir was puzzled. They all hid the banknotes in the insoles. But they didn't expect that the maids actually asked them to change their shoes and touch their clothes inch by inch. Yuan Shu pulled the corner of his mouth and whispered a few words in Pei Shishir's ear. Her pupils widened, and she blushed all of a sudden. This. In fact, Yuan Shu also heard the exiles' sharing of experience on the road. Men cut the silver into pieces, wrapped them in oil paper, and tied them tightly with thread, and hid them in the toilet area of their bodies. Women did the same, and hid them in another place. However, for unmarried women, their families only allowed them to hide them in one place at most. Before searching their bodies, they bribed the inspectors, who naturally turned a blind eye. Wait until you have avoided the inspection and find a chance to take it out on the way. Sister-in-law, I'll ask the store to get you some hot water. Pei Shishir was suddenly open to a new world, and she was shocked and embarrassed. Yunyi, you go too. Yuan Shu called Pei Yunyi, and the two siblings acted together so that they could take care of each other. Yeah. Ji Wanqing sat at the table and beat her sore feet. She looked at Yuan Shu with guilt and entanglement. Shu, mother has an unreasonable request. Can I? She seemed to be unable to speak. Mother, you want to ask for a doctor for your husband, right? Yeah, his injury. Mother is still worried. She was so unconscious. Her heart was uneasy. Yuan Shu didn't want to ask a doctor. First of all, she knew nursing, and secondly, she also had some medical skills, not to mention the space spiritual spring. Mother, the doctors here at the post station may not be as good as me. I asked Shuier to secretly hide a few bottles of golden wound medicine in the rice flour, enough for my husband. Ji Wanqing was very excited after hearing this. Shu, you are thoughtful. Let me help you. At this time, she was extremely grateful that she listened to her mother-in-law's advice. Even though Yuan Shu's biological father passed away and she was raised in the manor, their Pei family often sent some good things to her. After all, it was inconvenient to interfere with Chen's raising a daughter before she got married, but to a certain extent, the Pei family still took care of Yuan Shu, which is why she is now loyal to him. In the past, she didn't like or dislike this future daughter-in-law, and she never thought of breaking off the engagement and marrying someone else. Now it seems to be a wise choice. This child knows how to be grateful. Mother, we just changed the medicine this morning. Let's change it after we have dinner. Yuan Shu held Ji Wanqing's hand. She was so hungry that she had to eat first. This fool king won't die soon. Why should she be in such a hurry? If she doesn't eat, she will have hypoglycemia from hunger. I'll borrow the kitchen to steam the meat pie and order another pot of porridge. Shuier had given her money and things in the morning, so it was reasonable to buy things now, and Yuan Shu had no pressure to spend them. After all, when she sent Shuier away, she gave her 1,000 taels of silver notes and some jewelry. She didn't let Shuier prepare too much, because she didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, and she didn't want to show off her wealth. On this side, Pei Shishir's brother and sister, along with the waiter, carried hot water back to the house. When they were about to go to the kitchen to find Yuan Shu, they were blocked by Ji Hao. Cousin, where are you going? He was holding a plate with a whole white cut chicken on it, which was steaming hot. You haven't had dinner yet. Let's go together. Although they had eaten meat pie at noon, the brother and sister were already starving. It's not that they haven't eaten good food before, but I don't know if they were exhausted after the day and wanted to eat delicious food now. Seeing their innocent eyes, Ji Hao smiled sarcastically. Second brother was the one who said something unpleasant this morning. Don't take it to heart. I just feel sorry for grandma who is suffering at her age. Pei Shishir and Pei Yun believed it and followed after a moment of hesitation. If they could get a chicken leg or chicken wing, they would go back and cut the meat off and put it in the porridge to feed their eldest brother. He was injured and needed to eat something good, but they were embarrassed to ask their eldest sister-in-law to spend money. She had just entered the family and hadn't enjoyed a few days of good life in the Pei family, so they had no right to ask her to do anything. TSK. Seeing the brother and sister appear at the door, everyone in the house sneered. Lu glanced at them, not hiding the disgust in her eyes at all. What are you doing here? Ji Hao put down the boiled chicken. Grandma, don't worry. I feel sorry for them because they are short of money and can't afford to stew chicken. Anyway, we won't eat the chicken. I'll cut it off and let them take it back to their cousin to make up for it. Hearing this, the brother and sister widened their eyes in disbelief, and they felt like an invisible slap on their faces. Wang was dissatisfied. There is a lot of meat on the chicken. Don't give it to her. In the morning, they left the house, and it was inconvenient to buy good things in the city. They ate steamed buns. She was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. That's right, I was planning to send this chicken to my eldest brother. If it weren't for the fact that Yuanlin was injured, he wouldn't have gotten it for free. Jibin spoke in a condescending tone, and Pei Shishir's face turned red and white. She clenched her fists, feeling humiliated and wronged. Pei Yanni exploded immediately. You are hateful. When he was about to argue, a hand pressed on his head. Yunshu's mocking tone sounded. Forgive this chicken for being so nutritious. Leave it to second uncle to nourish his brain. We don't need it. We just need other things such as chicken legs or chicken wings at worst. Yuanshu didn't expect him to be so direct, and the people in the room immediately turned black. Get lost. You wish, he said and closed the door directly. Pei Yanni and Pei Shishir's eyes were red, and tears were about to fall. Let's go back to dinner. She held their hands. I really haven't seen the dangers of the world. Today, the G family treated them like that, but they were still stupid enough to move forward. It's better to suffer a little so that you won't be cheated. Sometimes, the greatest evil comes from relatives. Go back and wait for me. The meat pie should be steamed. I'll go get it. Yuanshu saw that they were lowering their heads, afraid that he would see their embarrassed appearance, so he simply gave them some separate space. The brother and sister went back with grievances, and Ji Wanqing saw it and became anxious. What's wrong with you two? Who bullied you? Pei Shishir found it difficult to speak, but Pei Yanni explained the matter in a few words. There was a moment of silence in the room, and Ji Wanqing was entangled for a while. Your grandmother and her family have a lot of people, and they're not well off. Let's not make trouble. Mother will think of a way later. Yuanshu frowned as she brought the meat pie to the door. Her cheap mother-in-law was still not cruel enough. She couldn't understand the character of the G family. Today, her good second sister-in-law slapped her, but she didn't learn her lesson. There is still a long way to go. If she does this after she leaves the team, her 3 children, one stupid and the little one, and the other a weak woman. Wouldn't the G family have completely calculated it? Mom, in my opinion, my grandmother and her family don't want to pay attention to us at all. Pei Yanni saw through it, and he said what his sister didn't dare to say. Ji Wanqing hesitated for a moment. It is a fact that the G family has been implicated by our Pei family. Don't say such things again in the future. So, it was a sense of guilt? However, as the in-laws of the Pei family, the G family enjoyed wealth and glory, and they should understand the principle of prosperity and adversity. Yuanshu frowned and walked into the house. Mother is right. Grandma and the others are angry. As long as we take the initiative and explain it well, they as elders will definitely understand. After hearing this, Ji Wanqing nodded. Your sister-in-law is right. It is good for the family to support each other along the way, and it is good to help each other. Of course, this is just a polite remark. She will let these naive people know how hypocritical the true face of the G family is. Pei Yanni was angry and unconvinced. He wanted to say something, but Pei Shishir covered his mouth. Mom, we know. She knew what her mother was thinking. She felt sorry for them, but she didn't want to break up with the G family. They only had a few female relatives, and their brother was stupid and still seriously injured. The G family had many men. Although the eldest cousin and cousin were not here at the moment, they would join forces later, and the team would be very large. On the road of exile, the family would not be easily bullied if they worked together. Let's eat. Yuanshu put down the corn porridge and steamed meat patties. The corn porridge cost a penny, and the kitchen of the post station helped to heat up the dry food. She scooped out a bowl of hot porridge, picked out the meat filling from the buns, and mixed it evenly, intending to feed it to Pei Yuanlin later. She had fed a lot of space spiritual springs along the way, and calculating the time, it was still very likely that he would wake up at night. After the meal, Pei Yanni volunteered to wash his brother's body, and then dealt with himself after that. Mother, you guys take a rest first. I'll stay by my husband's side for a while. I'll call you if there's anything later. Ji Wanqing and the others were already tired and sleepy, but they didn't hesitate at this moment. Thank you for your hard work, Shushu. Mother will take a nap first. Remember to call me. Sister-in-law, just call me. I will wake up. Pei Yanni looked like a little man. He patted his chest and lay on the ground, half covered with a quilt and half hugged with the quilt. He fell asleep in seconds. Yunshu shook her head. This family was really inexperienced and stubborn. It was impossible to keep watch at night. She just didn't want to sleep on the ground. Yuan Shu moved Pei Yuanlin inside. The bed was not big. It could barely accommodate 2 people. Even though this guy looked thin, it took up a lot of space. There was no way to lie on the side with clothes on. When she just lay down and pulled the quilt, she met a pair of deep and slightly confused eyes. With this handsome face with a sense of abstinence, she was momentarily absent-minded. The Dog Emperor and the Prince tortured Pei Yuanlin, avoiding his face, perhaps because they didn't want others to discover their vicious side. The silly king woke up. Yuan Shu looked at this face and these eyes. She couldn't help but think of the wedding night. She was confused by these obedient and pure eyes. Yuan Shu suppressed her uncontrollable heart that wanted to jump off the building and spoke as if nothing had happened. Are you awake? Where does it still hurt? Are you hungry? Pei Yuanlin's slightly cracked lips moved. My whole body hurts, and I'm hungry. Counting, he hasn't eaten for 2 days. Pei Yuanlin didn't speak for a long time. His voice was hoarse and weak. Yuan Shu didn't notice his eyes, and cursed the Dog Emperor's family in his heart. It's okay, it will be fine. I'll get you something to eat. Yuan Shu helped Pei Yuanlin up, and after dinner, he gave him 2 ibuprofen and promised that the pain would go away. Seeing her go to get the porridge on the side, Pei Yuanlin had a complicated expression. She was his newlywed wife, but after marrying into the Pei family, she was burdened by him within a few days of a good life. In the past, he didn't like or dislike his fiancée, and he hadn't even seen her for many years, but he never thought that now she would stay by his side when he was in trouble. And today, it was because she protected him that he didn't have his cart taken away. The porridge is here, it's still warm, and I left you a meat pie, eat it.
Thank you,
madam. Pei Yuanlin's tone was calm and well-behaved, and at this moment, he was like a big dog wagging its tail. But when he was about to raise his hand, he felt a stinging pain in his wrist and trembled. He almost forgot that the tendons of his wrist were cut, and now he couldn't even hold a steamed bun. Alas, being a cannon fodder is miserable. You are injured, don't show off, I'll feed you. His house was emptied by himself, and the Pei family has taken good care of the original owner over the years. Otherwise, Chen's love brain would be. The original owner's daughter didn't know what would happen to her, and his grandfather had saved his grandmother's life. She helped them, just like repaying the original owner's kindness. Open your mouth, be good. Pei Yuanlin. He is not stupid now. Wait. If the Dog Emperor knew that he had recovered his consciousness, he would probably not let him arrive in Lingnan alive. At the moment, he was still stupid, which was the best protection for his family. Pei Yuanlin's ears turned red, and he opened his mouth with shame. 2 mouthfuls of porridge and a bite of meat pie, Yuan Shu stuffed them into his mouth as if he had calculated accurately. The 2 of them talked loudly, but Ji Wanqing and the others might be too tired, and they didn't wake up at all. Thank you. After eating and drinking, Pei Yuanlin felt a little sad. It would be great if he could recover his consciousness earlier, so that he would have time to mediate and would not let the Pei family fall into this situation. You're welcome. Yuan Shu put the bowls and chopsticks on a plate and took them out the door. The waiter would clean up by himself tomorrow morning. Then, she came to Pei Yuanlin's side and picked up 2 bottles of medicine and a bottle of water on the table. Your wound still needs to be treated and medicated. Take off your clothes. Pei Yuanlin subconsciously wanted to take action, and his face turned pale the next second. His hand was useless. Yuan Shu turned around and saw his annoyed look, so he comforted him. I'm sorry. I forgot you were injured. I'll help you, don't move. Pei Yuanlin stopped moving immediately. He leaned against the head of the bed, looking like a sick beauty who is delicate and vulnerable. Yuan Shu raised an eyebrow. When they first met, he was a well-behaved little brother, giving people the impression that he was delicate and weak and easy to be pushed down. Now he looks like this, and it also makes people feel bad. She is really a beast. Isn't it just that she has been single for 2 lifetimes and has started to have, what a mess in her mind. Fly away. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Shu stretched out her slender hand to untie Pei Yuanlin's belt. He lowered his eyes and felt his small hands sliding on his waist and abdomen, and his Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. The memory of his wedding night that he had temporarily forgotten now flooded into his mind.
That night they.
Yuan Shu tilted his head and carefully helped Pei Yuanlin take off his clothes, revealing his smooth neck. Because of his tilted head, the collar revealed his fair collarbone, and from Pei Yuanlin's angle, he could just see the purple-red mark.
Boom.
His face suddenly burned hot. That day, he seemed to have been hit on the head, and his memory was temporarily restored. He was furious, and coupled with her sweet smile, he lost control. He thought he was dreaming. It turned out not to be. That night, they were so close to each other. She didn't even dislike him for being a fool. Pei Yuanlin's eyes were so gentle that they seemed to drip water. He secretly swore in his heart that for the rest of his life, he would do his best to make her happy. But the next second, the tingling pain from his wrist discouraged him. "Oh, you're still shy, don't worry, I'll just take a look, it won't hurt." After taking off Pei Yuanlin's clothes, Yuan Shu saw him with a red face and a dazed look, and couldn't help teasing him. Although his mind has become that of a child, he will be shy instinctively. "Well, it's a bit cute. This king, no. I'm the king. Your house has been raided. Don't put on airs in front of me in the future, and don't call yourself the king when you go out." Yuan Shu gently pushed his forehead. He was already in exile, and he would be beaten if he was so arrogant outside. Pei Yuanlin nodded honestly, got it. She picked up the golden wound medicine, but she had actually replaced it with Yunnan Baiyao, which had a better hemostatic effect than the ancient golden wound medicine. "Don't move, or the powder will spill." Pei Yuanlin leaned against the bedside. His 8 abdominal muscles were clearly visible, but now they were full of hideous wounds, and some of the flesh was exposed.
Oh.
There was nothing else this time. She used the sterile patch in the space. Anyway, this idiot didn't understand where this thing came from. After using the sterile patch, some of the wounds were quite serious. They were covered all day today, and some of them turned red, which was a sign of infection. Yuan Shu used Lingquan water to clean it again, and the cool touch relieved the burning pain. Pei Yuanlin didn't say a word from beginning to end. "It's a big wound. I have to sew it up for you, so it will heal quickly." Pei Yuanlin's expression froze. Sew it up? The wound was too big and needed to be sutured, but generally only for wounds as long as the palm, and his wound was only half the size of the wound. So even when he left the palace, the imperial physician simply treated it and didn't sew it. After all, mulberry root thread is precious and ordinary people can't afford it. It's normal for children not to understand what adults are saying. "Take these 2 pills. Pei Yuanlin hesitated for a moment, looking at the half-yellow and half-white pills. He felt very curious. Yuan Shu was impatient, pinched his mouth, and threw the pills in. "Come, drink water. Go to bed early after eating. I'm sleepy." God knows she was also very sleepy and wanted to lie down and sleep all day long. Pei Yuanlin didn't hesitate and swallowed the food in his mouth. If she wanted to hurt herself, she could take his head while he was powerless to resist. They worshipped heaven and earth, treated each other honestly, and performed the Zhougong ceremony. He should believe her unconditionally. "Close your eyes, don't move. It won't hurt. I will be gentle." Pei Yuanlin did whatever Yuan Shu said, like an obedient little fool. He closed his eyes. The tip of his ear was red, and there were some tiny finger marks around the wound, which were scratched by her that night. The reason why Yuan Shu wanted to treat the wound was that she hoped that this guy would get better soon, and the road to Lingnan was still a long way. Between taking care of the wounded and taking care of the fool, she felt that the latter was easier. While Pei Yuanlin closed his eyes, Yuan Shu gave him a local anesthetic around the wound, and the pain was ignored by Pei Yuanlin. In the middle of the process, he quietly opened his eyes and found that Yuan Shu used tools he had never seen before to sew his belly, and then taped it with something like paper and cloth. "Okay, lie on your side." Pei Yuanlin lay on his side in silence. The back was full of tight muscles, which was not easy to sew, but it recovered well. Yuan Shu just sprinkled hemostatic powder, put on a sterile patch, and finally wrapped the wound with gauze. Because she had to go around to the front, Her arm uncontrollably passed through Pei Yuanlin's arm, as if she was hugging him. This angle always reminded her of that night, when she hugged someone's waist for a while, and supported his shoulders and neck for a while. No, wasn't it the plan that night? How come the details are so clear now?
Ahem.
Okay, I'm tired and need to rest. Pei Yuanlin saw her shy expression, and his eyes were very gentle. Well, my wife has worked hard. She was shy, but Yuan Shu was more sleepy. She kicked off her shoes and lay on the outside of the bed. She covered the two of them with a quilt before falling asleep. For Yuan Shu, it's not like they haven't covered the same quilt before, so what's shame?
They've done it anyway.
Now they're on the road to exile, and being hypocritical will only make themselves wronged. Besides, they are now husband and wife, and it would be strange if they don't lie together. Don't talk, the little cat sleeps quietly. Listening to the tone of coaxing a child, Pei Yuanlin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really treated herself as a child. After Yuan Shu fell asleep, Pei Yuanlin was still awake. His head still hurt from time to time, and then there was the wound. But I don't know if it was because of the 2 pills, the pain was relieved a lot, but my head was dizzy. Could it be that he would be stupid again when he woke up tomorrow morning? Pei Yuanlin was a little annoyed and entangled. He raised his arms and gently hugged Yuan Shu. He couldn't use strength in his wrists, but he could still raise his hands. With tangled emotions, he gradually fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Ji Wanqing woke up and tiptoed up. Looking at her son's hand lightly resting on Yuan Shu's waist, the corners of her lips raised. It's great that the daughter-in-law doesn't dislike her silly son. The next morning, when Pei Yuanlin opened his eyes, his arms were empty. Yuan Shu was gone. Hey, brother, you're awake. Seeing him struggling to sit up, Pei Yanyi couldn't help but exclaimed, and quickly got up and came to his side. Ji Wanqing and Pei Shishir also woke up. The mother and daughter tidied their appearance a little across the screen and came to Pei Yuanlin. Yuaner, are you feeling unwell? Brother, are you hungry? I'll go find you something to eat. Pei Yuanlin shook his head. Headache. Hungry. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to continue playing dumb and wait until he had a way to protect his family before taking off his disguise. As they were talking, Yuan Shu had already entered the house with a stewed chicken, followed by 2 waiters with steamed buns and porridge in their hands. She also wanted to sleep in, but there was no way. Her biological clock and the unfamiliar environment made her wake up at 6 o'clock. The whole family slept like dead pigs. Good luck, we'll have chicken this morning. After Yuan Shu put down the stewed chicken, the waiter was responsible for bringing the heated steamed buns and porridge into the house. Sister-in-law, this is too extravagant. How can we have the energy to travel if we are not full? Let's hurry up and eat. Looking at the whole chicken, the brother and sister couldn't help but think of the ridicule they had yesterday, and their eyes instantly turned red. Sister-in-law, you guys can eat with my brother and his mother. We'll just have steamed buns and porridge. Chuer bought a lot of meat pies, but she had been walking all day yesterday and had to pull the cart. She had to eat meat pies to replenish her energy, otherwise she wouldn't be able to support herself to the post station. Pei Yuanlin was a little surprised. Before he got into trouble, his younger brother was a well-known and ignorant, and his younger sister was also hypocritical, only knowing how to dress up and love beauty all day long, but now they have all restrained these tempers. As a family, we share happiness and adversity. Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. If you're late, the officials will be in a bad mood. After eating and drinking, she still has to perform a play later. Ji Wanqing looked at Yuan Shu with emotion and pity. Only when you are full can you have the strength to share the worries for your sister-in-law. Eat. After a simple wash, the few people began to eat. Shu is the hardest, give her the chicken leg to eat. Ji Wanqing tore off the biggest chicken leg and gave it to her. The others had no objection and said that they would give her the other chicken leg as well. Although, she doesn't like to eat chicken legs. Mother, I eat chicken wings. Give me both. You can divide the chicken legs among yourselves. Chicken wings have less meat. Sister-in-law, you don't have to feel sorry for us.
Come, eat chicken legs.
Yuan Shu as action touched the whole family. Their sister-in-law is virtuous and considerate. The eldest brother is really blessed for 3 lifetimes to marry such a good person as the sister-in-law. No one could come to a conclusion. Finally, Yuan Shu suggested tearing it off and eating it together. After they finished eating and packed up to go out, the official blew the whistle, which meant to gather and prepare to set off. It's time to set off, sister-in-law. Let's carry the things down first. The brother and sister volunteered to carry the luggage. Pei Yuanlin wanted to get up, but Yuan Shu held his shoulders. Your injuries haven't healed yet and you can't move easily. I asked someone to carry you down. Ji Wanqing also realized that if someone knew that her son recovered so quickly, it would not be a good thing if it got to the ears of someone with ulterior motives. Yuaner, listen to your wife. Don't break the wound. It will be troublesome. Pei Yuanlin also took this into consideration and pretended to be weak and let the burly waiter carry him down. He had to recover quickly so as not to drag his family down. Now was not the time for him to show off. Oh, you're awake? Ji Hao and the others were surprised to see Pei Yuanlin wake up, but soon they turned to mockery and disgust. It was all because of Pei's father and son that their Ji family fell into this situation. Second cousin, Pei Yuanlin pretended not to understand the look in his eyes and greeted him foolishly. Lu also came downstairs at this time and saw him lying on the cart. Her old face sank. He has been a scourge for thousands of years, and he is not dead with such a serious injury. Wang saw it and was delighted and spoke quickly. It's great that Yuaner has woken up, and this cart. She was interrupted by Yuan Shu before she finished her words. Grandma, second aunt, please help us. My husband has woken up, but his wound is serious. My mother and I plan to buy a few more bottles of medicine, but we don't have enough money. Yuan Shu looked sincere and well-behaved. Grandma, my mother said that you always love my husband. Can you lend us some money? When we get to Lingnan, we will definitely find a way to pay you back. Ji Wanqing was also stunned when she heard it, but she did not refute. The 10 taels of silver given by Chuer will not be used for long. Her son's wound still needs medicine. If her mother's family can lend a helping hand, she will be very grateful. Mother, we don't want more, just 20 taels. Oh, 10 taels is fine. Ordinary medicine costs 2 or 3 taels a bottle. They bought 3 or 4 bottles and used them sparingly. Their son has a good physical foundation and will definitely recover. Ji Wanqing's words made Lu's face suddenly dark. Wang couldn't help but yelled, 20 taels. Why don't you go and rob? You've conspired with us and our property has been ransacked. Where can we get so much money? Their whole family endured the pain and hid the money so they wouldn't lend it out like that. That's right. Hasn't the G family been hurt enough by you? You still have the nerve to lend us money? No money. Ji Bin refused arrogantly, looking at Yuan Shu and the others, as if he was looking at beggars. Second brother, Yuaner's injuries haven't healed yet. Please help us, mother. Eldest brother, I'm kneeling down to you. Ji Wanqing didn't know Yuan Shu was acting, and she was so anxious that she wanted to kneel down. The Ji family was afraid that she would kneel down and didn't want to give money, so they ran away without saying a word. Halfway through kneeling, Yuan Shu supported her. Mother, don't worry, we'll think of a way to get the medicine for the wound. I'll learn some herbs on the way and I think I can handle it. That's the only way. After being interrupted by Yuan Shu, the Ji family was too embarrassed to ask for the cart again, and the matter was over. Then everyone started to set off. Yuan Shu was responsible for pushing the cart. 2 quilts were used to cushion Pei Yuanlin, and the other was used to cover him. The rest of the things were rushed to be taken care of by Ji Wanqing and her 2 children, so it wasn't too tiring. She put spiritual spring water in the hot water for her feet yesterday, and the water she drank was the same. Therefore, although Ji Wanqing and the others were tired, they were not unable to walk. Hurry up, don't dawdle, and don't think about running away. If you dare to run away, you will be hacked to death. The escorting officials threatened fiercely and picked some rebellious exiles to whip them to make an example of them. When the whip was whipped, the exiles screamed and blood soon appeared on their bodies. Drink some water, lower your head, and walk slowly. Yuan Shu looked at Pei Shishir's pale face, and she seemed to be very entangled. Thinking of her expression when she went to the toilet this morning, he suddenly understood. The old friend, who came every month, came to visit. When she entered the door, the sister-in-law was not very close to her, but she did not trip her up. As a woman, she felt sorry for her now. Sure, you come and change me. Don't refuse. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. You have to listen to me. Yuan Shu did not say anything and took the things she was carrying and asked her to push the cart. Although it was heavy, as long as you know how to use your strength, it is not too tiring to walk on the pipe. Thank you, sister-in-law. Pei Shishir was so moved that she almost cried. Pei Yuanlin witnessed all this. He seemed ignorant, but his heart was burning. This woman is probably the best wife in the world. What virtue and ability does he have to marry her? For the rest of his life, he will treat her 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. With his eyes closed, Pei Yuanlin silently circulated his internal energy, hoping to recover his injuries as soon as possible. He found that after using Yuan Shu's medicine on his wrist, the broken tendons and veins felt restored, and he had hoped to pick up the sword again. In the capital, Su Erwanwan looked at the scorching sun outside and slowly picked up a cup of sour plum soup. This kind of weather is enough for that woman, haha. In her previous life, she secretly married, and the Pei family was very dissatisfied with her. After the imperial edict of confiscation of property was issued, she wanted to divorce, but the Su family's words were light and could not change it. The Qin family thought she had lost her virginity and was satisfied with Yuan Shu. She could not divorce and could only follow the Pei family into exile. Pei Yuanlin was unconscious. Although she also had a cart and her parents secretly sent her money, the days on the road of exile were really bitter. Now that Yuan Shu was bearing this hardship, Su Wanwan felt that the depression in her heart had dissipated a lot. The second young lady has a bad fate, but this is what she deserves. Unlike the eldest young lady, she will surely have smooth sailing in the future after finding a perfect husband like you. Upon hearing this, the personal maid began to flatter her. However, the Yuan Shu she imagined did not actually suffer much. When it was time for lunch, the official Yuan Shi and his family took a break and ate dry food. Mother, let's eat something. Yuan Shu took out eggs, steamed buns, and water bags. On the surface, they still had to eat ordinary food and enjoy it secretly so as not to be missed by the top-notch people. The steamed buns and eggs were cold, but they tasted very satisfying. Do you want to drink water or eat steamed buns first? Yuan Shu peeled the eggs and handed them to Pei Yuanlin's mouth. He swallowed them in one gulp, choking and blushing. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Yuan Shu sighed. This little fool didn't even walk. How could he get hungry so quickly? His appetite is not small. Pei Yuanlin was embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. He gulped down the eggs with water. When it came time to eat the steamed buns, he didn't dare to wolf them down. Looking at the two of them, Ji Wanqing and her 2 children looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. But on the other side, the G family was not as warm as they were. This morning they bought meat buns at the post station, and now they are feasting on them, but not everyone has them. Except for Lu and her son and grandson, the other women eat steamed buns and cold water. Ji Jun, the eldest wife, secretly hid a meat bun. Madam, here. Wu took the bun with emotion, broke it into 2 pieces, and handed it to her 2 daughters. Daughters, eat quickly. However, before they ate, a pair of hands quickly snatched the 2 halves of the bun and stuffed them into their mouths. Uncle, you can't bear to eat this bun. Nephew will help you. Ji Hao ate with his mouth full of oil. His eyes were provocative. The eyes of the 2 little girls who were robbed of their things immediately turned red, and Wu looked ugly but didn't dare to say anything. Ji Jun, the eldest wife, was furious. You are a brother. How can you be like this? What buns are little girls eating? It's good enough to give them steamed buns. It's worthless stuff, a waste of food. Lu looked disgusted and cursed. The mother and daughter dared not speak. Ji Jun was upset, but he kept silent. He had no son in his family, so he couldn't raise his head. Ji Wanqing looked over here from a distance, sympathetic and helpless. After noticing her gaze, Wu even glared at her fiercely. as if she was the enemy. Ji Wanqing was depressed. She didn't mean to laugh at the joke, but she couldn't explain it now. Yuan Shu noticed this detail and didn't say anything to comfort her. There's no water. I want to get some water. Mother, brother, you guys just take a rest. Pei Shishir slung the water bag over her body and was about to go to the stream. It's easy to get thirsty when walking, and the water consumption is not small. Sometimes, for most of the day, there is no place with water. I'll go with you. Yuan Shu and Pei Shishir left together. When they arrived at the water point, Pei Shishir went to solve the 3 urgent needs. Yuan Shu squatted by the stream, lowered his head and pretended to get some water, but actually took the opportunity to fill the space water in. Just as she was pouring the last pot, she saw a dirty hand reaching for her face from the reflection on the water.
It was Ji Hao.
Yuan Shu quickly stood up and dodged to the side, and Ji Hao almost fell into the stream. Seeing this, Yuan Shu quietly used his supernatural power to loosen the soil beside the stream, and he fell in. His forehead hit the stone in the stream, and Ji Hao's eyes went black. Then he slid into the stream, choking on the water in his mouth and nose. He struggled for several times before sitting in the stream. Second cousin, it's so cold. Why are you bathing in the river? Oh. Sister-in-law, let's go quickly. Pei Shishir knew nothing. After hearing the noise and seeing people, she hurriedly pulled Yuan Shu away. Now that they are on the road of exile, they don't care so much about the separation of men and women. After all, if they can stay in an inn or a post station, men and women will sleep in a big bunk bed. The only difference is that they are separated on both sides. But after all, there is a difference between men and women, so they still have to be careful to avoid gossip. Ji Hao. He rubbed his forehead and left with a belly full of anger and wet clothes. At that time, 3 officials escorted a man and a woman to the team. These 2 were the eldest son and youngest daughter of the second branch of the G family, Ji Heng and Ji Xiaoying. Dad, Mom, the brother and sister looked at the family, and their eyes suddenly turned red. Children, how are you? Have you suffered a lot? Wang took the hands of the 2 children. Tears blurred her eyes. Especially Lu. She felt so distressed, as if her flesh was cut out. My dear grandson, did those people embarrass you? Alas, the Pei family made us unlucky. While cursing, she stared at Ji Wanqing angrily, as if she wanted to hit her on the head with the cane in her hand. Ji Heng looked over and saw Pei Yuanlin lying on the cart like a dead dog. He mocked and hated. Grandma, this may be the doom of our G family. There is nothing we can do. If His Majesty had not worried about the Pei family becoming stronger, he might have been the current prince consort. But now not only can he not rise to prominence, but the G family has also been implicated and exiled. How hateful. The 2 families were not far away, and they deliberately raised their voices when they spoke, so that all of Yuan Shu and the others could hear. Pei Yuanlin's face was still full of ignorance, but his hands unconsciously grabbed the quilt under his palms, and he let go after a moment. Big cousin is too much. He used to call us cousins and was very affectionate. Pei Shishir was a little upset, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Okay, pack up and leave soon. Ji Wanqing felt uncomfortable and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She didn't want her children to offend the Ji family again. Their Pei family was small and the Ji family had 10 people, so there was strength in numbers. It was dark and everyone couldn't get to the next post station, so they had to sleep outdoors. Because they were on a mountain road, the Ji family had no quilt, so they turned their attention to the Pei family. Achoo, it's really cold in this mountain. It would be great if we could have a quilt to keep warm. Grandma is old and can't stand the cold. Ji Heng looked distressed and rubbed his grandmother's hands considerately. Lu was very pleased. My good grandson still knows how to care for people, unlike that dead girl, who is simply an ungrateful wolf. I was so good to her before. That's right, Grandma treats my aunt as her own daughter. She should be filial to us now. Grandma, I'll go get the quilt. Ji Xiaoying volunteered to leave. As soon as she arrived, she pulled Pei Yunlin's quilt, but Pei Yanning held the other end. Cousin, men and women should not be close to each other. My eldest brother is not in good health now. Do you still want to be my eldest brother's concubine? In the past, Pei Yuanlin was the man that the noble ladies in the capital wanted to marry, including Ji Xiaoying. However, the Pei family and the Yuan family had an engagement, and the old prince did not want to go against the wishes of his deceased wife, so she could only settle for the second best and be willing to be a concubine. But the Pei family still refused on the grounds that the ancestral precepts did not allow concubines, which became a pain in Ji Xiaoying's heart. She did not marry and kept trying to attract Pei Yuanlin. Of course, every time she failed.
Bah.
He is dreaming. Ji Xiaoying refused without thinking. She was about to tell her purpose, but her hand was held by someone. Yunyi, you must have misunderstood your cousin. She must be worried about your brother and sent silver here specially so that we can buy gold wound medicine when we enter the town tomorrow. Yuan Shu was moved and sincere. Mother is right. We are a family and should help each other. I am so touched. I am not. Ji Xiaoying retorted subconsciously. She was not here to send money at all. No? Oh, I see. You must have known that your cousin was injured and bought the medicine in advance. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are such a good sister. Yuan Shu's series of words made Ji Xiaoying at a loss for words. The other exiles looked over here in surprise. No, nothing. Ji Xiaoying was so angry. If there was nothing else, she would not make such a boast. Oh, then it must be to send delicious food to my husband to replenish his body? Wang saw that her daughter was being cheated and hurried over. On this road, there is no village in front and no store behind. Where can there be any delicious food to replenish the body? Ji Xiaoying also reacted. I just haven't seen my cousin for a long time, so I just came to see him. Mother, let's go back. Wang didn't mean to leave. She turned around and grabbed Yuan Shu's quilt. Chuer gave 3 quilts in total, 1 to Pei Yuanlin. The remaining 2 quilts were barely covered by Ji Wanqing and her son, and she and Pei Shishir were covered with 1 quilt, so how could she give them to others? Second aunt, what are you doing? Wang grabbed the quilt and held the airs of an elder. Your grandmother is old, and it's cold at night. I'll lend you a quilt to use. You must return it tomorrow morning.
Return?
This is obviously a borrowing without return. Ji Wanqing wanted to say that she would give her own quilt, but when their house was searched, they were clean, and now they rely on Yuan Shu's things to survive, so she suppressed the thought in her heart. Sister-in-law, my coat is thick and can keep mother warm. Wang said with disgust, who wants your coat? She hadn't changed it after wearing it for 2 days. It must be smelly. But the quilt is brand new and made of new cotton. Although it is a thin quilt, it is still warm. It's okay to borrow the quilt. Yuan Shu's words surprised everyone present, and Wang was happy. You are such a good child, and you are sensible. Yuanlin has married a good wife. Your grandmother will be very pleased. Pei Yuanlin frowned. His family was bullied, but he was powerless now. Yuan Shu then said, I can lend you the quilt, but I also want to borrow 10 taels of silver from my grandmother. My husband's injury has not healed, and he needs medicine urgently. If you are willing to lend it to me, my grandmother or aunt, uncle, cousin, I will give it to you directly, not to mention lending it in this life. Wang's face suddenly became ugly. No money. A broken quilt in exchange for 10 taels of silver. Wishful thinking. Oh, I won't lend you the quilt. Yuan Shu pulled the quilt back with a firm attitude and began to yell that they were grabbing the quilt, but they were unwilling to lend their money to save people. Many people whispered, and Wang's mother and daughter felt ashamed and returned in anger. If you don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. What's the big deal? Ji Wanqing looked guilty. Shu, it's because your mother is incompetent. As a mother-in-law, she couldn't protect the children and let them stand in the front. She didn't speak just now. Once she opened her mouth, she would be suppressed by filial piety, and it would be difficult to make it clear. Mother, didn't you say that my grandparents' family valued friendship and loyalty, and that we are a family? Now that my husband is like this, they don't want to have anything to do with him at all. Yuan Shu got straight to the point. At this point, she already felt that the G family was extremely annoying. In the future, her mother-in-law was still so indecisive. not fighting back or retaliating. She really didn't want to help anymore. If someone in the family hadn't escaped, the rest would have been hacked to death, and the original owner and her grandmother who loved her had received favors from the Pei family. She would have slipped away long ago. Ji Wanqing was speechless for a while. Pei sure sneered. Mother, at this point, can't you see clearly that my grandmother not only resents us, but also doesn't care about our lives? Sister is right, they only take advantage of our family, but don't give us a penny. Pei Yanni was furious, clenching his fists, with a grieved and angry expression on his young and tired face. Yun Shu could understand that Ji Wanqing couldn't accept it for a while. After all, she had been brainwashed by Lu since she was a child and thought she was loved. However, she would let her see the true face of the G family as soon as possible. It's late, eat the dry food and take a rest. Tomorrow I will find a way to buy a pot to make food conveniently. It's not a big deal to eat ready-made dry food all the time. The journey is long, and most of the places are places where you can't buy things even if you have money. The safest way is to use local materials and find some edible things along the way. Otherwise, they don't have much to carry and can't explain the source of food. The next day, it was almost noon when everyone passed a small town. Sir, we want to go to the town to buy some supplies. Yuan Shu took the initiative to find the escorting officials and put forward his request. The golden wound medicine used by Pei Yuanlin needs to go a clear way. Secondly, there are those pots, bowls, salt, etc. Things needed on the road. Time is limited. Chuer prepared a lot of things, but there are also omissions. Go ahead, don't even think about running. We'll set off in an hour. If you can't catch up with the team before dark, you'll be punished. The leading official was calm, serious, and slightly cold. A family is only allowed to send one person to leave. Of course, if there are many people like the G family, two can go. Unsurprisingly, the two daughters-in-law of the G family were sent. The space has everything. Yuan Shu just strolled around to find out the prices outside the capital, so as not to be fooled. Hey, you come to buy things, can you afford it? Don't embarrass yourself. Wang was frustrated twice by Yuan Shu and his men. She was very upset. Yesterday, she didn't get the quilt, and her man scolded her for a while. This resentment didn't disappear, so she naturally wanted to get it back from Yuan Shu. Second, Anne is right, I can't afford it. Yuan Shu admitted honestly. This made Wang in a good mood. She walked into the iron shop and started to pick and choose. A kitchen knife is indispensable for cooking. Yuan Shu smiled evilly and picked up a pot. Boss, how much is this pot? I want it. My second aunt will pay for it later. The proprietress who was eating melon seeds at the door rolled her eyes. Okay, take it. Do you want a kitchen knife and bowls and chopsticks? Yes, the proprietress is thoughtful. I wish you prosperity. Yuan Shu put the things in the backpack, put a can of salt and golden wound medicine in the backpack in a place where no one was around, and then went back. When Wang Shi chose the things and paid the bill, she learned about this. She was furious and refused to admit that she and Yuan Shu were a family. However, the proprietress and her family didn't care. In the end, the two put down the things they chose and paid the bill. The two sisters-in-law bought half a bag of white flour and some eggs and ran back in a hurry. Here, Ji Wanqing looked at the golden wound medicine, iron pot and kitchen knife, and was surprised and distressed. Shu, have you spent almost all the silver? Cui Er just gave 10 taels of silver. The golden wound medicine was at least 2 taels per bottle. The iron pot and kitchen knife would probably cost 1 or 2 taels. They had stayed at the post station before, so there must not be much left. Yuan Shu smiled innocently. Don't worry, mother. Thanks to Grandma who loves us, she asked my second aunt to buy kitchen knives and iron pots as gifts. She said it in a loud voice, deliberately for the G family to hear. Lu and others were immediately distressed, but also felt it was impossible. After a while, Wang and Wu came. Wu, who was always cowardly and taciturn, did not speak. Give the iron pot and kitchen knife back. You shameless woman. You actually took advantage of me. Yuan Shu was very innocent and pretended to be surprised. Why do you say that, aunt? Didn't you say that after I bought the golden wound medicine, I couldn't afford these things so you could afford to buy them for us? So you're lying to us? I didn't. Wang gritted her teeth and defended.
You did.
If you hadn't agreed to pay, how could the boss let me take it away? She had never been a top-notch person. Although she was acting at the moment, it was still very cool. Lu came over with a stick, cursing you. The Pei family have hurt us so badly, and you still want to take advantage of us. You are so shameless. We don't have relatives like you. Give the things back. Wang immediately took away the pots, bowls, kitchen knives without saying anything, as if she had received an imperial decree. Ji Wanqing had just praised the G family with the children, and now she felt invisible slaps on her face again and again. In fact, all of this was intentional by Yuan Shu, in order to tear off the disguise of the G family and cut a knife in the heart of her mother-in-law to make her sober. We regarded the G family as a family and believed what you said, but we didn't expect you to play with us. It's too much.
Who is your family?
You are greedy for merit and advancement, and you killed so many innocent soldiers. It's a sin. Before leaving, Lu did not forget to attack Ji Wanqing in disgust. Yuan Shu pretended to be angry, but when she saw Ji Wanqing and her brother-in-law and sister-in-law looking sad and angry, she was still happy. The strong medicine has almost been taken, and they have to give them some time to digest it. Mother, don't be sad. We still have some silver left. We can go buy it ourselves. Yuan Shu said, and walked away. His face was almost torn. Next, if the G family wanted to occupy their cart and quilt, they could refuse and fight back mercilessly. Mother, don't be sad. Pei Yuanlin comforted foolishly, following Yuan Shu's departure with his eyes, and there was a sparse light in his eyes. His princess didn't look stupid. He was wondering why she was suddenly as confused as her mother. It turned out that this was her idea. It was good to make trouble for the G family and let his silly mother see the true face of those people. He used to dislike these relatives, but he and his father didn't want his mother to be disappointed and upset, so they had to turn a blind eye. He never thought that they were so ruthless and ungrateful. Not only did they not help, but they also wanted to squeeze out the benefits of their Pei family. Yuan Shu didn't know that his plan was seen through by someone at a glance. After getting the pot back, Lu was in a much better mood. But Ji Xiaoying felt uncomfortable. Such a woman who loves to take advantage of others is actually her cousin's wife. Why does he have to marry her instead of himself? He deserved to be stupid and disabled. Grandmother, that woman is really not presentable. She is always thinking of taking advantage of our family. She borrowed money and wanted to steal their pots, bowls, kitchen knives. Little did they know that their G family had taken advantage of the Pei family for 20 years. The G family's wealth and prosperity were all due to the Pei family, but now they are fussing over a pot. A cheap embryo deserves a disability. She is dreaming. Lu snorted coldly. You all should be smart. That cheap girl is full of bad water. Don't let her take advantage of our family. The G family nodded and gnawed the dry food in their hands. They all thought that Yuan Shu was a top-notch country girl who loves to take advantage of others. She pretended to leave to buy a pot again, but actually found a deserted place, flashed into the space to take a shower, and ate half a roasted chicken. She returned after rinsing her mouth. Eating meat with big mouthfuls is really satisfying. Sweep away hunger, full of energy. Be yourself. Those who went to the town to buy supplies came back. Only Yuan Shu was late with a backpack on his back. Ji Xiaoying became sarcastic. We are all about to set off, but you are the only one dawdling. Not only do you make us all wait for you, but you also delay the military commander's trip. These officers immediately looked impatient, and the whips in their hands shook, as if they were going to make an example of them. Pei Yuanlin saw it from afar, anxious and worried. Yuan Shu's heart sank. The officer hasn't said anything. Why are you interfering here? Besides, the officer sympathizes with us prisoners, so how can I not follow the rules? Can you teach the officer how to do things? With a few words, the spearhead turned to Ji Xiaoying. Snap! The whip hit Ji Xiaoying's feet, and the officer in charge of counting the number of people had a sharp look in his eyes. Get lost. We don't need you to tell us what to do. Yuan Shu clasped his fists respectfully at this time. Thank you for your understanding. You are the most reasonable officials I have ever seen. It is a blessing for us to be escorted by you. Who doesn't like to hear nice words, especially when the other party has a pair of clean eyes and an innocent face? Humph. Stop flattering us. You broke our rules, and you'll be punished. She said so, but it was obvious that she had exposed Yuan Shu's matter. She was just setting off, so she didn't fall behind and waste time. Ji Xiaoying wanted to see Yuan Shu unhappy, and she almost got beaten. She was resentful in her heart, but she couldn't say anything else. Fox Charmer, you're used to seducing people, bah. Wang snorted, using anger to cover up her jealousy and envy. Although Yuan Shu followed her mother to the Su family and was not favored, she was born with a beautiful face. If she hadn't been raised on the farm, I'm afraid her beauty would have been famous in the capital. Sister-in-law, I'll carry it. Seeing that Yuan Shu had bought these necessary things again, Pei Shishir and her brother and sister scrambled to share the burden. Hang the iron pot next to the cart. The bowls and chopsticks are clean. I'll put them in the rice bag, so they won't break easily. Sister-in-law, you are so amazing. You know so much. Pei Shishir was full of admiration and worship. Obviously, sister-in-law was not much older than her, but she could support the family. On the other hand, they themselves knew nothing. At this moment, the brother and sister felt that they had lived in vain in the past years. I have been in the manor for a long time, and I know a little bit by osmosis. Let's go. Pei Yuanlin struggled to get down and walk by himself, but was pushed back by Yuan Shu. You should heal your wounds first, dear. His hands will definitely not be able to use strength in the short term, but it doesn't matter. The spiritual spring water will help him recover slowly. After the wounds on his back and stomach are healed, it will be good to use him to pull the cart. Now, let him fatten up first. Oh no, heal the wounds. Ji Wanqing was relieved that her son was stupid, but she was not willful and followed to comfort him. Yuaner, listen to your wife. Take good care of your injuries and recover soon so that you can help us. Pei Yuanlin pretended to be sensible and nodded. The exile team moved forward little by little. Because they all brought their families and bags, the speed was not very fast, but no one dared to dawdle. Those who dawdled would be whipped by the officials. The G family members felt aggrieved and couldn't help complaining, Sir, at this speed, when will we get to Lingnan? The official walking on the side glanced at them. If everything goes well, it will take 4 or 5 months. If the road is blocked and we have to take a detour, it is possible to spend 1.5 years. They took the official road and relied entirely on their legs, so the journey was very slow. No one could tell what risks there would be along the way. This was not said behind everyone's back, and everyone felt heavy after hearing it. I repeat, don't even think about escaping. Anyone who escapes will die. Those with families may not be able to escape. Those who can escape will be hacked to death. The moral constraints and the consequences of a failed escape frightened them. Those who had originally thought of escaping had no choice but to remain silent. Pei Yani and the others had confusion in their eyes. Mom, is Lingnan so far away? What kind of place is that? Ji Wanqing was stumped. I don't know either. Before she got married, she stayed at the G family's main door and only learned needlework, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and kept in mind the requirements of the female precepts. Try to be a virtuous lady, a good wife, and protect the family and respect the elders. Pei Shishir's eyes were filled with fear and resistance. I heard from the storyteller that Lingnan is full of deep mountains and old forests, and some villagers are even arrogant and unreasonable in order to be civilized. Some of them eat raw meat and drink blood. Yuan Shu was very upset. Not really not. But why did I hear that Lingnan has mountains and waters? Although it is poorer, it is not as bad as you know. Several people looked at Yuan Shu in confusion. Really, sister-in-law? How did you know? Ahem. There was a man from the village who came from here. It was not as exaggerated as the storyteller said, but the environment was a bit bad. There are definitely deep mountains and old forests, and it is true that there are many snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Having mountains and water also means that people won't starve to death. Yuan Shu's emphasis on this sentence calmed them down a lot. Pei Yuanlin listened quietly and continued to act like a fool, but he agreed with her in his heart. Exile to Lingnan is better than exile to the northwest. It gets cold early there, and people can freeze to death if they're not careful. Since you're gone, make the best of it. Ji Wanqing took a deep breath and comforted the few people. No place is easy. Since the war started in the past 2 years, many places across the country have suffered disasters, either droughts, floods, or earthquakes. Being exiled to Lingnan is not the worst, but there are mountains behind it, so you won't starve to death. On the way, Yuan Shu and the others shared their luggage with each other, and everyone walked and stopped. The atmosphere was harmonious, and they were tireless. When the sun set, the officials ordered to reorganize on the spot. We can't catch up with the post station today, so let's rest again. The officials began to distribute the overnight steamed buns bought for midway supplies. They were cold and hard, and they were choking to eat. No one refused, except for the G family, Ji Heng and Ji Xiaoying, who met up later. The brother and sister hid a lot of money and were very confident. "Thank you, sir. You have worked hard." When it was Yuan Shu's turn, she took the steamed buns and thanked them sincerely. Although the officials didn't say anything, they would definitely have a better impression. After getting the steamed buns, Yuan Shu and Ji Wanqing stayed where they were, while Pei Yani and Pei Shishir went to pick up dry firewood. The fire couldn't be extinguished that night, first to drive away wild beasts, and second to keep warm. Yuan Shu himself took the cotton vegetables that he picked on the road, which are also called qingming vegetables in some places. Qingming vegetables are edible shu. Can you eat these things you picked? Facing her mother-in-law, who had 0 survival skills in the wild, Yuan Shu didn't get annoyed and explained seriously. "Oh, it turns out that it can be eaten. No wonder many people picked them along the way." Ji Wanqing picked up the qingming vegetables carefully and tried her best to identify them. At first, she felt very uncomfortable and often hid and wiped her tears, but after a few days, she had to accept the reality and humbly asked Yuan Shu for various survival skills. Yuan Shu blanched the washed qingming vegetables, took them out, chopped them into pieces, and put them in 2 large bowls. Then pour in an appropriate amount of flour, stir evenly with chopsticks, and then cover them with a piece of cloth and put them next to the campfire. Then she took out a small piece of bacon from her bag, washed it, cut it into diced meat, and mixed it with a handful of wild garlic picked on the road to make stuffing. "Mother, can you make dumplings? Like this?" Yuan Shu demonstrated to Ji Wanqing, and she nodded. "I have learned some before, it should be no problem." After marrying into the Pei family, she watched her mother-in-law wash her hands and cook soup for her father-in-law, and pestered her to learn a little, but she was not very good at it. "Then I'll leave these vegetable dumplings to you, Mother, and I'll make porridge." The hard steamed buns were thrown into the pot by Yuan Shu. She had just changed the water in the pot and grabbed a handful of cornmeal to cook porridge. After adding the steamed buns, the porridge tasted even more fragrant. Pei Yuanlin sat against the cart, quietly watching Yuan Shu busy. In fact, while no one was paying attention, he secretly mobilized his internal force to regulate his breathing and tried to raise his hand. The porridge was taken out of the pot and cooled down. Yuan Shu once again changed the hot water, put the vegetable dumplings into the steamer, and steamed them on high heat. These things were taken out of the space when she went back to buy an iron pot. This thing is not expensive. It is common in every family, and it is an indispensable cooking tool. The porridge cooled down a little, the vegetable dumplings were ready, and the meat smelled. "It smells so good." Who is so extravagant that they still have meat to eat now? Many people smelled the smell and couldn't help but sigh, and looked sideways at Yuan Shu. She didn't respond, but took out 4 vegetable dumplings, put them in a bowl, and called Yan. Go. Ji Wanqing thought of something, didn't refuse, and even urged her son to follow. This daughter-in-law is a strong-minded and family-oriented person. She must have her own reasons for doing this. Yuan Shu brought Yunyi to deliver the vegetable dumplings and explained his purpose. "Sir, I'm sorry for delaying your trip today. The vegetable dumplings are freshly steamed. If you don't mind, please have a taste." They naturally looked down on the vegetable dumplings, but the aroma made them inexplicably hungry. "You are so thoughtful. Put the food down." The leading officer's Adam's apple moved, and for the first time, he did not refuse. The officer who turned a blind eye to Yuan Shu today looked a little surprised. It was the first time that his boss accepted something from an exile. "Go back, be alert at night. If you get bitten by snakes, insects, rats, or ants, don't blame us for not reminding you. I have a pack of insect repellent powder here. Consider it the purchase of your vegetable dumplings." Chow Yuan took out a pack of oil paper from a bag on the side, and Yuan Shu took it after thanking him. "Brother, this vegetable dumpling smells a bit fragrant. I didn't expect that the young lady of the Pei family has such cooking skills." When they just left Beijing, everyone ate dry food. After a long time, they still had to make fire and cook by themselves. It was not the first time for them to prisoners. Generally, they did not accept the prisoners' kindness. Even if they accepted it, they would only let them find someone to see a doctor, buy supplies, etc. Wang Dazai opened his mouth and saw Chow Yuan took a bite of the vegetable dumpling and then even took the bowl. Fragrant. The wild vegetables were fragrant, and the aroma of bacon and small wild garlic was tempting after a bite. "Brother, let me have a taste." Wang Da swallowed his saliva without any ambition, and finally he asked for one with a shameless face. If it weren't for his shame, he would have wanted to run back and buy a few from Yuan Shu to try. On the way back, Yunyi was very puzzled. "Sister-in-law, it's useless to bribe the officials. It wastes our food." Yuan Shu covered his mouth with his backhand. "Don't talk nonsense. This is not bribery. This is called showing goodwill. We don't expect the officials to treat us kindly. As long as they don't deliberately make things difficult for us, it's a good thing." Oh. Pei Yunyi suddenly realized and secretly remembered this truth. When the G family saw Yuan Shu giving the things away, he returned a packet of insect repellent powder and couldn't help but be sarcastic. "It's just a packet of insect repellent powder. What's there to be happy about?" Yuan Shu pursed his lips. "Cousin, do you think the insect repellent powder given by the official is fake medicine?" No way, no way. The officials are such an upright group of people. How could they fool me with fake medicine? Even if it is fake medicine, it is much more valuable than my few worthless vegetable dumplings. I believe them. The officials understand that we are not used to the hardships of exile, and they have never urged us to hurry up. They are not the kind of people with ulterior motives, you say. After eating the vegetable dumplings, Wang Da, who felt that they were not tasty enough, heard this and saw that his boss looked unhappy. He walked over with a whip in his hand. The officials who heard Yuan Shu's words looked at Ji Xiaoying with unfriendly eyes. "It seems that you, my little lady, have a lot of opinions about us brothers." Wang Da whipped the whip in his hand, and Wang pulled her daughter with heartache. The whip fell on her arm, and she screamed in pain. This scream made Yuan Shu feel particularly comfortable. Pei Yunyi's expression remained unchanged, but he was also gloating in his heart, and at the same time he admired his sister-in-law's mouth. Just a few words made the enemy throw away their armor. "Sir, misunderstanding, I didn't mean that." Wang was in pain and broke into a cold sweat, and hurriedly explained. Wang Da snorted, "We don't need you to point fingers at us. The vegetable dumplings are our boss's barter for insect repellent powder. Don't use your dirty mind to figure out our boss. If anyone talks nonsense again and ruins the reputation of the official, they will be whipped." As he said that, he whipped Wang again. The mother and daughter hugged each other, trembling and dared not say a word. Yuan Shu called Wang Da, "Sir Wang, this bag of insect repellent powder, I think it's a lot. Those vegetable dumplings are not enough. Yunyi, go get 2 more for the sir." This move not only expressed her gratitude, but also made things difficult for the G family. She was very happy. "Okay, sister-in-law." Pei Yunyi took the bowl back and took 2 more vegetable dumplings. Wang Da nodded with a cold face and took them away generously. Wang was supported by Ji Xiaoying to go back. The Ji family did not dare to complain, for fear that the officials would misunderstand that they were dissatisfied. They held back and did not speak, but the look in their eyes when they looked at Yuan Shu became more and more unfriendly, mixed with strong hatred. Lu glared at Ji Xiaoying. "If you can't speak, shut up. If you implicate the family, I will not forgive you." Grandma, I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again in the future. She just said it casually, and she didn't expect things to develop like this. After returning home, the porridge was warm and cold, and paired with steaming vegetable dumplings, it was another hearty dinner. After eating and drinking, Yuan Shu was responsible for guarding the first 2 hours, and then changed people. Whether it was Pei Yanni or Ji Wanqing, they took turns. It's time to apply the medicine. Where are you going with your limp? If you fall into a pit and get taken away by a tiger, don't cry. Yuan Shu took out the medicine, but saw Pei Yuanlin struggling to go to a secluded corner and couldn't help but call him. I'm in a hurry. Because they were too tired, the other members of the Pei family had already slept soundly leaning against each other, and they didn't even consider Pei Yuanlin's 3 urgent problems. Yuan Shu was embarrassed. Well, I'll go with you, don't worry, I won't look at you. What's so good about a little fool? Anyway, she saw and touched him, so there's no need to be hypocritical now. Pei Yuanlin's ears turned red. I'll go by myself. Okay, don't go too far. Yuan Shu knew that although his IQ was damaged, his sense of shame was still there, so he didn't force it. Pei Yuanlin, who left, had a wrist injury, so it took him a while to unbutton his pants, but he found out after he was done. Something big happened. His hands were weak and he couldn't pull up his pants. His younger brother Pei Yanni had taken care of him these 2 days. Annoyance, depression, and anger lingered in his heart, and he was resentful and aggrieved. He and his father were both known as the god of war, but now he has become a useless man who can't even pull up his pants. He would never allow it. Pei Yuanlin gritted his teeth, pulled at the waist of his pants little by little, and tied it crookedly. After finishing all this, he felt his wrists were wet and burning. On this side, Yuan Shu waited for him for a long time, but he didn't come back, and she felt something was wrong. What's the situation? Did he fall into the ditch? She walked towards Pei Yuanlin without saying a word, and saw that he was in a ditch, limping back weakly. Why are you so slow? Wait, the wound on your hand has broken open. Why are you showing off? It's almost useless. Don't you want these hands? Yuan Shu cursed and helped him forward, feeling angry. As a doctor, she saw patients who didn't listen to the doctor's advice the most, and she wanted to punch them.
I didn't mean it.
Pei Yuanlin regretted it now. He was unwilling to show off, but it backfired and made her more worried. Forget it. Go back and I'll apply medicine for you. Under a tree not far away, Ji-hun looked at this side with a mocking look in his eyes. Waste. You have come to this day. Pei Yuanlin lowered his eyes and glanced at this side with the corner of his eyes, but pretended to be stupid on his face, as if he was guilty of doing something wrong. His tendons were picked, and his senses were as sharp as ever. Yuan Shu uncovered the gauze and saw the blood flowing from the broken wound, and couldn't help muttering, Don't show off next time. Call me, or Yanni if you have any problems.
Got it?
Got it, my lady. Pei Yuanlin's cheeks flushed after he shouted this. Yuan Shu was stunned but didn't correct him. She treated the wound carefully, wrapped the gauze, and leaned against the cart side by side with him. Rest early, recover early.
Well.
Pei Yuanlin secretly swore that he would not show off or take risks again, and just wanted to get better. Wang was beaten and there was no medicine, so she could only be thrown to the ground. She groaned for half the night, and because she made a lot of noise when everyone was resting, the official came to warn her once. The next morning, Yuan Shu and his friends got up early, simply steamed the leftover vegetable dumplings for breakfast, and then set off. Because Wang was injured, the G family had to share her luggage with others, and everyone's resentment towards her and Ji Xiaoying was much heavier. If only there was a cart. Ji-hun looked at Pei Yuanlin lying on the cart and being pushed away by Yuan Shu, and envied him. He became a fool, and his hands were broken, but he could still marry such a stupid wife who knew how to cook and protect the family. He was really lucky. Wait a few days, and see if you can ask the official to be lenient. Then we can buy a big one. Wang was also distressed about the things her son was carrying, and hurried to comfort him. They are not very happy with the Pei family now. Pei Yuanlin is seriously injured, and they can't get the cart, not to mention that the Pei family disagrees. Even the officials will not agree. Without the cart, Pei Yuanlin will limp and walk. Wouldn't it take more time? That day, everyone hurried and finally arrived at a small town when it was dark.
There was a small inn.
As usual, there are two ways to stay, sleeping in a big bunk bed or a single room, and the prices are different. Yuan Shu chose a single room as usual. The price of a single room in this town is cheap. One room only costs 1 or 2 silver coins, and it provides hot water and 5 white flour buns. In the middle of the night, something scraped across the wooden board, and a dark shadow passed by the door. Yuan Shu and Pei Yunyi opened their eyes at the same time. This is murderous intent. Yuan Shu turned his head to look at Pei Yuanlin, and he quickly closed his eyes. He silently said to himself that he was a fool at this moment and should not have such a keen perception. But this feeling is not good. Maybe these people are coming for him, to kill him or to test him. He has to find a way to resolve the crisis. By the way, he saw Pei's assassins following him, and he could only take risks when necessary. Yuan Shu got up on tiptoe, quietly opened the door, and walked out. It was already midnight, and most of the people staying here were exiles. The snoring from downstairs could be heard on the second floor. TSK, snoring when sleeping, so annoying. She muttered softly, and Pei Yuanlin heard it. She secretly rejoiced in her heart that she never snored when she slept and had excellent sleep quality. After Yuan Shu muttered, she carefully observed the door of her room and found that the other party had drawn a symbol on the doorplate and the door. She rolled her eyes and covered her mouth with her hands to laugh. She quickly pulled down the doorplate of the G family across the street, drew a mark on it, and swapped the doorplates on both sides of their house. Then she erased the mark on her own door. After doing all this, she returned to her room. Pei Yuanlin secretly watched and saw her take down the doorplate on her side, and roughly knew what she had done. His princess is so smart. There's something interesting to watch. Yuan Shu covered his mouth and laughed secretly, lying back on the couch, actually listening with his ears perked up. Less than half an hour later, there were screams from the opposite door, and the sound of tables, chairs, and benches being smashed. The guards of the inn were startled and ran over. After a brief fight, the man in black broke the window and left. Yuan Shu and the others were awakened and opened the door to see like everyone else. "Oh, our store is a small business. What should we do? Sir, you have to make the decision for us." The shopkeeper slapped his thigh, his eyes red with anger. The most feared thing in doing business is to meet a desperate man. How could he meet one today? Chao Yuan glanced at the G family members who were huddled in the corner in fear, and frowned. Someone is looking for revenge on them, so they have to compensate for the losses. We don't ask, just let them take it away. As for whether the compensation was money or a beating, he didn't care. The G family felt wronged, and the most angry was Ji Hung. He covered his injured arm and looked at Pei Yuanlin fiercely. "It's you, the enemy is looking for them." Pei Yuanlin continued to play dumb. "Cousin, what did you say?" "You know the enemy." Yuan Shu took over the conversation. "Cousin, don't talk nonsense. Although our Pei family made a mistake and was demoted, but His Majesty was merciful and spared the lives of the Pei family. Do you mean that His Majesty or someone you know is looking for revenge on us?" Ji Hung was speechless. For the first time, he experienced Yuan Shu's sharp tongue. I didn't mean that." Of course, he guessed that His Majesty and the Crown Prince would not let Pei Yuanlin off so easily, but if he admitted this, wouldn't that be a case of speaking out of turn? It must be that the Pei family has made too many enemies over the years and provoked other enemies. After Ji Hung finished speaking, the Ji family was furious and wanted to rush up and beat up the Pei family to vent their anger. Yuan Shu apologized. "Oh, it's not impossible, but we are a family. It's normal for them to vent their anger on the Ji family. I'm really sorry for my grandmother, uncle, aunt, and cousins. The Pei and Ji families are a family, you will definitely understand. Thank you for blocking the disaster." Thinking that they were blocking the disaster for others, the Ji family members were so angry that they trembled all over. Lu was about to distance herself from the matter, but the innkeeper interrupted her with an angry shout. "Do you want to talk about anything else? Who will pay for the damaged items?" Jibin pointed at Pei Yuanlin and Yuan Shu with a gloomy face. "The thieves came to find you, so of course they should pay for the losses." "That's right, find them." The G family members talked at once. Yuan Shu spoke at this time. "We would like to share the worries for Grandma, but we are really shy. Grandma and Uncle love the younger generation so much. They will definitely not let us pay. Besides, what evidence do you have to prove that these people are here to cause trouble for us? What if it is your G family's grudge?" At this time, the officials and the guards of the inn found the marks on the door. All signs indicate that they have scouted the place and are coming for the G family. The second master of the G family has done many shameful things during his years as an official in the capital. And there is Ji Hao, the dandy, who has harmed many innocent people.
Pay.
"We have used the best furniture in this house. 30 taels, 1 cent less. I want one of your legs." The Ji family looked unhappy. In the past, who would dare to treat them like this, but today, "Our house has been confiscated. We don't have that much money. If we had money, could our family squeeze into one house? Shopkeeper, can you please give us less compensation?" Wang said, enduring the pain in her arms and back. At this time, Chao Yuan came out to be a peacemaker. "Shopkeeper, it's not easy for them. For my sake, give me less." At least 2 taels. After paying the money and covering the broken window with a curtain, the Ji family lived in the house. Because they were scared, they didn't sleep well that night. I don't know if the killer didn't want to alarm everyone or what, but he didn't come again in the second half of the night. Yuan Shu and the others drank space water and soaked their feet in space water to relieve fatigue. Although they didn't sleep in the second half of the night, they were still energetic. They looked fine, but the Ji family hurt them now, and they were even more resentful of the Pei family. On the way out, the more Jibin thought about it, the more he felt that they were implicated by the Ji family. He gathered everyone together. Some people don't want the Pei family to be well, but it seems inconvenient to take action. Maybe we can make meritorious contributions to avoid the suffering of exile. After hearing this, the eyes of the others lit up. It has only been a few days, and life is too hard. Going to Lingnan, everything starts from scratch, and they don't know what kind of hard days are waiting for them. Dad is right, this is a good opportunity. Ji Jun spoke at this time. "Second brother, what you said makes sense, but have you ever thought about whether we will be silenced after the success? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Pei family was suppressed because their merits surpassed their master. In order to avoid being exposed, those who participated may all be dealt with in the future. Their 2 families are in-laws, and even if they kill their relatives for the greater good, people may not believe it. The eldest brother is right. Serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. Don't mention this matter again." Lu was still terrified when she remembered the imperial edict coming down before, and she was still worried about being beheaded. Finally, the Ji family decided to sit on the sidelines and not take any action. During the break, Yuan Shu went to get some water, deliberately going to a remote place, and soon there was a rustling sound. The man appeared 3 meters away from her. "Your subordinates are here to see the princess. I failed to protect the master last night. Please punish me." When they realized that something had happened, the inn was already quiet, so they kept watch around. They didn't find any traces of the killer, and they didn't dare to inquire easily, for fear of alerting the enemy. Yuan Shu realized that these were the assassins of the Pei family. There's no need to punish them. Get up and talk. What's your name? Your Highness, I am Ingjiu. Each generation of the Pei family's warriors and secret guards has its own surname, and the rest are ranked according to their strength. Since the Pei family was hit hard, those secret guards were either dead or injured, or were secretly eliminated. Now the Pei family has only these warriors left. Because Pei Yuanlin asked them to hide in the dark before going to the war, and told them not to go out unless it was absolutely necessary, they were afraid that they would be exposed. The Pei family is so big there should be more than just you, right? Yuan Shu rolled her eyes and spoke lightly. On the battlefield, there are soldiers who are willing to follow and sacrifice their lives, and she doesn't believe that the Pei family has no private soldiers. The powerful people in the capital have some people on the surface, and they also train people in private. Jiao was silent for a moment, with a bit of vigilance in his eyes. Yes, but the contact information is only known by His Majesty, and I don't know. They went on the expedition with His Majesty before, and I have no way of knowing whether there are any survivors. The Pei family was allowed by their ancestors to have 2,000 private soldiers. After so many years, the number of people has not increased on the surface, but it has grown a lot in secret. This is also one of the reasons why the current emperor is wary. He wants these people to be loyal to him, and he is also worried that the Pei family will become powerful with his own troops. Therefore, he did not hesitate to calculate innocent soldiers a year ago to set up a trap for the Pei family. Okay, I understand. Yuan Shu knew that these assassins still had reservations about her, and she didn't want to ask too much. Jiao secretly exhaled. Brothers are nearby. As long as you, the princess, give the order, we will fight to the death to the masters to escape. These escorting officers are no match for us. Yuan Shu shook his head, not appropriate. The escorting officers are not strong, but don't forget that there are people who are eyeing us in the dark, waiting to catch us in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, the whole world belongs to the king. Where can they escape to? Once they escape from the exile team, the emperor will give them a reward, and then not only the government but also the people in the world will hunt them down. What's more, the prince's injuries are not healed yet, and he can't run far. The dog emperor will take advantage of the situation and say that they disobeyed the emperor's order and intended to rebel, which will give the other party a legitimate reason to deal with him. Princess, what do you mean? Yuan Shu's expression was serious.
Keep your troops in place for now.
Don't do anything without my order. I will contact you in advance if I need anything. According to their arrangements in the past few days, the only reliable person in Pei's family is this princess. I obey your order. Jiao told Yuan Shu the contact information and quietly withdrew. Pei Yuanlin and others stayed where they were, not knowing what was happening here. Although he recovered his consciousness, he still felt a headache from time to time, and only tapping it gently could relieve it. What are you doing? Yuan Shu came back and saw Pei Yuanlin sitting under the tree to rest, clenching his fists and hitting his head, like hitting a watermelon. It hurts. I don't know if it's too smooth to pretend to be stupid or what. Pei Yuanlin was wronged as soon as he opened his mouth. He was really stupid for half a year, and there was no flaw in pretending. Don't hit me. What if I'm even stupider? Yuan Shu sighed in his heart and silently took Pei Yuanlin's pulse again. The blood stasis in the brain compresses the nerves and affects the mind. If acupuncture can be used to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, it is possible that the person will become a normal person in the future. At present, it is not appropriate for her to show her medical skills. After all, they will not believe it even if she tells them. It is difficult to deal with patients who do not believe. If you have a headache, ask us to rub it for you. Don't hit it with your hands. Your wrist injury has not healed yet. Yuan Shu said, standing behind Pei Yuanlin, helping him press the acupuncture points on the temple and other heads. After a while, the pain was relieved a lot. When the sun was setting, it was still far from the next post station, so everyone had to stay in the wild. Everyone stopped not far from the roadside. Sir, we want to go to the mountains to find out if there is anything to eat and pick up firewood by the way. As soon as the team stopped, someone among the exiled prisoners proposed.
Go.
Some people who were exiled alone were worried that they would run away, so these people were not allowed to leave the team. They relied on helping the officials to carry their bags or do odd jobs in exchange for something other than steamed buns. This time, Yuan Shu took Yunyi into the mountains. Perhaps it was because of the experience last night that made him alert. He kept looking around and got nervous when there was a little noise. Yunyi, what's wrong with you? You're so suspicious. Sister-in-law, I'm worried about a sneak attack by bad guys. Pei, Yunyi muttered softly.
He had thought about it yesterday.
Those people who came with bad intentions might be coming for their Pei family. If you are not vigilant, you don't know when you will be harmed by others. Yuan Shu was about to comfort him, but she noticed the G family not far away. She rolled her eyes and chuckled. Don't be afraid. We still have our grandmother and uncle. A family should share weal and woe. In the past, the G family also relied on our Pei family for protection. If there is something, they will not turn a blind eye. Pei Yanni noticed Yuan Shu's playful wink and suddenly realized. Sister-in-law, you are right. My uncle and cousin are quite skilled. With more people, they are more than enough to protect us. For many years, this dynasty has valued military power over literature, so most men know some martial arts and not all of them are weak scholars. Then I won't be afraid, sister-in-law. Let's find some wild vegetables to eat tonight. The two bent over and looked around. Ji Xiaoying in the dark was furious. She wanted to say something, but the man next to her covered her mouth with his hand. The father and daughter distanced themselves silently and ran back, without even looking for wild vegetables. After the two told the whole family what Yuan Shu and Pei Yunyi said, everyone was silent. That has a good plan. She wants to use our G family as a shield. Others didn't say anything, but Wang couldn't help it. She had suffered so much along the way because of the people of the Pei family. Mom is right. They want to drag us down with them. Brother, what should we do? We have already been exiled. Do we have to risk our lives? When Ji Hao spoke, his lips pulled his loose teeth, and his face was distorted with pain. The eldest family did not speak. They had no say. Ji Heng's expression was cold. Of course not. Let us think about it. What to do? Yes, this matter needs to be considered in the long run. Jibin has a brain, but now he is old, and he discusses any ideas with his eldest son. The Ji family looked solemn. Looking at the Pei family in the distance, they just felt a breath in their hearts, and they were extremely uncomfortable. Here, Yuan Shu quietly put down 20 eggs in the bushes, rubbed them with mud, and then gently guided Pei Yanni to find them. The eggs were from the space pharmacy, and they were used to promote the grandpas and aunts when they opened. There were rice, flour, grain, oil, tissues, and washing supplies, as well as some daily tools. Her rich bestie almost moved the canteen here. Of course, it was convenient for her now. Wow, sister-in-law, come quickly. What's the matter? Yuan Shu pretended to know nothing, and then was surprised. Oh, there are so many pheasant eggs. We are in for a treat tonight. Come on, take them all away. Pei Yunyi looked conflicted. It's not good to take all of them, right? What if the hen comes back and finds that her eggs are lost? She will be so angry that she will die. Yuan Shu. He is really a young master from Beijing, still thinking about these things at this critical moment. The hen will still lay, but if we don't take them away, you will starve. In troubled times, being too soft-hearted is not a good thing. Today she will teach this kid a good lesson. Pei Yanyi immediately showed a guilty look. Sister-in-law, I know. He suppressed the ridiculous entanglement in his heart, lifted up his clothes, and took the eggs in a pot, and the two of them went down the mountain with a shepherd's purse they dug. The other exiles saw it and were so envious. Unfortunately, they searched everywhere and couldn't find it. A couple did find a nest of bird eggs, but the total was not as big as Yuan Shu's eggs. You are still useful. Ji Wanqing and Pei Shishir praised, and Pei Yunyi showed confidence on his face. Pei Yuanlin watched quietly, smiled foolishly, and gave his brother a thumbs up. After Yuan Shu returned, he gave the shepherd's purse to Pei Shishir to wash, and started to cook. Shepherd's purse, also known as mother-in-law Ding Chuer, gave them a lot of rice and flour. They had eaten dry food these days and had not eaten well. Today she wanted to make a delicious meal. By the way, Shu, see if you should roast it slowly over low heat next. The white rice in the pot was boiled dry and then it was stewed. The top layer of the pot was cornmeal mixed with water. In the past few days, Ji Wanqing asked other exiled women for cooking experience, and she learned it well. Yes, mother. You learn very quickly. Ji Wanqing blushed slightly when she was praised. She didn't expect that one day she would learn these things, but she felt proud for some reason. Then, Yuan Shu cut a small piece of bacon, the fat part, and used it to fry eggs. When no one else was paying attention, she quietly added vegetable oil. Then add chopped shepherd's purse and stir-fry together. Soon, a dish of shepherd's purse, bacon, and eggs is ready. Mix white rice with cornmeal and pour the shepherd's purse, bacon, and eggs with soup on it, and a bowl of rice is ready. Eat it. Yuan Shu held the rice and started eating. Pei Yunyi shoveled it into his mouth and stopped after a while to feed his eldest brother Pei Yuanlin. Brother, open your mouth, don't move your hands. You are injured. Pei Yunyi felt it was awkward to open his mouth for food, but he still held back because showing off would only drag down his family. Seeing their family having fun and smelling the fragrance of the food, many people envied them. It smells so good. We also made fried bacon, but why does it taste different from others? The G family also looked at this side, hoping that Ji Wanqing would be more considerate and bring the food over. As a result, there was no movement for a long time. My little sister is really becoming more and more selfish. Mother used to treat her so well, but now she doesn't know how to honor her when she has delicious food. Ji Bin swallowed his saliva, criticizing her with his mouth, but he was envious in his heart. They also had some meat, but there were so many people, and the amount in the bowl was not enough for 2 mouthfuls. The road was still long, and they didn't dare to squander their money for fear of showing off their wealth and being coveted by others. Ji Wanqing could tell that it was Ji Bin who was ordering her, but she pretended not to hear. Yunyi, take the extra bowl to honor the official. If possible, borrow the official's whetstone to sharpen our kitchen knives. She didn't have much silver on her, so she had to take out the worst kitchen knife in the space so that she could lie and say she spent the least money. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll go right away. Yuan Shu didn't follow this time and she didn't care, but now she was a married woman and it was not good to always do this. Pei Yunyi, who had just eaten a few mouthfuls of rice, quickly tidied his appearance and carried a bowl of rice over, which was covered with fragrant shepherd's purse, bacon and fried eggs, and the aroma wafted all the way. There were many officials in this group, and there were 2 carriages and 2 carts. They took turns to rest and brought some things needed for the. They had a lot of things. Sometimes the exiles were short of something and couldn't buy it, so they bought it from them, which was also a source of income for these officials. Sister-in-law, I'm back. Here. Pei Yunyi put down the grindstone and spread out his palm, which still had 5 coins in it. The official said that it would be used to pay for a meal. The 1 coin less is the cost of renting the grindstone. First of all, these officials are not short of food. Secondly, they also have to save face. Occasionally accepting it can be regarded as giving the exiles a little face. You can't just eat the exiles' food. Over time, it will lead to insufficient deterrence, and it will be easy to cause trouble. I understand. Sit down and eat. Yuan Shu took the 5 copper coins and put them in her pocket. No one else in the Pei family had any objections. The G family noticed this and were surprised and unhappy. Others wanted to reduce their presence in front of the officials, but she was good at flattering them and even earned the officials things. TSK, hypocritical, who knows what's in your stomach? Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache after eating it? Ji Xiaoying probably didn't learn her lesson and muttered. After hearing this, Yuan Shu mocked. Husband, let me tell you a story. Pei Yuanlin's eyes were confused. Why did he tell a story for no reason? He didn't need to be coaxed. He was puzzled in his heart, but he looked very happy and expectant on the surface. Okay, madam, please tell me. It's an illusion called sour grapes. Ji Xiaoying heard that it was implied about herself. She gritted her teeth in anger and accidentally bit her tongue, choking and coughing. After telling the story, Yuan Shu did not stop, but continued to process the remaining shepherd's purse. She planned to make shepherd's purse steamed buns and steam a few more steamed buns to eat on the way. Sister-in-law, my brother and I are going to wash the dishes and will come to help you later. Ji Wanqing took the clothes she had changed and went to the stream to wash them. During this journey, as long as she had time, she tried her best to clean herself and everyone else. Okay, be careful. It felt good that everyone was doing their own job. Yuan Shu asked Pei Yuanlin to guard the bag. She prepared tomorrow's food with peace of mind. She chopped the shepherd's purse and put it into the dough that had been fermented when cooking rice to make it fully blended. To make steamed buns, the dough needs to be fermented. There are many old dough starters in the space. It was the starter bought in the town before. Anyway, she was carrying a backpack at the time and no one knew how much she bought. You are so amazing. Pei Yuanlin couldn't help but praise Yuan Shu as she put the dough in her hands and turned it around, and finally made a steamed bun with an empty middle. Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. When cooking, Yuan Shu often felt healed and happy, and she said this casually. Seeing Pei Yuanlin's confused look, she smiled. You are also very good. Sit still and don't run around. Take good care of the things. I will apply medicine to you later.
Well,
She put the steamed buns on the steamer, put water in the pot, put all the remaining 10 eggs in, and then put the steamer on. Wangda looked over here from a distance and saw Yuan Shu tinkering again. He stretched his neck to see. Chao Yuan kicked him. Look at you. You are so useless. Ask Madame Yuan tomorrow morning if she is willing to sell these shepherd's purse steamed buns. If she is willing, buy 2 to eat. The boss is right. Our steamed buns are really hard to chew. The eyes of the other officials lit up, and they silently kept this in mind. After the food was steamed, Yuan Shu continued to treat Pei Yuanlin's wounds. She found that the wounds recovered very well. In addition to the repairing effect of her own spiritual spring, it also had a lot to do with his physique. People who practice martial arts are not ordinary. You can try to walk on the ground for a while tomorrow and recover slowly. Pei Yuanlin nodded excitedly. He had been lying on the cart and being pushed for 6 or 7 days. He felt like a useless person. I can walk now. He was too excited, and the pain came. He only felt that his eyes went black, and there was a nosebleed. Brother, you are bleeding from the nose again. Pei Yanni was very anxious. The other people in the Pei family suddenly lost their sleepiness and gathered around him. After Yuan Shu took Pei Yuanlin's pulse, she could feel that Pei Yuanlin's blocked blood seemed to have loosened. However, she did not say it clearly, but comforted the other people in the Pei family on the grounds that the old illness had not yet healed and asked Pei Yuanlin to rest more. Sister-in-law, brother will be fine, right? I'm here. Nothing will happen to him. Yuan Shu continued to press the acupuncture points on his head. Maybe her massage yesterday worked. If acupuncture could be used, maybe he would get better faster. It's been a long time since I gave him acupuncture. Pei Yuanlin's head looks very suitable for acupuncture. The wife looked at him strangely. As the sky darkened, Yuan Shu gestured in the dark. Late at night, rustling sounds were heard, and masked men tiptoed towards where everyone was staying. These people deliberately whispered and conspired not far from an official who was going to solve the 3 episodes. See where the G family and the Pei family are, kill as many as you can, and get the reward for bringing the head.
yes.
The official covered his mouth and held it back silently. He quickly pulled up his pants and ran straight to the main force, blowing a whistle at the same time. The sleeping people suddenly woke up. Oh no! There are bandits! Everyone picked up the available weapons in their hands, such as fire sticks, sharpened wooden sticks, and crutches. The officials also drew their swords and looked at the 4 black-clothed men who broke in. Several people looked at each other in panic. Oh no, we've been discovered. Retreat quickly. They came and went in a hurry. Everyone was alarmed, but they were sweating coldly. In fact, even bandits rarely robbed exiles. First, they didn't have much money. And second, if they hurt the officials, they would be hated. So they usually robbed the rich. I heard it. These people are coming for them. The official who heard the secret pointed at Yuan Shu and the G family. Bring your heads and receive the reward. Pei sure, and the others were nervously close to each other. Mom, what should we do? Don't be afraid. Mom is here, and she will protect you at the risk of her life. Pei Yuanlin lowered his head with a serious face. The dog emperor was really vicious. Did he have to kill them all? He was a useless man now. How could he protect them? When he raised his head, he caught a glimpse of Yuan Shu's raised lips, and suddenly felt that the voice of the black-clothed man who had just evacuated was a little familiar.
Could it be?
The G family's scalp was numb, and they cursed at Yuan Shu and the others. Pei family, you must die a miserable death. Not only did you harm your whole family, but you also implicated us.
Sigh.
Why is our Pei family so unlucky? If we had known you were in confinement, we would not have visited you. What bad luck. Lu cursed. Except for the G family, Everyone else looked at the Pei family as if they were seeing a plague, fearing that they would be implicated. Yuan Shu's cousins were innocent. They kept emphasizing that they and the G family were in the same boat and should help each other. Seeing that they were getting entangled, Chao Yuan stopped after scolding. She deliberately letting Jiao and the others play this drama. Last time at the inn, the killers had already alerted the enemy and would not come back for a while. Otherwise, Yuan Shu's guess would really come true. It was His Majesty and the Crown Prince who secretly wanted them to die. In order not to bear this crime, the next 2 or 3 months must be calm. Mother, don't be afraid. When the enemy comes, we will fight back. Let's rest first. We have to travel tomorrow. Yuan Shu asked them to drink some space spiritual spring, which contained calming and brain-tonifying liquid. After lying down, they all slept soundly. Those who couldn't sleep were the ones who kept watch for them. Dad, grandmother, the Pei family is unlucky. We will be troubled if we get involved with them. What should we do? Ji Hao was afraid of death. He almost peed when he heard the words reward for the leader. Lu looked solemn. I'm old. You make the decision. Ji Bin frowned. I really can't be harmed by them a second time. I will think of a way to completely sever ties with the Pei family. If he was not afraid of disturbing everyone's rest and being whipped by the officials, he would have wanted to find Ji Wanqing and the others immediately and have a good talk. It's not a bad thing to break off this kinship, Ji Heng said in a faint tone. With the money they hid, if they can reach Lingnan safely, they can also turn things around with these trump cards. Why let the stupid and weak women of the Pei family take advantage of them? The next day, after the shock last night, many people did not rest well and had bruises under their eyes. Especially the G family. Seeing Yuan Shu and his friends looking refreshed, they were even more angry. Hurry up and eat and set off. We have to hurry. If anyone delays the trip, don't blame my whip for not having eyes. Ji Bin, who was about to come over, turned back with an unhappy look on his face. Everyone kept silent and started eating. At this time, Wang De came to Yuan Shu and his friends. Madam Yuan, can you sell us this shepherd's purse steamed bun? How much? The Pei family ate shepherd's purse steamed bun in one hand and boiled eggs in the other. The uneasy look on their faces turned into questions. The official asked them to sell things? A few steamed buns are not worth much money. The official wants to try them out, so just take a few. Yuan Shu didn't expect that they came for the steamed buns. Wang De looked sincere. We don't take advantage. Madam Yuan, please name a price. We can give it to you at the price of a small town steamed bun. Some officials who escorted exiles would take advantage of the prisoners as much as possible, which often led to conflicts. Or the exiles died on the road before reaching their destination. Later, there was a request that unless there was an irresistible disaster, they would also be punished if the exiles were seriously injured or killed. In order to make the journey smooth, their boss did not allow them to bend the law for personal gain. Yuan Shu thought for a while, then I don't want money. You can exchange things with me. This is a steamed bun made of mixed grain flour. Half a caddy of flour can be exchanged for 4 steamed buns, and half a caddy of corn can be exchanged for 2. But I don't prepare much. I will exchange the remaining 10 with you. If you need it next time, tell me in advance and I will prepare it. Half a caddy of flour can make 6 or 7 shepherd's purse steamed buns. Anyway, it's not difficult, and it's a profit for her. She doesn't need these things, but the opportunity to get along well with the officials should not be missed. In the future, she won't have to worry about people being suspicious when she takes out things to feed her people. Everyone started to hurry on their way. At noon, someone suddenly cried out, "What a big snake! Hurry up and catch it! Don't let it run away." An official raised his knife and stick and started beating it. Many prisoners were so scared that they ran to the side. The snake was 3 meters long and looked a bit plump. It must have lived for more than 2 or 3 years. Everyone had been eating dry food and cured meat along the way. Seeing fresh meat in front of them, several officials immediately started to crave it. Great, we'll have snake soup for lunch later. They surrounded the snake. Chao Yuan, who was leading the exile team, heard the noise and couldn't help but frown. How much meat can a snake have? Don't. Before he finished speaking, one of the officials was bitten on the foot. "Oh, it hurts. This beast is really vicious." He drew his knife and scratched the snake while cursing. It fled in pain and fell to the side of the road in a panic. That position happened to be where Pei Yani and Yuan Shu were standing. "This snake is poisonous." Yuan Shu saw that the snake's head had turned into a triangle, and her scalp suddenly went numb. The next second, she was pushed aside by a force. As soon as he staggered to his feet, he heard Pei Yani gasp for air. The injured snake bit him again. "Yani!" It all happened very quickly. When Ji Wanqing and the others reacted, they hurried to his side. After hearing Yuan Shu say that it was a poisonous snake, the official ignored the snake and hurriedly pulled the legs of the bitten man apart. "Put the wine in your mouth and out the poisonous blood first, quickly." Chao Yuan, who ran back, shouted at the top of his voice, and Wang De took the wine pot from his waist. Yuan Shu was holding the snake and turned back. Seeing Pei Yani stumble and fall off the cart, he also wanted to out the poisonous blood for Pei Yani. She hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute. You may have a wound in your mouth. Saving people will cause the snake venom to enter your body." After Chao Yuan looked at Yuan Shu unexpectedly, he hurriedly asked the brothers in the team to make sure that there was no wound in his mouth, and immediately shouted for wine to out the poisonous blood. Because it was only a short moment, the officer said he felt dizzy, and his lips began to turn white and blue. What should we do without wine?" Pei Shishir couldn't control her tears and looked around for help. Wang De handed over a water bag. "Here."
Thank you.
Chao Yuan asked other officers to gather the exiles and move the two injured people to the tree on the side of the road. Pei Yani could still speak, but he just said he was dizzy and weak, but the officer who was bitten first had completely fallen asleep. "Boss, the situation is not good. This venomous snake is very poisonous." Chao Yuan's expression became solemn. "Where are we now?" Another officer looked around and looked at the map. His expression was happy. "Boss, there is a town 10 miles away. There is a doctor in the town. Come, 2 people. Go and ask for the doctor." Originally, there was a doctor among their entourage, but because the conditions were harsh and dangerous, they could no longer find anyone later. They would avoid poisonous creatures like these if they could. The man who beat the snake was a new member this year and didn't quite understand their rules, so it was too late for him to stop them. They were busy looking for someone, but Pei Yani was very scared. "Mom, sister-in-law, am I going to die?" "No, you were bitten lightly. Your life is not in danger. Just take a few doses of medicine, and you'll be fine." Yuan Shu spoke seriously after taking the pulse. Ji Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and fell to the ground. "That's good. We have to get some medicine. Sure, you go." "Forget it. I'll go find your uncle for help." Ji Wanqing gritted her teeth and walked towards the direction of the G family. Yuan Shu's eyes were stern, but he didn't stop her. "Mother, eldest brother, and second brother, Yani was bitten by a snake. Please help me." The G family looked at the situation of the Pei family. On the surface, they looked solemn, but in fact they were gloating in their hearts, glad that they were not in trouble. Lu's face was cold. "We are not doctors. We can't help you." "Okay, lend your daughter some silver and buy 2 doses of medicine for Yani." Ji Wanqing begged humbly, tears in her eyes. In the past, she wanted to send any good things to her parents' home, but now she is kneeling to beg them for help for a few taels of silver. She felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. Borrow money to buy medicine? Little sister, you have to have some shame, haven't you? The Pei family hurt us enough? We have no money and can't help. Why didn't the poisonous snake bite others, but Yun? It must be that God thinks he deserves to die. Jibin opened his mouth and said something that made people's teeth itch. Pei Shishir was angry and wanted to run over to argue, but was held down by Yuan Shu. "Second brother, you. How can you do this? We are a family. How I treated you in the past, can't you see?" Ji Heng stood up and helped Ji Wanqing up, and her expression couldn't help but be moved. But before she could open her mouth, Ji Heng spoke first.
"Aunt, you also said that it was in the past.
Now is different. Our 2 families are not the same kind of people."
What do you mean by this?
Ji Wanqing had already guessed an answer, and she felt cold all over. Lu snorted. It means literally. Jibin looked disgusted and stretched out his hand to push her away. What we mean is that from today on, the Pei family and the G family will sever their relationship, and there will be no relationship between them in the future. Woo, they are too much. Pei Sure cried in anger, and she didn't know what to do except crying. Yuan Shu was happy in her heart. Here it comes. She finally waited for this sentence. It's not in vain for her to act like a top-notch person during this period. Sever the relationship? Good. If you have the courage, write a letter of severance. But don't wait until you see our Pei family rise and come to curry favor with us to make relatives. Yuan Shu walked over with the still twisting venomous snake in his hand, scaring the G family members to take a step back. They were worried that she would go crazy and throw the venomous snake on their heads. It's just a letter of severance, just write it. Lu's eyelids jumped fiercely. This stinky girl, who had been raised on the farm for many years, was as fierce as a village woman. Ji Wanqing was very disappointed, but she was also proud. Okay, this is what you said. She tore off a clean piece of her clothes, bit her finger, and wrote the letter of severance with blood. The chic posture made Yuan Shu look at her with admiration. Women are weak, but they are strong as mothers. The people of the G family looked at it, and all of them stepped forward, pierced their fingers, and pressed the bloody fingerprints. On the small piece of cloth, the red bloody fingerprints stung Ji Wanqing's eyes and pierced her heart. Pei Yuanlin, who was not far away, frowned and stretched his brows. Don't be afraid, Yan. Brother won't let you get hurt. Well, my sister-in-law said I'm fine. Pei Yanni was drowsy, but he was holding on, for fear that he would faint and his mother would do something irrational. Mother, let's go back. Yuan Shu supported Ji Wanqing with one hand and comforted her. As the saying goes, where poisonous snakes are, there must be an antidote within 7 steps. There may not be any in the town, so why don't we find it ourselves? Really? Ji Wanqing grabbed Yuan Shu's arm as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. But she saw the snake coiled on her other hand and almost fainted. It's true, Mother. Don't be afraid. I just killed the snake. Yuan Shu said lightly, but the others present, including the official, were also surprised by his words. Wangda showed a look of surprise and blurted out, Madam Yuan, do you know how to cure this snake venom? My grandmother was a female doctor in the palace. I have read the book she left behind, so I remember the prescription. In order to win favor in the palace, there are endless means. For poisonous snakes and insects, the original owner's grandmother's notes have corresponding solutions. At the beginning, she was suppressed by the favorite concubine because she saved a concubine, and she almost died in the palace. It was Pei Yunni's grandfather who pleaded for her, and she was released from the palace. Otherwise, she would not have been the original owner. After this, the people who originally admired her suddenly despised her, and some exiles couldn't help but tease her. It turns out that it's just talk on paper, a show. Yuan Shu smiled slightly. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The doctor in the town will arrive in half an hour at the earliest. This person is deeply poisoned. If the toxin cannot be slowed down within half an hour, it will be difficult to save him if the immortals come. Snake venom serum, rabies vaccine, and other things are all in her clinic.
But
you can see it, but you can't get it. Even if it was for Pei Yanni, she had to find the antidote for snake venom. Boss, what should we do? This kid is still very young. The other officers also became serious. Wang Da's eyes were red. Boss, let Madame Yuan have a try. We should try our best. I will talk to his parents later. He brought the man up, and he was also the son of his mother's cousin. If something happened to this man, how could he face his family? Yuan Shu's expression was very calm. If you want to use medicine, you need to find it yourself. I can help you boil the medicine and find the medicine as soon as possible. I can guarantee that he will not die. That's enough, Madame Yuan. What do those medicinal materials look like? I'll tell you later. Now you should tie up the upper part of this man's wound with a cloth and listen to my arrangements. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Except for the officers guarding the prisoners, the rest gathered in front of Yuan Shu. We are looking for these herbs, hemiphragma, 7-leafed, 1-flowered, roughly like this. Hemiphragma Yuan Shu described the appearance of the herbs and used branches to draw shapes on the ground, as well as where these herbs might grow. After saying it 3 times, everyone had a general idea in their minds. Pei Yuanlin pursed his lips tightly, looking at Yuan Shu, who was not afraid of danger. For the first time, he hated himself for being incompetent and could only pretend to be stupid and not cause trouble for her. He looked up at the scorching sun and prayed in his heart. Get well, he must get well soon. Away from the place where the exiles were exiled, the Pei family's death warriors also silently searched in the dark after hearing it. Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Pei Shirshir wiped her eyes and was about to go with Yuan Shu to find medicine. After hesitating for a while, she did not refuse. Take the stick, hit the bushes before leaving. It can scare snakes and make some insects fall to the ground. Yuan Shu handed her a wooden stick. Ji Wanqing stayed where she was, making a fire and boiling water. After finding the herbs, they had to boil the medicine after a simple cleaning. Time was running out. Although Pei Yanyi was not poisoned deeply, if the remaining poison was not removed in time, it would damage his internal organs and affect his physical condition. Hard work pays off. After a carpet search, Yuan Shu was the first to find a half-branch lotus and a 7-leaf lily. With a reference to the 7-leaf lily, everyone seemed to have a direction. Soon the shadow guard of the Pei family found it, and then others found a few. Princess, please don't let the young master get hurt. The prince was already dumbfounded. The only male heir that the Pei family could rely on was Pei Yun. Yuan Shu nodded and took his herbs. Don't worry. After getting the herbs, Yuan Shu simply washed them with water, crushed the 7-leafed lily and half-branch lotus, and asked someone to apply them to the patient's wound. Then boiled a small amount of half-branch lotus in water, the decoction cool, and drink it. Everyone was busy and finally applied the medicine and drank the decoction. Shu, is this really useful? Ji Wanqing held Pei Yanyi's hand tightly, feeling nervous.
We'll know in a while.
The bidden official looked painful before taking the medicine, as if breathing was extremely difficult. After taking the medicine, he obviously felt less uncomfortable. Yuan Shu was full of confidence. She quietly added space water to the soup to double the detoxification effect. It's useful. Gooden's face is not so ugly anymore. Boss, come and see. He is not twitching anymore. Wang De has been guarding beside him, and he is the most aware of these changes.
Ding.
At this moment, Yuan Shu felt that there was movement in the space. She used her spiritual sense to explore it, and her expression could not help but be surprised. There was a change in the space of the medicine field. Not only did a misty atmosphere appear, but the Shinong Jing actually emitted a bright light. Yuan Shu remained calm and opened it with her spiritual sense. She found that the names of the medicines Banzilian and Chia Yazihua appeared on it, as well as explanations of the use of the medicines and various prescriptions for the medicines. Just now, the 2 medicinal herbs she secretly planted in the medicine field space were even better in color than when they were grown outside. Not only that, she found that the medicine she could get in her pharmacy space had 1 more slot. The 2 spaces complement each other. Is this what is called upgrading?
Great.
Yuan Shu was secretly delighted in her heart. At first, she didn't know the use of this space. She only planted some cabbage and fruits, and there was no reaction. She was busy adapting to the road of exile all the way and had no time to study. It turned out that the medicine field space, planting medicinal herbs, and lighting up the varieties can upgrade the pharmacy space. Hurry, doctor, please hurry up, the injured is in front. At this time, hurried footsteps sounded, and a cloud of dust swept in. When everyone squinted their eyes, they saw 2 officials running one after the other. The man in front was leading an old donkey, and an old man was sitting on the donkey swinging back and forth, with bundles on both sides. Slow down, this old fellow of mine is old. Don't spank him. Yuan Shu's mouth twitched, and the other exiles couldn't help laughing when they saw it. The 2 officers hurriedly helped the doctor to get off the ground, and one of them carried him anxiously and ran forward. Gooden, you have to hold on, the doctor is here. It must be said that these officers are still very united, and it is precisely because of their unity that they can form a team to take on the task of escorting exiles. They are basically related or have a tacit understanding formed through life and death. Doctor, take a look, we used medicine and his life is hanging on. The old doctor slowly squatted down to take his pulse. What medicine did you use? Don't use medicine indiscriminately.
Hey.
The toxin has not spread and it has been resolved a lot. While speaking, the old man flipped Gooden's eyelids, pinched his mouth, and looked at his tongue. At this time, his eyes fell on the medicine that fell to the side. Well, it's good to know how to find the 7-leaf flower. What kind of snake bit you? Doctor, it's this one. Hearing this, Yuan Shu dragged the snake weighing 4 or 5 pounds over. Seeing the pretty girl dragging the big snake, even the old man with blurred eyes couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. The back of the head was brown and the head was in an inverted triangle. There was a cut on the body by a knife and the 7-inch part was broken and the fangs were missing. This snake is extremely poisonous. You are lucky to be able to save your life. By the way, where are its fangs? Snakes are full of treasures. Snake skin, snake gall, snake meat, and snake venom can all be used as medicine. Oh, I pulled it out and buried it in the soil for fear of biting people, Yuan Shu said calmly. The old man scratched his goat beard. Not bad. Just throw it on the ground and it will be stepped on by someone recently, and there is also a risk of poisoning. Knowing that Yuan Shu knew some medical skills, the old man praised him a few times and finally grabbed 2 doses of medicine for the official, collected the consultation fee, and sent him away with the other 2 officials. Alas, there are few young girls who know medicine. If she were not in exile, I really want to take her as an apprentice. The 2 officials who sent him looked at each other silently and made a decision in their hearts. It is inevitable that there will be injuries and colds along the way. It is a good thing to have someone who knows medicine in the team. Go back and inform the brothers. Don't make it too difficult for the Pei family, in case they need to ask for help in the future. Boss, everyone asks, are you still on the road today? After being delayed like this, it was already late, and it would be dark in less than 2 hours. There were 2 injured people among them, and the risk was doubled when they traveled at night. Let us find a place to stay ahead and take a rest first. After walking for several days in a row, everyone was miserable. No one would object to being able to rest now. What's more, they were still frightened by the big poisonous snake they had just seen, and they were afraid that they would encounter it if they walked forward. Yunny, sit here, slow down. Pei Shishir helped her brother to sit on the stone by the roadside. Pei Yuanlin stretched out his arm and tried to hook the bag. His wrist was not suitable for force, but his arm strength was still there, and he wanted to do something. When Yuan Shu saw it, she had a better impression of this cheap and stupid husband. Although he was stupid, he didn't make trouble. Let me do it, you go sit over there and rest for a while, and talk to Yanni, he should be scared. She heard Pei Shishir say that Pei Yanni admired this brother very much. During the months when Pei Yuanlin was unconscious, Pei Yanni also didn't eat well or sleep well, forcing himself to grow up a lot overnight. Unfortunately, his father was not around, and his mother and sister did not know how to teach him, so he was always at a loss and had no direction. Well, okay. Pei Yuanlin did not force him, but stayed aside honestly and did not cause any trouble. His injuries were recovering, and it was no problem for him to walk for a while. He could bear it for a while, and his injuries would be healed in a month at most, and he would be able to work and not hold his family back. Yuan Shu was pushing the cart with Ji Wanqing with difficulty, and suddenly he felt relieved. He looked closely and found an extra hand at the other end, and then Wang Da's had appeared. I'll give you a hand. In a few moves, he put the cart and the things in place, and then he picked up the things hanging on the big knife. Madam Yuan, our boss said that you saved Gooden, and these sausages are a thank you gift. As for the culprit, the poisonous snake, we will each take half. The doctor said that if the toxin was not controlled in time, he would not be able to save people. They were really grateful to Yuan Shu, and after seeing her medical skills, they also wanted to show their goodwill. Thank Lord Chao for me. Yuan Shu accepted these things without hesitation. Afterwards, Wang Da asked the injured about some things to pay attention to and left. Thanks to Yunny, we can have a big meal today. Pei Yunny was bitten by a poisonous snake. In fact, he felt guilty and uneasy. He injured his leg and would have difficulty moving for several days. But Yuan Shu's words dispelled a lot of the haze in his heart. I'll use the snake meat to stew snake soup, the sausage to stir-fry bracken, and the rest to make buns as dry food for tomorrow. Yuan Shu's mind turned, and he had already figured out how to arrange these things. Ji Wanqing and the others had no objection and got busy. Pei Shir immediately went to pick bracken happily. Does it still hurt? Yuan Shu and the others were washing vegetables and preparing dinner. Pei Yuanlin was next to his younger brother. He asked, his eyes full of heartache. Pei Yunny shook his head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Compared to your injury, my injury is minor. After saying that, he was afraid that his silly brother wouldn't understand, so he reached out and patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Pei Yunny. The whole family treated him as a fool. He felt really useless, alas. Soon, Pei Shir came back with a bunch of fern. Yuan Shu blanched the fern, tore it in half, cut it into sections, and mixed part of it with wild garlic that had been blanched in boiling water as a cold dish. She planned to make buns with the rest of the fried bacon. Yuan Shu stewed the snake meat with seasonings and kneaded the mixed corn tortillas into a ball and stuck it to the edge of the pot. Soon, the fragrance filled the air. It smells so good, sister-in-law. My saliva is about to flow out. The fragrance of corn and meat filled the air, and Pei Shir sighed without caring about her image. Pei Yunny kept glancing at the iron pot. It smelled so good. Don't worry, it will be ready in a while. Chow Yuan and his friends felt that the snake meat they cooked was lacking in flavor. Wangda scratched the back of his head. I'll go ask Madame Yuan for advice. He was too embarrassed to eat good food, so he tried his best. Yuan Shu smiled when he heard their request. There is no secret, probably because everyone uses different ingredients. If you don't mind, I can add some ingredients for you. But now that it's in the pot, I don't think it will taste the same as ours. When you are away from home, the seasonings are not complete, but she has plenty of space, so she can quietly put some in without anyone noticing. It doesn't matter. Madame Yuan, just try it. The group was also planning to make pancakes, so Yuan Shu simply taught them to chop the wild garlic and knead it into the dough. The pancakes tasted like scallion pancakes, and the bacon was cut into shreds and added to water, and then the chopped wild garlic was added after boiling, which was also a delicious dish. After giving instructions, Yuan Shu turned back. Seeing that they were getting along well with the officials, the G family was about to be consumed by jealousy. TSK, you know some countrywoman stuff, and you think you are a nobody. Ji Xiaoying was so jealous that she couldn't help but grumble. Wang's scalp tightened when she heard it. Xiaoying, don't say that. The family next to them, who were also exiled, felt that they were being implied. The woman started to curse. What's wrong with a countrywoman? I ate your rice. You are in exile now, not even as good as a countrywoman. Why are you pretending to be noble? Wang opened her mouth and pretended not to hear. The noise here did not affect Yuan Shu. She opened the lid and took out the corn tortillas, poured out the snake soup, washed the pot, poured in the bacon and fern and stir-fried it. It's time to eat. The fern and bacon were wrapped in corn tortillas. Whoever took a bite of it would enjoy the taste. Wow, delicious. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are really amazing. Pei Shir and her brother couldn't help but praise. Ordinary ingredients can be made into delicious food that makes people want to eat their tongues. It's simply turning decay into magic. Especially after eating meat, have a bite of cold dishes. The fern is refreshing and crisp, and paired with blanched wild garlic leaves, it is especially fragrant. Hey, eat more if you like it, and rest early after you are full. Seeing Yuan Shu and the others eating so deliciously, the G family couldn't help drooling, but now that the two families have broken off their relationship, they can't bring themselves to go up and ask for food. TSK. Two injured people, they have it to bear. Lu gnawed the steamed bun in her hand with a defiant attitude. If this dead girl comes back to admit her mistake and is willing to take on all the work of making fire and cooking for us along the way, I can consider recognizing her as my daughter. Ji Xiaoying was very surprised and puzzled after hearing this. Grandma, do you want to recognize your aunt? But we have already written a letter of severance of relationship. It has been less than a day since this happened. If they change their words now, wouldn't it be a slap in their face? Ji Bin was also very confused. Mother, we have been implicated by the Pei family. Now we have finally cleared our relationship. Why are you? Wang's old face showed a calculating look. Her daughter-in-law knows some medical skills and has a good relationship with the officials. She disdained Yuan Shu, but the opportunity to deal with the officials was rare. Everyone will inevitably have a headache or a fever on the road. It's not a loss for us to exchange some good things back. Selling some vegetable dumplings and steamed buns to the officials in exchange for bacon and white flour. They don't need to buy anymore. The steamed buns and pancakes they ate when they first set out are now eating meat. On the other hand, they have only been eating more and more shabby food for a short 10 days, and today they didn't eat any meat at all. Grandma has a long-term vision, and I think it's okay. My aunt has been raised by Grandma since she was a child. Even if our family members break bones, they are still connected. Ji Heng said in a leisurely tone, but he was flattering.
Hunger is right.
They have a lot of bacon in the pot. Scoop a spoonful for Mother, and add a bowl of snake meat soup. That's also her filial piety. My daughter-in-law will ask her to bring it to honor Mother. Bring the food. As the hero who proposed this proposal, she will definitely be able to eat 1 or 2 slices of sausage and snake meat. Wang pretended to get up, but it hurt so much that she couldn't stand up. Oh, my back hurts so much, sister-in-law. Why don't you go? In the past, my younger sister would talk to you about everything when she returned home. If you go, she will definitely give you this face. Wu was not welcomed because she gave birth to 2 daughters. Usually when she went back to her parents' home, Ji Wanqing would take special care of her.
Ah, ego.
Wu pointed at her face, with a resistance look on her face. Lu glared at her coldly. Why, I can't order you around anymore? Helplessly, Wu had to bite the bullet and walk towards Yuan Shu and the others. At this time, the Pei family was drinking snake soup. The soup had a fishy smell, and the meat was not so delicious, but they were very satisfied. It was not summer yet, and it was still a bit cold at night. After drinking a bowl of hot soup, the whole body was warm. Wanqing. Seeing the visitor, Ji Wanqing's face was complicated. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Wu was holding 2 bowls, feeling uneasy. I'm really sorry that your elder brother and I couldn't help you with today's matter. The main reason is that we are short of money and really can't give you money to help you.
Oh.
Wu didn't expect Ji Wanqing to be so indifferent, and her face turned red again and again.
Wanqing, don't be angry.
After all, we are a family. Mother just said that family members should help each other and share the happiness. She waited for Ji Wanqing to agree with this, and then she took the opportunity to ask for a spoonful and a half bowl of bacon and snake soup. What else did she say? Ji Wanqing took a bite of the corn tortilla, picked up the snake meat, and stuffed it into her mouth. Wu swallowed silently. It's so cold. Mother coughs from time to time at night. Your second sister-in-law said that snake soup is very nutritious and warms the body. TSK, so you want to ask for a bowl of snake soup. Yuan Shu smiled. Some people are not only thick-skinned, but also shameless. The G family and the Pei family have been in such a mess, and they still have the nerve to ask for food. She has never seen such a shameless person. Wu didn't see Yuan Shu's angry expression, thinking that this matter could be discussed, so she added, if you can give some more sausages to give Mother some extra money, it would naturally be great. Pei Sure bit her tongue hard, ready to curse. Yuan Shu chuckled, although the house was raided. You are still healthy. Why do you learn to beg like a beggar? I'm talking to your mother. Why are you butting in? Wu was always humble in the Ji family, but now she rarely put on the airs of an elder in front of Yuan Shu, so she immediately put on airs. Wanqing, family is thicker than blood. There are so many people in the Ji family, and we also have difficulties. You must understand us, right? It's not their fault for not lending money, it's because they have difficulties. Now that the Pei family has eaten delicious food, they should be filial, because they are a family. A large-scale double-standard scene, Yuan Shu shouted 666 in his heart.
Get out.
Who is your family, mother? Don't be fooled by them. Pei Yunyi was worried that his mother would be soft-hearted, so he cursed with red eyes. Ji Wanqing would certainly not be so stupid. She had seen their true faces thoroughly today, so she had the idea of severing the relationship. Sister-in-law, this is the last time I call you this. After this, we are strangers, and I have nothing to do with you. Mrs. Wu was a little annoyed. She returned empty-handed and was inevitably scolded again. Wanqing, family members are still connected even if their bones are broken. Mother said that you have always been filial. Why have you changed now? Yuan Shu felt disgusted and could not listen any longer. She picked up the carrying pole from the side and weighed it in her hand. Broken bones are still connected to the tendons, right? I haven't seen it yet. Let your G family try it. I promise if this stick is hit, the bones and tendons will be broken together. Mrs. Wu was so scared that she stepped back again and again when she saw Yuan Shu's shrewish appearance. You are too cruel. No wonder you are unlucky. After hurriedly throwing down these words, she ran back. From a distance, the G family also saw Yuan Shu's performance. They were very disappointed that they didn't bring back any delicious food. You useless thing, you can't even do a small thing, so cut the dinner in half. Lu was furious and asked someone to give Wu one less steamed bun. She felt wronged and blamed Ji Wanqing for not giving her face. She used to say that she treated him as a sister, but it was just to fool her feelings. What a hypocritical woman. Yuan Shu put the shoulder pole back, and Pei Yuanlin slowly ate the corn cake with his hands. The light in his eyes was very bright. His princess was very cool. After eating and drinking, Pei Shishir and Ji Wanqing learned to steam buns. Pei Yunyi fell asleep against the cart because of the residual poison. Yuan Shu wanted to give Pei Yuanlin medicine, but he refused and hid from Yuan Shu, as if he was an innocent beauty who didn't want to give herself to a thief. Hey, I can't let you eat too much. You're playing hide and seek here. You come here. Yuan Shu put one hand on his waist and pointed at Pei Yuanlin, who was hiding behind a tree. His handsome face was full of innocence. My injury is healed. Save the medicine and give it to Yunyi. You two are in a different situation. Come and sit down. We found some 7-leafed aconite of good age. We can exchange it for some silver in the next town. We are not short of money. A little silly, but not completely silly. His heart is still good. Pei Yuanlin was caught by Yuan Shu when he was in a trance, and he had to obey. Ingju seemed to have followed, maybe with some silver on him. There is really no need to worry about this problem. He was just being too stubborn. After finishing the work, Yuan Shu pretended to sleep, but his consciousness entered the medicine field space. In a hurry just now, she didn't have time to study the other benefits of upgrading the space, and this time she found something different. Hey, this is it. Yuan Shu found a transparent hourglass floating in the air. It was different from the others, with 1/3 more sand. Others didn't know what this meant, but she knew. These sands represented time. When she entered the space, she would start counting. 2 hours a day can be accumulated, but in addition to the normal increase in time, now there is an extra quarter of an hour, which is about 15 minutes. All this is because she planted 7-leafed aconite and half-branch lotus in the medicine field space.
So,
my medicine field space is mainly for collecting medicinal materials? Yuan Shu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. According to the experience gained from reading articles and watching TV series, the better the task is completed, the higher the system upgrades, and the higher the benefits obtained as a host. Just do it. What will happen when you light up this icon of many medicinal materials in the future? She will know when it lights up. Along the way, find opportunities to dig medicinal materials for experiments. At this time, Yuan Shu discovered that the rice planted when she got the system had actually begun to bloom, and a little white light rose and poured into the hourglass. She didn't plant the rice in the field, but it can still grow normally. Then the grapes that began to bear green fruits, peach trees, etc. also had bright lights like fireflies. In addition, there was also white light coming out of the pond, which was the fish she caught from the Imperial Garden.
Huh.
Planting vegetables is also useful? Yuan Shu observed carefully and found that the sand at the place where she had just drawn the line increased a little. Because the increase was not obvious, the system upgrade could not be felt. Yuan Shu didn't see the difference in the pharmacy. But after experimental observation, she has confirmed one thing, that if more species are planted or raised in the medicine field space, the space can be upgraded. While sighing with excitement, Yuan Shu also felt a little bit of pain in the heroines of other people's homes, with hundreds of billions of supplies, traveled through time and space, and they were just salted fish. She is different. She needs to work hard. Otherwise, the pharmacy space is just a plum to quench her thirst.
Oh.
Is this the fate of a worker in this life?
Ah.
Yuan Shu opened his eyes, tugged at the quilt on his body, glanced at Pei Yuanlin who was leaning against the tree with him, and sighed softly. He was not asleep, and this sigh made his heart ache suddenly. His princess did not enjoy happiness after marrying him, but suffered a lot. She must feel very wronged. Perhaps his eyes were too hot. Yuan Shu noticed it, and she tilted her head again. Because the movement was too fierce, their lips brushed against each other, and they could smell each other's breath in their noses. Pei Yuanlin froze, stupidly did not move, his breathing tightened, and the whole body was like a sculpture. What are you doing? The two were wrapped in a quilt, Yuan Shu slightly distanced, and his lips opened and closed, and he could still see the white pulley teeth. My wife, you smell very good and look very beautiful. Pei Yuanlin racked his brains and said something that sounded stupid. Hiss. Yuan Shu's face suddenly became hot, and her mind could not help but recall the scene of that night when she and the man in front of her were kissing each other, with their tongues intertwined. These lips are really kissable. The heartbeats of the two people accelerated, as if someone was holding a drumstick and it. Thank you. Yuan Shu quickly retracted her gaze. She had nowhere to put her hands under the quilt, and it seemed that she pressed the back of Pei Yuanlin's hand. Hiss. Pei Yuanlin subconsciously took a breath of cold air when his wrist was touched. Let me see. Yuan Shu realized that she had pressed the wound, so she pulled the quilt covering her body away and lifted Pei Yuanlin's wrist. There was no sign of bleeding at the gauze position. It seemed that the wound had healed, but the tendons in the flesh were still growing, and it would still hurt to touch. It doesn't hurt, it's okay, Pei Yuanlin whispered in a low voice, with an obedient tone. Yuan Shu rolled her eyes at him. Don't pretend. Why are you yelling if it doesn't hurt? Let me see. Speaking of the word pain, that night she also. Pei Yanni's thoughts drifted away and quickly pulled back. How could he have such a despicable thought? Yuan Shu didn't know someone's erratic mind. She gently lifted a corner of the sterile patch and poured some Yunnan Baiyao into it. The wound didn't bleed, but it also cracked a little bit. Okay, don't move, rest. Pei Yuanlin nodded gently. They seemed to be calculated that night. Maybe she didn't have him in her heart at all. Now that she was exiled, in addition to the situation, it was her sense of responsibility and the desire to repay her. And what he had to do now was to stand up, protect them, be responsible for her, and protect her for the rest of her life. Closing his eyes, Pei Yuanlin secretly mobilized his internal strength to regulate his breathing. These days, he practiced for half a night every night. It was obviously useful, and he recovered faster. In the second half of the night, Pei Shishir propped her head with her hands and sat by the campfire to watch the wind. The others slept very soundly, including Yuan Shu. Pei Yuanlin looked at Yuan Shu, who was so close to him. She was sleeping peacefully. She might have dreamed of something delicious. She stretched out her tongue and swept across her lips. This action made him breathe rapidly. Pei Yuanlin gently clenched his fist. I want to kiss these lips. His Adam's apple moved. He held his breath, tilted his face, and pecked Yuan Shu's lips lightly. Pei Yuanlin quickly turned his head, leaned against a big tree, and closed his eyes. His heartbeat made his ears buzz. Growing up, his family taught him to be a gentleman, and he has always been strict with himself. Tonight was the first time he did something so abrupt. He despised himself, but was secretly happy. Pei Yuanlin didn't know that the upturned corners of his lips betrayed his mood at the moment. The next day, after a night's rest, Gooden finally woke up, and his abnormal lip color began to turn red. The officials breathed a sigh of relief and admired Yuan Shu even more. When everyone was ready to pack up and leave, Yuan Shu found Chao Yuan. Master Chao, I have something I want to discuss with you. Madam Yuan, please tell me what it is first. Out of caution, Chao Yuan did not agree to anything. Yuan Shu was not vague and went straight to the point. It's like this. Didn't the doctor say yesterday that there are often poisonous snakes around here, but there are also rare medicinal herbs? What I mean is, why don't we stay here for half a day, dig some medicinal herbs, and exchange them for some money in the town ahead so that we can have money on the road? It is early spring now, the weeds are withered, and some medicinal herbs are easier to find. Moreover, the medicinal herbs they found yesterday can also be sold for a lot of money. The most important point is that she wants to experiment with the upgrade method of the medicine field space to see if it is as she guessed. After hearing this, the exiles were moved, but the officials were also worried that this group of people would take the opportunity to escape. If you are willing, I am willing to give you 30% of the medicinal herbs we found. Without any benefits, how could these escorting officers be willing to give in? Sure enough, when the proposal was made, these officers were somewhat tempted, but they did not speak, but looked at Chao Yuan and waited for his answer. As farmers, they have to work in the fields, and there are many possibilities of being bitten by snakes and insects. The demand for this kind of medicine is very large. In addition, these officials found a lot of medicinal materials yesterday. It is not bad to keep some of them for money and keep the rest for emergencies. I am not an unkind person, but this matter depends on everyone. If there are many people who think so, then I will give you half a day. If there are few people who agree, then they should follow the original plan and hurry up. When they reach the town ahead, they will be allowed 1 hour to buy supplies. TSK, there are poisonous snakes and beasts in the forest.
You are so kind.
I think you want to kill us all, Ji Xiaoying said sarcastically. Suddenly, some people hesitated and thought it was best not to go. Finally, they voted by raising their hands. Except for the G family and the other 2 families who were silent, everyone else wanted to give it a try. It has been half a month since they left the capital. They have some extra money in their hands, but it is also a little less if they use it a little. If they can replenish it, they will certainly be happy. If you don't want to look for herbs, you can find some food in the mountains, and you can spend less money, right? After Chao Yuan said this again, the remaining 2 families agreed. If you want to pick wild vegetables, you have to have time. Everyone in the G family was disdainful. What good herbs can they dig in half a day, and how much money can they exchange? They don't want to suffer this little bit. However, in order to let people see that they have hidden money, Ji Xiaoying and other female relatives still picked some ferns and wild wormwood to pretend. Shoo shoo, it's dangerous on the mountain, let's not go. We eat less. Ji Yuanqing was worried about Yuan Shu and didn't want her to take risks. It's okay, mother, we won't go far, just halfway up the mountain you can see it. The officials also took action. Of course, they were exiles with individuals. These people had no relatives as hostages, so they had to be watched all the time. Then, Yuan Shu took Pei Shirshir up the mountain. This purple flower is so beautiful. Seeing a plant growing in the wasteland, Pei Shirshir couldn't help but sigh. After leaving the capital, she saw many flowers, plants, and trees that she had never seen before, which had unique beauty. This is Prunella vulgaris, a kind of medicinal material, but the purchase price in the town should not be high. Yuan Shu pulled up a handful and explained to the people following them. Boil it with water and drink it. It has the effect of clearing fire and improving eyesight. Take a handful back and boil water in a water bag to drink on the way. Yes. Pei Shirshir heard this and picked a lot of them and tied them up. They would use them themselves and also give some to the officials. After hearing this, the others also learned to pick a lot. After that, they went to look for 7-leaf aconite and half-branch lotus. It is March now, and these 2 plants are just growing, which is particularly easy to identify. They saw them again yesterday, and they looked again this morning. Many people really found them, but no traces of poisonous snakes were found. Maybe it was the territory of the previous snake, so other snakes did not dare to approach easily. This is copper coin grass, which can also be used as medicine. It can be used fresh or dried. It can be eaten fresh as a wild vegetable, or boiled in water for washing. This thing has the effect of clearing away heat and detoxifying, and promoting diuresis and permeability. When encountering these common things, Yuan Shu would also tell the people nearby, and after listening, they would also pick them and put them in the basket. Picking herbs for money is one of them, and they also want to prepare some and learn some. While Yuan Shu was picking, he would secretly pull some out by the roots and plant them in the space. The icon on the Shinong Sutra was also lit up. The time increased, but it seemed to be related to the preciousness and quantity of the medicinal materials. It was not very obvious whether the pharmacy space had expanded, and Yuan Shu was not in a hurry. It was always good to have it. Pei Shishir found the 7-leafed flower, sharpened the stick, and dug very diligently. Yuan Shu saw that her nails were curled, and he felt sorry for her, and secretly used his supernatural power to make the soil soft. Hey, I seem to have dug the wrong thing. But what is this dark, bumpy thing? Yuan Shu took a closer look, and her eyes lit up immediately. This is konjac. In spring, this konjac grows tender leaf stalks. Everyone is looking for 7-leafed flowers, and some will dig it up if they make a mistake, such as Pei Shishir. It's edible, let's take it back. Yuan Shu pressed his hand on the ground, feeling it carefully, and found that there are several places. Dig it up, enter the city, and exchange some money to get by, so that there will be a reason to pay in the future. Half a day passed, and the people who went up the mountain came back one after another. Everyone looked happy, and it was obvious that they had gained a lot, including various medicinal herbs and wild vegetables, such as the konjac that Yuan Shu found. She also hinted that everyone should look together, but she found the most. After giving their share to the official, everyone took a breath and quickened their pace. You actually found so many things, said a few families who did not go up the mountain but just picked wild vegetables. When Yuan Shu and his friends entered the town and exchanged these things for a few hundred copper coins, the G family was almost going crazy with jealousy. Although it was not much money, seeing the Pei family had money made them feel worse than killing them. It's not much, just a little hard-earned money. As soon as Yuan Shu opened her mouth, many people agreed. The things she was willing to teach made the other exiles very fond of her, not to mention that the Pei family guarded the border, and the people were grateful. They also believed that the Pei family would not do those things, but because of the charges, they did not dare to say anything, but they still dared to give Yuan Shu and his friends verbal support.
Ha!
I'll give you 1 hour to buy, and when the time is up, we'll continue on our way. Chao Yuan ignored the quarrels and disputes among the exiles and would only take action when the situation was dire. With the money, these people were willing to buy things. When they came back, there was even a woman who took the initiative to stuff 2 eggs into Yuan Shu's hands. Madam Yuan, thank you for teaching us to recognize medicinal herbs today. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Don't think it's too little. This lady is also from the capital. She has a family of 4 with her son. Her father's direct relatives made mistakes and were beheaded, which caused their side branches to be exiled. At the beginning, they knew nothing, just like Ji Wanqing and the others. But seeing that the dignified prince, princess, and princess were able to bend and stretch, they gradually accepted their fate. This time, she and her husband went up the mountain, gritted their teeth and endured hardships, dug a lot of 7-leafed flowers, and exchanged for hundreds of copper coins, which made her feel warm in her heart. Auntie, you're welcome. I'm ashamed of it. Take it. In the future, remember to teach you something useful. After saying that, she left with the basket and went to buy some other things. Other people who exchanged money and bought things would come up and stuff meat patties and steamed buns as a thank you gift when they saw Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu refused for a while and then accepted it. Is this an alternative, paid income for knowledge? She and Pei Shishir carried backpacks and bamboo baskets filled with gifts from others, enough for them to have a meal. Sister-in-law is awesome. Pei Shishir's eyes sparkled. Her intuition told her that if she followed sister-in-law, she would never go hungry. Okay, stop praising, we also need to replenish some supplies. When selling things, Yuan Shu usually sent Pei Shishir away to buy unimportant things, and actually went to a place where no one was to take them from the space. Pretending to buy and then turning back. Sister-in-law, you are so fast, let me help you. Pei Shishir considerately carried the backpack over. Seeing their supplies, the G family was envious and puzzled. Ji Xiaoying was particularly jealous when she thought of Yuan Shu's face. Mom, didn't you say that the Pei family was rated clean? Where did they get the money for this journey? It seems that they eat well every day. Wang glanced in the direction where Yuan Shu left. Tsk, you have a foxy face. Who knows if you get the dirty money by taking off your clothes? We don't need to be envious. It's dirty. Thinking of the natural way Yuan Shu and the officials get along, Ji Xiaoying was also dissatisfied in her heart. In terms of youth, she is younger than this woman. Why is she so popular? Yuan Shu returned to the team, packed, and the things, carried some on his back, and put some on the cart. Shu, you bought so many things again, but we can actually eat worse. The herbs they dug were exchanged for some money, but Ji Wanqing still felt distressed. The other exiled families were frugal, but they were different. They would eat a little meat every now and then, and it was also thanks to being full. Otherwise, even if they didn't fall down, they would get sick from hunger. Mother, people are made of iron and steel. How can we have the strength to travel without being full? In short, let's think of a way together, and we will never lack food. Yuan Shu knew why Ji Wanqing was entangled. As an elder, she should take care of her children, but she didn't know how to do anything except simple cooking. Digging herbs was not as meticulous as Pei Shishir, so she had to pick some wild vegetables and collect firewood with Pei Yun. Sister-in-law is right, mother. Don't worry, I will learn from you. If there is a chance on the road, I will find herbs to exchange for money, so I won't have to worry about not having food. Pei Shishir was unwilling to save money and not eat enough. If she was hungry, she would have no strength to walk. That's right. If you don't eat well, and your body is in trouble, more money can't buy back your health. Ji Wanqing also understood after hearing this. Shu, you can teach me later so that I won't miss the good things when I pick wild vegetables. Sister-in-law, there's me. Pei Yunyi also raised his hand. His legs still hurt a little when he walked, but it was much better. Madam, there's me too. Pei Yuanlin also hurriedly expressed his opinion. Yuan Shu nodded slightly. Okay, let's talk on the way. At this time, the official counted the number of people, blew the whistle, and everyone continued to set off. This walk took a whole day. There was no post station on the way, so everyone had to sleep outdoors until noon the next day, when everyone arrived at a stream. At that time, more than half a month had passed since they left the capital. The officials allowed everyone to stay, wash and rest. Sister-in-law, mother, brother, give me your clothes, I'll wash them. Pei Shishir was very considerate and conscious, carrying a bucket impatient. She used to be a princess, bathing once a day and twice a day when it was hot, but after the exile began, she could only wipe her body with a piece of cloth when there was plenty of water. They can have a good wash tonight. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Oh, how sorry. Yuan Shu was a little embarrassed. Except for the coat, her clothes were all washed with spiritual spring water when no one was around, using her spiritual sense to enter the space. She missed the days of having a washing machine. There's no need to be so formal as a family. Pei Shishir went to wash clothes and Ji Wanqing went to collect firewood because they were all nearby and the officials would not be too strict when there were hostages in the camp. As for Yuan Shu, she said she wanted to try her luck and see if she could hunt wild rabbits or pheasants to satisfy her craving. The officials didn't believe what they heard, and Wang De couldn't help teasing. Hunting? Madame Yuan has such a skill? They also carried bows and arrows, as if they were ready to hunt, and some of them sharpened harpoons to spear fish. The officials brought their salaries and dry food, but after a long time, everyone still wanted to try something new. I learned hunting from hunters in the farm before, but I haven't tried it. I'll find a chance to try it today. Mr. Wang, can you rent me 3 arrow feathers and a bow? Anyway, the original owner rarely showed up in the capital before. She said she was in the suburbs of the capital, but she was far away from the capital, and now these people couldn't go back to verify. As long as she spoke with confidence, no one would suspect that she was lying. What do you mean by renting? Here are 5 arrows, and the bow is for you too. Remember to pick up the arrows if you can't hit them. Wang De generously gave Yuan Shu the bow and arrows. Thank you, Lord Wang. If I can hunt game, I will not forget to honor you. Yuan Shu happily took the bow and arrow, and after making sure it was not broken, he slung it over his body. Not far away, Ji Hung saw it, hesitated for a moment, then walked up and said the same thing. Go away, can this thing be borrowed casually? The official not only refused to lend it but also retorted to Ji Hung, and his handsome face turned red and white. All the grievances he had suffered since he was a child were brought to him by the Pei family. Ji Xiaoying thought it was because her brother was a man, so she came up with what she thought was a sweet smile. Lord, can you rent it to us? The rent is negotiable. Wangde glanced at her, looked at her pretentious appearance, and was very disgusted. No. Then they went into the mountains in a group. Ji Hung glanced at his sister, felt a little embarrassed, and chased in the direction Yuan Shu left without saying a word. Yuan Shu's long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked like a female hero in the martial arts world, heroic and valiant. After walking for a while, she noticed the movement behind her and drew her bow.
Cousin, it's me.
Ji Hung showed up, and his eyes fell on the bow and arrow in Yuan Shu's hand. Sure, your bow and arrow posture is good, but the stamina is not enough. How about this? Let me use the bow and arrow, and when I hunt the prey, you and I will split it in half. Yuan Shu had a blank expression, put down the bow and arrow slightly, and refused bluntly.
No.
Ji Hung's expression froze when he heard this. This dead girl was really stubborn and didn't know how to judge the situation. He glanced around and persuaded, Sure, you are a capable woman. It's not worth it for you to work like a cow and a horse for the Pei family to take care of their family. How about this? You come to the G family. We will welcome you very much, and you don't have to suffer so much. Yuan Shu listened with a mocking look in his eyes. Ha! Come to be a lobbyist. What a pity. She doesn't need such a big cake. Seeing that Yuan Shu didn't refute, Ji Hung thought he had listened to him and continued to approach. I also feel sorry for you following a fool. I will protect you in the future. No need. No, think about it carefully. His steps became faster and faster, with a malicious smile on his face. Yuan Shu looked at it and felt sick. She drew the bow and aimed at Ji Hung again. Stop, if you come closer, I will let go.
You.
Ji Hung stopped where he was and didn't dare to move. Get out now, or don't blame me for being blind with your arrow feathers. Although Yuan Shu's bow pulling force was insufficient, the end of the arrow feather was sharpened. Once shot, even if it was not fatal, it would pierce the flesh, and Ji Hung did not want to take risks. He stepped back 3 steps and raised his hands. Okay, don't mess around, I'm leaving now. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he slowly turned around. Ji Hung's eyes were gloomy, and he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Humph, sooner or later, I will let you know how powerful I am. The voice was very small, but Yuan Shu still heard it. There is no need for a day. She will let Ji Hung know how powerful she is later. Yuan Shu stepped on the ground with her feet, and her supernatural power quickly passed through the bottom. With the cover of the grass, she used the wood vines to shake some honey water and pollen on him. Flowers are blooming in the season, and there are many bees in the forest. After doing all this, Yuan Shu began to practice using this bow and arrow. She was not familiar with these ancient tools. But if she wants to adapt to the local customs and better cover her supernatural power, these skills need to be learned. At the other end, Ji Hung left with a lot of anger, and suddenly heard a sound coming from far away. Seeing 1 or 2 bees flying at him, he was a little scratchy and immediately waved his arms to hit them, but the bees became more and more. They began to sting his face, neck, and hands. Ah, go away, go away. Cursing, he began to run wildly, and a group of bees chased him until Ji Hung jumped into the stream and submerged himself in the water. The bees hovered on the water for a while before leaving. What fell in just now? It seems to be a person. The women who were washing clothes by the river were stunned and looked at the water. Ji Hung jumped hastily and didn't find the depth of the water. This jump hit his head on the stone at the bottom of the river, and he grimaced in pain. Ah, "You're shameless. Don't you see that the women are here?" Several women said this, but their eyes fell on Ji Hung boldly. The experienced ones took a quick glance, and then looked away. It looked good, but was useless. What a dish. Recognizing Ji Hung, Pei Shir pretended not to see him. She quickly wrung out her clothes and left with the bucket. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was hiding from bees just now." Ji Hung forced a smile despite the pain on his face. The women were excited when they heard this. Where there are bees, there must be a beehive, which means there is honey. "Sir, do you remember where it is?" Ji Hung felt warm in his heart when he heard this, but he shook his head. "I was in a panic and didn't know where to go." He left in the direction of the camp and called his own father and uncle to find the beehive. On the other side, after Yuan Shu had learned archery almost enough, she knelt on one knee and put her palm on the ground to sense the situation on the ground and underground. Found it. She can now use this ability to find medicinal materials or food hidden underneath, and can also sense the general situation within a radius of 2 miles, such as people and animals. It's as if she has radar positioning, which is very convenient. Yuan Shu found a small bamboo forest with bamboo shoots emerging. She broke them all and secretly dug up a few bamboos and bamboo whips and put them into the space. Now, she adds anything useful to the space. After all, the original book plot suggests that after half a year, various natural disasters will begin to appear, followed by a disaster year. It is better to prepare more things to be prepared. What if the world also encounters the end of the world? Cuckoo. Vines emerged from 2 different places, entangled a pheasant and 2 hares like ghosts. There were 8 little rabbits that had just grown hair in the rabbit nest, and Yuan Shu also took them all and put them in the space. Leaving the male rabbit behind, Yuan Shu pretended to shoot it in the leg with an arrow feather, and as for the pheasant, she shot it in the wing. Not bad, I'm awesome. In addition to escaping underground, she has become more and more skilled in using her supernatural powers. After putting the things into the space, Yuan Shu quickly walked in the direction where Ji Hung had just left. She came under the tree, and after making sure that there was no one around, her supernatural power quickly condensed into a cage and stuffed all the bees and honey into the medicine field space. In the future, those medicinal herbs will need to bloom and pollinate, and these little guys are indispensable. After finishing all this, Yuan Shu held a rabbit in his left hand and a chicken in his right hand. He carried a bow and arrow on his back, dragged the bundled bamboo shoots in his arms, and walked slowly towards the camp. "Dad, Uncle, hurry up, it's here, I was chased by bees here just now." Ji Hung led the way with a burning face. The 3 of them searched nearby and found a big tree. A small number of bees can be seen hovering nearby, and there is a hint of sweetness of honey in the air, but there is no beehive. "Maybe it was taken away by the hunter, and you got stung by the fallen honey," Ji Jun said in a light tone. "Alas, it's too late. Forget it, let's go back." Ji Bin immediately lost interest. He worked hard for a long time, but nothing happened. The 3 left dejectedly. Ji Heng's face began to redden and swell, and his eyes squinted, feeling that his vision was affected. On the other side, the 2 brothers who stayed in the camp saw Yuan Shu, who had returned with a full load. "Brother, look, sister-in-law is back." Pei Yuanlin blocked Pei Yunyi's sight calmly, and stood up and walked towards her. "Madam, you are back, I will help you." Although his wrists could not move, he still used both hands and arms to catch the large bundle of bamboo shoots. "Slow down, otherwise the wound will split again." At this time, Wang De and his group of people also came back. They caught a mountain rat and picked some wild vegetables and medicinal herbs. The harvest was not good or bad. "Madam Yuan, you really know how to hunt." The official next to Wang De was a little surprised, and suddenly felt that he was a failure as a man. Yuan Shu smiled generously. "I'm not skilled, I was just lucky this time. By the way, Lord Wang, I'll return the bow and arrow to you. This rabbit is not big, so consider it as rent." "I'm so sorry, let me exchange it with you for a handful of dried vegetables." The arrows were not missing any feathers, and the tip was a little blunt. It must have missed many times, but they only needed to sharpen them and they could still be used, so it was not a loss. After Wang De spoke, his colleagues immediately ran back to their camp and took a handful of dried vegetables. Then, I won't be polite. Yuan Shu took the dried vegetables, turned around and gave half of the bamboo shoots from a bundle to Wang De and the others, and Pei Yunyi peeled the rest. After Ji Wanqing came back from collecting firewood and fetching water, she boiled a pot of water, which was now boiling. Shu, I think this pot of boiling water was boiled in a timely manner. This is called tacit understanding. In fact, even if there were no pheasants or rabbits in this forest, she was going to take out the ones in the space to fool around. They have already torn their faces with the G family, and they will never have any contact with each other again, so there is no need to worry about them coming to eat and drink for free. Yuan Shu pressed the rooster's wings, grabbed its head, pointed the kitchen knife at its neck, and with a quick and sharp move, the chicken blood fell accurately into the bowl. You are so cruel. At this time, Ji Xiaoying came back with a bucket of clothes, and when she saw this scene, she frowned and couldn't help muttering. Eating chicken blood, how cruel. The blood was all over the place. Ji Xiaoying didn't want to look at it again, especially since the chicken was still twitching on the ground. Yuan Shu glanced at her and raised the bloody kitchen knife. I know even more cruel ways. Do you want to see it? Ji Xiaoying's face turned pale. Fearing that Yuan Shu would go crazy and chop her twice with the kitchen knife, she snorted and left. She silently carried the bucket to the side to dry clothes. Yuan Shu sneered. She didn't understand. There are such people who are both green and provocative, and forget the pain after the scar heals. Could it be that this kind of people have a masochistic tendency, and they feel uncomfortable if others don't say a few words to them? Shu, the boiling water is ready. The water in the pot was boiling, and Yuan Shu began to process the pheasant. The pheasant was not fat, only more than 3 pounds. But this didn't bother her. When she processed it later, she would quietly take out the processed chicken from the space and mix it in, and no one would notice. While processing the chicken, Yuan Shu instructed Ji Wanqing and Pei Shishir to wash the bamboo shoots, blanch them, and take them out. Sister-in-law, are all the bamboo shoots blanched? Yes, the ones that can't be eaten can be air-dried later, and they can also be eaten on the road. Pei Shishir heard this and happily got busy. Due to limited conditions, Yuan Shu couldn't do anything fancy, so he planned to put a fresh pot of stew and stick corn and leek cakes on the edge of the pot. It's still early, sister-in-law. I want to see if there are any medicinal herbs nearby and dig some. While waiting for the meat to cook, Pei Shishir didn't want to waste time and wanted to continue making money. Ji Wanqing said she wanted to go with them. Yuan Shu thought about it and didn't object. It would be good for them to have a skill. Otherwise, she would be very tired if she had to rely on herself. Okay, don't go too far. You can go over there. I think I saw some medicinal herbs just now, but I didn't dig them because I was busy hunting. The mother and daughter left, holding 2 sharpened bamboo sticks. Pei Yunyi looked at the direction where his mother and sister left with envy. I want to get better soon and help the family. I will. Pei Yuanlin looked at his brother, so sensible, and stretched out his hand with great satisfaction to rub his head. Big brother, you too, eat well, and get well soon. Pei Yunyi finished speaking, and raised his hand and patted his brother's head. Pei Yuanlin's whole body stiffened immediately. Hey, this stinky boy took advantage of him. Suddenly, Pei Yunyi felt a chill on his back. It was strange. Just now, for a moment, he seemed to think that his big brother had recovered. This is how he coaxed his big brother when he was stupid. Yeah, get better. Pei Yuanlin stiffened his neck and shook a piece of grass. Well, it was an illusion. The one in front of him was still his stupid big brother, with the broken brain. Yuan Shu glanced at the 2 brothers who loved each other, added firewood, and continued to close his eyes to rest. In fact, he secretly divided an area to raise rabbits. This thing has a strong reproductive capacity, 7 or 8 babies in a litter, and it grows fast. Later, she must make dry pot spicy rabbit. The fish in the pond are also fat, pickled fish and grilled fish. During this journey, she didn't know if it was because of the hard work, but she felt that her appetite had grown, and she felt hungry when she ate less meat. When the sun went down, Pei Shishir and Ji Wanqing came back, and they dug up a lot of things in the bamboo baskets on their backs. Some of them were coptis and astragalus. Other families who rushed into the mountains to search for treasures also got some, but only the G family found some wild vegetables. Not bad. When we get to the next town, these things can also be exchanged for dozens or hundreds of copper coins. Ji Wanqing and her mother were very proud and satisfied with their harvest. They were finally not freeloaders. Mother, sure, wash your hands, let's have dinner. The lid of the pot was opened. Yuan Shu quickly put the pancakes on the plate, took out a small bowl, and served the chicken, and the fragrant smell immediately spread to the surroundings. Many exiles who were eating vegetable dumplings without oil were drooling with greed, breathing in the aroma of meat in the air while eating. The G family was also extravagant tonight and cooked a pot of cured meat and wild vegetables. However, each person was only given 2 slices of cured meat in their bowls, and the taste could not be retained in their mouths. Mom, I want to eat meat so much. Ji Painter looked at Yuan Shu and the others eagerly, and could not help but speak. Although the 2 daughters were not favored in the G family, they were also well-dressed and well-fed before their family was confiscated. After being exiled for nearly a month, the number of times they could eat meat could be counted on one hand. Today, they were allowed to eat a little because they washed the clothes of the whole family. Want to eat meat? You dead girl, just be greedy to death. Isn't there meat in your bowl? Wu scolded immediately. Lu's mind became active at this moment, and she had an idea in her mind. Well, Wanqing has always loved these 2 little girls. The grievances of adults have nothing to do with the children. Maybe if we let Zhaodi and Panner go over, they will be in a good mood. If we cook a whole chicken and give a few pieces of meat to the children, they will probably give them. These 2 girls are still growing. Lu's words were agreed by the others, and their eyes fell on Zhaodi and Panu. You 2 sisters go and give it a try. Ji Zhaodi and Ji Panner looked at each other, eager to try. In fact, they were also afraid of the fierce Yuan Shu, but the idea of eating meat made them extremely eager. The 2 of them slowly approached with bowls and chopsticks. At this time, Ji Wanqing and the others were feasting. The meat was cooked soft and tender, paired with the crisp bamboo shoots and a bite of corn cakes. It was so fragrant that they wanted to bite off their tongues. Sister-in-law, have you been cooking for yourself these years? The food you cook is so delicious. Wow, it's even more delicious than the imperial meal. Pei Sure ate the pancakes and meat in big mouthfuls, and at this moment, she didn't bother to care about the image of a noble lady in the capital. Maybe I'm more talented. Yuan Shu certainly wouldn't say that she had learned it. At this time, she noticed the 2 uninvited guests out of the corner of her eye, and Ji Wanqing also saw them. Aunt, eldest cousin, second cousin, cousin, do you want to try the wild vegetable pancakes? The 2 sisters greeted each other one by one, holding up the food in their bowls with sincere eyes. Yuan Shu frowned. She was not familiar with these people and pretended not to hear. No, you eat by yourselves. Pei Sure looked cold and indifferent. It's obvious what the purpose of coming over during mealtime is. Isn't it just to get a free meal? She won't let them do as they wish. But Ji Wanqing was different. She blamed the Ji family for being ruthless, but these 2 nieces were half a year younger than her own son and didn't know anything, so naturally they had no say in her affairs. She glanced at Yuan Shu and saw her smile and said, It's good for Mother to make the decision, but I think we have to do what we can. After all, we are not rich. Yeah, Mother knows. Ji Wanqing nodded. Since you called me Aunt today, I will give you 2 bowls of soup. From now on, don't call me Aunt anymore. The sisters' eyes lit up and they walked forward. Aunt will always be our aunt. Not anymore in the future. Ji Wanqing's voice was loud enough for everyone in the Ji family to hear. She scooped up a spoonful of the contents of the pot, which included a few small pieces of meat, soup, and bamboo shoots. The sisters immediately emptied their bowls and chopsticks and raised them over. The sisters' bowls were full of soup, and there were several pieces of meat. But as for the 2 bowls of food, how they divided it was none of her business. The little bit of food given was a complete end to her relationship with the G family, and it was also the last time for her aunt to help the poor sisters. Thank you, Aunt. The aroma of meat penetrated into the nose, and the sisters couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They carefully drank 2 big mouthfuls of soup from the edge of the bowl. It was so delicious that I wanted to bite my tongue off. Ji Wanqing said indifferently, "Go back. Don't come again in the future. I don't have anything to give you." Worried that the G family couldn't hear, she raised her voice again and emphasized. The other exiles listened and looked at the G family with playful eyes. They had already torn their faces and cut off their relationship, and they still had the nerve to let the children come to beg for food. It was really shameless. Ahem. Seeing the two sisters holding bowls to drink soup, the G family coughed one after another to remind them and urged them to take the food back. Pei Shirshir pouted and shook her head. This coughing sound, if you don't know, you might think it's choking on. Yuan Shu, who was eating, was stunned for a moment. Her sister-in-law was getting more and more down to earth when she scolded people. The two sisters' hearts had been hooked by the meat in their hands. They walked back carefully holding the meat in the bowl, not paying much attention to these words. "Grandma, we're back." The two sisters came back with high spirits. They had never been so confident before. "We're back. Zhaodi and Panner are great. They are worthy of being Grandma's good granddaughters." She was the only good granddaughter of Grandma. Why did these two have the right to be so good? At this time, she regretted that she had been too stiff with Yuan Shu and the others before, otherwise, she would definitely have a share of the delicious food. Lu gave a look, and Wang and Jibin snatched the bowls from the sisters' hands and poured all the soup and meat into the big pot. The sisters were dumbfounded. The meat flew away. Wu's eyes turned red. "Mother, these two children have made contributions, second brother. What are you doing?" Lu glared at her slowly. "You long-haired, short-sighted woman. Would I give them two sisters less meat?" Then, she scooped 2 pieces of chicken, 2 pieces of bamboo shoots, and soup for the two sisters, as if it was a great gift from heaven. She also scooped several pieces for herself. And then she said, "Eat." As soon as Lu spoke, Ji Bin and Wang immediately started eating. In the end, Wu only got 2 pieces of bamboo shoots, no chicken at all, and she was so angry that she wanted to cry. "Sister-in-law, I will wash the dishes today." Wang took advantage of them, so naturally, she wanted to get closer. Just kidding, now the G family has no red faces with them, only these 2 little girls. They take advantage, and they can also benefit from it. What happened here was not covered up, and Ji Wanqing naturally saw it. She was disappointed, but she didn't take it to heart. Her own food was still not warm enough, and she was too lazy to care about others. "We'll cook noodles with the remaining chicken soup tomorrow morning." Yuan Shu didn't sit idle after eating, and had already decided what to do with the remaining ingredients. She kneaded a ball of dough and put it aside. "Tomorrow, we'll have knife-cut noodles." The few people didn't know what she was talking about, but they were very excited. In the moonlight, they washed the herbs and put them in a bamboo basket before they rested. Pei Shirshir saw her mother taking care of her brother and Yuan Shu tidying up the quilt. She hesitated for a moment and walked towards a secluded corner. Ji Hao, who was strolling after eating, saw this graceful figure and immediately followed.
What a good opportunity. Wow.
Yuan Shu turned around and caught a glimpse of it from the corner of her eye. "I'll go find Shirshir." After saying this, she dragged the fire stick and left. Pei Yuanlin admired her toughness and was not worried. If it were Ji Hung, he would have some fancy moves, but Ji Hao was just a weak scholar who could not withstand a single. Thinking this in his heart, he still stood up silently, pretended to exercise, and silently closed the distance. Pei Shirshir had just finished her work and was walking back, when suddenly someone rushed out from the side, stretched out his hand to cover her mouth, and threw her down. Before she could see the person clearly, she heard a muffled groan. Yuan Shu held the fire stick and beat it one stick after another. The sudden attack made Ji Hao so painful that he could not make a sound. In a few strokes, he was beaten into a pig's head. "Hiss, it hurts so much. Stop hitting me. Shirshir, I'm your cousin. You dog thing. I'll castrate you." As a woman, Yuan Shu hated this kind of taking advantage of others and having a brain full of money the most. When she took out a dagger from the space and was about to stab that place to try the sterilization effect, Ji Heng's voice rang out. "Second brother, where are you?" Pei Shirshir had come back to her senses at this moment. She pulled Yuan Shu's arm. Sister-in-law, let's go back. If the two brothers were to talk nonsense later, people who didn't know would think that something had happened to them here.
Yeah.
Yuan Shu turned his hand and hid the dagger, but still kicked Ji Hing twice, and then grabbed Pei Shishir and ran away. When the figure appeared in the camp, she stopped for a while, and Pei Shishir also pressed her knees, breathing heavily, and was still frightened and silent. While she was not paying attention, Yuan Shu used his supernatural power and plant vines to drill into the ground and leave. Don't fight. Ji Hao stood up and took 2 steps to meet the person coming, and subconsciously wanted to hold his head. It's me. Ji Hing glanced at his useless brother and was very disgusted, but still supported him, and the two brothers left together. They didn't realize that under the cover of the night, a vine was holding a syringe like a hand, spraying something on them. After doing this, Yuan Shu's lips curled up slightly. That's great. I can have a feast of mosquitoes tonight. Don't thank her too much. Sister-in-law, thank you just now. By the way, can you please not tell them? Pei Shishir was still in shock and spoke with a tremor, trying to calm herself down. There was a big gap between them and the G family. They would not benefit from making a fuss. Ji Hao was beaten, so she could bear it. Okay, don't act alone in the future. Call me if you have something to do. Yuan Shu knew that people in this era valued reputation very much. She was obviously wronged, and when she pulled it up, she would be blamed for seducing. Even if she proved herself, she would be very angry and would be pointed at.
Well,
Pei Shishir regretted in her heart. Why didn't she learn a few self-defense tricks from her elder brother? When the two came back, Pei Yuanlin was a little relieved. He looked in the direction of the G family with his peripheral vision, and a ray of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Bully his sister. Wait for him. Pei Shishir came to Ji Wanqing as if nothing had happened. The mother and daughter covered themselves with a quilt and began to rest. Wang De led the officers to patrol around the camp. Madam Yuan, do you have time to make more food for tomorrow morning? The brothers want to taste your cooking again. We are a little tired from hunting today. Let's wait for another day. Several people regretted that they left without saying anything. Pei Yuanlin just felt sour in his heart. Madam, it hurts. Yuan Shu paused and hurriedly pretended to check Pei Yuanlin's wound. Where does it hurt? Is it a headache or has the wound split again? It has been almost a month, and the biggest wound on his body has only a small cut that has not completely healed. Just continue to apply medicine. Wang De wanted to say a few more pleasantries, but seeing this, he didn't say much and left with his companions. Here. Pei Yuanlin pointed to his lower abdomen, and a tangled and painful look appeared on his handsome face. Yuan Shu did not doubt it, and immediately pulled him to the campfire and undressed. The swaying campfire illuminated his abdominal muscles, which rose and fell with his breathing, and there was a bandage wrapped around his waist. At first glance, there was a kind of broken beauty. Madam, here. Pei Yuanlin stretched out his finger and pointed at a place of bandage. The slender fingers with distinct joints controlled Yuan Shu, who was obsessed with face, voice, and hands, for nearly 10 seconds. Ahem, don't move, I'll apply medicine for you. Yuan Shu cursed in his heart that beauty misled people, and after quickly calming down, he carefully cleaned the wound with iodine. Continue to sprinkle hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder, then apply a sterile patch, and then wrap a circle of bandages to cover it. Anyway, with clothes to cover it, no one knows how she treated the wound. Thank you, my lady. You are so kind, Pei Yuanlin said softly, with a doting light in his eyes. Looking at this pair of eyes, Yuan Shu was momentarily absent-minded. She was teased by a fool and blushed, and her heart beat fast. What a shame. It's good to know, be obedient, understand? Go to bed early. All along the way, Yuan Shu walked on her feet. Even with the space spirit spring constantly transforming her physique, she still felt tired. Especially in the past few days, she felt more sleepy, probably because of spring sleepiness and autumn fatigue.
Well.
Pei Yuanlin nodded and felt a lot of pain again. When Yuan Shu closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, he quietly tapped with his arm. Yuan Shu sighed after seeing it. The blood stasis in the head would compress the nerves and cause headaches. If acupuncture could be used, it would not only relieve the pain, but also disperse the blood stasis. But she couldn't explain the appearance of the silver needle, so she had to wait until the right opportunity to use it. For now, he can only take the space spirit spring from time to time to relieve the pain. In the middle of the night, Yuan Shu felt a mosquito buzzing in her ear. She opened her eyes and planned to quietly put some odorless mosquito coils, but she saw one of Pei Yuanlin's arms exposed outside the quilt. He shook his arm from time to time, and the startled mosquitoes returned again. Yuan Shu noticed that his sleeves were neatly rolled up, obviously on purpose. It was not because of the heat, but because he was afraid that she would be bitten. She was silly and cute, and she admitted that she was warmed. Seeing that Pei Yuanlin was sleeping very deeply, Yuan Shu quietly took out the anti-itching ointment and applied it to the place where he was bitten by mosquitoes, and secretly sprayed mosquito-repellent odorless mosquito coils around them. Feeling the cool taste on his hands, Pei Yuanlin opened his eyes slightly and saw Yuan Shu carefully applying the medicine to himself. The corners of his lips could not help but rise. The princess still has the king in her heart. On the other hand, the G family was like poking a mosquito nest today. They heard mosquitoes buzzing all night and were bitten one by one. The worst were the G Hung brothers. One of them was stung by a bee and his face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was bitten by mosquitoes. The other was beaten like a pig's head, and the mosquitoes didn't let him go. The next day,
Ghost.
When an official was releasing water, he accidentally glanced at the Ji Hung brothers not far away from him and subconsciously screamed, and all the water spilled on his hands. "Sir, it's us." Ji Hao was extremely depressed, feeling wronged and angry. The fierce woman Yuan Shu really didn't go easy on him. The official was very upset. "You scared me. You did it on purpose." "Sir, you misunderstood, we didn't." He walked over angrily, wiped the water stains on his hands on Ji Hao's body, and then pulled up his pants and left. Ji Hao was so angry that his eyes almost spit fire, but he still endured it. He was dirty. What made the G family collapse the most was that their wooden barrels and basins suddenly leaked. Last night, Wang was in charge of washing dishes, and Lu scolded and pinched her immediately. "You wasteful thing. Why don't you use the bucket carefully? If you drop it too hard, it will leak, don't you know? Mom, your daughter-in-law doesn't know what happened. The bucket and basin haven't been dropped." Wang didn't know that Pei Yuanlin kicked it yesterday, when everyone was asleep. It's easy to have cracks after the internal force is shaken. Yuan Shu didn't care about this. At dawn, Ji Wanqing and Pei Shishir had boiled the hot water. She put the sliced noodles into the boiling water, cooked them and took them out, and had a delicious meal with yesterday's chicken soup and the remaining meat. After eating and drinking, they were in a much better mood. Maybe because there were 2 injured people, the Ji family was much quieter, but when they saw Yuan Shu and her hunting prey from time to time, they felt jealous. Seeing that others could pick up eggs by following Yuan Shu, they followed, but they got nothing and could only blame themselves for their bad luck. A month and a half passed in a flash. The team arrived at one of the small towns. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. Chao Yuan led the team to the inn. Today, everyone rested here and bought supplies. Those who found medicinal herbs on the road during the rest could not wait to exchange them for money, and Yuan Shu did the same. She also took a small part of the herbs planted in the space and added them to the medicinal herbs found by Pei Shishir in exchange for 300 copper coins. "Sister-in-law, I will take 20 copper coins to buy some for myself, and you can keep the rest, okay?" The whole family agreed that Yuan Shu would be in charge of the money. Of course, Yuan Shu said without saying anything and quickly gave another 30. "You two go buy what you want and come back early." They left, but Pei Yuanlin did not move and followed Yuan Shu. "You are not going?" He shook his head. "Where my wife is, I am there." "Hey, he is still clingy. Come on, I'll take you shopping." Yuan Shu took Pei Yuanlin to buy shoes. For more than a month, he had to walk to travel. The pair of shoes he was wearing, plus the ones prepared by Chuer, all of them were out of the hole. At the place where he bought shoes, he met the Ji family brothers and sisters. Seeing Yuan Shu's intention, they quickly bought the suitable sizes. Oh, I'm so sorry that we bought all these shoes. Ji Xiaoying raised her chin proudly. Ji Heng narrowed his eyes. In view of the friendship between my cousin and I in the past, I can consider giving you 2 pairs. Pei Yuanlin knew that they were deliberately holding him back, but there were limited things in the small town. If he missed it, he would have to wait until a bigger town to get them. He was ready to admit his mistake. He didn't mind suffering a little for his family. Yuan Shu rolled his eyes in his heart and sneered. You don't need to let me. I can still buy it in such a big town. Husband, let's go over there and take a look. After that, the two left together. Seeing that Yuan Shu was kind to Pei Yuanlin, but disgusted with himself, Ji Heng was filled with a desire to conquer. It was boring without someone to relieve his boredom on the road. There were thousands of mountains and rivers on the way to Lingnan. The long night was hard to endure. Yuan Shu was pretty, which really made his heart beat. Moreover, the thought of getting involved with Pei Yuanlin's woman made his heart surge. Ji Heng's eyes fell on a small medicine shop not far away, and an evil light filled his eyes. Yuan Shu knew nothing about this. She took Pei Yuanlin away, but he was a little worried. My wife, I'll go ask my cousin for help. The IQ of a 6 or 7-year-old is already considered sensible, not to mention that he is on the road of exile now. Even the youngest child knows how to share the burden for the family. Knowing what he meant, Yuan Shu shook his head. They are bad people. You can't trust them. I just saw an old lady walking and shouting with straw sandals on her back. She went over there. I'll chase her. My husband, I want to eat this small fried fish. You buy it for me and I'll be back soon. The fish was caught in the river. It was the size of a finger. The internal organs were removed, and it was coated with a small amount of flour and fried in vegetable oil. Just smelling it, it was very fragrant. One portion cost 20 copper coins, but the amount was not small. After giving the boss the money, Pei Yuanlin had to stand there and wait. If he left, what if the boss refused to pay later? Then be careful. Although Pei Yuanlin was stupid, he was very sensible and didn't make people worry. Yuan Shu was not surprised that he could say caring words. She pretended to chase the old lady who was buying shoes, but actually she found a place where no one was around, picked out some of the most common cloth shoes from the space, and deliberately rubbed some dust on them to make them look old. In this way, no one noticed anything unusual. When Yuan Shu came back, he saw Pei Yuanlin holding fried fish wrapped in oil paper, standing by the road like a stone looking at his wife. Some bold village women passed by, covered their mouths and laughed secretly, and some bolder ones even went up to ask his name. Young master, you look unfamiliar. Where are you from? Has your family arranged a marriage for you? Pei Yuanlin was too lazy to respond and just smiled foolishly. The fishmonger shook his head. Don't ask. This boy is a fool and has a wife. No way. Who would marry a fool these days? The old lady frowned immediately, as if she was very unlucky. What? Did the fool eat your rice? Yuan Shu appeared like a ghost, with a cold tone. The old lady was startled, curled her lips, and left without saying anything. Pei Yuanlin's handsome face bloomed with a smile, just like the spring light in March, which made people unable to take their eyes away. My wife, the fried fish is ready, you try it. As he said that, he picked up one with his hand and put it to Yuan Shu's mouth. She subconsciously opened her mouth, and the tip of her tongue swept across Pei Yuanlin's fingers. The wet and warm touch made him stiffen all over, as if he had been electrocuted. So crispy and delicious. Let's go. Take it back for everyone to try. He didn't notice that someone's eyes became dark, indicating that he had bought the cloth shoes and would go back to try them immediately. In the inn, Ji Heng waited for Yuan Shu and the others to return in vain, but unexpectedly, he really bought the shoes, and he was upset. This woman is lucky, but she may not be able to smile after tonight. Ji Wanqing couldn't bear to eat the fried fish bought as a snack, so she treated it as a dish. Then, Yuan Shu borrowed the kitchen of the inn and made a pot of corn rice, accompanied by fried eggs and leeks, which was today's dinner. Ji Wanqing looked embarrassed. The journey is long. We have to save money sometimes, let's eat. They were penniless and thought they would have to eat coarse food on the road. It was unexpected that they could have something now, and they were grateful. Pei Yanni and the others had no objection, but Yuan Shu wanted to eat better. Mother, my husband and Yanni have just recovered from a serious illness. They have to eat something good, and so do we. The food was good, but they were not short of money, so there was really no need to save so much. So I bought a stewed chicken. A braised chicken and a whole one. This was an excuse. She took the stewed chicken off the stove when she emptied the prince's mansion, and all the condiments in it had been taken away by her. It had been 7 days since they had eaten the bamboo shoots stewed chicken. It had been a hard journey, and Pei Shir and the others couldn't help drooling when they smelled the meat. Sister-in-law, it must be very expensive, right? Not expensive. I took the pulse of the chef and wrote a prescription. He gave us the lowest price. Don't tell anyone. The chefs are the ones who can get kickbacks from the master's family. They all know it. Seeing this, Ji Wanqing and the others did not hesitate. The family ate heartily. After eating and drinking, they simply washed up and prepared to rest. After the meal, when Yuan Shu put the bowls and chopsticks at the door, the waiter called her. Madam, can you help taste the new tea made in our store and tell me what you think? The waiter held a cup of fragrant tea in his hand, with a sincere face. Yuan Shu wanted to refuse, but she caught a glimpse of a piece of clothing at the corner in the distance, and her eyes flashed. Of course. She took it generously, covered it with her arm, and pretended to drink it, but actually poured it into the cup in the space. It tastes good. The waiter looked at the tea without a drop left, thanked respectfully, and retreated silently. Looking at Yuan Shu's back as she left, Ji Heng's lips curled up into a triumphant smile. No matter how hot she was, she still fell into his hands. Tonight, he was going to make the Pei family lose face and let this woman be criticized by thousands of people. Yuan Shu used the excuse of going downstairs to look at the cart, but in fact he asked around and learned that Ji Heng had booked a room alone today for the first time. Even with his toes, he knew what he was thinking. It's not polite to come without returning the favor. How can I enjoy such a good thing alone? He sighed in his heart. While Ji Heng was not in the room, Yuan Shu took advantage of the night and used the supernatural vines to pour the tea just now into the cup on his table intact. Ji Heng, who returned to the room, did not notice anything unusual at all and drank the tea in one gulp. Waiter, bring a pot of wine. How could he miss the wine when he had a beautiful woman in his arms? After a few glasses of wine, he became distracted. Ji Heng felt a little impatient. He opened the door and prepared to find Yuan Shu. After taking the medicine, she must feel hot and urgent and will definitely want to go to the toilet. He can take this opportunity. Yuan Shu left the room and pretended to look for something on the ground. A waiter came over to ask after seeing her and learned that she had dropped 1 or 2 taels of silver. Waiter, if you can find it, I will give you 10 coins as a reward. Don't worry, sir. I will help you find it. The waiter happily held up the lantern and began to look for it. If he found the silver, he would not return it. Suddenly, he bumped into someone, and before he could see clearly, he was dragged into the house with the lantern. Yuan Shu quietly waited for the waiter to shout and embarrass Ji Heng, but she didn't expect that the waiter would not say a word after entering, and she went back to the house with a black line on her head, somewhat looking forward to tomorrow's arrival. With enough money on hand, they chose 2 rooms to live separately today, and Ji Wanqing didn't ask about the moment she was away. This night was not long. The next day, Ji Heng frowned and opened his eyes, only to feel that he was burning in front and behind. He turned his head and saw the flattering waiter leaning on his arm. Sir, did you sleep well last night?
Ah!
Ji Heng couldn't control his shock and screamed sharply. He grabbed the waiter's neck tightly, but he was kicked by him and had to let go. The waiter also screamed for help. Hearing the sound, the shop owner and his guards appeared in a hurry. When the people of the G family heard Ji Heng shouting, they rushed into the house together in a hurry and saw the burning scene. Hiss! Ji Bin saw his son in dishevel, chasing the waiter with a fierce look on his face. The other party had pockmarks all over his face and an ugly big mole. And tied his clothes hastily around his waist to barely block the view. He was using a pillow to resist Ji Heng's attack. This. Seeing the mess on the couch, he stuttered and couldn't speak. Although it is said that no one knows a son better than his father, he didn't know that his son, in addition to women, actually. The waiter saw the shopkeeper behind Ji Bin and cried out immediately, "Shopkeeper, please help me. I served the young master all night, but he pulled up his pants and refused to admit it and wanted to kill me." Ji Heng was stunned when the door was knocked open, and he wanted to hide. The time he was stunned made the waiter run over and hide behind the group of guards. The innkeeper's eyes shone, and he nodded gently. "Don't worry, we will take care of it for you." "No, I didn't ask him to serve me. It was him. He took advantage of me being drunk and did this to me." Ji Heng gritted his teeth after he came to his senses, his fists creaked, and he seemed to be a little unstable. Of course, he couldn't say the rest of the words. What happened? Shouldn't it have been Yuan Shu last night? How did it become a waiter? When Ji Heng thought about having with a servant, he felt sick and wanted to.
No.
It was the young master who saw that I was pretty and dragged me into the house. You didn't admit it after eating. Did you want to eat a free meal? The noise was so loud that even the officials were alarmed, including the Pei Yuanlin brothers. What's going on? What happened? Pei Yunyi stood on tiptoe to see. Pei Yuanlin, who saw the scene in the house, twitched his mouth slightly and covered his eyes. Yuan Shu opened the door with Ji Wanqing and the others as if nothing had happened. After seeing his own mother, Pei Yunyi came to her side obediently. "Mom, sister-in-law, sister, you're awake." At this time, the shopkeeper was angry. "What kind of place is my in? Who wants to eat a free meal? You have to ask the stick in my hand if it agrees." The G family was immediately surrounded by the shopkeeper holding a stick. This was what Chao Yuan and the others saw when they came. Seeing him, the shopkeeper seemed to have found the person who was in charge. "Sir, you are finally here. Come and help us judge the matter." He summed up the situation in front of him in a few words. Chao Yuan looked at Ji Heng with a strange look in his eyes. "Mr. Ji still has the taste to drink. It seems that we have been too indulgent to you along the way." "No, I didn't drink." Ji Heng immediately refuted. They were exiles. Fortunately, they followed such a group of escorting officials who were still principled, so they did not deduct their travel expenses. Now he can still drink and eat meat. If this gets out, won't it attract thieves? Not necessarily. You can still get things done without drinking, and you still blame others afterwards. You are terrible. The shopkeeper looked at Ji Heng with contempt, leaving him speechless. When he raised his eyes, he saw Yuan Shu behind the crowd and did not miss her mocking look. How could he forget that this woman knew medicine? She must have discovered the tampered tea. "It's you, Yuan Shu. Didn't we agree to meet here last night? Why didn't you come?" It was dark and I couldn't see clearly, so I recognized the wrong person. He was caught fooling around with a man, and his reputation was ruined. Even if he left here quickly, he couldn't shut up these exiles. In this case, why not drag Yuan Shu into the water? Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes fell on Yuan Shu's face, as if she was the unfaithful woman. Ji Wanqing was immediately furious. "Ji Heng, shut up. Shu has been with us since dinner, and has not left the room all night."
Don't bite like a mad dog.
The reserved daughter of aristocratic family, the old princess, had learned the curse words from those women on the way to exile. After the defense, Ji Wanqing still felt unsatisfied and was ready to rush up and tear him apart. "I'll tear your mouth apart." The Ji family seemed to have found an outlet for their anger and immediately scolded Yuan Shu for deceiving Ji Heng's feelings and breaking the promise, which led to today's situation. They felt that as long as they insisted that it was an accident, their son would become the victim. "This woman must think that my cousin is stupid and can't satisfy him, so she came to my eldest brother." "Women, tut tut tut." Ji Hao was full of swear words. Pei Yuanlin was so angry that he was shaking all over. When he almost couldn't control his attack, Yuan Shu smiled. "Haha, you said I had a secret affair with you. Stop joking. You are so ugly. I don't like you." Yuan Shu's words startled everyone present, but she didn't stop but continued. "Although my husband is stupid, he is very good and well-behaved. I am infatuated with him. Even if he is stupid, he is still very powerful. As she said this, she took Pei Yuanlin's arm. We have a harmonious life as husband and wife. I don't like other people. Perhaps to prove that this was true, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Pei Yuanlin on the corner of his lips. My wife. Pei Yuanlin showed a slightly silly expression, and at this moment, he was so happy that he was about to bubble. His previous subordinates were right. To make a woman obedient, sleeping with her is the safest way. But Ji Wanqing didn't think so, and thought that Yuan Shu said it to save face. However, she would definitely not spoil the show at the moment, but agreed and spoke. My son was once the war god of this dynasty. He is both talented and handsome. How can someone like you compare to him? Shu Shu would not look down on you even if he is blind. What you said is just a dream. Ji Hung was so angry that his face turned pale and red. He did not expect Yuan Shu to prove himself in this way. The people who were listening were stunned. Before they could react, the waiter poked his head out from behind the guard. I believe what this lady said because this guy is really good-looking but useless. That night, I served him 3 or 4 times, and he stopped twice. The waiter, who was typing on his face, was dissatisfied. From his face, the element seemed to read 4 words: I desire, very seek, helpless, full. Oh, the guards of the store suddenly shouted, with contempt. One person even whistled mockingly, and Ji Hung was so angry that his face turned pale and red. Finally, he simply rolled his eyes and fainted. The shopkeeper looked disgusted. It's really not okay. You faint so easily. But even if you faint, don't try to deny your debt. Pay up. Faced with the choice of breaking one leg or cutting off his, the G family chose to pay the money, including the cost of the soiled bedding and the compensation for the servant, a total of 10 taels of silver. Because he was injured, he asked a doctor to prescribe medicine, which cost another 3 taels of silver. They felt very painful after spending so much money in a row. Ji Hung lay on his stomach and let his brother help him apply the medicine. He secretly swore in his heart that if he had the chance in the future, he would make Yuan Shu regret it. Brother, it's okay. Ji Hao quickly looked away, with disgust in his eyes. Alas, this place is in a mess.
How crazy it was last night.
On the other side, Yuan Shu and others were well fed and ready to go. The exiles waited for a long time before they saw the late G family. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get going. We have been waiting for you for a long time. General Wang cracked the whip in his hand with an impatient look on his face. Sir, calm down. We will come right away. The G family knew that these officials were not easy to talk to, so they had to apologize shamelessly. They had to delay time because of Ji Heng's matter, and they didn't want it. The team started to set off, and Ji Heng's matter spread from one person to another. The exiles soon knew about it, and there were all kinds of whispers on the road. Walk faster, haven't you eaten? Seeing Ji Heng limping and walking slowly, some officials couldn't help but scold him, and he had to speed up. There was even a good official who patted his big and pinched it when he was not paying attention. You are indeed a young man who is pampered in the capital, with delicate skin and tender flesh. Ji Heng turned his head viciously, and when he saw that it was an official, his face froze. He did not dare to refute, and could only speed up his pace. Yuan Shu, who was walking diagonally behind him, saw this scene and felt no sympathy at all. He even wanted to laugh. He deserved it. Madam, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Pei Yuanlin didn't know if he was stunned by the kiss in the morning. On the way, he stuck to Yuan Shu with his bag on his back. He used his shadow to block the sunlight for him and worried about her thirst every once in a while. Not thirsty. I'm thirsty. Can you give me some water? Pei Yuanlin lowered his head obediently. The height difference between the two is exactly 1 head, which is simply the perfect height difference for a couple. Pei Yuanlin's wrist can move, but it is limited to taking buns. He can't even use chopsticks properly, and the water bag is a bit heavy and he can't lift it. Yuan Shu was worried that it would affect the recovery of his wrist tendons, so he fed him water after hearing what he said. There was water stain rolling down from the corner of her mouth, sliding down along her Adam's apple. At this angle, She was full of male hormones. If this happened in modern times, she would have to shoot a video to promote her products. "Madam, what are you looking at?" Pei Yuanlin asked after seeing her absent-minded after drinking. He actually asked knowingly. His face seemed to be very good-looking, and sometimes his princess was obsessed with it. In the past, he hated people saying that he was handsome, but now he is very satisfied. "No, nothing." Yuan Shu replied perfunctorily and drank water from the water bag in his hand. Pei Yuanlin's eyes suddenly became hot. He had just drunk from this kettle. Are they considered close? It's too hot. Find a place to rest and wait until the sun passes before leaving.
It was noon at this time.
The sun was scorching. Everyone had walked for a long time and felt dizzy. As soon as the official ordered, they all looked for a cool place to rest. Pei Yuanlin left the team on the pretext of urinating, but in fact he had contacted the shadow guard of the Pei family a long time ago. Subordinates see the prince. When they saw Pei Yuanlin, Ing Jiao and Ingshi couldn't believe their eyes. He thought it was Yuan Shu who contacted him. After all, the G family had bad intentions and thought she was afraid of making a mistake. "Get up." Pei Yuanlin put one hand behind his back. Even though he was wearing ordinary people's clothes at this moment, his demeanor still made him look noble and cold. Ing Jiao stood up excitedly. "Prince, you have regained consciousness. That's great. It will take some time to fully recover. I am looking for you to arrange something. Please tell me. Your subordinates will go through fire and water without hesitation." They originally thought that no one in the Pei family was in charge of the overall situation, but they didn't expect that the prince had recovered. Their persistence was meaningful. "You must keep your mouth shut about the fact that the prince has regained consciousness." Ing Jiao looked puzzled. The princess and the old lady didn't say it?
Well,
after weighing the pros and cons, Pei Yuanlin decided to conceal it. If they knew, it would inevitably reveal flaws. "I will contact you if necessary on the way. At other times, everything will be arranged by the princess." Yuan Shu knew about the existence of the death squad and knew how to use them. He gave her the greatest support. "Yes, I understand. My husband, where are you? Have you eaten?" Yuan Shu saw that he had been away for a long time and did not come back, so he came to find him. Ing Jiao and Ingshi quickly flashed into the dark, while Pei Yuanlin bent down to look at the bushes. "My wife, I think I saw a rabbit." Yuan Shu glanced at Ing Jiao's hiding place, the magical rabbit. It was obviously a death squad of the Pei family. It was obviously looking for its master, but this guy was so stupid that he didn't notice it at all. It should have run away. "You should go back quickly, and don't let your mother wait anxiously." Pei Yuanlin nodded honestly and left. "My wife, I'll wait for you in front." After he left, Ing Jiao and Ingshi came out, and they smiled guiltily. Your subordinate greets the princess. They only appear when the master contacts them. This is tantamount to acting on their own. Yuan Shu's face is very cold. "I didn't look for you. Why are you here?" "Well, the G family has vicious minds. Your subordinate is worried about the safety of the master, so he approached privately. Please forgive me, princess. The dead soldiers are loyal and have a strong sense of danger. However, she really doesn't take the G family seriously. Go back, I'll take care of everything here." Ing Jiao and Ingshi left without a word. Only when they walked away did they realize that their backs were soaked with cold sweat. "Brother, the princess's aura is not inferior to that of the prince. It's really strange. She is just an ordinary daughter of a noble family, but her aura is really strong. In fact, this comes from Yuan Shu's self-confidence. With superpowers and space, she is very confident." "Who said it wasn't?" "The princess seems to have a bad temper. I don't know what will happen if she knows that the prince lied to her." Ingshi shook his head after hearing this. "I dare not think about it anyway." Just like this, they walked and stopped along the way, and 2 days passed. The shadow guards disguised themselves as escorts, followed Yuan Shu at a distance, and changed people from time to time, following not too far or too close, so that if something happened, they could respond in time. Maybe because the G family was angry, coupled with the hot weather, they couldn't eat or sleep well, and in just 2 or 3 days, their mouths were full of blisters. After asking for help from the officials, They pointed the way to Yuan Shu.
We are not doctors. You should ask Madame Yuan.
Lu's saliva hurt when she swallowed, and she had to turn back angrily after hearing this. Go. Ask that stinky girl to come over for a checkup. Someone came to see a doctor, and it was a member of the G family. Yuan Shu thought about it and didn't refuse. Sister-in-law, don't go. They must have bad intentions. Pei Shir and Pei Yani were very vigilant. The G family had a lot of bad intentions, and they had learned a lesson along the way. It's okay. It's broad daylight. They dare not do anything. Yuan Shu kept a watchful eye in his heart. If they want to plot against him, hiding is not a solution, just deal with them. After going there, Yuan Shu asked for 2 taels of silver for the consultation fee, to see the patient and give medicine, and Lu was furious when she heard it. 2 taels of silver. Why don't you rob it? Ji Xiaoying covered her cheeks and agreed angrily. You are asking for a high price. You showed others that it is obviously only 2 cents. Yes, different people are charged different fees. If you don't want to, you can wait for the next town and go to the town to seek medical treatment.
There is no town on the road they are walking now.
It is full of large and small villages. It will take another 2 days to get to the town. The G family members were angry, looking at each other, and no one wanted to agree. 2 taels of silver is not a small amount. In the last town, they spent more than 10 taels. This money can buy a lot of delicious food. They hid it with great difficulty. Child, we are a family after all. You should not be so inconspicuous, right? Jibin acted like an uncle at this moment, with a pleasant face. Without waiting for Yuan Shu to speak, Wang came quickly and spoke loudly. We don't need to beg him. We have things to relieve heat and summer heat. We don't need to beg anyone. Wang held a handful of prunella vulgaris in her hand. I've asked around. Those officials and other people all boil water with this to relieve heat. You want to extort 2 taels of silver from us with this thing. You are such a... Lu cursed after hearing this, as if Yuan Shu had dug up her ancestral grave. Her old face was ferocious with anger. You have too much internal heat. This prunella vulgaris has the effect of relieving heat, but the effect is very small. Of course, if you don't want to treat it, I won't force you. Without further nonsense with them, Yuan Shu left. Out of caution, the G family still observed a circle and saw that other people also boiled water with prunella vulgaris before imitating them. After drinking the water, everyone simply started to prepare lunch, and many people were looking for useful things around. Pei Shir and the others couldn't help wanting to go to the mountain to look for medicinal herbs, but were stopped by Yuan Shu. It's so hot, let's do it another day. The vegetation here is bleak, and I don't think there are any good medicinal herbs. In fact, she used her supernatural power to simply perceive and found that there were not many valuable medicinal herbs and they were hard to find, so she didn't want them to waste their energy. Okay, let's listen to sister-in-law and have a good rest. Along the way, it was almost correct to listen to Yuan Shu, so Ji Wanqing, her mother and her son sat down and rested honestly. After lunch, the team set off again, but the G family began to have problems. First, Lu said that she had a stomachache and fell behind to go to the toilet, followed by Ji Bin, and then Ji Hao, Ji Bin, and others. Then it was Wang and the eldest family who vomited. In just half an hour, Wang and Ji Heng vomited and had diarrhea, and they were haggard. Boss, they're not doing this well. Wang De couldn't help but speak. Chao Yuan also realized that something was wrong. Everyone stop and rest first. Come, follow me to take a look. Seeing him, Lu cried out that her stomach hurt and vomited some acid water in front of him. What did you eat? When did this happen? There was a collective vomiting and diarrhea in the team. As officers, they were worried that this situation would be contagious. If it was dysentery, they had to find out when it was contracted and whether anyone in the team had other conditions. The exiles distanced themselves from the G family, fearing that they would be infected. Just now, we didn't eat anything strange. Woo, it hurts so much, sir. Please get a doctor for us. It hurts so much. Jibin groaned and covered his stomach, his face pale. Chao Yuan's face was slightly condensed. There is no village in front and no store behind. Where can I get a doctor for you? You should think about whether you have eaten something first. He was more inclined to think that they had a stomachache, but he couldn't help but think of them complaining about blisters in their mouths and sore throats before.
No.
Wangda saw that they were groaning and couldn't speak clearly, and he felt helpless in his heart. They must have been stupid because of the pain. There's no place to find a doctor now. Why don't you ask Madame Yuan to come and take a look? Among so many people, she has the best medical skills. Yuan Shu had no choice but to choose. She was invited over again, and Pei Yuanlin followed her like a clingy person. Madam, why are they lying on the ground? Is it cooler on the ground? Yuan Shu's mouth twitched slightly, maybe? Ji Heng raised his head weakly, wanting to curse, but he held back. Quick, girl, come and take a look for me. Oh, my stomach hurts like a knife. Lu waved at Yuan Shu weakly and pretending to be kind, sitting on the ground in embarrassment, not wanting to move at all. You can take a look. 2 taels per person. Considering that you used to be a family, I'll give you a discount. 20 taels of silver, including medicines, see? Ji Xiaoying couldn't help but roar. Didn't you say 2 taels before? Now it's 10 times. You are robbing. That's right. She was robbing openly. Am I such a person? It's because your condition has worsened, and it's more difficult to treat. If you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll go back now. Cure. Can you guarantee to cure us? Ji Bin was afraid of the pain and shivered as he took out a handful of silver from his pocket. Looking at Yuan Shu's pure and beautiful face, Ji Heng couldn't help but think of conspiracy theories. Could it be that you deliberately poisoned us and pretended to cure us? You re-talking nonsense. My wife is not that kind of person. Pei Yuanlin ran over angrily to beat him up, and when he was stopped by Yuan Shu, he pretended to step on Ji Heng accidentally, and he couldn't hold back the pain, and something fell into his crotch. You see, he is guilty, sir. Please help us and check our food today.
There's still some left.
Xiao Yuan glanced at Yuan Shu, who was calm and composed, and snorted, I think you are looking down on others. Madame Yuan is a person who acts magnanimously. Lu's stomach was rumbling at this moment, and she stood up with a cane. No, my stomach hurts so much. I have to go for a while. Yuan Shu was too lazy to argue with Ji Heng and followed Lu away. To see a doctor and save a life, you need to observe, smell, ask, and feel. Her spiritual spring water has the effect of detoxification, and she has also obtained anti-diarrhea medicine in the space, but she still wants to understand the reason for their vomiting and diarrhea. After a while, she returned. You are poisoned. Ji Xiaoying immediately shouted, Sir, listen. She admitted that she poisoned. Yuan Shu frowned and walked up to her and slapped her. I said you were poisoned, but I didn't say it was me who poisoned you. I cut off your ears because they were not in good condition. I can help you. Ji Xiaoying hurriedly retreated and hid behind her own mother. She wanted to fight back, but her stomach hurt and she fainted. Chao Yuan asked at this time, Madame Yuan, do you know what poison they were poisoned with? His eyes were solemn and vigilant. Did the G family eat it accidentally? Or did someone deliberately poison them? This must be clarified. They ate the fruit of Changshan by mistake.
What?
Yuan Shu said slowly, Changshan is a medicinal material. This season is when its fruit grows. The fruit is blue. You can see that there are blue-black marks on their nails and clothes. I think they also took water boiled with summer cypress. The 2 medicinal properties acted together, and their internal fire was strong, so they had diarrhea and vomiting. After saying this, Wu subconsciously hid the 2 children behind her. Wang reacted and rushed forward to wrestle with her. Your good daughter wants to kill our whole family. Tell me, are you jealous that I gave birth to a son and want to harm my son? Wu dodged again, and again we didn't know it was poisonous. We ate it too. Shall I wait until you finish beating me before treating me? Yuan Shu was not in a hurry. With her around, this thing wouldn't kill people, but it would make the G family suffer. Wang stopped wrestling and immediately apologized with a shameless face. Child, it's your aunt's fault. We misunderstood you. You treated I'll go first. Ji Bin was unhappy when he heard this, and pushed his wife away with his, I'll go first, I'm paying for it. Yuan Shu didn't rush to start treatment, but put forward his own request. It's okay for me to treat you, but you have to follow the doctor's orders. You have to avoid certain foods for the next 3 days. If you eat anything else, I won't take care of any problems. When it comes to matters of life and death, even if they have 10 guts, they dare not risk their lives. There are various ways to trip up Yuan Shu, and it is not necessary to use one's own body. Wait for me, I'll go back to get the medicine. Yuan Shu and Pei Yuanlin turned back again. She pretended to search in her bag, and then took out a bag of medicine powder. Pei Shishir was a little unconvinced. Sister-in-law, they are bad people. Why do you want to save them? They treated us like that before, and they won't be grateful even if you save them. There are 20 taels, enough for us to spend for a long time. Treating the G family can make her famous as a doctor and make money, so why not? If they come to seek death again in the future, she will never let them off easily. Your sister-in-law knows how to do things. Listen to her. Ji Yuanqing did not object. She didn't care whether the G family lived or died. But she would support Yuan Shu's decision. She gave him a packet of powder, told him the dosage, and gave him a section of Puraria root, a plant of astragalus, and 2 plants of Coptis chinensis. Boil these 3 herbs in water and drink it. If the condition is not serious, drink half a bowl. If the condition is serious, drink 1 bowl. Do it 3 times a day. The powder was the montmorillonite powder she took out from the space. As for the Chinese medicine prescription, it also has anti-diarrheal effects. The herbs were picked on the road. For food, eat light food. After 3 days, you can eat whatever you want. The G family did not dare to eat anything else. They followed Yuan Shu's instructions and started taking the medicine. At first, they still had diarrhea. After an hour, they stopped and believed her. They were not grateful. They just felt that Yuan Shu had cheated them of their money and hated her. 20 taels. She is so bold to shout. Lu cursed while drinking the medicine, feeling very painful. However, the worst was Ji Hung. His position was not good to begin with, and he had diarrhea, which was extremely sour and refreshing. He hated Yuan Shu and wanted to torture her even more. This hatred was suppressed in his heart. Soon, there was a rumor that Ji Heng's crotch was not enough to hold the. The officials laughed at him from behind, and the exiles made all kinds of teasing and ridiculing, which made Ji Hung so angry that he had several fights with them. Yuan Shu didn't care about this. She was thinking about rewarding herself with something good to eat when she got to the next town. Not only was she sleepy recently, but her appetite was also much bigger. Sure enough, the road to exile was not easy to walk. After walking for another 2 days, they arrived at a main city. Chao Yuan and his group had to register with the government and report their itinerary. Some of the other exiles stayed outside the city, and some were able to enter the city to purchase supplies. Yuan Shu naturally would not miss this opportunity. She learned about the prices in the city and spent 150 copper coins to buy a pig's head. She spent another 100 copper coins to buy 2 large strips of bacon and a bag of Chinese sausage. The boss was very generous and gave her 2 large pieces of blood curd, which were blanched in water. She wrapped them in lotus leaves and brought them back. You bought so many things, can you finish them? Yuan Shu came back carrying things and a pig's head. When Ji Xiaoying saw it, she couldn't help but say something sour. This was bought with the G family's money. It's not her own money, so she doesn't feel bad about spending it. Don't worry, if we can't finish this meal, we'll have the next one. From now on, she will eat meat every meal, which will off the G family's extreme people. You can't eat too much. Ji Xiaoying said to her back in a sinister tone, but when she turned around, she was tripped by a stone and fell to the ground. Yuan Shu put away her toes on the ground and snorted in her heart. She deserved to be beaten for cricketing behind her back. After eating something simple, the exile team did not stay this time, but continued to move forward. They only looked for a place to stay when the sun set. Yuan Shu and Pei Yunyi used a knife to scrape off the remaining pig hair and surface ash from the burnt pig head. Madam, the hot water is ready. Pei Yuanlin silently helped to boil water. Recently, he felt that his wrists were gradually getting stronger, and his mood was also very good. Yuan Shu was really his lucky star. Here it comes. After washing the pig head, Yuan Shu used a knife to dig out all the meat from the pig head, split the bones in half, took out the pig brain, and boiled the bones. After removing the remaining meat on the bones, add the dried vegetables, and then add the blood sausage after the water boils. The pork head meat is cut into slices and served in a large plate of cold salad, accompanied by a large bowl of corn rice. It is refreshing and not greasy to eat in hot weather. Yunni, send 2 bowls to the officials. Pei Yun brought a bowl of blood sausage and a large bowl of meat. As usual, he went to the official to brush his favor. The bowl was not empty, and he brought back a bowl of white rice and a bowl of flour. After he came back and put the things away, everyone started to eat. Wow, it's delicious. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Every time she made a new dish, the mother and daughter couldn't help but praise themselves, and Yuan Shu was used to it. If it's delicious, eat more. Yuan Shu and the others ate delicious food, which made many people greedy, and of course, made the G family drool. They had diarrhea for many days, and they felt thinner all day. They bought a lot of food today, but the oil and water were obviously not as good as the Pei family. Greedy things. Eating alone will make you die of bloating and choking. Lu said vicious curses, but Ji Wanqing pretended not to hear them. Because the food was so delicious, Ji Wanqing and the others ate very full, but they didn't stop, but went to the stream to wash clothes and dishes. Wherever Yuan Shu went, Pei Yuanlin followed, like a little tail. Look, my wife, he pointed to the sunset in the sky. Yuan Shu took a look and was amazed by the beautiful scenery in front of her. She found a stone to sit down and admire it, and Pei Yuanlin also sat next to him. This place is secluded and a good place to watch the sunset. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yuan Shu turned her head to ask Pei Yuanlin. Unexpectedly, he kept his head tilted. Her eyes immediately fell into a pair of deep and charming eyes. My lady, you are the most beautiful. The beautiful scenery is not as rare as the beauty in front of you. This angle, this atmosphere, this distance, these beautiful lips. I want a kiss. Yuan Shu's heart was beating wildly. She had eaten it, so a kiss wouldn't be too much, right? Neither of them spoke. Maybe it was because the atmosphere was just right, but the two of them got closer and closer. As soon as their lips touched, Yuan Shu felt her stomach churn, and a feeling of nausea surged into her throat. She subconsciously turned her face away and tilted her head. Ugh. The tenderness and shyness on Pei Yuanlin's face froze at this moment. Does the princess find him disgusting? Is there any strange smell on him? Pei Yuanlin quickly lowered his head and sniffed himself with his lips tightly pursed. The clothes were changed just before the meal, and there was a smell of firewood. It wouldn't make her feel sick to the point of vomiting, right? My wife, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? The depression was only for a moment. Pei Yuanlin suppressed the grievance and uneasiness in his heart and asked Yuan Shu with concern. She patted her chest lightly. It seems that I ate too much and my stomach is bloated. Yuan Shu responded casually, not taking it too seriously. Hearing this, Pei Yuanlin felt relieved. Something seemed to flash through his mind, but he didn't catch it. It's good that you're okay. Well, don't worry, I'm fine. Pei Yuanlin felt a throbbing pain in his head again because of his nervousness. He subconsciously clenched his fists and knocked. Since waking up from a coma, this has become his unconscious action. Headache again? Let me feel your pulse. Pei Yuanlin obediently placed his hand on Yuan Shu's knee, his clear eyes staring at her without blinking. This look made her heart beat wildly. Who wouldn't be confused by the eyes of a handsome man? Taking a deep breath, Yuan Shu quickly calmed herself down, felt her pulse quietly, and sensed. Just as she had found out before, there was still blood stasis in her head. She had been drinking spiritual spring water for a month to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, but it didn't recover so quickly. Don't be afraid, it will be fine. Come, take this pill. Yuan Shu comforted, taking out an ibuprofen from her bag. Long-acting pain relief. This stuff is worth having. At present, she cannot use acupuncture, but Pei Yuanlin will shrink after drinking her spiritual spring water in 2 or 3 months. Maybe by that time, his mind will gradually return to normal. "Madam, can I rub it?" Pei Yuanlin ate it obediently. His eyes turned, and he spoke to Yuan Shu expectantly. His tone was clingy and dependent. "Ahem. Okay." The next second, Pei Yuanlin pulled away and leaned his head directly on Yuan Shu's knees. She was really not polite at all. Wasn't this considered as being aggressive? "Madam, rub it for me." Pei Yuanlin raised his eyes, staring at him with a pair of big eyes. "No, this is a bit tempting, isn't it?" Yuan Shu gritted her teeth secretly. After breaking the precepts, her thoughts slipped. How could she think wrongly about such an innocent and simple little fool? She said nothing and helped Pei Yuanlin press the acupuncture points on his head. Smelling the faint fragrance on her body, Pei Yuanlin raised the corners of his lips, feeling very comfortable. After a while, Yuan Shu actually heard a long breathing sound. He fell asleep so quickly. His sleeping habits are too good. What she didn't know was that after Pei Yuanlin injured his head, he often had headaches and was even woken up by the pain in the middle of the night, so he didn't rest well. On the contrary, with her by his side on this journey, he could sleep soundly. Yuan Shu looked at the last ray of sunset glow that disappeared into the horizon and suddenly remembered something she had always ignored. It had been more than a month since she traveled through the book, and her old friend hadn't come. In her previous life, she was a social animal after graduation. When she was interning in the hospital, she didn't distinguish between day and night, and she was out of balance. The general cycle was more than a month. So when she came to this world, she didn't care that he didn't come. After all, the road of exile was hard, and it was normal for endocrine disorders to cause menstrual disorders. So she didn't think about it at all.
Could it be?
Thinking of the sudden nausea just now, it felt like morning sickness. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly put her hand on her wrist. Hiss. Yuan Shu took the pulse and took a breath of cold air. No, maybe it was because of her shaking hands. Anxious Yuan Shu looked at someone leaning on her knees and had the urge to fly. After a moment, she calmed down. On the wedding night, it seemed that she was the first to make a move. She took the coat on the side, folded it into a pillow, and put Pei Yuanlin's head down. She wanted to verify it again. In fact, when Yuan Shu lifted Pei Yuanlin's head, he had already woken up, but seeing that she was so cautious, he pretended to be asleep. Seeing her tiptoeing away, the corners of his lips cracked. How could his princess be so gentle and lovely? The sky gradually darkened. Yuan Shu came to a hidden corner, hid in the space, and began to look for things at the counter of the pharmacy. After finding the pregnancy test stick, she carefully read the instructions 3 times before starting to use it. After the test, she laid the stick flat and watched the scale line turn red little by little, deep red. Maybe it's fried? Yuan Shu pursed her lips and chose another brand. When 10 pregnancy test sticks of different brands showed the same result in front of her, she was completely stunned. Subconsciously, she stroked her belly with her hand. Is there a baby here? Just one night. Although it was a bit intense, it wasn't that serious.
Calm down.
Yuan Shu muttered to herself. After accepting this fact, the first thought that came to her mind was to get rid of the child. She was alone in this strange world. Although she had superpowers, she was not ready to be a mother and could not guarantee that she could be a qualified mother. But this feeling was wonderful. A life connected to her blood was now in her belly. It made her heart soft for some reason, as if she had picked up money. Raising a child is not only about feeding and clothing him, but also about educating him. It is not easy to gain a foothold in troubled times. Yuan Shu tried to find a solution, but found that the most critical medicine was at the innermost and highest point of the medicine cabinet next to the counter. Now the space has not been upgraded, so he can't get it at all. My wife, where are you? Just when Yuan Shu was dazed and confused, he heard Pei Yuanlin's voice. She quickly left the space and reappeared as if nothing had happened. I'm here. What's wrong? It's dark, it's dangerous. Pei Yuanlin looked conflicted. He had thousands of words to say, but he held them back when they came to his lips. He had just thought, if Yuan Shu knew that he was not a fool, Would he deliberately keep a distance from him, or even blame the Pei family for getting her into trouble? After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other before marriage, and they were only close on their wedding night after marriage. What if she thought that marrying into the Pei family was a wrong choice? Would he let her go or not? It's okay, I didn't go far, let's go back. Yuan Shu didn't know that Pei Yuanlin was conflicted. She suppressed the emotions in her heart. She hadn't decided whether to keep the baby in her belly or not for the time being. She couldn't figure it out, so she went back to sleep and thought about it.
Well,
Pei Yuanlin quickly came back to his senses and secretly had an idea in his mind. Although they have already had physical contact, if Yuan Shu hates him and doesn't want to stay with him, then he will let her go and let her be free, secretly protecting her from worries. Right now, even if he gives her a divorce letter and lets her leave the exile team, the Dog Emperor will probably not let her go easily. If Yuan Shu still has some feelings for him, then he will never let go. In fact, she shouldn't hate him that much, right? After all, sometimes he can feel her amazement and appreciation when she looks at his face. Putting aside the matter of their wedding ceremony, Pei Yuanlin admitted that he was also pleased with Yuan Shu. He admired her fearlessness in the face of danger and her tenacity. In the past, they were not familiar with each other and sometimes met in Xinyuan or on the streets of Beijing. He was not amazed and did not miss her. Due to the engagement made by his elders, he would not marry her, but he thought about being a couple in name only. Now, he is like crazy, wanting this woman to stay with him and give her everything. Shu, what's wrong with you? You don't look very good. Did this brat make you angry? The two of them turned back one after another. Ji Wanqing had a faint smile on her face. When she noticed that the atmosphere was a little wrong, she couldn't help asking with concern. Yuan Shu looked a little unnatural, and she yawned. Mother, don't worry. I just feel a little sleepy after working so hard for so long. A pig's head is not big, but it takes a lot of time to make it clean and delicious. Ji Wanqing heard this and patted her hands distressfully. Go and have a rest. Sure, and I will make the pancakes in a while. Yuan, go and help your brother drag the firewood back. The fire had to be burned at night, to drive away wild animals and to keep warm. Okay, mother. Pei Yuanlin suppressed his chaotic emotions and went silently in the direction of Pei Yun. He felt very conflicted, wanting to let go but reluctant, wanting to be as free and easy as a gentleman, but thinking about Yuan Shu like a villain. The bonfire was burning, and Ji Wanqing was clumsily but seriously baking pancakes. After finishing, she turned over the washed clothes and added firewood again. The princess who was once high and mighty is now busy with life like a village woman. Mom, I'll guard you in the first half of the night tonight. Pei Sure felt distressed and urged her to rest. Pei Yunyi appeared at this time. I'll come, mother. You rest first. The little man is now gradually growing up and knows how to care for his family more and more. Yuan Shu was watching quietly at first, but she didn't know when she fell asleep leaning against the rice bag. Seeing her sleeping soundly, Pei Yuanlin, who was sitting beside her, silently covered her other side with a quilt and let her lean her head on his shoulder. Then he also fell asleep contentedly. In the dream, Yuan Shu found himself in a misty place. There was a small pond not far away, and there were sounds of children playing in it. After seeing her, he crawled towards her with his hands and feet. Mom, don't leave us. Mom, don't you like us? The soft and milky cute baby looked like a fat baby from a New Year picture. Yuan Shu couldn't help but stretch out her hand to pinch their cheeks. They were chubby and very elastic, and her heart was soft. Notice you are very cute. Wow, we like Mom too. The two of them leaned their little heads forward and kissed her cheeks. Yuan Shu hugged them left and right, feeling that he was so happy that he was a little lost. The next day, hearing the chirping of birds and the cool breeze of the morning, Yuan Shu opened her eyes. Thinking of the dream she had last night, she was a little dazed. Could it be that because of the blood connection, the child knew that he would be abandoned? So he sent her a dream? Well, since it came, it must be fate. What's more, the child's father's genetic conditions are not bad. The stupidity is acquired, and it should not affect heredity.
Stay.
She plans to keep this child, but she doesn't plan to tell anyone in the Pei family. My wife, drink porridge. Pei Yuanlin saw Yuan Shu wake up and still look at him. He held a bowl of porridge in his hand and tremblingly brought it to her. The tendons in the wrist were broken, and now they are connected, but it will take a short time for them to be as strong as before. Looking at Pei Yuanlin, who seemed to have Parkinson's disease, Yuan Shu felt helpless, but unconsciously showed warmth and admiration. After discovering that he was injured, he did not give up on himself. He cooperated with the treatment along the way and was stupid and obedient. Thank you, I'm done. I'll pack up and get ready. We're leaving. There wasn't much time for everyone to eat in the morning, because the weather wasn't that hot in the morning and the travelers weren't that tired. Yeah, Pei Yuanlin quickly took the bowl of porridge. Brother, give me the bowl, I'll wash it. Yuan Shu then realized that she was the last one to get up today. After drinking the porridge, the nausea and retching came to her mind again. She took a deep breath, and it was relieved after a while. Who said that pregnancy doesn't cause vomiting? There are some feelings, right? Those in novels who have no feelings from pregnancy to birth are all deceiving young readers. Most people will have a loss of appetite due to the effect of progesterone, and she has seen severe cases of vomiting from pregnancy to birth. Everyone quickly packed up, and the Exile team set off again. After more than a month, Pei Yuanlin's injuries have improved a lot, and he can pull the cart with his shoulders. Yuan Shu and the others felt much easier carrying a small amount of things, and many people envied them, especially the G family. What an indestructible bug. It's only been over a month, and it's back to full strength. Why use a cart after it's back? What a waste. Wang looked at the Pei family members who were lightly equipped, and then looked at them carrying things on their backs, hanging things around their necks, and carrying things in their hands, which was very unbalanced. In fact, they have a large family, and it wouldn't be that tiring for each person to share some of the burden. But Lu relied on her age as the mistress of the G family, so she only carried a small amount. The other male members, except for Ji Bin's father and son, only carried a small amount of things, and the rest were all given to the female family members and the eldest brother Ji Jun. They were afraid that others would say that they walked too fast, so they followed the people carrying the loads and walked slowly, which made the team look very slow. If it weren't for the Pei family, would we have to suffer this hardship and fatigue? Wang became more and more angry, but when she thought of how terrible it was when Yuan Shu went crazy, she could only suppress her injustice. Ji Xiaoying was sweating profusely while carrying things, and she felt a little breathless. As she walked, she deliberately distanced herself from the Ji family and went to the Pei family. Cousin, congratulations. Have you recovered a lot from your injuries? Ji Xiaoying approached Pei Yuanlin and pretended to be concerned.
Well.
Hearing the response, Ji Xiaoying was secretly happy. Her cousin was stupid now, and he didn't seem to hate her so much. She deliberately pretended to be tired and lamented that her things were too heavy and it was tiring to walk. Obviously, she hoped that Pei Yuanlin would ask for help so that she could put the things on the cart and let him pull it. It's been 2 hours, so tired, cousin, are you tired? The Ji family noticed Ji Xiaoying's actions, but did not stop her. If she could put the things on the cart and let the Pei family help carry them, they could pass this breakthrough and ask the Pei family for help. After all, the Ji family fell to this point thanks to the Pei family, and the Pei family owed them this. Don't get so close to me. Your mouth stinks. It's stinky. Yuan Shu was walking behind the cart and wanted to stop him to prevent Pei Yuanlin from taking advantage of her, but she didn't expect to hear these words. She almost laughed out loud. These words were quite heartbreaking. Ji Xiaoying felt insulted, but she didn't want to give up. Her soles were almost blistered, and she really didn't want to walk at all. Cousin, I am your cousin, and what you said makes me so sad, sob.
Phew.
She groaned in grievance and reached out to pull Pei Yuanlin's sleeve. Cousin, please help me. I'm so tired. You are strong. Can you give me a ride? Yuan Shu couldn't stand it anymore. She thought that women in ancient times were all reserved, but she didn't expect Ji Xiaoying to be so shameless. Besides, she asked for this cart, so why should she let others take advantage of it? Once Ji Xiaoying opened the door, the group of blood people in the G family would definitely flock to her. Give you a ride? You are so shameless to say that. My husband's injuries have just recovered a little, and it is not easy to pull this cart for half a day. As soon as Yuan Shu finished speaking, Pei Shishir mocked her. Cousin, you are so shameless. You have healthy hands and feet, but you want my brother, who is a patient, to give you a ride. You are so hypocritical. Why don't you call your two elder brothers? If she dared to ask this, not only would her elder and second brothers disagree, but her parents might also scold her, not to mention her grandmother, who treated her own brother as a treasure. I didn't say to carry me, but to carry my luggage. It's not heavy. My cousin is a martial artist, and he can definitely carry it. Pei Yuanlin was very upset, pursed his lips tightly, and gritted his teeth. His excellent cousin wanted to use him like an animal, right? It was a nice thought. Do you think the burden is too heavy and it's too tiring to carry it? This is easy to do. I have a good idea. Yuan Shu said meaningfully, but Ji Xiaoying thought she was willing to give in and was very excited and happy. The Ji family's eyes lit up and they pricked up their ears to listen. They knew that the women of the Pei family would not amount to anything. With a child and a fool, wouldn't they have to rely on them for support? But the next second, Yuan Shu's words were very embarrassing. This method solves the problem once and for all. Ji Xiaoying's mind was working quickly. Could it be that she should be Pei Yuanlin's concubine? Well, if the Pei family is willing to let go, it's not impossible. Anyway, a fool can't do anything to her. She is still and she can still live with the Pei family. When she arrives in Nanling, relying on the Ji family as a backer, she can go home directly, and the Pei family won't dare to do anything to her. Throw away these things, you'll be clean-handed, and you won't feel sore in your legs and waist when you walk. You can walk 3 miles in one breath.
Puchi, haha.
Pei Shishir's brother and sister couldn't help laughing. Other people who noticed this place couldn't help laughing when they heard Yuan Shu's strange tone. Ji Xiaoying was furious. If you don't want to help, then don't help. Why are you pretending to be a kind person? Humph. As she walked and talked, she felt that the things on her back became heavier. She really wanted to take advantage of the Pei family. Yuan Shu knew medicine. She helped anyone who had a headache or fever along the way. She also taught them to identify and dig herbs for money. These exiles would give her some benefits. They would sell the herbs for money and eat meat every now and then. On the other hand, although the Ji family had hidden money, they were afraid to show their wealth along the way. In addition, there were so many people, so they had to eat tightly. Ji Xiaoying took a deep breath, and she went all out. Cousin, when you just woke up a few months ago, didn't you say that you would marry me after you married your first wife? You didn't forget it, did you? Pei Yuanlin was looking straight ahead and didn't bother to pay attention, but when he heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. Before or after he became stupid, he had never said such words to any woman. You re-talking nonsense, I didn't. Pei Yuanlin frowned and pouted to refute. Ji Wanqing was speechless, and at the same time, she felt that Ji Xiaoying was too purposeful. Their Pei family was like this now, and Ji Xiaoying didn't look like the kind of woman who would do anything for love. The reason why she flattered him must be for some purpose. Cousin, are you stupid? Even if you want to marry into the family, it's still a concubine. Marrying a wife and taking a concubine, bringing a concubine into the family, that's not called marrying. I do. Ji Xiaoying looked at Pei Yuanlin affectionately. My heart has long belonged to my cousin. Pei Yuanlin felt very disgusted, and he pretended to look at Yuan Shu helplessly, like a stupid dog being stared at by a big bad wolf. Give up this idea. My brother won't take a concubine. Pei Shishir was afraid that her sister-in-law would be sad, so she stood on her side immediately. The ancestral precepts of the Pei family only marry one wife and never take a concubine. Yuan Shu looked at Ji Xiaoying with a smile. Hee, if you want to be a concubine, it's not impossible. The Pei family looked at her in confusion. Pei Yuanlin's hands, which were hanging at his side, clenched into fists. What did she mean? She wanted to take a concubine for her? Did she not like her, so she wanted to push him to someone else? You agree? Ji Xiaoying looked at Yuan Shu in surprise. Would this woman be so kind? Why did she not believe it? Ji Wanqing was stunned. Shu Shu, what are you doing? Mother, Xiaoying is infatuated with her husband. We can't make her sad, right? It's just that since ancient times, concubines have to listen to the mistress, right? Xiaoying, if you are willing to listen to me, I will decide to take a concubine for my husband. But there is a condition. Once you enter the Pei family, you are ours. You have to wash clothes and cook. Oh, by the way, our Pei family and G family are no longer related. You have to break off your relationship with them after you enter the family. Hearing this, how could Ji Xiaoying not understand Yuan Shu's idea? What about taking a concubine for her husband? It's more like wanting her to work like a cow and a horse in the Pei family. Break off the engagement? Ji Xiaoying, don't be stupid. Wang heard this and yelled from a distance. She was not stupid to break off the engagement with her family for a fool. She was willing to degenerate, just to find a support for herself so that she would not be so tired, but if she really entered the Pei family as a concubine, it would be reasonable for them to order her around. She almost fell into the pit dug by this bad woman. She was not happy marrying a fool, and she also wanted to hurt herself. I don't want it. Ji Xiaoying took a step back with resistance in her eyes. Don't want it? Aren't you infatuated with my husband? Yuan Shu looked puzzled. That's all in the past. Now, who would like him? After muttering a few words in disgust, Ji Xiaoying ran away with her things on her back. Guessing that she wanted to take advantage of them and deceive them, Ji Wanqing and her mother looked at her back with disgust. Pei Yuanlin deliberately slowed down the distance and walked beside Yuan Shu. My wife, I will not take a concubine.
You are my only wife.
Yuan Shu's cheeks were hot, as if she was electrocuted. She stared at Pei Yuanlin. He looked serious and smiled innocently. He seemed silly now, but what he said was as if he was very rational and sober. Shu Shu, don't care what others say or think. You are my only daughter-in-law. Pei Shishir took Yuan Shu's arm. You are my sister-in-law. I don't recognize anyone else. Yes, sister-in-law is the only one. You can do without your brother, but you can't do without your sister-in-law. Pei Yanni had a look of admiration on his face, but what he said made Pei Yuanlin's hands itch. This kid, relying on the fact that he is silly now, bullies him, right? Yuan Shu smiled. Yeah, I know. Now she couldn't figure out her own heart. They had been together for more than a month, and she couldn't say that she liked Pei Yuanlin that much, but she didn't hate him that much either. The cub was an accident, but she wanted it. As a person who had been through it, Ji Wanqing also understood the current situation. Her son and daughter-in-law didn't love each other and had no feelings for each other. The reason why Yuan Shu was exiled with the Pei family was because she happened to marry into the Pei family. Even if she let go at that time, the dog emperor might not let her get away. Along the way, perhaps because of the friendship between the elders in the past, she didn't abandon them and leave alone. Speaking of which, now it is her own son who is not worthy of her. Shu Shu, I've wronged you all the way. Mother knows that you and Yuaner have no feelings, and Mother doesn't want to force it. If you really don't want to live with Yuaner, when you get to Lingnan, there will be fewer eyes staring at us, and Mother will decide to give you a divorce letter and let you go free. Yuan Shu's eyes lit up. This is good. However, she didn't show it too obviously. Mother, let's talk about this after we get to Lingnan. Pei Yuanlin felt very aggrieved and depressed. How could his mother be like this? He finally got married, but she wanted to help him get a divorce.
No.
He was worried that a good woman like Yuan Shu would marry someone else. Those men were no match for him. Ji Wanqing was actually reluctant to let Yuan Shu go from the bottom of her heart, but she didn't want her to be tied to her stupid son for the rest of her life because of her own selfishness. She was also quite contradictory, and these words also showed her position. She respected Yuan Shu's choice. If she didn't want to, she would let her go. If she was willing to stay, when she got to Lingnan, she would do everything she could to let the children live a good life. It was already noon now. The sun was scorching and the air was hot. From a distance, the air on the ground seemed to be twisted by burning. Let's find a place to rest and eat something before we set off. These exiles had verbal disputes on the road, and the escorting officials would not stop them. They usually just watched it for fun. Everyone found a cool place under the hillside, and one by one they took out their water bags and dry food. Yuan Shu took out the remaining pig head meat from yesterday. The weather was too hot, and if they didn't eat it early, it might go bad. She didn't know if it was because of her pregnancy, but she felt nauseous when she smelled the meat, but she was very hungry and wanted to eat it. I'll make this pig head meat into a cold dish. No one else objected to this suggestion. Yuan Shu used the cover of the space to put in various seasonings. There were no green onions, but they used the dried wild garlic leaves they had stored before, which were kneaded into powder and stirred. The green onion smell was quite strong. Okay, it's ready to eat. Yuan Shu stirred it evenly with chopsticks. She could already smell the delicious smell, and her appetite was aroused. When everyone had divided the pancakes and were ready to eat, they found Pei Yuanlin dawdling with his back to them. "Brother, it's time to eat. Here it is." Pei Yuanlin turned around, holding a handkerchief wet with clean water, and handed it to Yuan Shu. "Wife, wipe your sweat." At this time, Yuan Shu was pinching a pancake with one hand and holding meat with the other, and she couldn't free her hands at all. Just when she was about to put down her chopsticks, a cool handkerchief was already on her forehead. "I'll help you wipe it." Feeling the 3 pairs of shocked eyes, Yuan Shu was very uncomfortable, and she quickly put down her chopsticks. I'll do it myself." Pei Yuanlin also realized, "Mom, I'll get you a handkerchief too." Ji Wanqing felt complicated, lamenting that her son had grown up and ignored his mother, but she was also pleased that he was careful with his wife. A good woman like Yuan Shu deserves her son's careful treatment. "Mom, no, you guys eat. We have to go on the road soon." The handkerchief in Yuan Shu's hand was wet, probably because Pei Yuanlin's hand couldn't be too strong. But it must be said that this move made her feel warm. Although they were just a fleeting love, to be honest, this body was married to her by 3 matchmakers, 6 betrothals, and 8 sedan chairs, and she had been married and worshipped. He had personally taken part in the bridal chamber, and now that he was carrying a baby, he also had a share in his care. Wasn't it natural for him to enjoy his care? Thinking of this, Yuan Shu calmed down. After all, he had taken care of him and his family along the way, and now that he was well, shouldn't he repay them even more? The sun is too hot. In order to avoid sunstroke and sunburn, our leader said that we should rest for another half an hour before setting off. Wang De led the patrolling brothers and went around the exiles to notify them. Some people in the team couldn't keep up with the food and had already shown some discomfort. Chao Yuan didn't want them to fall ill. At this time, Yuan Shu noticed that Pei Yunyi was holding a small gadget in his hand and was fiddling with it very hard. "Yunyi, what are you doing?" Yuan Shu stood behind him and asked casually. Pei Yunyi thought it was his sister and answered without thinking, "It's the toothbrush that my eldest brother wanted to make for my eldest sister-in-law. His hands are not handy, so I'll help him. Don't tell anyone." As he was speaking, his own mother and sister appeared in his sight. When he looked sideways, he found that it was Yuan Shu, and he was stunned. "It's over, it's exposed. Big brother will be angry with him." Yuan Shu understood, and at the same time, he also felt that his silly husband was quite careful. They all came here to rinse their mouths. When they saw a willow tree, they smashed it with willow branches and used the plush part to brush their teeth. Some other exiles were tired and didn't care about these hygiene things at all. "Toothbrush for washing? No need to do it. I remember Chuer prepared it for me in the bag." Yuan Shu's eyes turned. She had medical toothpaste in her pharmacy, and naturally there was a toothbrush for free. Because it pays attention to environmental protection, it uses a wooden handle, so it won't be abrupt to take it out and use it. "I'll go and look for it." As she said, she pretended to go back to search, and sure enough, she took out 6 brand new toothbrushes. So exquisite. Pei Yunyi looked at the one in Yuan Shu's hand, then looked at his own, and threw it away. Pei Yuanlin happened to come over and saw it, and suddenly he was black. Pei Yun noticed it and quickly picked it up again. "Sister-in-law, although it's a little ugly, it's my brother's idea. However, I didn't help make this toothbrush. When my hand recovers, he will definitely make it very well. He is very good." "I know." Yuan Shu took a new toothbrush and handed it to Pei Yuanlin. Use this one in the future. Thank you, my lady. Pei Yuanlin still felt a little regretful in his heart, but he soon became happy. He wanted to brush himself to smell good, so that he would not be disliked in the future. You're welcome. Yuan Shu smiled, and when she turned around, her smile faded a little. She thought a lot this morning, and her current plan is this. In the next 3 months, she will find a way to disperse the blood clots in Pei Yuanlin's brain so that he has a chance to recover his mind. She will also use purified spiritual spring water to help his wrist tendons and veins heal as soon as possible. If she doesn't show her pregnancy before 5 months, her pregnancy will not be exposed. According to the Dog Emperor's practice of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots, the Pei family may not be able to be peaceful after going to Lingnan. Instead of taking the child with him and worrying all day, it is better for her to live alone with the child. This is her current idea. As for whether there would be any accidents, she hoped that there would be none. After a good rest, the team set out again. Just as the sky darkened, there was a sudden thunder. It may rain heavily. Everyone, speed up and see if there is a place to take shelter ahead. Chao Yuan glanced at the sky, struck the gong in his hand, and shouted at the top of his voice. The officials also urged the exiles to speed up. In less than an incense stick of time, the wind blew violently, and hailstones the size of pigeon eggs fell like beans. Oh no, it's hail. Hurry, walk forward, and see where you can hide. There were sparse grass and trees on both sides of the road, which was not suitable for taking shelter from the rain, not to mention that they had rice and flour in their bags. The rice can be dried, but if the flour gets wet, it will go bad if it is not eaten early. I'll do it. Originally, Yuan Shu was pushing the cart, and when the hail fell, Pei Yuanlin blocked it with his arms, but it was still useless. He immediately dragged the cart and rushed forward desperately. Just as the raindrops began to fall, the sharp-eyed people saw a few houses not far away. Look, it looks like an inn. Let's go take shelter from the rain. Everyone ran over without waiting for the official to respond. On the official road, there is an inn every few miles. In addition to the official inns, private individuals will also set up simple inns to provide passers-by with a place to stay and earn some money for drinks and accommodation. Wang De came to Chao Yuan, boss, we also took this road last year, and there was no inn here. Maybe it was newly built this year. It's late and it's raining, so it's good to have a place to take shelter from the rain. Tonight, let the brothers be smart. As soon as everyone came under the eaves, a man who looked like the shopkeeper walked out of the inn. It's raining. It's a day to keep guests. Please come in, all guests. Chao Yuan came over to negotiate with the shopkeeper and learned that their inn was newly built not long ago. They were all from several villages 10 miles away and built here together. There is limited food to dig in the fields, so open an inn to earn some money to support the family. Sleeping on the first floor of the big bunk bed, 3 cents per person, steamed buns and wild vegetable cakes, 1 cent each, and a basin of hot water is provided, and bathing is charged separately. The price is okay. It's up to you whether you want to stay or not. After bargaining, Chao Yuan explained the situation to them, and Yuan Shu and his friends chose 2 single rooms. After calling for hot water, washing their bodies, and changing into clean clothes, Yuan Shu and his friends began to eat. When it was almost time to rest, the cook of the post station suddenly called everyone and said that he had a big fat grandson and had made a wish in front of the Bodhisattva to treat the female family members well. Therefore, today he specially gave a bowl of vegetable porridge and eggs to the female family members in the store for free. Wow, sister-in-law, the store here delivers food. Pei Shishir was a little tempted. The 3 female family members, wouldn't they get 3 bowls, which they can save for tomorrow's breakfast? Yuan Shu was not tempted at all. We are healthy and have food. We won't take advantage of this. She felt uncomfortable since she entered the inn. There were traces of swords and knives on the floor. Maybe someone had fought here before, but the people in the post station, from the shopkeeper to the water boy, did not look like ordinary people but like martial artists. They did not ask for food from the inn. It was always better to be cautious. Ladies, please enjoy your meal. Just put the bowls and chopsticks on the table after you finish eating. Although the male customers were envious, they were embarrassed to ask for this bite of food because they were told that the bodhisattva should fulfill his vow and treat the female family members preferentially. Wu brought her 2 daughters and ate voraciously. During this trip, the 3 of them had not eaten a complete egg. Look at you. You are like starving ghosts reincarnated. Wang looked disgusted, but she and Ji Xiaoying did not stop. Since Yuan Shu and his friends did not go downstairs, there were 3 extra bowls, and the shopkeeper did not force them to be given. The chef of Aran makes it according to the quantity. Since there are more, let's give it to these 3 girls so that they can eat more and grow up. The 3 bowls were taken by Ji Panner and her sister, and there was also a girl in the Exile team who looked about the same age as Pei Shirshir, but thin and dark. She thanked him profusely, and when no one was paying attention, she hid the eggs of that night and gave them to her brother. If this porridge could not be shared, she would probably take it back to her family. It's getting late. Everyone should go to bed early. There are wolves in the wilderness. Don't leave the inn unless you have nothing to do. The shopkeeper gave a formal explanation and left with the oil lamp. Before going to bed, Yuan Shu, Ji Wanqing, and the other 2 went to the toilet together. When they came back, they found that there were people walking in the yard next to the toilet. Don't you think it smells bad? She secretly touched the ground with her toes and sensed it through her supernatural power. She found that the yard was connected to the mountain belly, and there were people living there. Maybe they were relatives of the people in the inn. Yuan Shu didn't take it seriously and turned back. It was late at night, and the women who had eaten egg and vegetable porridge began to run to the toilet because of stomachache. 1 person was knocked unconscious, and 2 people were knocked unconscious. They were all carried away. These people cooperated well and made no noise. In the middle of the night, Pei Yunyi opened his eyes. He drank 2 more glasses of water at night, and now he just felt a little anxious. He turned his head and saw that his eldest brother was sleeping soundly, so he didn't wake him up and tiptoed out of the room and went downstairs. Seeing him enter the toilet, the 2 people in the dark whispered, "This boy has delicate skin and tender flesh, no worse than a woman otherwise. What are you waiting for? Some people also like old men like this." Pei Yunyi noticed something wrong the moment he walked out of the toilet, but before he could make a sound, his mouth was covered, and then the back of his neck hurt, and he didn't know anything. The Pei family's assassins followed from a distance. They would not appear unless there was a suspicious situation, or the master summoned them. The sound of Pei Yunyi leaving the room woke Yuan Shu up, but she was not calm after a quarter of an hour. Something happened. Yuan Shu and Pei Yunyi thought of this situation at the same time. They got up and opened the door and met each other at the door. "My wife, Yunyi may have fallen into the toilet. I'll go find him." Pei Yuanlin froze and pretended to be innocent. This guy just recovered from his injuries. Because he was stupid, he didn't know whether his internal strength and skills were still there. It would be more reliable for her to find him. "You wait in the room obediently. I'll go call someone." If this is really a black shop, then the people hiding in the belly of the mountain may also be in trouble. Pei Yuanlin thought she was going to call the Pei family's death warriors, so he didn't stop her and continued to play a fool. At the same time, he also wanted to stay here to protect his mother and sister. According to observation, his princess knows some self-defense methods, and he is relieved with the death warriors. Yuan Shu went downstairs calmly and went to the place where there were people. She used her special power to escape underground and appeared in the corner of the cave. The rain stopped and moonlight came in through the window. She could see that the people who were and gagged were all young women, including Ji Painter and her brother. Woo woo woo. Pei Yunyi had practiced it before and woke up after a while, struggling and shouting desperately. Unfortunately, he was also and couldn't move. He twisted and turned on the ground like a big bug. At this time, the so-called shopkeepers and chefs in the inn moved away the stones covering the cave. "Let's go. Follow me obediently. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being blind." "Oh no, they want to transfer the hostages." Yuan Shu's eyes darkened. In fact, maybe they were not the target of these people at all, but because there were good goods in the Exile team. This group of people took risks and wanted to do the last job. How could this be possible? Yuan Shu took the fire extinguisher taken out from the space and sprayed it at these human traffickers. Taking advantage of the blurred vision, he used the supernatural vines to beat them up. Taking the opportunity to drag Pei Yani to the corner and untie him, and then quickly return to the inn. Oh no, the waiter stole the money. When they heard about stealing money, everyone woke up immediately and found that someone was not around, especially Wu. Her eyes went black. The father of the child, Zhaodi and Panner, are missing. The officers quickly stood up, drew their swords, and rushed out. Taking advantage of this time, Yuan Shu packed the food that the group of people had left in the kitchen and had not had time to take away, and then took Pei Yani to one side. At this moment, Pei Yuanlin and Ji Wanqing also hurried downstairs. Are you okay? Seeing that Pei Yani was safe and sound, they breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, just a little pain in the back of my head. Pei Yani was very depressed and secretly decided in his heart that he would take time to practice his skills next. There were more than 10 of these people, but they were still defeated by the well-trained officers. In addition, they were beaten by Yuan Shu, so they soon surrendered. Sir, spare my life. After being captured, they were scared, kowtowed, and begged for mercy, and said they were willing to give silver, just asking not to report to the police. The eyes of the G family lit up, giving money would be good. Sir, please forgive others when you can, or should we each take a step back? Jibin was eager to fight. It was just a false alarm, wasn't it? If he gave a few taels of silver, it wouldn't be a loss. 3 people were kidnapped in his family, so he had to pay the most. Wangda was speechless. Did you eat for dinner? What are you talking about? You don't mind if the knife doesn't fall on you, but hurts others, right? Pei Yani was speechless. How could he not realize that the G family was so shameless and stupid? Sir, really, please be kind and forgive us. All the money we hid will be used to honor you, nearly 50 taels. Seeing that there was a discussion, these people rolled their eyes and immediately promised benefits with a shameless face. At this time, Wangda and Chao Yuan were not blinded by the temptation. Shut up. I work for the court. How could I collude with you guys? Do you think we are human beings? Shut your mouths and send them to the authorities tomorrow morning. 50 taels is not a small amount, but it is obviously not enough to shut up so many people. Secondly, if they are caught for such a small amount of money, are they still qualified to be officials? Except for the G family, no one else had any objection to this decision. These people were doing bad things that were dangerous. They had seen these people before, and even if they let them go now, they might be silenced. Today, thanks to Madame Yuan for noticing something was wrong and reminding us in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Chao Yuan and Wangda thanked Yuan Shu gratefully. One end of the post station is deep in the mountains and old forests. If people hide in them, where can they find them? Losing the exile is a serious crime. Not only will they be severely punished and dismissed, but their lives may also be in danger. Your Excellency, you are too kind. I just found something wrong and reminded you. I can't help in other ways. Thanks to Madame Yuan for reminding me. Otherwise, I don't know where my daughter-in-law would be taken. Although she was exiled, at least she had a place to stay. But if she ended up in the red light district and had no control over her life, then there would be no hope for her in this life. The girls who were rescued also thanked him. Only the 2 sisters G Panner, who were helped by the G family, said nothing, as if it had nothing to do with them. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. By the way, it's getting late. Why don't you prepare some food and go to the county town to report to the authorities tomorrow morning? Yuan Shu's proposal was agreed by everyone. She had originally hidden the food, but seeing that the girls who were in prison were starving, she quietly put the food back in the kitchen. After confirming that the food was not poisonous, Chao Yuan took the lead and cooked it all for everyone to share. When the sky was just beginning to turn pale, the crowd escorted these people to the county government office. Brother Chao, thanks to you this time. These people are very cunning. We have been trying to catch them for a long time, but we have never been able to do so. The head of the county government office shook Chao Yuan's hand and thanked him. Then he took out a bag of silver coins, which looked like 10 taels of silver. These are for treating brothers to a drink. Brother Chao, Please accept them. The government office would reward the criminals, which they deserved, and Chow Yuan did not refuse. You are polite. The brothers are all waiting to go on the road. When we get back, we will have a drink with you, brother. After a few greetings, Chow Yuan distributed the reward money to the officials at the gate of the government office. Among them, the exiles who helped were also rewarded with hundreds of copper coins, and Yuan Shu also received 100 coins. Is there any credit for tipping off? Ji Xiaoying muttered sourly. The head of the police in the Yamen snorted coldly. Of course, in this county, anyone who provides effective clues and verifies them will be rewarded. The G family felt a little regretful. When the incident happened, they saw those people holding knives in their hands. Even though they knew their people were arrested, they did not dare to take risks. This is true. Some people passed by the wooden board at the entrance of the Yamen and took a few glances at the wanted posters posted on it. There were portraits of some murderers on it, and the rewards for providing clues and capturing them alive, and for presenting the leader, etc. were different. Some were murderers who committed family extermination cases and were wanted by the dynasty. There were also criminals who wanted to be captured in this county, such as the flower-picking thieves who committed crimes in several nearby counties. There were nearly 10 of them. Yuan Shu weighed the copper coin in his hand, glanced at the portrait briefly, and didn't take it too seriously. If you want to buy supplies, hurry up and continue to set off in half an hour. What should be done was done, and Chow Yuan didn't want to waste time, so he immediately urged. The exile team set out again, but on the other side, in the capital, the prince's mansion. Gao Yan felt quite unbalanced when he learned that Pei Yuanlin's injuries were gradually recovering and he could walk. Humph, he is really lucky. He is able to survive. It's all because I showed mercy that day. He slammed his hand on the table and crushed the snacks on the plate. After Yuan Shu's words last time, they couldn't act too directly, so this month they only sent people to follow him from a distance and didn't take action. We must not let him arrive in Lingnan with his hands and feet intact. The handsome man next to him handed him a cup of tea. Brother, please be patient. His hand is broken, and he can't do anything. If you want to vent your anger, there are many ways. Gao Yan glanced at his second brother. What do you think?
Of course there is a way.
I am willing to serve you, my brother. If you don't believe me, I will go there in person. Seeing his second brother eager to show off, Gao Yan was very satisfied. Only those who know what's good for them are qualified to follow him. Okay, I'll leave this to you. You must do it well, and don't let anyone find any evidence against you. The young man immediately stood up and clasped his fists. I'll take care of this. After leaving, Gao Lin returned to his prince's mansion and summoned his confidant. He was very satisfied after the other party offered a plan. Pretend to be a mountain bandit, and there will be no trace. Not bad, let's do it. Along the way, all kinds of natural and man-made disasters are possible. Pei Yuanlin and his men were unlucky and died under the swords. Who can say that this is not an accident? Yuan Shu and his men didn't know that danger was approaching. After simply replenishing their supplies, they continued on their way. It took more than a month to walk only 1/5 of the journey. The farther away from the capital, the more desolate and chaotic it was. After getting away from the county town, they arrived at a village at nightfall. After obtaining the consent of the head of the village, they paid a little money and let them stay in the vacant house in the village. After buying some firewood from the villagers, everyone boiled water and prepared food.
Ugh.
When she was hungry, Yuan Shu couldn't help retching, but she was careful not to show it. She hid well these days, and the Pei family didn't notice it. How about we eat egg noodles and bacon noodles tonight? The hailstorm yesterday afternoon made some flour damp, so Yuan Shu simply rolled it into dough and brought it along the way, which was just right for making noodles. When she arrived in the village, she exchanged a few coins for 30 eggs. Sister-in-law, you have the final say. As long as you say so, I can eat dirt. After Pei Shishir found that Yuan Shu was easy to get along with, the two of them were like sisters on weekdays, and they would tease each other from time to time. Sister, don't brag. When you are really asked to eat, don't cry. Yunyi, come here. I promise I won't hit you. The brother and sister chased each other, and the atmosphere was very good. Cut it out. It's just some egg noodles. What's the big deal? We're having roast chicken today. Wang sneered with disdain. The G family also bought a chicken in the village today. It seemed that they were going to have a feast. Someone was dealing with the chicken feathers, while Wu took her 2 daughters to make pancakes. Yuan Shu ignored them. She rolled the dough into slices and directed Ji Wanqing to cut the bacon and stir-fry it. She fried the poached eggs with the remaining oil. After finishing, she put it aside for later use. She boiled water in the pot. After she cut the noodles, the water boiled. Don't stir the noodles after they are spread out, otherwise they will break or stick together easily. Along the way, Yuan Shu taught Ji Wanqing and the others while cooking. Even Pei Yunyi followed and learned consciously. Although she had to endure hardships after crossing over, Yuan Shu was relieved that she didn't become a nanny. Here, Jibin dealt with the rooster and told his second son to get a kitchen knife. Just as he put the clean chicken on the chopping board, he suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 coins dropped in the mud not far away. His eyes lit up, and he put down the things in his hands and walked over quickly. "Dad, there's a dog." Ji Xiaoying was peeling bamboo shoots given by the villagers when she bought the chicken, and suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure. A hungry dog jumped up, bit the chicken, and ran away. Not good. Ji Bin and Ji Heng, who reacted, hurried to chase, and Ji Bin was cursing while running. "Dead dog, stop. If you're caught by me, I will stew you too." They were in a mess, and Yuan Shu and the others just looked at it and looked away, not interested at all. After a while, the noodles were ready. Mixed with bacon, green onions, and poached eggs, the family ate very satisfied. While it was still light, Pei Shishir went to wash the dishes and pots, while Ji Wanqing took out a piece of cloth and began to cut and sew. "Mother, what are you doing?" Yuan Shu was puzzled. During the journey, he always saw her quietly doing embroidery. Ji Wanqing blushed. "We need it. The conditions along the way are not good, so we can only make do with it." Pei Shishir came back from washing the dishes at this time. Her face was a little pale, and she rubbed her belly from time to time. Yuan Shu immediately understood. When the house was searched, they brought some with them, but they still needed to be changed, and these were obviously prepared for her. "Sister-in-law, wash and dry them later. Although the cloth is not as good as the ones used in the capital, it is better than nothing. Don't despise it. Mother's stitches are very good. Ji Wanqing's needlework is good. She can see that. But she doesn't want to use the menstrual belt this time. She has sanitary napkins. Mother, sure, I have something for you." There was something that Yuan Shu had wanted to take out for a long time, but she had just left the capital and there were many people around, so it was difficult for her to explain. Secondly, she was not sure whether the Pei family was trustworthy. She opened the bundle, took out the things, and taught them how to use them. Yuan Shu did not dare to say that it was made of cotton, but only said that it was made of reed flowers. There was a thin layer of cotton as a base, and because they could not open it to see inside, the mother and daughter believed it. "This is what Chui'er and I made when we were in the farm. I learned it from a woman. You can't buy it outside." Finally, Yuan Shu asked Ji Wanqing to make the kind of pants that modern girls wear, which is convenient for putting sanitary napkins. Her movements were very neat and fast, and she made one very quickly. Sure, take it and try it." Pei Shishir blushed and took the things to the toilet. When she came back, she blushed and was very surprised. "Sister-in-law, it's really useful. But will it leak?" "Don't worry, it's not that easy to leak. By the way, drink some hot water and take this pill, and your stomach won't hurt so much." Yuan Shu found that Pei Shishir had a habit of dysmenorrhea, so he gave her an ibuprofen. Although the pill was strange, she took it without saying a word. In order to dispel her doubts, Yuan Shu also said that her period was actually to hide her pregnant belly. She chose a time not far from Pei Shishir, mainly because she was afraid that she would forget and reveal the truth. Once the thing was used, no one said a word, and Yuan Shu was not worried that Pei Shishir would tell others. After all, this thing was very private. Brother, mother, and sister-in-law are so strange. What are they whispering about? Pei Yunyi was very puzzled, and he and Pei Yuanlin moved the things in the cart to the corner of the house. "Don't eavesdrop. Eavesdropping is not a good child." After putting the things down, Pei Yuanlin reached out and rubbed his brother's head. This guy is quite curious. Pei Yunyi curled his lips. Forget it. He didn't want to compete with his idiot elder brother. On the other side, the father and son of the G family came back, dejected. Wang saw that they had nothing in their hands and suddenly became anxious. Where's the chicken?
Didn't you catch it?
This dog must be from the village. I'll go and ask them for justice. It felt so aggrieved that they spent money, but didn't get a bite of meat. The G family found the head of the village and complained about their grievances and bad luck. However, the dog was not from their village. Even chickens and ducks from their village were accidentally dragged away. What a twisted logic. You blame others for losing your things. If it weren't for the official, we wouldn't allow you to stay here. If you don't want to live with us, leave now. The head of the village led the whole village, holding sickles and hoes. They looked at the G family viciously, wishing to dig 2 spoons on their heads. Chao Yuan heard the noise and hurried over, smiling. Uncle head of the village, they are not smart, so don't argue with them. After saying that, he turned to look at the G family. Have you made enough trouble? Do you want to be whipped? Wang De stood beside Chao Yuan, swung the whip in his hand twice, and prepared to move his hands and feet. Because they were not in the right and could not find evidence, they could only blame themselves for their bad luck. It's all my sister's fault. She didn't drive away the dog in time when she saw it. Ji Hao looked at his sister and couldn't help complaining. When something is lost, someone has to be blamed. Ji Xiaoying was no exception and became the one who was punished. Originally, Ji Panner and the others could not escape, but the money for buying chickens today came from the money hidden in their eldest house, so they were spared. Xiaoying is not allowed to eat tonight. Lu was angry, and she felt sad when she thought of the chicken taken away by the dog. Ji Xiaoying had countless grievances, but she knew that no one would stand on her side even if she defended herself. She could only hold back her resentment and watch her family eat biscuits while she ate the black and hard steamed buns given by the officials. At night, everyone had gone to bed. Only Ji Xiaoying had diarrhea because of eating cold and hard steamed buns and cold food. When she came back from the toilet, she saw the officials guarding the gate of the courtyard, who were chewing dried meat to pass the time. The smell of meat made her drool. Who? The officer turned around suddenly and asked coldly when he saw her, "You are not sleeping in the middle of the night. Are you going to steal? I warn you, if you mess around in the village, don't cry when you get beaten." Some exiles would have bad intentions and steal the villagers' things. This is strictly prohibited by their orders. If they are caught, they will be beaten and asked to pay for it themselves. I didn't. Ji Xiaoying stared at the dried meat in the officer's hand and swallowed her saliva. Because she woke up in the middle of the night, her clothes were a little loose, and the officer also looked at him and drooled. Suddenly, they understood each other's eyes. The officer walked towards the dark place and motioned Ji Xiaoying to follow. She hesitated and followed. With the officer as her backing, her life on the way must be better, right? "Sir, you are so nice," Ji Xiaoying almost cried with joy after eating the dried meat and white flour buns. "It's so delicious." In Pei's house, she only ate a little better than the aunt and her 2 daughters. "If you are willing to follow me, you will get benefits." There was no entertainment on the way, and the official had been feeling suffocated. Ji Xiaoying neither agreed nor opposed his proposal. She was hesitant and let him succeed. After the incident, Ji Xiaoying endured the discomfort and snuggled in the official's arms. "Master Tao, you are my first one, and you will be yours in the future. I will rely on you on this journey." Okay, are you still hungry?" Yang Tao pinched her steamed bun with satisfaction and said with a sly smile, "I lost my food today, and I'm afraid there won't be much delicious food tomorrow morning." Alas. Ji Xiaoying was from a noble family after all, and she was still a little reserved at the moment. "Okay, wait for me. I'll be back in a while." Yang Tao went and came back with a small section of sausage and steamed buns, as well as another official. Ji Xiaoying's pupils shrank suddenly, but they did not give her a chance to regret. After the man left, she had an extra meat pie and 5 cents in her hand. "Go back and rest. We'll find you if you have any problems." If you need help, you can also find us, but don't make trouble, understand? Ji Xiaoying heard the warning. She responded tenderly, took the things and left. She tightly grasped the copper coin in her hand. Humiliation. It was too humiliating. How could she, Ji Xiaoying, fall to this point?
It was all the fault of the Pei family.
If Yuan Shu was willing to lend her a hand and let her have a warm meal with the Pei family, she would not have come to this point. Yuan Shu. Leaning against the wall, Ji Xiaoying walked towards her room step by step. The piercing pain in her heart turned into hatred for Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu knew nothing about this and took time out every night to take care of everything in the space medicine field. She also took out all the medicines that could be used in the space pharmacy, as well as the rice, flour, grain, oil, and other supplies, and placed them in the vacant positions in different categories, waiting for them to be added again. In this way, these things are like being able to be copied and continue to increase. After doing all this, she closed her eyes and rested. The villagers' houses had no beds, so everyone could only use hay to spread a layer on the wooden boards and rest. Some exiles had no quilts, so they could only sleep with their clothes on or cover themselves with hay.
Well,
it rained at night, and Yuan Shu and Pei Yuanlin were covered with a quilt. Because she felt cold, she instinctively leaned toward him. Pei Yuanlin took her into his arms and was satisfied. In the second half of the night, Yuan Shu felt warm and even a little hot, so she lifted the quilt. After a while, she was covered again. She was irritable and began to push people away with her hands and feet. Pei Yuanlin was very confused, but still tried to pull the quilt down a little. Now, Yuan Shu slept contentedly. When Pei Yuanlin was next to her, she began to shrink to one side. Sometimes she was afraid of cold, sometimes she was afraid of heat. Women are really strange. Sighing helplessly, Pei Yuanlin took advantage of Yuan Shu's inattention and quietly pecked her between the eyebrows, then closed his eyes contentedly. The next morning, Yuan Shu felt her hand was hot and a little heavy. When she raised her hand, she found that she was holding Pei Yuanlin, their fingers intertwined. Turning her head to the side, a handsome face was close at hand, and his deep eyes were like a whirlpool, as if to in her voice. "My wife, good morning." Pei Yuanlin's voice was full of magnetism, and it was also a bit lazy, as if he had just woken up. He had a beauty attack early in the morning and controlled her for 30 seconds. Good morning." Yuan Shu pulled her hand back, feeling annoyed. How could she be fooled by a fool who looked like an adult but had the mind of a 6- or 7-year-old? He was useless. He embarrassed the vast number of female predecessors who had traveled through time. As her eyes slid downward, she saw Pei Yuanlin's hard Adam's apple and the gap that revealed part of his chest muscles due to his loose clothes. Men's cleavage is also very attractive. Well, you must be hungry. I'll go prepare breakfast. At this time, the other members of the Pei family were rubbing their eyes and waking up. Yuan Shu quickly retracted her gaze and tidied her clothes as if nothing had happened. Pei Yuanlin glanced at herself thoughtfully, and a triumphant smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He had a bold idea. Yuan Shu walked into the house and met Ji Xiaoying, who came out of the next room. Naturally, he also felt her resentful and unwilling eyes. It was as if her own ancestral grave had been dug up by her. Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows and smiled at her with a big smile and a big white tooth. After seeing Ji Xiaoying's gloomy face, Yuan Shu's mood improved immediately. When your mortal enemy is unhappy, you are happy and she will be sad. Ji Xiaoying watched Yuan Shu happily wash up and then thought about her experience last night. She regretted and resentful and did not sleep all night. However, the G family did not feel sorry for her, let alone her haggardness. "What are you doing? Why don't you make breakfast?" Lu was holding a wooden stick and sticking at the ground, as if she would hit Ji Xiaoying if she didn't move. Last night, she didn't eat chicken, and she was full of resentment, as if she had swallowed 10 resentful ghosts. "Okay, Grandma, I know." Ji Xiaoying suppressed her unhappiness and went to prepare breakfast slowly. Wang was distressed for her daughter and helped immediately. Yuan Shu didn't care about the movement of the Ji family. When she washed up, she resisted the urge to. He drank some spiritual spring water to suppress the feeling of nausea and took a folic acid pill. At this time, Pei Yani had already skillfully lit the fire, put water on the pot, and put the vegetable pancakes that he had baked last night. Yuan Shu took out a few eggs and steamed them under the steamer and made egg drop soup with the remaining eggs. It's not convenient to carry eggs on the road, and it's a pity to crush them, so just eat them. This excuse is impeccable. The Pei family did not object. Seeing them eat these precious things without frowning, the G family was envious. Lu retracted her envious eyes and saw that her own vegetable pancakes were burnt. Although there were 2 eggs in the soup, the egg drop was almost invisible because there were so many people. She felt very unfair. She rolled her eyes and deliberately talked to her 2 sons about their childhood. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to evoke Ji Wanqing's memories. Mom, let's also tell my sister-in-law about my brother's childhood, right? Pei Yuanlin. His smile was a little innocent, but he was actually very nervous, and he looked at Yuan Shu's face quietly. Will my wife dislike him? Yuana was a little silly and quiet when he was a child, just like now. Pei Yuanlin. Yuan Shu. Well, it's not surprising. She can imagine what Pei Yuanlin was like when he was a child. When he was a child, he kept clamoring for a younger brother to practice sword and boxing with him. Speaking of her son's past, Ji Wanqing had a gentle face. Then what? Yuan Shu was also very curious. In the world where she lived in her previous life, as far as she knew, most of the ideas of many netizens were strange and deformed, and there were very few people with the same mind as Pei Yuanlin. What about not allowing parents to have a second child, trying to commit suicide, and some even yelled and scolded others for being poor and unworthy of having children, complaining that their parents were not working hard enough and could not let them have a car and a house. Of course, there are also many people who are self-reliant, hardworking, tenacious, and kind. She looked at the things on the internet, disappointed and angry, but was healed again and again by kind people and kind things. Ji Wanqing looked at her silly son now, and then looked at Pei Shishir. Then this kid, while your father and I were not paying attention, quietly threw away Shishir's little skirt, bought a bunch of boys' clothes, and drew a beard on her, saying that this was his younger brother. Pei Yuanlin lowered his head to eat, pretending to be stupid to the end. Puff, haha. The brother and sister are 4 years apart, and it is not surprising that they do these ridiculous things when they are ignorant. Seeing Yuan Shu laughing, Pei Yani couldn't help sighing. Fortunately, I was born late, otherwise I dare not think about my later life. Even though he was born a little late, he was beaten by his eldest brother since he was a child. Although he was beaten, he had a good relationship. On the G family side, Lu was dry-mouthed and could not wait for Ji Wanqing's guilt. On the contrary, seeing their family enjoying themselves, she was so angry that she choked and coughed for a long time. After eating and drinking, the Exile team set out again. This time they did not stop on the road. Ji Xiaoying was tormented and her face was pale. But what was rare was that she was not whipped again. 2 officials followed her around intentionally or unintentionally. On the way, an official stuffed a meat bun into her when she went to urinate. This scene was seen by Pei Shishir.
What are you looking at?
You can't envy it. Pei Shishir's mouth twitched slightly. Envy? Are you thinking with your toes? Outrageous. After saying that, she was too lazy to look at Ji Xiaoying's reaction and left directly. For lunch, Yuan Shu sliced the sausage steamed in the morning, cooked a pot of thick corn porridge, and ate it with pancakes. It was simple and nutritious. It was another meal that the G family envied. This night, everyone was not so lucky. When the sun was setting, there was no inn or village ahead, so everyone had to sleep in the wild. Madam Yuan, according to your observation, are there any medicinal herbs nearby? We want to go into the mountains to look for them. Some exiles proposed to look for supplies, and Wang Dabian thought it would be better to ask her opinion first. There were several times when no one believed her words, and she returned empty-handed after searching for a long time. There may be some medicinal herbs, but they should not be worth much money. You can look for them, but be careful. She explained the situation, and it was others' freedom to go, or not.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Madam Yuan.
After Yuan Shu said this, Pei Sure and the others did not go into the mountains to look for medicinal herbs, but took advantage of the good weather to change their clothes and wash them by the stream. The stream is not big, just a small ditch, and you need to build a small pool to wash clothes. Fortunately, the water flow is not small. Sister-in-law, where are you going? Pei Sure couldn't help but show concern when she saw Yuan Shu walking downstream. I'll pick some wild vegetables. I'll go by myself. You guys find some firewood to light the fire. Pei Yuanlin's hands were better, but he couldn't lift heavy objects, so he was responsible for guarding the cart and supplies. Yuan Shu walked downstream along the stream, and when she saw the stones by the stream, she looked through them and saw green and yellow the size of pigeon eggs.
Good stuff.
She didn't remind others, but looked through them on her own, tied them up with a cloth bag, and soon she caught a small bag. Soon she came to a pool downstream and found that there were quite a few river shrimps and groupers in it. After checking that there was no one around, Yuan Shu used her supernatural power to quickly make a net with vines and fished from one side to the other, and the harvest was full. The groupers and river shrimps, visually estimated to be about 20 to 30 kilograms, obviously the things here have never been mined.
Great.
Yuan Shu put all the big fish and shrimps into the fish pond in the space in one bag. Then she fished out 3 grass carps and threw them into the pond. She used a sharpened harpoon to spear the largest one and walked back. She also told Wang Da and the others about her discovery. They immediately came to look for it. The other exiles followed Wang Da and watched with tears in their eyes. Mother, look at this flattering girl. She doesn't tell her family when she finds something good, and she always flatters others. Lu also had a look of disgust and dissatisfaction on her face. Look at how she laughs. What's the difference between her and the singing girls in the brothel? TSK, my stupid grandson, he doesn't even know when he was cuckolded, and he's still so stupid. Ji Xiaoying agreed. Grandmother is right. Duet let my cousin become a father. Although these words were said in a low voice, they were deliberately heard by the Pei family, especially Yuan Shu. After being beaten several times before, the G family did not dare to say it in front of the officials and deliberately kept a distance, for fear that they would hear the whipping. Pei Yuanlin seemed not to understand on the surface, but secretly decided how to teach these foul-mouthed guys a lesson without making a sound. Duan talk nonsense. Shu is not the kind of person you say. Ji Wanqing refuted the Ji family with a gloomy face and comforted Yuan Shu at the same time. Shu, don't take it to heart when the relatives she once thought of were actually a group of people with dirty hearts who couldn't stand others doing well. It's really disgusting. Yuan Shu smiled slightly, patted Ji Wanqing's hand in a soothing way, and turned to look at Wang and Ji Xiaoying. Are you talking about me? The 3 generations paused. Yes, I'm talking about you, just know it. Yuan Shu smiled. She let go of Ji Wanqing's hand and walked slowly towards the Ji family. This posture made the Ji family stunned at first, but they didn't care about it the next second. The daughter-in-law of the Ji family took her 2 daughters to turn and Ji Jun was responsible for making fire and cooking. But with Ji Bin and his sons there, Yuan Shu didn't dare to do anything. I was scolded, unhappy, and I would go crazy. Yuan Shu stood in front of the Ji family. When they were about to say something, she raised her foot and kicked the pot over. When I go crazy, I'm afraid of myself. Her action was careless, but it made people feel very happy. God, my pot of porridge. Beat her to death. Lu screamed like crazy. Her shrill voice roared, as if a ghost was asking for her life. Ji Hung and Ji Hao reacted and reached out their hands to her. Hurry, help your sister-in-law. Ji Wanqing came back to her senses and immediately urged Pei Yunyi to help. In this family, only this kid knows how to fight. Yuan Shu kicked Ji Hao's accurately with a flying kick. When Ji Hung attacked, he turned his back to him, then took his arm and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, and twisted it trickily. With a snap, his arm was dislocated. At this time, Yuan Shu bent down and picked up the pot on the ground and smashed at Ji Bin's head, who was waving his fist at him. The iron pot was thrown to the ground by her, and the father and son of the G family knelt on the ground and wailed. Pei Yunyi rushed over, holding a fire stick, looking around in confusion. Sister-in-law, so strong? Pei Yuanlin was also stunned. His wife was indeed very skilled. But he secretly checked that she had no internal strength, which was really strange. Look, I've told you that when I go crazy, I'm very scary, but you just don't believe me. When they were doing fitness in their previous lives, they practiced some self-defense moves for their own safety. Now she has superpowers, so she won't suffer any loss in a fight. The commotion here attracted the attention of the officials, and Gooden brought a few brothers over. Why are you making so much noise? What happened? Seeing the people coming, the 3 generations of Lu family seemed to have found a lifeline and immediately shouted that they were wronged and asked them to make the decision. Gooden glanced at Yuan Shu and cleared his throat. We don't care about such family affairs. If you don't agree, let's fight? The G family. Isn't this nonsense? If they can win, why should they be wronged like this? Forget about not fighting. If you want to fight, don't kill them. Save your life. We have to travel early tomorrow morning. After that, Gooden called the other brothers to leave. He deserved to be beaten for being mean and provocative. Yuan Shu smiled. Are you still cursing? Do you want to try the feeling of my slapping you and knocking your teeth out? You are so unreasonable. We just said a few words to you. Ji Xiaoying was scared and trembled and said, Look at what you said. I just kicked the pot, and you 3 grown men want to beat me, so I can't fight back? Yuan Shu said it casually, and the other exiles couldn't help laughing and whispering. Our dinner is gone. You have to pay. Wang looked at the pot with only a little rice soup left, and was angry. Yuan Shu crossed his arms. No, I won't pay, but if you don't accept it, let's fight. Yes, let's fight. Pei Yunyi held up the fire stick and showed off a few gun skills. It's not bad. It's quite sharp. Actually, the Ji Hung brothers knew some skills, but not much, because they could not bear the hardship of practicing martial arts, so they were not Yuan Shu's opponents. At this moment, they felt unfair, but they could do nothing about it.
Then,
you have to help your eldest cousin and get his hand back. Lu did not dare to ask for too much, so she could only settle for the second best and let him help Ji Hung to straighten his bones. I know this, I'll do it. Pei Yuanlin came over with a smile, quickly hooked Ji Heng's hand with his arm, and snapped it in 2 or 3 times.
Ah!
Ji Heng's screams lasted for 30 seconds, cold sweats broke out, and his arms trembled. But fortunately, it didn't hurt that much. Hey, no need to thank me. Come to me next time you dislocate your joint, but you have to pay. After saying that, Pei Yuanlin showed a silly smile. Others did not find his behavior strange because people who practice martial arts, their brains are stupid but their instincts are still there. Did you hear that? You can find my husband to straighten your bones. 10 cents per time, and since you used to be my husband's cousin, I won't charge you this time. Yuan Shu said, patting Pei Yuanlin on the shoulder. Well done. I'll cook fish for you later. After returning, Yuan Shu began to cook fish. He used soaked dried vegetables to make pickled fish and stewed rice. On the other side, the exiles who left did not have any tools and did not dare to take advantage of the officials, so they had to look through the rocks by the stream to find. In less than half an hour, the officials returned with half of their clothes wet. The 2 3-gene fish were also caught, and a lot of were also found. Thanks to Madame Yuan's reminder, our brothers will have a good meal tonight. By the way, what was the quarrel just now? Chao Yuan and Wang De looked puzzled, and when their eyes fell on the G family, they instantly understood. Forget it, let's go and cook fish. They retracted their gaze and ignored the G family's attempt to speak. Lu was extremely unhappy, especially when she saw Wu coming back with her daughter and the small amount in her pocket. You've been away for so long, and this is all you got. Are you being lazy? You lazy woman. Good for nothing. Wu lowered her head and dared not refute. As a woman with 2 children, how could she compete with others? The men in the family didn't help. Even standing by would be fine, but everyone was sitting there waiting to eat at mealtime, and she was so tired. The fish smells so good. G Panner swallowed her saliva and couldn't help mumbling, her eyes fixed on the Pei family. Lu followed her gaze and came up with a plan.
上次这姐妹俩成功从裴家那儿拿到不少肉，小丫头嘛，装可怜还是能让人心软的。你们俩过来，祖母有件事要你们去办。姐妹俩对视一眼，默默地来到刘氏身边，得了吩咐后，她们眼前一亮，下意识舔了舔唇瓣。只有吴氏有些许犹豫，母亲，不妥吧？上次妹妹都说了那样的话，说那是最后一次，她有预感，这一次可能会空手而归。就算是季婉晴温和好说话，但她那个儿媳妇不是个善茬。瞧瞧季家这几个平日里作威作福的爷们，不也被揍得不敢吱声吗？想从他手中讨要吃的，做梦吧！你闭嘴，我跟我孙女说话，轮得到你插嘴？刘氏压低声音呵斥了一句，然后温柔地摸摸季盼儿这姐妹俩的脑袋。
Go ahead, Grandma believes you can do it. Holding empty bowls and chopsticks, the two sisters mustered up the courage to come to the Pei family. They stood 2 meters away, not saying a word, just biting their chopsticks and looking into the pot, and then at Ji Wanqing. This look was really pitiful. Yuan Shu saw it but didn't say a word. Whoever's relative it was would deal with it. If the Pei family gave away the food she found this time, she would be ungrateful. Ji Wanqing naturally felt pity in her heart, but also angry at the same time. It's time for dinner. Why don't you go back to eat? Do you have something to talk to me about? Ji Wanqing couldn't ignore the fact that she used to be loved as her own daughter, so she just asked indifferently. Ji Zhaodi had a well-behaved face, and her eyes were slightly red. Aunt, we are not full. If you are not full, go find your own parents. Why are you looking for my mother? She didn't give birth to you. Pei Shishir was worried that her mother was confused and would hurt Yuan Shu's heart, so she scolded with a cold face. Woo-woo, Aunt, cousin is so fierce. Ji Painter blinked and burst into tears. Those who didn't know the truth thought that it was the Pei family who starved them. Ji Wanqing's face suddenly became dark. Okay, Shishir, say less. You go back. Aunt can't do anything here. She had said it directly and would not give anything more. The two sisters were close to each other, and the aroma of fish meat kept drilling into their noses. They have always been hungry and not full, and now they are not willing to leave at all. Aunt, can you give us some fish soup? My mother has been weak these past 2 days, and I want to nourish her. Caring about your own mother is a very filial thing, but it has nothing to do with others. You figure it out yourself. Ji Wanqing retracted her gaze and stopped talking. She ate the fish in the bowl with big mouthfuls, unmoved. Some soft-heartedness is necessary once and not twice, otherwise some people will take advantage of it. She felt sorry for the two sisters, but the G family would not. Instead, they would use them as bargaining chips to squeeze out more benefits. Sister, let's go back. Ji Panner swallowed her saliva and felt ashamed when she felt the vague eyes of other exiles. They have tried their best. If their grandmother wants to blame them, then let her blame them. The two sisters walked back with their empty bowls. Mrs. Wu felt distressed and ashamed, so she pulled them to squat by the fire and add firewood. Wang immediately sneered. Some people's hearts have been eaten by dogs. They keep calling their children aunt, but they are not willing to give them a sip of hot soup. Are they still human beings? Yuan Shu laughed angrily. Hey, it seems that since he didn't beat her just now, she doesn't know what it means to remember. Madame Wang is wrong. What nutrition can fish soup have? How can we let two cousins eat it? We have saved some good things for the back, especially for the cousin, but you have to wait. Wang was surprised and delighted when she heard it. What did you save? Pei Yunyi already knew what his sister meant at this time. I'll save some fish bones for you to make soup. Don't worry. Wait until I finish eating. Last time, they just gave them chicken butts. This time they saved fish bones. It's a courtesy. You. When Wang was about to say something, Yuan Shu stood up. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and the rest of the words were stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say them anymore. Ji Xiaoying tugged at her sleeve. Mom, stop talking. Yuan Shu is not easy to mess with. She is a fierce woman. She has not thought of a good way yet, so they can't confront her head-on. When the G family heard the other exiles laughing secretly, they had to suppress their anger and pretend not to hear. Stupid, a money-losing waste, you can't do even a little thing. After eating, go and collect firewood. Lu is not convinced, and cursed at Wu's mother and daughter, ordering them to do this and that. It was obviously that they found at least half a pound, but after roasting them, they only ate the 2 smallest ones. The biased old woman is so harsh to her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, she will suffer in the future. An old woman ate with her son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren and granddaughters, and couldn't help sighing. There's nothing we can do. They are not lucky. They don't have an open-minded mother like you, mother-in-law. Mom, another spoonful of soup. The woman smiled and agreed, and added a spoonful of porridge to her. Grandma, eat the crab legs. The grandchildren held the food in front of her. Grandma is full, you guys eat yourselves. She shared the extra spoonful of porridge between the 2 children. She was the one who first gave Yuan Shu eggs to thank her for teaching their family, and went to the medicine store to find herbs on the way to exchange for money. At night, Yuan Shu applied medicine to Pei Yuanlin's wound again in the light of the campfire. The last little wound was completely healed at this time, and the frequency of his headaches was much less. My wife, my hands hurt, and my head hurts. Can you rub it for me? It was a rare opportunity to have such an intimate contact with Yuan Shu, and Pei Yuanlin tried his best to find opportunities to have physical contact with her. I don't know if it was because he felt guilty for stealing his cubs, or because he couldn't bear to say no to this handsome face. She pursed her lips. Okay, I'll help you. Pei Yuanlin sat down next to her, rested his head on her knees, and closed his eyes to rest. Just like a big cat who needs its owner to its fur. Yuan Shu pulled the corner of her mouth. She couldn't believe that such a silly person was once called a brave and warlike god of war. Could it be a rumor? Yuan Shu pressed Pei Yuanlin's head and hands for a quarter of an hour respectively. When her hands were a little sore, they were held by someone's backhand. My wife, I like you so much. Yuan Shu was stunned by these words, and the next second, her lips felt cold. She was kissed openly by this silly king. It's absurd. The next second, Yuan Shu reached out and twisted his ear. What are you doing? You are not a good student. She glanced around, but fortunately, the Pei family was drying the washed clothes with their backs to them at this moment, and didn't notice the side. In fact, Pei Yuanlin just felt very moved and liked it, but didn't know how to express it. He simply pretended to be stupid and told the truth. Pei Yuanlin felt a little guilty. He noticed a couple in his peripheral vision, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. Uncle Dazhuang treats his wife like this. Aren't you also? My wife? This made Yuan Shu speechless. They are indeed a couple, and it is normal to do intimate things, isn't it? Besides, they have already done negative distance. If the author writes this in the plot of the novel, it won't even count as greasy spots. She curled her lips and silently withdrew her hand. Forget it. Why should she bother with a fool? The exiles along the way are all in families. It is inevitable that they sometimes behave in a way that he will not see. She can't let others have a platonic relationship. Pei Yuanlin carefully observed Yuan Shu's expression and approached carefully. My wife, are you unhappy?
Why?
Otherwise, I'll let you kiss me back. This was childish and funny. Yuan Shu glared at him unhappily. Do and think I don't dare. She is not a good man and a believer. She dared to accept her best friend's suggestion and find someone to try. And she put it into action to eat up the person in front of her and secretly have a baby. Pei Yuanlin didn't say anything, but that innocent look seemed to be mocking, as if to say that I don't think you dare. It was not known whether he was trying to prove himself or because he felt that someone's lips were kissable. Yuan Shu reached out and pinched someone's chin. Noticing that the Pei family member had not turned around, he turned his head and bit him. Pei Yuanlin's eyes flashed with shock, and then there was a look of success, and the corners of his lips slowly rose. Oh, my wife is so easy to fool, so cute. Yuan Shu came to his senses, and realized what he had done. He raised his hand and knocked on his head in annoyance. It's over. Is this what she calls? She was fooled by a mere provocation, and it was a provocation from a fool. My wife, do you have a headache too? Let me it for you. Pei Yuanlin pretended to be stupid and became more and more successful. He lowered his head slightly and blew gently on her forehead. Yuan Shu felt a little numb on her forehead, as if she had been electrocuted. The man was poisonous and shook her heart. It doesn't hurt. It's getting late. I'm going to steam buns. You should go to bed early. He looked like he was running away. Pei Shishir looked at Yuan Shu, who appeared beside her, washing her hands and preparing to make steamed buns. She caught a glimpse of the suspicious blush on her face and understood. Big Brother is still as charming as ever. Even if he is stupid, he seems to have fascinated his sister-in-law. Hee. Yuan Shu didn't know at all that whenever she and Pei Yuanlin were together, the Pei family would deliberately turn their backs to them and create opportunities for them to get along. Ever since Yuan Shu went crazy that day, the G family has been quiet for 3 consecutive days. Ji Xiaoying has officials feeding her secretly, and her status is higher than Ji Pan'er and the others, so her life is much more comfortable. In the afternoon of that day, everyone arrived at a mountain forest. While resting, Yuan Shu saw a patch of plants not far away. Sister-in-law, what is that? It looks like a tea fruit tree. Not sure, I'll go and have a look. After a look, it was indeed a tea fruit tree. The road we have walked from yesterday afternoon to now is all barren mountains and wilderness, and there are no people cultivating the land. If we want to meet people, we have to wait until tomorrow afternoon at least. Sister-in-law, what's the use of it? These tea fruits can be pressed to produce tea oil. These look dry. 100 kilograms of seeds can produce about 20 kilograms of oil. Yuan Shu observed. Perhaps due to the dry weather, this mountain forest is full of dead trees, and the moisture is dry. Therefore, until now, only a small number of tea fruits are hanging on the trees. Most of them fell on the ground and have not rotted yet. If it were a normal season before winter, the harvest would basically be over, but it happened to be a good deal for her. It can be used to press oil, a good thing. The exiles were tempted after hearing this. Buying these 20 kilograms of oil requires 2 or 3 taels of silver. Now the ready-made tea fruits are on the ground, which is equivalent to pure silver. After everyone asked the officials for their opinions, they also agreed to stay and continue their journey tomorrow. It's getting late. Since everyone wants to pick wild tea fruits, let's stay here tonight. When you make a fire, don't forget to cut the weeds around to avoid a wildfire. After Chao Yuan gave the order, he took the officials to find a place to set up camp. I don't know if it's because the terrain here is too high or because it hasn't rained this year, but the wind in the mountains is hot. The G family couldn't help but be tempted when they saw everyone picking tea fruits. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Boss, we still have a few empty sacks at home. Go pick some and exchange them for some money in town to supplement the family expenses. Ji Jun was very tired. He was carrying the most things on this journey. He was reluctant in his heart, but he agreed. Everyone started picking tea fruits. Each household picked up 2 or 3 sacks full of them. Sister-in-law, look, we have 4 sacks. In fact, the part that Yuan Shu picked up quietly was not small either, and she put them all secretly into the space. Yes, we will remove the shells later to reduce the weight. It was getting dark. Yuan Shu was responsible for preparing dinner. Pei Yanni and Pei Yuanlin stepped on the tea fruits with their feet, and Ji Wanqing and her mother were responsible for picking out the tea seeds. The division of labor was clear, and the efficiency was very high. The 4 members of Ji Jun's family might not have enough to eat, so they picked up less, and Lu couldn't help but scold them again. Mom, if you think we are not doing well enough, you can let my second brother go. They have more people, and my nephews are not young anymore, so they should be more capable. Jibin was unhappy when he heard it, because he was the most favored son. 2 sons and 1 daughter are the heroes of the G family. How could he do these jobs? Okay, I said a few words to you, and you complained. You are the child's uncle. Can't you set an example? Lu said a few perfunctorily to comfort him. After everyone had dinner, They took out the tea seeds by the light of the campfire and then went to rest one by one. In the middle of the night, Yuan Shu slept in a sweat. It's so hot, there's no need to add too much to the campfire. When she opened her eyes, Yuan Shu noticed that Pei Yuanlin was half asleep, but he still held up a straw fan to cool her down. It's daybreak. So early? Someone woke up from the heat and muttered because it was bright. Yuan Shu smelled something wrong in the air, and when he looked closely, his pupils widened instantly. Oh no, wake up, everyone, it's a wildfire, coming towards us. Everyone woke up at this moment, and indeed found that there was a wildfire in the road ahead they were going to take, sweeping over like a fire dragon, and the air became even hotter. Chao Yuan immediately ordered, "Retreat, hurry up, grab your things and go." Everyone quickly carried their things and walked back, but before they had walked for half a quarter of an hour, they saw that the direction they came from had also been ignited by a wildfire. Yuan Shu secretly used her supernatural power to sense it and found that the wildfire in this direction was artificially set. Her eyes sank. Someone wanted them to look like an accident in this wildfire. In order to save the lives of the Pei family, they were willing to sacrifice so many lives, even though there were more than 30 officials among them. The superiors were really vicious and cruel, treating human lives as worthless. "Sir, what can we do? The wildfire is coming fiercely, and we will be burned to ashes. There are forests all around, and it is useless to hide anywhere. The wildfire will soon surround them. Even if they are not burned to death, they will be choked to death." Yuan Shu pursed his lips. "No, we still have a way to go. Where is the road?" After hearing this, the G family members frantically pushed aside the others and came to Yuan Shu, worried that she would escape without them. Go back to the valley where we were just now. There is water there, and we still have a glimmer of hope." Ji Xiaoying was angry. "What kind of road is this? You are pushing all of us to death." Some exiles also echoed, thinking that it was useless to go back.
Why?
Because there was indeed a pool of water in the valley, but the problem was that there was not much water in the pool, and the water flow was very small. The deepest part of the pool was only up to the chest, and with the officials, there were 80 or 90 people in their team, and the pool could not accommodate them. "Do we have any choice now?" Yuan Shu said in a serious tone. "Go back now, wet your clothes, find an open place, remove the weeds around, and don't burn yourself. Cover yourself with these wet things. Get up, cover your mouth and nose with a wet towel, and hope for this glimmer of hope." These people were dragged down because of them, and she tried her best to tell everyone how to survive. "Does your method work? I should have listened to you earlier. If I hadn't picked up the tea fruit, it would have been fine." Ji Xiaoying looked angry, as if Yuan Shu was the murderer of her father. Chao Yuan looked serious. Everyone agreed to pick up the tea fruit, and you can't blame others.
Now.
If you don't want to die, do what Madame Yuan said. The wildfire was fierce, as if even the sky was about to be set on fire, and everyone felt that the air they breathed was hot. Everyone rushed back to the valley in a hurry, and immediately got themselves soaked, and looked for a place to hide. However, there were trees growing around the pool, and some of them were quite tall. In fact, I also found a cave. It might be left by the people who used to guard this tea and fruit forest. It's not small. Gooden spoke at this time, and Wang De immediately asked him to lead the way. Chao Yuan looked at everyone, natural disasters are ruthless. I don't want you to run away, but I hope you can all survive and go to Lingnan together. Running away secretly is against the rules. It is an illegal household, and it is easy to be robbed and killed. The officials quickly hid in the cave. At this time, Yuan Shu gave them a quilt. "Mr. Chao, you wet it and take it with you. It may be useful."
"Thank you."
At this time, many exiles were guarding their belongings and were reluctant to leave. "These foods will be burned in a fire later. What will we eat?"
"God, you don't have eyes."
Aunt Zhang wiped her tears distressfully. Her son and daughter-in-law had already begun to pull the weeds nearby, trying to find a ray of hope in this open space. Yuan Shu pursed her lips. "There is a way. Dig a hole and bury the food. It can avoid losses. Hide as much as you can." She said so, but she still secretly used her supernatural power to loosen the soil in some places. I'll do it too. Pei Yani began to dig a hole to hide things. Pei Shishir and Ji Wanqing used knives to cut the weeds around them, and even Pei Yani tried to use his internal force to loosen the soil on the ground. At that time, the G family in the pond fought with other exiles. We occupied this pond first. You can come if you want, but stay aside and don't squeeze. The G family worked together at this time, and they were so fierce. They didn't take the worthless supplies. They hid the valuable ones and food in the cracks of the rocks on one side of the pond and blocked them with their bodies. This pond is not yours. Why are you so overbearing? Looking at their quarrel and the turbid water, Yuan Shu didn't plan to take the Pei family to join in the fun. What's more, once the fire starts, the surrounding grass and trees, although not dead wood, will also catch fire, and staying in the pool will not be much better. Yuan Shu tried to calm himself down. I'll go look for caves nearby. It's safer to hide in them. This is a brainless article. Don't do this in real life. It will take more than an hour for the fire to reach them, but the area burned was too large and the fire was fierce, so they couldn't rush out. The fire was fierce here, and half of the Pei family's dead soldiers stayed to put out the fire, and the other half went into the mountains to protect their master. Princess, don't take the things. Take the prince and the old lady, and find a way to rush out with your subordinates. Looking at these 20 dusty people, Yuan Shu sighed in his heart. Some people are loyal, and they're willing to sacrifice their lives. How was the fire when you came? In fact, she knew without asking that the fire was not light. When the fire was small, these people used light skills to break in, and their clothes and hair were scorched, and there were also burns on their bodies. Now that the fire has spread over a large area, it will only get more intense. We will try our best to get our masters out even if we die, Ing Jiu said firmly. When they came in, they had never thought about leaving alive. But if you die, we can't get out safely. There are people waiting for us outside the wildfire, right? Yuan Shu's words silenced them. Don't say anything. Look around to see if there is a cave where we can hide. Ing Jiu no longer hesitated. With a gesture, the shadow guards began to look around, and at the same time, some took advantage of the chaos to help Pei Yani dig a hole. In a place where no one noticed, Yuan Shu used his supernatural power to secretly dig a hole on the side of the valley, near the hillside. Found it! Ing Jiu shouted, and the other men quickly gathered. I'll go call people, and we'll pretend not to know each other for a while. After quickly explaining, Yuan Shu came to take Pei Yani and the others away and brought 2 wet quilts with him. In addition to the cart, Yuan Shu secretly hid the things that Pei Yani had buried in the ground in the space. Seeing this, some exiles chased after them, but the cave was too small to accommodate them. Madam Yuan, please be kind and let us hide in there, these people begged. Yuan Shu couldn't bear it. Go around and see if there are any other caves. People may have lived here before, and there may be cellars or something like that, but you have to be careful not to suffocate. While saying this, she secretly used her supernatural powers to dig another small cave not far away. She needed to use her strength to keep these 2 caves from collapsing, and she couldn't take care of the rest. After a while, a wildfire broke out, and thick smoke billowed. The people who were soaked all over sat in the cave, feeling that the air was getting hotter and hotter. Hold tight, don't let the smoke in. The dead soldiers took turns holding the quilt to block the smoke and dust pouring in from the cave entrance. At the same time, Yuan Shu secretly tried to connect the air in the medicine field space to the cave to ensure that there was enough oxygen in the cave. Time passed by minute. Everyone in the cave could hear the sound of the fire burning outside, the running of various wild animals, and the screams in the distant pool. Don't look at it, it's a tiger. If you get me into trouble, I will never let you go. The instinct for survival made these wild animals look for places with water to hide. The G family members and some exiles in the pool were naturally trampled and attacked. In the cave, time passed by little. She didn't know whether it was because of the thin oxygen or the consumption of her superpowers, but she felt nauseous and sleepy. Shoo, drink some water. Pei Yuanlin's voice sounded at this time, gentle and inexplicably reassuring, and then the water bag was handed to her mouth. Yuan Shu calmed down and took back the superpowers in another cave. She had sensed that the soil structure here was still good and would not collapse in a short time. As for whether they would encounter other accidents next, she could not guarantee it. Hiding in the cave, blocking the entrance with soaked cloth, waiting until the fiercest fire was over, and then going to an open place, the chance of survival would be much greater. She had done her best, and she didn't know if there would be other dangers waiting for them next. This power should be saved as much as possible. Okay. Yuan Shu took the water bag handed over by Pei Yuanlin, drank the water, and retracted the supernatural power, and the fatigue disappeared a lot. Because they were worried that there were ears outside the wall, these dead men sat silently and did not say a word. When they were really thirsty, they took up the water bag and drank a few sips. At this time, Yuan Shu really felt what it meant to steam buns, and he wanted to stick out his tongue because of the heat. It's so hot. When will this fire end? I feel like I can't breathe. Maybe because of the low oxygen concentration, Pei Sure already felt dizzy. Breathe slowly, don't worry. Just wait until the fire is over, it should be soon. Yuan Shu comforted her while handing her the water bag.
Mom, don't sleep.
Pei Yunyi noticed that Ji Wanqing also looked like she was dozing off, and hurriedly shook her arm. Don't worry, Mom isn't asleep. The dead soldiers were also a little uncomfortable, but the quilt at the entrance of the cave was slightly moved away, and the choking smoke and dust poured in. Time passed by, and the G family outside kept crying and shouting. The dead soldiers guarded the entrance of the cave vigilantly, and Yuan Shu leaned on Pei Yuanlin's shoulder and fell asleep. After a long time, it should be dawn, she opened her eyes. The fire should have burned over. Her wood-related ability is most sensitive to temperature. At this moment, the treetops outside are still on fire, but the area has burned over. Go out and have a look. The quilt was lifted, and the sight was still dark, the air was choking, and the dust concentration was very high. But obviously, they escaped tonight.
Well.
Great, we are still alive. Pei Yuanlin covered his mouth with a wet cloth, watching the fire burning far away, and couldn't help but feel fortunate in his heart. Some treetops above their heads were still on fire, but they were slowly dying out. The ground was hot, and some bushes were still smoking, but they were no longer life-threatening. Chao Yuan and the others also came out of the cave. They were not as well off as Yuan Shu. They were all covered in dust and coughed. Some even vomited. Ahem, we can't stay here for long. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. As he spoke, he picked up his finger and whistled. The people hiding in the pool were covered in mud. They stumbled up the shore. Some had bloody arms and a large piece of flesh was bitten off. Some had large cuts on their bodies and faces. It was obvious that the wild animals also came here to fight for the survival territory and attacked them. Their skin was also cracked and red due to exposure to high temperatures. Take the guys, count the number of people, and get out of here. The exiles came out of their hiding places one after another and went straight to the place where they had dug a pit to hide the supplies. I'm going to find our family's things too. Pei Yunyi couldn't wait to run to one place. Yuan Shu and others followed closely behind, and before they got close, they heard a quarrel. It turned out that it was a family of exiles who found the G family secretly digging for supplies in their home and were caught red-handed. Shameless thief. I'll beat you to death. Jibin was beaten and hurriedly explained. Misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding. We dug the wrong place. Wang Shi held back her cough and kept explaining, my eyes are so smoked that I can't open them. We just accidentally dug the wrong place. What thief? Don't talk nonsense. Yuan Shu glanced at the place where Pei Yunyi had dug before not far away, and there were signs that the ground had been turned over. The G family didn't dig the wrong things, they just didn't find the Pei family's things, so they set their sights on others. If I remember correctly, didn't you take the G family's things and hide them in the stone ditch of the pool? After this, the family who had already stopped kicked Ji Heng a few more times in anger. You look like you don't need money, but you are a thief in your heart. You are really a lowly concubine with bad behavior. Lu was furious when she heard this, and she yelled with a hoarse voice. What did you say? Say it again. I will tear your mouth apart. Okay, let's talk about it after we leave here. Chao Yuan scolded, stopping this farce. Pei Yani and Pei Shirshir, the brother and sister, ignored the G family's affairs, but quickly dug the pit. Why is it not there? Strange. Was it stolen by someone ahem? Yuan Shu hurriedly came back to his senses and took the opportunity of squatting on the ground and being covered by smoke and dust to quickly transfer the things from the space. It was dug out by Pei Yani in a short while, and the G family was so angry. They just dug it out and there was nothing. At this time, Ing Jiao and others also found an excuse to part with Yuan Shu and others. Although the escorting officials felt strange, they didn't care too much. It was normal to occasionally encounter people fleeing famine or escorting along the way. Let's go back and find a place to stay first. The fire ahead was still spreading. If they wanted to continue on their way, they had to wait for the fire to go out or take a detour, but they still had to rest and recuperate. Wangda, are all the people here? Boss, our brothers have looked everywhere and found 3 exiles dead. These were exiled alone, and when they hid, they took the opportunity to escape. Perhaps because the fire was too big to escape and there was nowhere to hide, one person was burned and one was choked to death, and the remaining person had his neck bitten off by a wild beast, and his hands and feet were torn off. Chao Yuan looked solemn, but he was also secretly glad that more people survived than he expected. Let's go, retreat. Everyone carried their own supplies and walked back despite the choking smoke and choking dust. Suddenly, Yuan Shu felt that several people were approaching. At the same time, Pei Yuanlin's face also became solemn. There is murderous intent. The person who comes is not friendly. Boss, it seems like there are people here. Is someone here to put out the fire? Gooden was very excited when he vaguely saw the person coming. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and Wangda quickly pushed him to the side. The arrow feather accurately nailed Gooden's original position. Chao Yuan shouted at everyone to lie down and hide. The exiles clung to the ground covered with hot ashes, not daring to breathe.
What's going on?
Who are these killers targeting? The Pei family is over there. Ji Hao suddenly thought of something at this time, pointing in the direction of Yuan Shu and the others and shouting. The next second, the arrow feathers shot towards them, but they also did not let go of others. The Pei family's assassins were in the dark and also tried to deal with these killers. Master Chao, can you lend me your arrows? Yuan Shu rolled his eyes and shouted at Chao Yuan and others. He and Wangda immediately threw the bows and arrows on their backs. Yuan Shu and Pei Yunyi drew their bows and shot arrows to deal with these killers. In secret, Yuan Shu also used his wood-related abilities and, under the cover of smoke and dust, quickly killed them. The killer was executed, but the G family still refused to give up. Someone must have set the fire, and the purpose was to get rid of the Pei family. We are all implicated. Wang was indignant, and her face full of mud and dust showed only a pair of red eyes full of hatred. That must be the case. The forest fire in the back was strange. It must be man-made. Ji Heng had a cruel face. The Pei family ruined his reputation. Today he will let them have a taste of what despair is. After hearing this, the other exiles were very uneasy. Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. What's the point of implicating others? You have no conscience. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she still accused Yuan Shu and others of implicating herself. Ji Wanqing wanted to make some excuses, but it all felt pale. Yuan Shu snorted coldly. If there really were people who wanted to kill all of our Pei family, do you think they would only let you guys go? They would still kill you anyway. You have no conscience. If my sister-in-law hadn't taught you how to escape, you would have been burned to death by the forest fire. An exile immediately retorted, if it weren't for you, how could we be implicated? We were exiled, but our crimes are not punishable by death. Chao Yuan pinched his brows, feeling a headache. Don't argue. It's useless to argue now. Let's leave here first. The complaining exiles stopped talking. They were all covered in dust and dirt, and the killers couldn't tell them apart, so they would rather kill them indiscriminately. If they came out in the open, they would not become targets. They didn't care about the lives of the Pei family. Master Chow, for safety's sake, let's go separately. Jibin couldn't help but yelled, Master Chow, they must want to escape. The officials also became alert and surrounded the Pei family. Don't even think about escaping. Yuan Shu. Have these people's brains been choked by the smoke? Well, if Master Chow is worried, I can let my mother and the others follow the team, and I will lead these killers away. Wow, just when I wanted to run with the ball. Isn't the opportunity here? However, the preparations this time were not adequate, so I'd better wait until I have a foolproof plan next time. Chow Yuan pursed his lips. It is our duty to you to Lingnan safely. Even if the emperor was hypocritical, he should not have wiped out a group of exiles and officials so openly. He was more inclined to believe that those people only wanted the lives of the Pei family. Since the natural disaster had been avoided, they would not dare to create man-made disasters so blatantly.
And me.
Pei Yuanlin patted his chest. He reached out and held Yuan Shu's hand, saying firmly, I'll go with my wife. No, Yuaner, let me go. You guys leave with Chow Guanya. Mother, don't argue. It's settled. Husband, let's go. Ji Wanqing was relieved when she thought of the assassins who hadn't left yet. They agreed on a meeting place, which was the middle point between the village where they had stayed before and this place. Yuan Shu pulled Pei Yuanlin and ran in another direction. Chow Yuan stopped talking nonsense and led the exiles away, while asking everyone to shout about the people from the Pei family being left alone. I warn you, if anyone talks nonsense and causes trouble, I will kill them first. At this time, shouting that the Pei family was in the team was undoubtedly a fire to burn oneself, and everyone fell silent after thinking it through. After getting away from the crowd, Ing Jiao and the others quickly appeared. I greet the prince and princess. Yuan Shu was covered with a quilt and a dust mask underneath. She let go of Pei Yuanlin's hand and pushed him to Ing Jiao's side. They're almost here. Protect your prince. Remember, don't fight hard. There are many of them. She sensed through her supernatural power that another group of Pei's dead men were seriously injured because the other side had so many people. My wife, where are you going? How could Pei Yuanlin rest assured about Yuan Shu? He wanted to follow without saying a word. Yuan Shu, who had already walked a few steps, suddenly remembered what was behind him. He turned around and stabbed him in the neck with a needle. You. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes. Princess, what are you doing? Seeing Yuan Shu's move, Ing Jiao thought she was hurting Pei Yuanlin. To be on the safe side, it's better for him to be unconscious. Find a place to hide him and prepare for the battle. Fools are easy to hold back. Ing Jiao quickly came back to his senses and understood Yuan Shu's thoughts. He silently exchanged glances with Ing Shi. The prince is not stupid, but he was stabbed unconscious. He will probably be very angry when he wakes up, so they must protect the princess. Soon, the other assassins of the Pei family also arrived, but they were all seriously injured. Give me the water bag. Yuan Shu asked them for the water bag and said on the pretext that she put some refreshing medicine in the water. The assassins of the Pei family did not doubt it. After drinking the water mixed with the spiritual spring water by her, they inexplicably felt refreshed. The whole process took no more than a quarter of an hour, and the killers swarmed in. There were 50 assassins of the Pei family, half of whom were injured, and there were hundreds of assassins. The Pei family is indeed followed by a little tail. Brothers, take the head and go back to collect the reward. Ing Jiao did not forget to tell Yuan Shu when he rushed forward. Princess, I will hold them back first. You take the prince to retreat first. Escape? No, blindly escaping is not a solution at all. The best thing is to get rid of them. Brothers, kill. Swear to protect the master to the death. When the Pei family was fighting, Yuan Shu hid behind a tree and pretended to be a weak woman. When these killers are not paying attention, they can shoot arrows from behind, or secretly trip them with vines created by supernatural powers. Or they can hide tranquilizer guns and secretly trip them.
Kill.
Seeing the killers fall one by one, the Pei family's assassins are as excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. At this time, someone rushed to Yuan Shu, intending to take her as a hostage.
Ha!
Yuan Shu retreated in fear on the surface. but in fact, she secretly took the evil spirit powder and sprayed it. The killer's vision was blocked, so she picked up the sword on the ground and chopped it.
Killing people?
As a modern person, she was very sad to get over that hurdle in her heart.
But
she was not cruel, and she was the one who died. In this ancient world, the strong survived, and she had no choice. With Yuan Shu secretly tripping them, the Pei family was particularly smooth in dealing with these killers. Something is wrong. Retreat. Except for the living, leave no one behind. Yuan Shu raised his head, and the sword in his hand was dripping with blood. Ingju nodded heavily, led people to surround, and strangled the remaining fish that escaped the net. When Pei Yuanlin woke up from a daze, he saw Yuan Shu standing with a sword in her hand, looking cold and arrogant. He couldn't take his eyes off her, and after a moment, he realized something was wrong. She was trembling. Shu, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Pei Yuanlin walked up to her and hugged her in his arms, and reached out to take the sword from her hand. The blood-stained sword fell into the dust on the ground, stirring up a pile of dust. Yuan Shu felt that all her strength had been drained away, and she leaned in Pei Yuanlin's arms, feeling powerless. I killed people. Killed several people. When she dealt with those human traffickers before, she only beat them half to death. This was the first time she had truly ended someone's life. In her previous life, everything she learned and knew was that life is precious and no one can deprive it at will. Now, in order to survive, she took action. Although she was mentally prepared, she was just an ordinary person, and at this moment she was still a little scared and hesitant. They deserved to be killed. Pei Yuanlin's tone was very light, and his eyes were full of heartache. Even if she was no longer favored, she was still a respected lady in the manor, and she had never seen such a bloody scene. Following him, she really suffered too much grievance. At this moment, Pei Yuanlin hoped that his hands would return to normal, and all these jumping clowns would be dealt with, and she would be firmly protected under his wings, and no longer be frightened. Yuan Shu suddenly felt that Pei Yuanlin's reaction was a little abnormal, and she raised her head and stared at his face. It's going to be exposed. Shu, don't be afraid. Mother said that bad people deserve to die. They hurt you, they deserve to be killed. This statement a 6- or 7-year-old child naturally understands, and can say it. The doubts that emerged in Yuan Shu's heart were dispelled. Pei Yuanlin looked at the group of people. The heroes are so powerful, the bad guys have been killed. Ingjiu was about to report the results at this time, and almost stumbled. His wise and powerful war god, the prince, pretending to be stupid, was very hard to describe. In addition, they were not that powerful. It seemed that the princess was helping them in secret. They knew their own strength very well, and the other side was so numerous and powerful. They were able to retreat unscathed. It must be something she did. Maybe his eyes were too shocked. Pei Yuanlin also warned him secretly. Yes, the bad guys are dead. We are safe. Yuan Shu took a deep breath. Let's leave here first. I'll find a chance to deal with your injuries later. My injuries are not a problem. I'll take the prince and princess away. No need. You clean up here and check if there are any useful clues. Oh, by the way, are there any survivors left?
Ask.
Yuan Shu asked himself if his brain was not that good, but he had read so many novels and watched so many TV dramas so he could grow his brain. For the sake of safety, he still had to understand what his enemies were like. Reporting to the princess, 3 survivors were left. Very good, you can do whatever you want next, we'll go back first. Yuan Shu grabbed Pei Yuanlin's hand and walked back. He nodded secretly to Ingjiu, followed Yuan Shu obediently and left, and on the way he told her about his own things, and he also agreed repeatedly. Don't worry, my lady, I won't say anything, I didn't see anything. He didn't see anything in the first place. He woke up when the fight was almost over. On the way down the mountain, Yuan Shu heard a faint sound of humming in a dried-up ditch. Don't make any noise. There seems to be something over there. She and Pei Yuanlin went over to take a look and found that there were 2 pigs next to each other, with 6 little black pigs under their bellies. They were covered in dried mud, humming, and their mouths and noses were full of mud. The 2 pigs' heads were bleeding, and one of them had its belly pierced by a broken branch. Yuan Shu's eyes lit up, and she pretended to take out a dagger from her waist. Let's carry 2 pig legs back. This was a chance to pick up a bargain. How could she miss it? Yeah, eat some meat. Pei Yuanlin rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. Yuan Shu removed the 2 pig thighs of one of the pigs. A lot of the skin and flesh on the outside had been burned, and the meat inside was also partially cooked. However, even so, it did not affect the consumption. Let's go. Yuan Shu asked Pei Yuanlin to go forward, and she used the excuse of urinating, but actually turned back and quickly hid the piglets in the space. At that time, everyone who had escaped to the outside of the fire area, regardless of their image, lay on the grass, gasping for breath. Their chests were burning, and there seemed to be dust in their mouths, but they couldn't help crying quietly after surviving the disaster. They almost thought they would be buried in the sea of fire. Mom, why haven't my sister-in-law come back yet? Pei Sure looked from afar. At this time, the sky was gradually getting brighter, and the mountain fire was burning in the distance. The place where they were originally was still smoking, and dust fell from the sky. It was as if black snow was falling. I will come back. I will definitely come back safely. Ji Wanqing folded her hands and prayed to God in a low voice, blessing Yuan Shu and the others to come back safely. Half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of them. Wang couldn't help but gloat. I guess this young couple either escaped or died in the hands of those men in black. Just as she finished speaking, the small stone thrown by Pei Yunyi hit her mouth. Shut up. I'll beat you to death if you dare to curse my elder brother and his wife. As they said that, dense small stones were thrown at them. When the 2 sides were about to fight, someone exclaimed, Look, isn't that Madame Yuan and the others? Aunt Zhang exclaimed, and then slapped her thigh. Madame Yuan is such a kind-hearted girl. God will bless her. Ji Hung and others who wanted to fight slowly loosened their fists. They were no match for this fierce woman. Look, what else are they carrying? After approaching, they saw the 2 big pig legs on Yuan Shu and Pei Yunyi, and they were shocked and envious. Didn't you guys go to avoid the killer? Where did the pig legs come from? Yuan Shu looked innocent. What killer? Oh, let me tell you. It's a misunderstanding. Those few are defected bandits who deliberately provoked us to get away. When we were running for our lives, we met a group of Green Forest heroes who were hunting during a forest fire. Hearing that we had solved the traitors by accident, they let us go. Everyone felt that this reason was outrageous but also normal. If it was really aimed at the Pei family, they should have solved them first and then silenced them instead of attacking all of them. People are always willing to believe what they believe. By the way, Mr. Chow, we found 2 burnt wild boars on the way here. Why don't you take everyone to have a look? Many people's supplies were lost a lot because of their hasty escape and the forest fire. After dividing the meat of these 2 wild boars, each family can get several kilograms. After hearing Yuan Shu's words, everyone was very tempted. Really, Madame Yuan, where are those things? Can we still get a share if we go now? What if those outlaws think we are fighting for something? Of course it's true. I saw them go in another direction, and we won't meet them. The officials and exiles were eager to make a move, especially when they smelled the pork legs that Yuan Shu and his men brought back. The smell of roasted meat made them drool. After a night of hard work, everyone was sleepy, tired, and hungry, and they wanted to eat a cow. Chow Yuan glanced at the officials and was also tempted. Wang De, take 10 brothers with you to have a look. If you are lucky, it would be nice to pick up something. When I went down the mountain, I saw a few injured deer. Maybe this is really a good opportunity. There is a certain danger at this moment, but it is also the weakest time for these animals. I understand. By the way, Madame Yuan, can you describe in detail the location where you found the wild boar? Yuan Shu nodded, of course. Then, she drew a route with a branch. Many exiles had tasted the sweetness of following Yuan Shu before, and this time they volunteered to go with the officials. Some were bitten and trampled by wild animals, and they were willing, but unable to do so. You still dare to go. Maybe they are using you as a shield. Wang sure had a dark face and did not forget to provoke in a sarcastic way. It's not worth it to risk your life for a few bites of food, right? Ji Hung also followed suit. Ji Xiaoying resented that Yuan Shu and the others were lucky to survive, but her throat was burning at this moment, so she did not speak. After escaping from death, everyone had already consumed too much energy, and some people hesitated at this moment. Who doesn't want good things, but it's not worth it to risk your life for it. I told you the place, you decide whether to go or not. If you go too late and the wild boar is dragged away by wild wolves or tigers, don't blame me. Wang De and Yuan Shu have worked together. Okay, if you don't go, we'll go by ourselves. Master Wang, wait for us. Several exiles, who didn't have much food to begin with, gritted their teeth and rushed forward. They hid in another cave dug by Yuan Shu, but they didn't get hurt. On the contrary, those who followed the G family into the pool were injured a lot, and now they don't have the strength to look for food. The crowd walked back for a while and found a stream, and everyone settled down by the stream. Seeing the water, there is a hope of survival. Shu, Yuan, you're not injured, right? Yuan Shu was busy telling the officials where the wild boar was, and then they walked back with their things on their backs, and there was no time to ask in detail. There were 2 clean marks on Ji Wanqing's face, which were obviously left by tears.
No.
Yuan Shu raised her hand openly. To deal with those killers, she had supernatural powers and used medicine to prevent them from getting close. At this moment, she was extremely glad that she had practiced before, but the consumption of supernatural powers was also huge. It seems that she should find an opportunity to practice the martial arts of this world to better protect herself. Although she can hide underground, she has to fight back in a situation like today. Alas, I'm sorry for you. Ji Wanqing hugged Yuan Shu in her arms, feeling guilty. Pei Yanni and Pei Shishir also had red eyes, squatting beside her, and wanted to hug her. Mom, my wife, I'll get you some water to wash. Everyone was covered in dust, and Yuan Shu felt that she was covered in dust, and even her nose and mouth were full of residue. Brother, wait for me, I'll go too, Pei Yanni said as he was about to follow. But the next second, the 2 brothers were stunned. The wildfire was fierce. Apart from a pot and some food that they hid in the soil, they hid in the cave with their bags on their backs. They had no time to take care of other bowls, basins, and buckets. It was inconvenient to carry a bucket of water now. Yuan Shu understood. She thought for a while and said, the flow of the stream is not big. Let me tell the official that we can circle 2 pools of water to make it convenient for us to get water. Naturally, no one objected to this proposal. The injured people were washed first and then the women. Before leaving, Yuan Shu and others picked up some firewood nearby and prepared to cook. Yunyi, the 2 of you put the pot on the shelf and boil water. After giving instructions, Yuan Shu and Ji Wanqing went to the stream. They were all women, and no one cared about shame at this moment. They all scooped up water with their hands and quickly washed themselves. After washing up, Yuan Shu returned to the camp, spread the washed clothes on a stick, and started to prepare food when he heard a woman's humble request. Sir, my husband's wound has been bleeding. Do you have any hemostatic medicine?
Please sell some to me.
His man might have been bitten by a tiger or a wolf, and a large piece of flesh on his arm was bitten off, bloody and blurred. Sir Chow, help us. My husband's leg wound is also very big. We are willing to buy the hemostatic medicine in your hand. Chow Yuan frowned deeply. He did have some golden wound medicine, but the problem was that these were reserved for his brothers for emergency use, and the quantity was not much. If he gave it to this person and didn't give it to others who were injured, it would be unfair and make people resentful. He couldn't bear it, so it was not appropriate to take it out at this moment. Everyone, prepare some food to fill your stomach. The other brothers will be back soon. Once you have recovered some strength, you can set off immediately. I will go to the town to find a doctor for everyone. At this time, an exile spoke up. The fire in the direction we are going is not extinguished yet. Can we take this road? Suddenly, everyone was silent. Those who were burned or stepped on were groaning at this moment. Are you stupid?
There is also Madame Yuan.
She knows medical skills. Let her stabilize the injury first, and then we will go to see a doctor later. Aunt Zhang spoke up at this time and walked towards Yuan Shu. Madame Yuan, we are burned. Do you know any medicine to treat this injury? Their family of 4 had no cave area to hide in, so they chose to lie down in an open area with no flammable materials around. According to Yuan Shu's instructions, all the clothes on their bodies were wet, covered themselves, and covered their mouths and noses. But when the fire spread, they were still affected, but fortunately their lives were not in danger. Madam Yuan, there are still us. Yuan Shu looked around and saw many exiles who were burned, bitten, and trampled. Although the officials also found an empty cliff to hide, there were plants and trees around, and there were still people who were burned. Everyone looked at her expectantly. Although I have some methods, we don't have many medicinal herbs, and there is no time and conditions for me to make burn ointment at this critical moment. Chao Yuan looked solemn. Madam Yuan, please take more care and think of a way to control everyone's injuries. I will try my best to collect the following medicinal herbs first. If there are any left from the previous collection, take them out first. Sanguisorba officinalis, Coptis chinensis, Philodendron chinense, Scutularia bicalensis, Polygonum cuspidatum, rice husk. Of course, there are more medicines needed to make burns, but there is no time for them to collect them all. After instructing them to prepare, Yuan Shu went to see those who were bitten. She had mulberry bark thread for sutures, but she had no way to explain it. After thinking about it, Yuan Shu came up with a solution. Fire therapy? What is fire therapy? Someone was puzzled. After Yuan Shu explained, several people's faces turned pale. After hearing the G family's words, Wang was the first to despise them. What fire therapy? In my opinion, you're just making it up. It's already this time, and you still want to cheat everyone's money. Do you still have a conscience? Before Yuan Shu could speak, Chao Yuan had already explained excitedly. That's right. Why didn't I think of this method? The so-called fire therapy is to use red-hot iron tools to burn the wound so that the skin and flesh can be glued together. Even in the modern times where Yuan Shu lives, some treatments are still in use. I have heard some seniors who have retired from the battlefield say that if they were injured and shot by arrows and there was no time for treatment, they could only use this method to cover the wound and stop bleeding. Chao Yuan said, glaring at Wang. If you have no knowledge, shut up. What else can you do except yelling and annoying people all day long? Yuan Shu pursed his lips. This treatment requires some suffering, so it's up to you to choose it or not. Of course, you can also use hemostatic herbs to crush and wrap them, but the weather has been hot recently, and the wound may fester instead. After weighing the pros and cons, the injured chose to listen to Yuan Shu's method and use fire therapy. After solving their injuries, Yuan Shu immediately made medicine to treat burns. Everyone gathered together and looked around and found a lot of herbs. Purifying the ointment for burns was unrealistic, so Yuan Shu used the most traditional method to apply the crushed medicine to the burns. When these people were pounding the medicine, she secretly dripped spiritual spring water into it. Since she wanted to save people, she really wanted to save them. Hey, Madam Yuan's medicine is really useful. After applying the medicine, my burns are no longer burning. Thank you, Madam Yuan. Yuan Shu smiled faintly. You're welcome. I also received money. She made medicine to save people, so of course she would charge some hardship fee. After all, there is no reason to work for free in the world. The G family was very disdainful. They were also scratched by the wild beasts in the forest. The burnt branches fell and hit them, and they also had a small amount of burns, but they didn't care. Soon, the people brought by Wangda returned, bringing the half of the wild boar that Yuan Shu had decomposed and another one. Not only that, they also shot a deer, several half-burned pheasants and hares. Thanks to Madam Yuan for reminding us, we can have something good to eat and replenish our strength. Seeing everyone return with a full load, the G family suddenly felt jealous again and regretted it in their hearts. If they had known earlier, they would have followed the others and could have shared several pounds of meat. You are too kind, sir. We all have to go to Lingnan, so it is also good to take care of each other on the way. Yuan Shu was lowering her head to deal with the pork legs that she and Pei Yuanlin had brought back. She raised her head and responded after hearing this, and continued to be busy. Pei Yuanlin and Yunyi went to the nearby area to cut 2 mature bamboos and made them into cups. They drank the water boiled and cooled by Forsythia. In Yuan Shu's words, they were roasted by the mountain fire for several hours in the mountains, and it is very likely that they have suffered from heat stroke and need to eliminate the heat. Madam, I will help you. Okay, you and Yunyi cut out this bamboo. Cut it like this. Yuan Shu instructed the two brothers to use a kitchen knife to clean out the bamboo, put rice and fresh meat in it, and then block the hole. Chao Yuan and the others were curious when they saw it. Madam Yuan, what are you doing? Bamboo tube rice. This is the only pot we have now. We have to think of other ways to get food. Everyone had just escaped from the wildfire, and even if they were eager to go to the town ahead, the wildfire was spreading and this direction was impossible to go. Secondly, everyone had been tossing and turning all night and was already starving. If they hadn't been treating their wounds, they wouldn't have delayed until now to get food. If they wanted to hurry, they had to eat and regain their strength so that they could set off tomorrow. Can you tell us the method? Wang De was very modest. There were many of them, and the big pot was not burned, but because of the trampling of wild beasts in the forest, it had holes in it and could not be used. They broke it into several pieces of iron and could only use it to make pancakes. The small pot couldn't cook too many people's food at once, and now seeing Yuan Shu tinkering with it, they wanted to give it a try.
Okay.
After Yuan Shu explained the method, Wang De couldn't wait to leave, and the other exiles who pricked up their ears to listen followed suit. Throwing the bamboo tube rice into the campfire to roast, Yuan Shu continued to cut one of the pig legs into small pieces and cooked it together with the bones. She planned to cut the remaining one, simply marinate and smoke it so that it would not go bad if eaten in a short time. Soon, those who came back from the mountain and got the meat immediately began to feast on it, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Those who could not go were very greedy, especially the G family, who were full of regret. Lu looked at her eldest son. You are the eldest. Don't you know how to learn from others to rush forward? Ji Jun was speechless and lowered his head silently. Go. Ask Aunt Zhang to buy some chicken to eat. If we don't eat enough, how can we have the strength to travel early tomorrow morning? It was already afternoon, and everyone was exhausted and needed to rest, so they would not set out today. Aunt Zhang's son was scalded and did not go up the mountain, but her daughter-in-law and her children followed the officials up the mountain, picked up a lot of rabbits and pheasants, and got a lot of meat. She was also a practical person. She gave 2 large bowls of meat to the G family for 10 cents. It's cooked. Have a taste. After the meat was cooked, Yuan Shu picked it up with a bamboo stick and handed it to Ji Wanqing and the others one by one. Although it was white meat with only a little salt, they felt it was extremely delicious. After the fist-sized piece of meat was eaten, the bamboo tube rice was also ready. After splitting it, the aroma of rice and the fragrance of bamboo wafted out. The rice in the bamboo tube was brown, and because of the meat, it was oily and fragrant, which made people very hungry. Wow, this bamboo tube rice smells so good. Ji Wanqing and the others looked at Yuan Shu with stars in their eyes, especially Pei Shishir, who did not hesitate to praise him. Be careful, it's hot. Eat slowly. Sister-in-law, how do you know everything? My brother was able to marry you, which was a blessing he had earned in his previous life. Previous life? I have never met Pei Yuanlin in modern times. Meeting Yuan Shu's gaze, Pei Yuanlin held both ends of the bamboo tube rice, blew gently to cool it, and then smiled at her. Madam, you eat first. Although it was very dangerous to avoid the wildfire, everyone was safe at the moment and no one mentioned what happened in the mountain. Even Chao Yuan and the others asked about the group of people who suddenly appeared next to the Pei family, but Yuan Shu said that they were escorts who came into the mountain and took refuge together. Ying Jiao and the others were not trapped in the mountain, and the supplies were not damaged, so she didn't need to worry about it. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they found a cool place, left a few people to look out, and the others all lay down and fell asleep. Madam, sleep here. Pei Yuanlin waved at Yuan Shu and patted his knees. Yuan Shu felt a little ashamed, but she was very sleepy at the moment, and she didn't act pretentiously for the sake of the child in her belly. I thought it would be very uncomfortable to use someone else's knees as a pillow, but I didn't expect that she fell asleep a moment later. What she didn't know was that Pei Yuanlin held her hand after she fell asleep, and their fingers were interlocked. In the evening, The G family began to feel something was wrong. The wounds they washed with stream water were itchy and painful. The burns were not large, but they were burning and had blisters. "Cousin, can you help Grandma take a look at the injury? She can't sleep because of the pain." Ji Painter came to Yuan Shu with a humble face, and her eyes were full of expectation and request. However, she did not mention paying. "Okay, the consultation fee is 5 cents, and the medicine fee is extra." Glancing at her, Yuan Shu stretched. Wang was not far away, and she immediately yelled when she heard this. "Are you crazy about money? Others ask for 3 cents. Why do we need 5 cents when we are a family?" Yuan Shu smiled. "You don't want to spend a penny, and you want me to pay for some medicinal materials, right?" Wang dodged her eyes and forced a smile. "After all, we used to be a family with your mother-in-law. You see, we lost all the valuables on us to avoid the forest fire. Just be flexible and don't charge us for the medicinal materials. After all, there are plenty of medicines on this mountain." Some of the burning medicines made before were from Yuan Shu's bags, some were from the officials, and the rest were found on the nearby mountains. "Wang, you are right. There are a lot of medicinal herbs on the mountain. Why don't you find them yourself? It's not hard for you to find them, is it?" Ji Wanqing interrupted Wang and said to Yuan Shu gently and distressedly, Shu, you are a little tired. It's better not to earn this little money. You are so heartless." Lu was also worried that Yuan Shu would raise the price, so she cleared her throat and signaled Wang to come back. "Humph, you are really obsessed with money and have no sympathy at all." Wang pouted and complained, dragging Ji Panner back. Lu frowned and said, "She doesn't want to. Why don't we ask someone to buy some? Those exiles who were burned were given medicine, so they just need to buy some, and their burns are not serious. As for the injuries on the hands and legs, just bear with it, and they will slowly heal with the golden wound medicine, so there is no need to ask for help. Mother is right. There is no need to look at the face of this stinky girl." Wang immediately went to find other exiles to buy medicine. In the end, she still spent 20 coins and came back with a painful face. They are asking for a high price. They didn't want to buy it, but the burnt part was burning and they really couldn't help it. They spent more money than expected, and they put the resentment in their hearts on Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu knew nothing about this, and she didn't care. After dark, the families who were given meat were trying to deal with and preserve the meat. Even if they didn't eat it, they could exchange it for some money when they went to the town. After the busy work, everyone rested, and Pei Yuanlin, after confirming that Yuan Shu was asleep, used the excuse of urinating himself to actually look for Pei's shadow guard. "Your subordinate greets the prince. How is the injury?" Pei Yuanlin stood with his hands behind his back, and his cold and arrogant aura made Ing Jiu dare not ignore him. "Your Highness, don't worry, your subordinates are all fine. They had almost no loss of their things, and they knew how to take care of them. If it was a difficult problem, they would have come to Yuan Shu for help." "That's good. What information did you get?" Ing Jiu stood up, bending slightly. "They were hired by someone and don't know who the employer is." This action was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. These people originally planned to create a highway robbery and kill several people from the Pei family first. When they saw the mountain fire coming, they came up with this idea. Pei Yuanlin remained silent. "Okay, you can withdraw. Just act as usual." He returned to the camp, sat next to Yuan Shu, and let her lean on his shoulder. The next morning, Chao Yuan woke everyone up, and everyone started on their way after eating and drinking. Without a cart, Yuan Shu and his friends had to set off with their bags on their backs. In the G family team, Mrs. Wu looked at the heroine who was sweating profusely with her 2 daughters tired, and her face was not good. "My husband, mother is too partial. Look at your 2 nephews, they are all adults and they only carry so little things. Look at our daughters." The 2 daughters were almost bent by the things on their backs. But the 3 brothers and sisters of Ji Hung, combined, don't have as much stuff as the 2 children. Ji Jun was also distressed. He gritted his teeth and asked Lu to ask other people to share his daughter's stuff, but he was scolded. "It's a money-losing thing. How can you be tired of that little stuff? You usually eat so much, and you complain of being tired after doing a little work. Why don't you just die?" You're the eldest brother. Can you be a little responsible? Ji-bin looked back at his brother. Brother, you really feel sorry for your daughter. Why don't you help them share the burden? Why are you looking for my son? If you want a son, give birth to one yourself? These words made Ji-jun embarrassed, and he also felt resentful in his heart, because of this matter, he raised his head at home. Yes, his daughter will get married in the future, and he can't offend these two nephews. After all, he will rely on them in the future. Wu was glared at by her, and she lowered her head in grievance. Mom, we are not tired. The two sisters Ji Zhaodi wiped the sweat from their foreheads, one on the left and one on the right, and were very well behaved and sensible. Wu felt aggrieved and angry, but helpless, and at the same time regretted hooking up with Ji-jun and jumping into the fire pit of the G family. She was married later, and she was not as lucky as her husband's ex-wife. After the divorce, she could remarry and give birth to a son with her daughter. After Ji-bin finished arguing with his eldest brother, he set his sights on Pei Yuanlin. This kid looks like he has recovered with a lot of strength. It would be great if he could help them. Their family is carrying a big pork leg, which is enough for the G family to eat for a few days. Yuanlin, how did your second uncle treat you before? He got closer to the Pei family and chatted with Pei Yuanlin, as if the two families had never been separated before. Knowing that he wanted to take advantage of his family again, Pei Yuanlin tilted his head without waiting for his mother to speak. I don't know. I can't remember, but you were definitely not nice to me. Psst. When I was injured, you snatched my quilt, tried to steal my cart, and took advantage of my wife. My brother was bitten by a poisonous snake, and you asked to borrow money for treatment, but you refused. Not only is my cousin ugly, he also ruined my wife's reputation. You also beat my mother and broke off the relationship. After breaking off the relationship, you still scolded us. You are not relatives, but enemies, right, wife? After saying a series of things, Pei Yuanlin looked at Yuan Shu on the side, as if to say, I'm right, praise me now. If there was a tail, it would have been shaking by now. Yuan Shu felt like patting his head and killing him, so he nodded, yes. My wife didn't hold a grudge and treated you. Shouldn't you say thank you? Ji-bin was stunned by these words. It was not easy to try to be related anymore, so he left embarrassedly. Seeing the Ji family being driven away, Yuan Shu was very satisfied and praised Pei Yuanlin as if he were a child. You are so good. They are bad people. Don't believe what they say. On the other side, here in the capital, because Yuan Shu took some dirty chamber pots and spittoons from the palace and hid them in the secret storehouse of the Qin family. After a thorough investigation by the Dali Temple and the royal spies, it was confirmed that most of these things were concentrated in the Qin family. In addition, the thieves could not be caught for a long time, and the Qin family had not made any achievements at present, so they were caught and used as scapegoats. They were also charged with the crime of confiscating their property and exiling to Lingnan.
What?
Confiscating property? How is this possible? Su Wanwan suddenly sat up from the couch, with a look of shock and disbelief. The maid was so anxious that she almost cried. It's true, madam. Now the Imperial Guards have surrounded our family. No, this is impossible. It shouldn't be like this. In the previous life, it was only the Pei family that was confiscated and exiled. The Qin family was fine, and soon her husband would lead troops to the border. After that, he fought many battles and made great achievements, gradually became a great general praised by everyone, and then he enjoyed endless wealth and glory. Dream. This must be a dream. After rebirth, she often dreamed of the hardships and sufferings on the road to exile and was awakened every time. She was also very fortunate that she was reborn and chose a different path from her previous life. Su Wanwan stretched out her hand and pinched her thigh hard. The pain made her face pale. Madam, what should we do? Or should we escape now? The maid took her hand and lowered her voice carefully. The master was exiled, and servants like them, if they had signed a contract to sell themselves, would also be sold at a low price. Because she worked in a rich family, she was well fed and pampered on weekdays. She couldn't avoid being sold to that kind of place, and she didn't want to. Su Wanwan's heart sank.
Run?
She had such an idea in her previous life, but now they can't escape even if they have wings. Where is my husband? Su Wanwan gritted her teeth and tried to calm herself down. There must be room for maneuver. The Chin family is different from the Pei family. They must have a way to save the general's mansion.
My son-in-law
Should also be back in the front hall. Su Wanwan heard it and immediately stumbled out. Hey, madam, please slow down. When she came to the front hall and got close, she heard the voices of the Chin family, especially her scheming widowed sister-in-law, who was crying so hard. How come our family was confiscated when everything was fine? Woohoo, these two children are still young. How can they bear the hardship of exile? Hao Jie, can't you think of a solution for this matter? Chen Hao Jie looked solemn. He had already thought of a solution, but who made those hot potatoes found in the Chin family? The palace was stolen, such a big thing. His Majesty always has to find a scapegoat to kill the chicken and the monkey. The royal family originally intended to control the military power. Their general's mansion is now in decline, and it is a good time to take advantage of it. He really has no way now. I can't do anything. The Chin family was also looted, and they couldn't give money to appease His Majesty's anger, let alone prove that they had nothing to do with the theft of the palace. The old lady stroked her forehead with a desperate look on her face. She glanced at Su Wanwan at the door, and her anger burned all of a sudden. It's all because of you, this unlucky star. After marrying you, our Chin family will be unlucky. She quickly came to Su Wanwan and slapped her, knocking her dizzy. Mom, calm down. This matter has nothing to do with Wanwan. Chen Haojie couldn't bear to see his newlywed wife being humiliated, so he immediately took her into his arms. The old lady gritted her teeth. How could it not be her? She just got married, and the house was robbed. Now His Majesty has confiscated her property and exiled her. She must have been infected with the bad luck of the new daughter-in-law of the Pei family. The Pei family married Su Wanwan's stepsister, so didn't they get the bad luck of the Pei family? What mother said makes sense. When she got married, our family was framed by villains. Qin Xiangmei agreed immediately. This second sister-in-law looked arrogant, and she had long been unhappy with her. If you ask me, my second brother shouldn't have married her in the first place. The third son of the Qin family, Qin Haoyu, also followed suit. It was difficult for them to accept the fact that their house was confiscated. The irritability and resentment in their hearts had to be vented. Su Wanwan nestled in her husband's arms, feeling angry and wronged. In her previous life, when she married into the Pei family and their property was confiscated, the Pei family never complained about her like this. Enough, stop talking. Chen Haojie was also annoyed and helpless. This matter was irreversible, and the way to think about it now was how to arrive in Lingnan safely. She had lived on the road of exile for more than a month and had some experience. Mother, husband, it's useless to worry. It's better to think of a way to hide some money so that you can use it on the road of exile. Su Wanwan suggested with a stiff upper lip, and this was like a basin of cold water poured on everyone's head. The eldest wife, Su, frowned and said, That makes sense. Our house will be searched tomorrow. We have to prepare for it. But I heard that when the Pei family was searched, the steamed buns and dry food they brought were crushed. I'm afraid they are hiding things. Where can we hide? Chen Xiangmei watched the Pei family being searched from a distance. At that time, she felt very happy because she saw Pei Shirshir looking pitiful. Now it's her family's turn. It's more painful than killing her. I have a way. Su Wanwan volunteered and told everyone the method. However, they were only halfway hidden when the search team came. They didn't wait until the next day and searched overnight. With the previous experience of the Pei family, the emperor was afraid that the night would be long and dreams would be many, so he raided directly. In this way, the hungry Qin family and the Su family of 3 were driven out of the capital overnight without dinner. Dad, Mom, why are you? Su Wanwan saw that her family was also in the exile team, and her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. This shouldn't be the case. In her previous life, the Qin family and her natal family were all fine. She had clearly been reborn, But why couldn't she escape the fate of being exiled? She was still hoping that her parents would send some money before she left the capital. In her previous life, she didn't suffer much after leaving the capital because of the money. It was only later that the money was stolen that she suffered a lot and died tragically on the way in less than 2 months. Unlucky star. Unlucky thing. Suyu looked at her own daughter and wanted to punch her to death. Chen's eyes were also cold. They believed what their daughter said, but something happened at home. She was lying. Suju was full of hatred. I don't have a sister like you. Su Wanwan was very scared and frightened at the moment because her husband's family didn't like her and her natal family didn't recognize her.
How dare you say that?
You want to send your daughter to our family because she is unlucky? Zhao got angry when she saw the Su family and immediately rushed over to grab Chen's face. Chen was also a fierce and selfish person. She fought back immediately, and the two of them got into a fight. Seeing this, Chen Xiangmei and the others also rushed over. The two sides wrestled. The escorting officers saw that they could not separate the two sides, so they whipped them directly. Oh, it hurts so much. Who hit me? The leading officer had a gloomy face. Why, you're not convinced? No, sir, my mother-in-law and the others were angry and lost their sense of proportion. You are magnanimous, don't mind it. Su Wanwan had the experience of exile in her previous life and knew that she could not go against these escorting officers, so she immediately flattered them. Sure enough, the officer's face eased a lot. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave. Do you want to use the whip to please? Su Wanwan met Chen Haojie's disdainful frown, and her heart skipped a beat. Then she felt wronged. Who did she do this for? It was for everyone. Moreover, the officers who were in charge of escorting them were not the same ones from her previous life. She didn't know their temperaments, so how could she offend them right from the start? My husband, the officers have the final say along the way, so we should not offend them easily. Chen Haojie pursed his lips and nodded. Got it. How could he not know this truth? Did he need her to teach him? If he had not married Su Wanwan, His Majesty would not have been so angry about the Pei family's affairs, right? Chen Haojie regretted it and always felt that his life should not be like this. In this way, the Chen and Su families left the city with other exiles. In the past, those exiles would set out early the next morning and could prepare some food in advance, but now they don't have this opportunity. These people have resentment in their hearts and put the account on the heads of the Chen and Su families. On the other side, Yuan Shu was here. She found Ingjiu when she had time and learned about what those killers had said. Killer organizations in the rivers and lakes? I see, similar to modern mercenaries, doing things for money and doing all kinds of bad things. Yes, princess. This assassin organization has 3 boroughs. The imperial court has sent troops to kill them, but they can't do anything about them. Yuan Shu snorted coldly. Can't this assassin organization be completely killed? It's too much to underestimate the power of a country. This assassin organization can be so powerful, maybe it is tacitly allowed by the imperial court to exist and use them to solve their own shady things. They even have money to hire assassins. My subordinates showed mercy and let them go too far. Ingjiu. He didn't hear what the princess muttered. Do you have anything to prove their identity? I have collected all their tokens. Ingjiu paused and handed over one of the tokens, which was engraved with a skull. Yuan Shu collected it. Okay, I know, you guys take care of your injuries and leave. Yes, I'll take my leave. On the way back, Yuan Shu once again recalled the plot in the original text. The author didn't spend too much time on the plot of the previous life. Judging from the opening and introduction, these are the key points she highlighted. In her previous life, the heroine Su Wanwan was on the way to exile. When she got the divorce letter and fled the exile team privately, she was bitten to death by a poisonous snake and died violently in the wilderness. The body was torn to pieces by wild beasts, and her soul could not rest in peace. Many years later, the original owner and her husband Chen Haojie found this place and found her only remaining skull and took her back to bury her. After rebirth, Su Wanwan married into the Qin family with a fortune, fought against her widowed sister-in-law, her uncle, her sister-in-law, and her troublemaker sister-in-law, and finally secured the position of mistress. As for her cannon fodder female partner, she lived 1 month longer than Su Wan in this life, and encountered bandits on the way to exile, and died in disgrace. These words are euphemistic, but you can tell with your toes that it is a speechless plot. She felt that the character setting and the plot were not correct and outrageous, so she gave a bad review, thinking that anything could be reborn, and now the author has nothing to write. Yuan Shu lowered her head and thought so absorbedly that her head suddenly bumped into a wall of flesh, forcing her to stop. Pei Yuanlin chuckled in his heart, with the corners of his lips raised. "My lady, what are you looking down at? Are you counting ants?" Yuan Shu rubbed her forehead and raised her head, and then met Pei Yuanlin's pure smile. The handsome man's smile was really contagious, making her feel better. The next second, her hand was taken away, and Pei Yuanlin's fingers gently rubbed her forehead. "Did it hurt you? Does it still hurt?"
No.
As soon as the voice fell, she felt someone leaning over, and then a warm touch came from her forehead. "Kiss it, and it won't hurt." How come these words sounded so much like the night of their wedding night when she struggled, and he coaxed her? Yuan Shu's face instantly flushed, but fortunately it was night now, so it was not obvious. Speechless. She was actually teased by a little fool, and her face turned red and her heart beat fast. She was so useless that she should be the one to tease. Chinese women who have been strong all their lives have traveled through the book. Why are they so cowardly? Just when Yuan Shu didn't know what to say, Ji Xiaoying's sour voice sounded. "This K of fool, look how happy you are, have you never seen a man?" Yuan Shu was very unhappy that the good atmosphere was disturbed, especially Pei Yuanlin, who had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Ji Xiaoying felt a chill on the back of her neck, but she didn't care. She pouted. Besides this face, what else is there to do? TSK, a good-looking face, pleasing to the eyes. I have high standards, and I find a husband who is good-looking and useful. Unlike you, you have seen the world after all. What's the point of choosing someone who is not good-looking and useless? Don't you find it disgusting? Ji Xiaoying didn't expect Yuan Shu to know her affairs, and would say it so directly. Her face turned red. Pei Yuanlin's expression was not very natural either. He should have used this to praise him, but it didn't sound very nice. Can you change the words next time? Oh, I understand that you have a unique taste. How about this? Give me 1 or 2 taels of silver, and I will give you a prescription. A man will drink a dose of medicine, and it is guaranteed to last for half an hour. Ji Xiaoying gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, shameless. Perhaps she was afraid that Yuan Shu would spread the word, so she left quickly. TSK. After Yuan Shu sneered, she suddenly found Pei Yuanlin beside her, and she immediately felt guilty. What if I teach a child bad things? His mind is still very simple at this moment. Wait, he may not understand. Let's go. Let's have a barbecue later. It's really strange. She has only been pregnant for about 1.5 months. Why has her appetite become so big? It must be because of the large consumption of exercise while traveling. Pei Yuanlin relied on his stupidity and took Yuan Shu's hand. Yeah, let's eat barbecue. I want a big skewer. The ancients were reserved, and there were few couples holding hands on the street, but there were some. She was a modern person, so she didn't bother about these things. Holding hands was not against the law, not to mention that they were a couple now, so they were happy. Ji Wanqing looked at her daughter. Her eyes were very gratified, and the mother and daughter made dumplings skillfully. 2 big pig legs, eating meat every meal, it's great. Tisk, it's immoral. The people who were most unhappy with the Pei family were the G family. However, Yuan Shu ignored their eyes and grilled the meat on bamboo sticks. Before dark tomorrow, they will be able to reach the county town. Chao Yuan said that they would be allowed to stay for a day to shop and heal their injuries. There were many injured people in the Exile team, but everyone who picked up the Wildfire also ate meat, so they had the strength to travel, but many of their belongings were lost in the Wildfire. For example, the 3 quilts of Yuan Shu and his family were soaked in water and mud and could not be used. Ji Wanqing still felt regretful when she thought about the cart. Don't be sad, mother. When we get to the county, we can exchange the quilts and other things for money and buy 2 quilts at that time. Tomorrow I will go to discuss with Chao Guanya and others privately to see if we can buy a cart so that we can save effort. After leaving the capital, we should follow the principle of I am good to you and everyone is good to you. The officials will not make things difficult for the exiles, not to mention that they are honest on the road, so they should not object to this request. If it wasn't too ostentatious, she would have just bought 2 carriages for transportation. Yes, ask. If it's inconvenient, forget it. Don't make it difficult for the official. More than a month passed, and they gradually adapted. Carrying the bags and traveling was not as tiring as at the beginning. What's more, her son has recovered. Although he is still stupid, he can share these bags. He can walk and rest, and it's okay. Don't worry, mother, I know. Yuan Shu turned the skewers of meat in her hand. The flickering flames illuminated her face, which was pretty and beautiful, making people unable to look away. On the surface, she was staring at the barbecue, but Pei Yuanlin's peripheral vision was always focused on her face. She always considers so carefully. The next day, before Yuan Shu told Chao Yuan about his proposal, the G family spoke first. The idea was proposed by Wu. Of course, it was not based on their own ideas, but on the excuse that everyone was injured in the wildfire. Master Chao, you're kind-hearted. Please be kind. With a cart, our journey will surely be faster. Wouldn't we be able to reach Lingnan faster? The cart can save effort, and the children at home can also sit and walk. Naturally, the other exiles also wanted to do so, and they all requested it. Chao Yuan glanced at Yuan Shu, feeling a little headache, and did not agree. Do you want to listen to what you say? You are exiles. Which team of exiles is better than you? Don't push your luck. Wang De snorted coldly, and the whip cracked. The G family members shrank their necks and said nothing. The law does not punish the masses, and even if they can't do it, they will not be beaten. Shu, it's a good thing you didn't say it. Otherwise you would have become the target of public criticism, Ji Wanqing whispered in relief. In fact, even if Yuan Shu said it, he would have privately sounded the situation and found a reasonable reason, instead of directly speaking and roasting these escorting officials on the fire. She rolled her eyes, and after the exiles dispersed, she found Wang De and put forward her ideas. Madam Yuan, this is not appropriate. Really, some exiles will take advantage of you. They think that if the officials are easy to talk to, they may not listen and make things difficult for them. This is something they hate, so they have been controlling this degree. Yuan Shu was not discouraged. I have a way to make the exiles grateful to the officials. She proposed that the officials buy a batch of carts, and if the exiles want to use them, they can rent them to everyone at a low price. This does not violate the regulations and can also make money. The exiles who rent carts will naturally be grateful. It seems feasible. I'll go talk to the boss. A single cart costs hundreds of coins or 1 or 2 taels of silver, and it costs a few copper coins a day to rent it to the exiles. When they arrive in Lingnan, they can recover their capital and even make a profit from the rent. Then they can sell the carts and win. Wang De was tempted and immediately proposed this idea to Chao Yuan. This Lady Yuan's ancestors were businessmen. She is really smart. When we go to the town, we should buy 3 or 4 carts in addition to the ones we use. We don't need to buy more. Chao Yuan and other officials agreed with this proposal. It was getting dark, and the exile team rushed into the city before the county gate closed. The city was very lively with a lot of people, which was in sharp contrast to the dusty exile team. Find an inn to stay and go to the county government office to register tomorrow. Chao Yuan ordered Wang De to find an inn for everyone to stay. Such an inn is easy to find. It's better to find a shabby and remote one. It's cheap and you don't have to worry about conflicts with others. When the team entered the city, a fat man in rich clothes on the upper floor of a restaurant noticed the women in the team, and his eyes lit up. Go. Let the exiles stay in the county government office when they enter the city, so as not to offend the people. The confidant looked at the greedy eyes of his master, and he didn't understand what he meant, so he immediately clasped his fists and retreated. When Wang De was about to take people to find an inn, the constable of the government office reminded him of this. Go to the county government office to stay. Chao Yuan was suspicious, but he didn't think much about it. Okay, let's go to the county government office. Although the county government office is not as good as an inn, it also has rooms for temporary accommodation of prisoners, which are equipped with beds and hay, so it is not a problem to stay for one night. Under the eyes of their own people, they don't have to worry about the exiles running away, and they can rest peacefully for a night. Intuition told Pei Yuanlin that this was not a good thing. He just noticed a wretched look, which might be a hidden purpose. He secretly signaled with his eyes to Ying Jiao, who followed him into the city. Everyone came to the county government office and was imprisoned in cells of different sizes according to each household. Shoo, my eyes keep twitching, and I always feel something is wrong. Sitting down on the bed in the cell, Ji Wanqing was very uneasy. It's okay, don't think too much. Just stay here for a day. It's not a bad thing here because it's not exposed to wind and rain. The officials who sent them in had unfriendly eyes, and it must be not that simple, but now they don't know the situation, so they can only be on guard. At dinner, Chao Yuan and others were called to drink and eat meat. The exiles were sent to the county government, and the officials here also had responsibilities, so they didn't think much about it. The officials came to deliver dinner, a bowl of porridge, a steamed bun, and a meat bun that had changed its taste. You two come out, the official has something to tell you. When they arrived at Yuan Shu's cell, the officials pointed out that Yuan Shu and Pei Shishir should go out. Ji Wanqing immediately protected the two behind her. If you have any problems, come to me. Don't embarrass them. Pei Yuanlin's eyes sank, and he secretly thought about how to get out. He had observed the defense of the county government when he came. According to his skills, plus the support of the death squad outside, it is not a problem to escape with his family. Hey, you're still not happy. I'm giving you face. As he said that, the jailer was going to use force and was ready to drag Yuan Shu and others. Wait, we'll go by ourselves. Yuan Shu held Pei Shishir's hand. She had superpowers and the medicine in the space, so it was not a problem to protect herself and Pei Shishir. Let's see what they're up to first. Alas, superpowers can only sense the location of people and can't hear what people in the distance say. Ji Wanqing still felt something was wrong. It must not be a good thing that men didn't shout, but women were shouted. Mother, don't worry, we'll be back soon. The prison door was locked, and Ji Wanqing didn't want to eat. She looked eagerly at the direction where Yuan Shu and others left. She used to be a high-ranking princess. As long as she gave orders, the subordinates would do everything. But now she is powerless. Mom, believe in my sister-in-law and others. They will be fine. My sister-in-law is very powerful, and she also has medical skills. Pei Yunyi's words made Ji Wanqing come back to her senses suddenly. Yes, it will be fine. These two children are smart. As soon as Yuan Shu and Pei Shishir left the prison, they were covered with their heads and stuffed into a carriage. After about an incense stick of time, they opened their eyes and saw the back door of a mansion. Sister-in-law, where is this? What are you doing? Pei Shishir was panicked. Her hands were shaking. On the way, she also heard other people discussing how miserable the exiled female prisoners would be on this journey.
Could it be that?
Your blessing has come. At that time, Ji Xiaoying got off the carriage. She was not panicked, and even had some expectations. What are you afraid of? Such a good blessing is not available to ordinary people.
Go in.
The back door opened, and several maids and servants appeared. They dragged Yuan Shu and the others in, and pushed them directly into a room. There was a table of food and wine in the room, as well as 2 large bathtubs and incense burning. Wash yourself well, and serve the nobleman well. You will get the benefits. After saying this, the maid closed the door and left. Yuan Shu knew that this was used to add to the fun as soon as she smelled it. She pretended to be curious and changed the incense inside. Sister-in-law, what should we do? Let's escape? Pei Shishir's voice was crying. A woman's reputation is so important. How can she live? Yuan Shu patted her hands. Mother and the others are still in prison. Where can we escape to? Maybe they'll be too busy to take care of us. There is hot water. Good, just in time to take a shower. Seeing that Pei Shishir was still at a loss, Yuan Shu whispered in her ear, Don't forget that I know medical skills. If someone comes, I can also help us escape unscathed." Hearing this, Pei Shishir finally felt relieved, took off her clothes, and entered the bathtub, as if she had accepted her fate. She also said that she would turn off the lights and wait for the nobleman. The servants had no doubts. 2 weak women. Nothing to be afraid of. The next second, Yuan Shu quietly stabbed Pei Shishir unconscious, hit her in the space, pried open the wooden board, and escaped underground. A few minutes later, she came to the county government office, wrote blood-red characters on the plaque of the mirror in the hall, and used her supernatural power to smash and set fire. The noise attracted the officials in the yamen. When they came to see what was happening, they were shocked. "Not good," report to the adults. At this time, the fat-headed county magistrate was looking for his son, who had just finished bathing and changing clothes. He was about to find Yuan Shu and the others to do something improper when he heard the servants come to report. What? He was surprised and immediately led people to the yamen. "The 2 sisters-in-law. Wait for me to come back, don't move." The son looked dissatisfied, "I know. If he didn't move them, he could move others, hee. The county magistrate left a message to take the county magistrate's head and even left a token of the killer organization. The county magistrate was frightened and panicked. Even Chao Yuan and the others were forced to split up into brothers, and everyone was on high alert in the county yamen. Seeing this scene, Yuan Shu smiled with satisfaction and returned to the mansion of the dog official. She found that there was a nest of people imprisoned in the cellar of the house next to the dog official's mansion. They must have been kidnapped by them in a despicable way. Shwa. The candlelight in the cellar lit up, and Yuan Shu saw a group of girls, huddled together, one of whom looked familiar. Wait, she seemed to have seen the hacker stack last time. Sister, I seem to have seen someone exactly like you. Yuan Shu mixed into the team and talked to the girl in a low voice. She is my sister. Has she been caught too? Wu, where is she? Is she still alive? Yuan Shu understood as expected. These were ordinary people who were caught. This dog official, who was actually doing the business of a human trafficker, should be cut into pieces. You are still alive. You have to live well. And you too. Someone outside is here to save us. My eldest brother is back to save me. Yuan Shu swore solemnly, lying that she was the daughter of the leader of a killer organization and was mistakenly caught here. In this way, even if these people were caught, they could be spared from torture because of providing clues, and this was all she could do to help. Then, the candle went out. Yuan Shu came to the cellar, crippled the guards, released the girls, and continued to set fires everywhere in the dog official's house. Oh no, there's a fire. Hurry up and put out the fire. The mansion was in chaos, and Yuan Shu took the opportunity to go to the dog official's warehouse. The dog official's warehouse was not big, but there were all kinds of gold and silver treasures in it, and there were boxes of rusted copper plates. The small county magistrate was rich and greedy. What a world. Move it away. Move it all away. Yuan Shu took a deep breath, put all the things including the boxes into the space, and then went to the dog official's study and turned out all the things in the secret compartment. There must be evidence of his collusion and corruption here, which will definitely be useful later. After leaving the dog official's study, Yuan Shu passed by the kitchen and took out everything in it. In short, he didn't let go of anything valuable he saw in the mansion. She was very fast, and it took only a quarter of an hour to finish the work. She returned to the house and woke up Pei Shishir. Shishir, wake up. Pei Shishir woke up, feeling a little dizzy, and subconsciously touched her clothes. I don't know what happened. We were dizzy for a while, and we didn't know what was going on outside. It was noisy. Yuan Shu pretended to be calm and opened the door with Pei Shishir. At that time, the son of the dog official was having with Ji Xiaoying. The noise made him lose his mood, and he left. What are you yelling about? You are disturbing my interest. My lord, it's bad. There was a thief in the mansion. The master's study is empty. What does it mean to be empty? There are important things in it. The man thought it was not good and ran away with his clothes. Go, inform my father. On the county government side, the officials gathered around the county magistrate's room, and they were very alert, waiting for the servants in the mansion to report. Everyone had only one idea in their minds: to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. They were fooled. Not good. Go back quickly. After seeing that the study was empty, the man suddenly thought of Yuan Shu and the others and walked back quickly. Where are the other two women? Why didn't they see the lights in the house? My lord, those two might be shy, so they lit the lights and waited in the house. When the master and servant entered the yard, they happened to see Yuan Shu and the others opening the door. He rushed into the house to check, but there was nothing strange, and there was nothing wrong with the shoes on their feet. Yuan Shu and Pei Shishir were timid and looked confused. At the same time, the county magistrate also came back, and he was so anxious that he almost fainted when he learned that something had happened in the mansion. How could this happen? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Some of the girls who were let go by Yuan Shu were caught, and the reason was not known until they were asked carefully. When he learned that his men had mistakenly captured the daughter of a big shot in the killer organization, which led to revenge, the dog official's legs went weak. Useless. You can't do anything right. He was so angry that he took it out on his subordinates. Everyone was trembling with fear and dared not say a word. Sir, what should we do with the captured people? We won't be able to deliver the goods on time in the mountain stronghold. The county magistrate's sweaty face was heavy. They have never seen me. Go, take our people to rescue them. As for the goods, can't we look for them somewhere else? He directed and acted by himself to clear his own reputation first. Yes, sir. By the way, the two beautiful ladies in the courtyard. The county magistrate had no time to think about these things at the moment. He waved his hand. Send them back. The government office was in chaos. If the exile made any mistakes again, it would be even more difficult. Just like that, Yuan Shu and Pei Shishir went back. Ji Wanqing pulled them and was so excited that tears were about to fall. Are you all right? It's okay. It seems that something went wrong in the mansion, so we were sent back. Pei Shishir was confused and couldn't explain it clearly. Yuan Shu also pretended to be stupid. Pei Yuanlin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not the assassins who contacted him now, but he guessed that it might be his own assassins who did it. In fact, Ying Jiao and the others just found the fire and added a big one. They didn't have time to do anything else. By the way, mother, you eat this. Yuan Shu pretended to take out a roast chicken from her arms, saying that she took it from the table when she left. Ji Wanqing and the others knew that the person who called their daughter over must have bad intentions, but they escaped because of other things. Hush, quietly, no one sees. Pei Yuanlin and the others had a full meal. The jailer thought it was allowed by the higher-ups and didn't stop them at all. As for Ji Xiaoying, she was miserable. She came back empty-handed. The G family looked at her with reproachful eyes. They were still hoping to earn some money to buy some things for the road. You didn't appease the official? How could you be so stupid? Ji Xiaoying felt aggrieved, but she had nowhere to speak, so she sat quietly at one end of the cell. The government office and the county magistrate's house had been in a turmoil all night, but nothing had been found out. So when Chao Yuan and his men proposed to prepare to leave the next morning, they did not object. After leaving the county government office, Yuan Shu asked Chao Yuan and his men to help sell an extra pig leg, which she sold for 2 taels of silver. Using the excuse of using the money, she bought some things that had been lost in the previous forest fire. Other exiles who were burned by the forest fire had planned to buy burn ointment, but when they found it was very expensive, they chose to buy medicine and asked Yuan Shu to help make the medicine. Because there were people making trouble in the county government office, in order to avoid complications, Chao Yuan and his men did not stay. In the afternoon, the exile team counted the number of people and started to set off. Everyone listen, our leader has something to tell you. Not far from the county town, Wangda stopped the exile team and proposed renting a cart. It costs 8 cents to rent a cart for a day. If it is damaged by non-human factors, we will repair it. The number is limited, so those who need to rent it can come now. In addition to the 4 carts that the officials had supplied themselves, they bought 4 more, all of which were 2-wheeled. If they had a horse, they could use them as carriages. 10 cents a day, that's too expensive. A cart costs hundreds of cents. or at most 1 or 2 taels of silver. Wouldn't it cost several taels of silver to rent a cart along the way? The exiles whispered, all complaining that it was too expensive. Yuan Shu's eyes lit up, and he immediately said that he wanted to rent it. He immediately gave 1 or 2 taels of silver and chose the newest one. This cart is much more spacious than the one we had before. In fact, their carts had also been hidden in the space by her before, but it was not suitable for her to take them out at this critical moment. Although Ji Wanqing felt sorry for the 1 or 2 taels of silver, she felt even more sorry for the children carrying large and small bags. Thank you, sir. With this cart, it is indeed much more convenient for us. Yuan Shu and his friends began to pack their things, putting the 3 newly bought thin quilts and oilcloth on the cart, and the whole family had free hands. Wang De held his chin high. Are there any more to rent? The quantity is limited. If others' lease period is up, there will be no more if you want to rent. 3 exiles gathered together to discuss. They put their things on the cart, and they took turns pushing or pulling to save energy and take time to rest in the middle. After all, they had injured people. Anyway, they rented it for a day and paid for it. Sir, let's rent one. Soon, the second cart was rented out. The third cart was rented by Aunt Zhang and another exile. Her husband was bitten by a tiger, and his leg was injured. He also needed to rest. The 2 families hit it off and agreed. The injured sat on the cart, and the 2 families pulled people and luggage together. They rented it for 10 days, and returned it after the injury was not long. Who wants this remaining cart? If no one rents it, we won't rent it out.
Wang Da queda indiferente.
There were also injured people in their team, so they didn't feel bad about having an extra cart.
Oui.
Ji Jun raised his hand. Mom, second brother, the road to Lingnan is too long, and it would be much easier to have a cart. Lu's old face was grim. It's much easier, but renting a cart doesn't cost money? The road is still long. How can we get through it if we don't save money? Along the way, they lost dozens or hundreds of taels of silver because of compensation, and it hurt like cutting her flesh just thinking about it. Mom, we have a lot of things at home, and it's too hard to carry them all the way. Let's rent one and walk for a while.
Ji-yoon pleaded pitifully.
Almost all the luggage at home fell on the 4 of them, and it was really tiring. It's okay to rent it and you pay for it. When they set out, they hid their money and handed over part of it to Lu, but they still had some hidden money in their hands. Ji Jun was about to agree, but Wu grabbed her hand and said that they would pay the money and everyone would enjoy the benefits. What a strange logic. While they were hesitating, the remaining cart was rented by another family of exiles. After weighing the money in his hand, Wang De was quite satisfied. Okay, let's go. Originally, in the team, apart from the officials who had carts, only Yuan Shu and his friends had a small cart, and they still had to carry their bags. But now, seeing that the Pei family carried a small amount of things, the rest were all placed on the cart. Pei Yuanlin dragged it, and Pei Yunyi pushed it from behind. Yuan Shu, Ji Wanqing, and the 3 female relatives walked leisurely, like taking a stroll, which made the G family envious and jealous. Empty-handed, and don't know how to help their relatives. Alas, their consciences have been eaten by dogs. Although they had broken off the relationship, Wang was extremely unbalanced when she saw that Ji Wanqing, a widowed woman, was living so comfortably. They also had 2 sons and 1 daughter, but the other person's stupid son was still strong, while her 2 were like ancestors. Ahem, my waist is so sore. Lu looked at the baggage on her body and pretended to be pitiful. It's better to have your own children. You can't raise other people's children well. If my daughter was around, she would definitely feel sorry for me. Yuan Shu just found this hint funny and didn't respond. Really, as long as you have no morals, morality ca and hold you back. Ji Wanqing turned her head to look at Lu, and she immediately showed a loving smile. She was indeed soft-hearted. But she didn't expect the next words to make her lose face. Auntie Lu, how can you be so selfish? A daughter who is married off is like water spilled out. You actually want your own daughter to be exiled with you. You are too. TSK. Lu gave birth to 2 daughters, both of whom were married. When something happened, She immediately broke off the relationship with her for fear of being implicated. Mom, did you remember it wrongly? Those two broke off the relationship a long time ago, and they had long regarded each other as having no such biological mother. Pei Shishir's heartbreaking words made Lu's face pale and red. Wu felt uncomfortable and rarely choked. It turns out that in my mother's heart, no matter how well my sister-in-law and I do, we can never compare to the two younger sisters. After hearing this, Wang felt very uncomfortable. She knew that her mother-in-law was selfish, but she had always thought that she had status because of her son. Now that her eldest sister-in-law said this, it seemed that she was really not liked. Mother, you are still thinking about the two aunts. When we left Beijing, they didn't even come to see us. Wang was resentful when she mentioned it. That's right, what we used on the road was sent to us by my parents, but those things were not used by Panner, and they didn't even eat a few bites. Maybe because she had been wronged for too long and couldn't bear it anymore, Wu said it aggrievedly. This made Lu's face even more embarrassed, and she hesitated for a long time. We are all family. Why should we distinguish between you and me? Stop crying and crying. Shut up. Ji Jun patted his wife's hand distressfully and did not make any actual resistance. She complained, but no one helped her, and Wu felt very uncomfortable. The other exiles listened, but they just listened. No one wanted to cause trouble. Have you quarreled enough? If you have, hurry up and get going. We have delayed long enough. If anyone dawdles, don't force me to whip you. Because of the rest for the injury, they delayed their journey for at least 3 days. No matter how resentful the G family members were, they could not ask the Pei family for help. They could only say a few sarcastic words. Seeing them making trouble, Ji Wanqing was in a very good mood. It was a wise move to break off the engagement at the beginning. It was so annoying to be entangled with such a bunch of top-notch people. The sun was shining directly on Yuan Shu's head. She was wearing a straw hat, but she still felt a little dizzy and nauseous. My lady, come up and sit. I'll take you away. Seeing her tired face, Pei Yuanlin made an invitation with heartache. No, I'll just walk slowly. Sister-in-law, go up and sit. You haven't had a good rest these days. Go quickly. Pei Shishir and Ji Wanqing also urged. Yuan Shu took care of everything along the way. Sometimes she had to go see other exiles when they felt uncomfortable. All the money she earned was spent on them. She should rest. If she was not incapable, Pei Shishir wanted to carry Yuan Shu on her back. Okay, I'll sit for a while. Seeing that this section of the road was relatively flat and that her weight of 100 kilograms would not crush Pei Yuanlin, she sat up. Seeing that she didn't have to walk and someone was carrying her, many people envied her, but more were jealous. What a lazy woman. She doesn't walk when her husband is healthy. She treats him like a cow just after he recovers. If this were my daughter-in-law, I would let my son slap her a few times to let her know what rules are. The woman who spoke was a woman from one of the exiled families. She was carrying a bag and talking in a sarcastic tone. The mother and daughter were also exiled because their son got drunk and tried to violate the maid of a rich lady. The maid was actually the concubine of the lady. The family was furious and sued them. The man was beaten and exiled. Ji Wanqing glanced at her sideways. You said that as if you have a daughter-in-law? If I meet such an unreasonable and evil mother-in-law, I will slap her in the face to let her know what a fierce daughter-in-law is. You. The woman just opened her mouth and heard the creaking sound of Yuan Shu moving his wrist, and she was immediately silent. If you don't agree, just fight. Last time, she went crazy and beat up the G family. Her position as a fierce woman is stable and comfortable. Mom, why are you provoking her for no reason? Are you sick? The man pulled his mother away and looked at the Pei family with lingering fear. The fierce woman almost beat Ji Hung to a pulp last time, and her stupid husband. Once when they went to release water, an exile said some nonsense. He went crazy and almost twisted the man to death with his elbow. Crazy woman, stupid husband, who can resist when they make a fuss, as if they don't care about their lives. The old woman was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. Hey, you little brat is meddling in my affairs. If you hadn't been so foolish, Would I have to suffer with you at my age? Alas, other people of my age have grandchildren, but you are not so good.
I have a miserable life.
The mother and son complained to each other, which made the exiles very happy. Seeing that no one could make the Pei family suffer, those who had no grudges in the past or today would not come forward to cause trouble. After walking for a while, Yuan Shu did not continue to sit on the cart. She picked up the water bag and handed it to Pei Yuanlin. Drink some water to quench your thirst. I put some honey in it, it's sweet. The bees have divided into 3 nests in the space and started to make honey. Just thinking about it, you can know that it must be more mellow than the ordinary honey outside. Pei Yuanlin smiled at her, raised the water bag and drank it. Sweat was dripping down his cheeks and neck. His thick hormones and disheveled appearance did not reduce his handsomeness at all. Sister-in-law, I want to drink sweet honey water, too. Pei Yunyi teased deliberately, smiling like a clever ghost. Don't say that, you don't deserve it. If you want to drink it, go find your wife when you grow up. Pei Shishir pulled her brother back and then winked at Yuan Shu. Her face turned red. A little honey, not that much. Yuan Shu rummaged through the backpack on the side. Most of the things were placed on the cart, but the delicate ones were all carried on his back. For example, the jars of oil and salt and the medicinal materials they would use. Come on, drink it with water and sweeten your mouth. Seeing her shy and slightly shy appearance, Pei Yuanlin was secretly happy. His wife was shy, proving that she still liked him a little bit in her heart. But how could she like a fool? If he regains consciousness one day, will she not like him anymore? Pei Yuanlin pinched the water bag and couldn't help but feel entangled. He thought he was still very wise, but when facing the woman he liked, he seemed to be out of his mind. Why is this? What's wrong? But you have a headache again. Yuan Shu handed him a cake and subconsciously felt his pulse. It's okay, it doesn't hurt much. He could bear this pain. I don't know if it was because she pressed the acupuncture points for him. It has been relieved a lot during this period. He was rarely awakened by pain. The blood stasis was better than before, which was a good sign. Eat quickly, we have to go on the road later. Then, she and Pei Yuanlin naturally ate on the cart. She never thought that one day she would fall in love with a handsome fool. TSK, she might have a hole in her brain. But it's really wonderful to like this feeling. After camping for a night, they arrived at the entrance of a village in the evening of the next day. Yuan Shu had to sigh at the backwardness of transportation in this world. If it were in the previous life, the distance to Lingnan would take at most 8 hours by plane. But they had to walk for several months or half a year. Great, there are people here. If we can stay here, we can use the hot water and rest for a night. Many people were injured and felt exhausted after traveling so long. Chao Yuan looked a little hesitant. Why don't we find an open place to camp? Sir, why is this? Is it that the people in this village are difficult to get along with? The exiles were puzzled. Although their status was not decent, they would pay some money to stay in the village, and buying things from them would mean income. Those villages did not welcome them before, but they were not so annoying. It's not that problem. You can stay here, but I heard that it was cursed. In the past, we always went to the next village to stay, and never stayed in this village. Because of the wounded, they walked slowly, and it was dark when they arrived here. Curse? It's probably a rumor spread by word of mouth. There are grievances between villages, and it's just a rumor. The G family was very disdainful. When they did business, they would also say that the restaurant on the other side used stinky meat. After saying it too much, the customers believed it. In fact, it was not the case at all. It was their own restaurant that used stinky meat. Chao Yuan was entangled for a moment, but still asked everyone's opinion. More than half of the people decided to stay in the village, and he contacted Wang Da. In fact, he didn't believe it either, but in order to avoid mistakes, it would be better to discuss it with these people. Boss, the village had agreed to arrange 2 large courtyards for us, which are enough to accommodate all of us. I see that the houses are not small. Wang Da returned with his brothers, very happy, holding a torch in his hand. The village head led the villagers to help them light the way. Official, please, the village is small and shabby, don't mind it. It was rare for an official family to set foot in their place, and the village head was very happy. He only charged half of the accommodation fee and gave them 2 large empty houses, which were not leaking and could accommodate hundreds of them. Perhaps he was afraid that he would scare them with too much enthusiasm, so he led the way and collected the money, and then they left. As for the firewood for cooking, they could buy it from the farmers themselves, and the price was very affordable. I said, "There is no curse, it's all nonsense." Jiben didn't care. Everyone saw that it was no different from an ordinary village, so they didn't care. Everyone was relieved and fetched water to cook. After eating and drinking, everyone put their bags on the straw and fell asleep. The next morning, Yuan Shu and others got up as usual to prepare breakfast. Sure, didn't you wash this bowl yesterday? Yuan Shu ran his finger through the bowl and felt a thin layer of dust, as if it had not been washed. No, I washed it. At this time, the head of the village came over with people. Sir, did you have a good rest last night? Not bad, Chao Yuan answered honestly. The accommodation fee was not expensive, and he could tell his brothers about it later, so there was no need to be afraid. That's good, hiss. As he said that, the head of the village pressed his waist and sat on the ground against the wall. Old man, what's wrong with you? Wang De and the people around the head of the village helped him sit down and asked with concern. It's okay, it's an old problem, it will be better in a while. As he was talking, a child the same age as Pei Yunyi ran over with red eyes. Grandpa, my stomach hurts, I feel so bad. When can you take me to see a doctor? I can't sleep because of the pain. Their discussion made everyone who heard it feel numb, and they subconsciously distanced themselves. Could it be that the stomachache is a curse? What should they do? They felt that their stomachs also hurt. Don't get me wrong, officials. This is not a curse. You are not from this village. It's okay. Don't be afraid, hiss. The head of the village immediately regretted why he let his grandson come out. If this gets out, it will be even more difficult for them to survive in the village. Thinking of this, the old man's eyes turned red with anxiety, and tears immediately fell. The impulsive officials immediately started to curse. Boss, let's pack up and go quickly, just in case. Chao Yuan also looked solemn. When he was about to speak, Yuan Shu's voice rang out. It's not a curse, sir, don't be afraid, sir. I'm a doctor, can I take your pulse? Madam Yuan Yu. Chao Yuan said, but didn't say anything else. A doctor is kind-hearted, and he couldn't say that he would not allow others to see the doctor. After Yuan Shu took the pulse, he understood a little, and asked the head of the village about the situation again and pressed his body parts. Pei Yuanlin looked at him with a cold look, and then he was relieved after a moment. There is no man or woman in front of the doctor. It is too superficial to pay attention to the difference between men and women at this time. Beautiful sister, what happened to my grandfather? Can it be treated? It must not be a curse, right? The young man asked timidly. His voice was small. Well, it's not a curse, it's a stone, also called stone stranguria. Yuan Shu took back his hand. His tone was a little solemn. The problem is the water you use. Do you take the spring water flowing down the mountain directly? She asked Pei Shishir, who went to fetch water just now. The village used bamboo to lead the spring water down for drinking. Yes, we drink this water and livestock also drink it. How can the curse be in the water? The middle-aged man next to the head of the village looked honest and confused. Yuan Shu pursed his lips, thought for a while, and explained to them in the simplest language. If the water quality is not good, drinking it directly will form stones in the body over time, and you'll feel pain. There are impurities in this water. It is not recommended to drink it directly. It needs to be filtered and precipitated. Yuan Shu explained the filtering method and told them that the water should be boiled before drinking. At the same time, he also said that he would give them a prescription to take medicine. When the head of the village heard it, he was very grateful and immediately asked someone to prepare paper and pen for her. Planago, Angelica de Hurica, Centella asiatica, Peach kernel, Gladitsia sinensis. This prescription has the effect of promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, and promoting diuresis and removing stones. The prescription is written randomly. Please don't take it seriously. For these herbs, add 5 bowls of water and boil it into 2 bowls. Take it in the morning and evening. If the symptoms are serious, add 1 qian of medicine appropriately, and vice versa. The village had listened carefully to the instructions, asked 3 times repeatedly, and then put the prescription away as if it were a treasure. He wiped his tears. Our village is remote and poor, and we don't have money to see a doctor. The prescriptions prescribed by the doctors in the town all contain ginseng, which we can't afford. Yuan Shu knew that prescription, so she prescribed another cheaper one with a longer treatment cycle, which these villagers could afford. In fact, on the way here, we noticed that there are these herbs near you. Really? Doctor, can you teach us to recognize the medicine? Alas, I am confused, and the adults are busy on the road. The fire of hope in the eyes of the village head was extinguished. He should be grateful for the prescription. How could he expect more? Yuan Shu sighed inwardly. There are many problems in this village. Besides kidney stones, there is another one. Go Sheng pressed his stomach. Boss, we live in the open air and drink mountain spring water. It seems that it would be a good idea for us to prepare some medicine for this purpose. Wang De nodded. That's right, boss. How about we prepare some? Upon hearing this, the exiles also looked at Chao Yuan with expectant eyes. Master Chao, we are willing to donate some of the herbs we have found to our filial piety. Well, it is really hard to refuse a good thing that comes to your doorstep. Madam Yuan, how long will it take? Chao Yuan thought about it and felt that staying for a short time and preparing medicine would be convenient for him. They often slept in the open air when escorting prisoners, and they drank water directly when they found it. After a long time, other brothers also had abdominal pain and stranguria, which was expensive and painful. If they could prevent it in advance, it would be the best. Yuan Shu thought for a while, about an hour? There are few people walking around the village, and the medicinal materials should be complete. Even if they are not complete, we can spend less money when we go to the medicine shop in the future. She has a complete set of medicinal materials in her space, but she also needs to go through some clear roads in the early stage. In addition to increasing the medicinal materials in the space, this is also one of the reasons why she is looking for medicine on the road. Everyone, if you want to prepare these medicinal materials, each household should send 1 person to follow Madame Yuan. These medicinal materials will cost a lot of money to buy, but if you learn them, they will always be yours. Doctors who know medical skills are reserved to their apprentices, let alone tell everyone. I'll go. Madame Yuan, please take me with you. De Zhuang's wife immediately expressed her opinion. The official allowed them to look for medicine. What a good opportunity. Naturally, everyone was reluctant to miss it and expressed their willingness to follow. No one in the G family wanted to suffer this hardship. They felt that they didn't need to learn this thing. When someone found it later, they could go over and take a look and recognize it. The head of the village also quickly notified the villagers. No one objected. They were grateful and expectant to Yuan Shu. Let's set off without delay. An hour was not much time. After finding the medicine, they had to set off and hurry up. It was not appropriate to delay too long. The head of the village struggled to stand up. Dr. Yuan, I asked my son to take you up the mountain. If you can find the medicine, just take it and leave some seeds. The things in the mountains of each village belong to the people of the village. If outsiders take it without asking, it will be considered stealing if they are found. Uncle head of the village, don't worry, I know my limits. Just like that, Yuan Shu and the others set off. After walking for only a quarter of an hour, she found a medicinal herb in the bushes on the side of the road. This thing is called Wangyuxing. Remember its appearance and look around. And this money grass, we have looked for it before. Yuan Shu said while teaching them how to collect herbs. At the same time, she secretly put these herbs with roots into her medicine field space. Half a month ago, she sorted out the herbs moved from the Imperial Hospital and found many seeds of herbs. She planted them, and now they have begun to sprout.
Ding!
The familiar sound made Yuan Shu slightly stunned. She glanced at everyone and found that everyone was looking for the herbs she taught. She continued to look for herbs as if nothing had happened, but in fact she was secretly paying attention to everything in the space.
Wow!
In just one night, all the herbs that had just sprouted in the medicine field space had grown tender leaves, and the medicine field expanded by another 100 square meters. Many names of herbs in the Shinong Jing were lit up, and the pages were turned with a rustling sound. The whole space was shining, and there were so many hourglasses floating in the air that it was difficult to count. At the same time, Yuan Shu found that all the herbs in the entire pharmacy could be used. The space has been upgraded. Her judgment was indeed correct. As long as enough medicinal herbs are planted in the medicinal field space, it will be upgraded, and the pharmacy space will be upgraded as well. Yuan Shu tried it and confirmed that all the medicines in the pharmacy could be used. She was so excited that she even found that the inspection room on the first floor was also opened. There were many inspection instruments inside, but the door could not be opened. It was obvious that it needed to be upgraded before it could be used. Dr. Yuan, look, is this the Chuanwan you mentioned? The son of the head of the village pointed to a thorny plant and called Yuan Shu uncertainly. Yes, it is this thing. Dig it up. The villagers around here did not know how to use and find medicine. The medicinal herbs on the mountain were still quite rich, and they soon found the medicinal herbs needed to treat stranguria. The remaining incomplete ones could also be bought at the pharmacy, which saved a lot of money. In addition to these, Yuan Shu asked them to find some more and then returned. At that time, other officials and exiles stayed in the village, and everyone was not idle, washing clothes or mending damaged places. Pei Yuanlin stood at the entrance of the village, looking at the direction where Yuan Shu left from afar, like a stone looking at his wife. Some girls in the village looked at him from afar, whispering to each other, with smiles on their faces. "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Ji Heng came out to get some fresh air, and saw that even though Pei Yuanlin was wearing coarse linen clothes, he still looked like a nobleman standing there. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He was also exiled, but he was already stupid, and he had a good wife who took care of him meticulously. On the other hand, he, the son of a noble family who was once high and mighty, actually made people. The more they thought about it, the more unbalanced they became. Pei Yuanlin glanced at him, stupidly. "I won't tell you, Lilialu." Pei Yuanlin suddenly felt comfortable when he successfully saw Ji Heng's dark face. It's cool to act stupid and irritate people. Ji Heng gritted his teeth secretly, and then showed an expression that he didn't care and was not angry. "Cousin, I just saw a wooden hairpin dropped on the road. It looks like your wife's. Would you like to go with me to look for it? It's over there." Pei Yuanlin knew that someone had set a trap for him. If he refused this time, he would have to make other plans. Now he was bored, so he might as well take advantage of the situation. "Really? Where is it? Take me there." Pei Yuanlin became anxious. Ji Heng's eyes flashed with a triumphant smile, and he stretched out his hand and pointed, "Don't worry, follow me. It's just in front." He pretended to be kind and took Pei Yuanlin away. "It seems to be nearby. Keep your head down and look for it slowly. Look over there." Pei Yuanlin pretended to have no doubts. He lowered his head and pretended to look for something. In fact, he was alert and paid attention to Ji Heng's every move. "Why isn't it here?" When Ji Heng saw Pei Yuanlin, he had already walked to a place covered with wild wormwood. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he immediately pounced on him. He thought he could push the other party down, but he didn't expect Pei Yuanlin to stand aside. Ji Heng's attack was in vain. It was too late for him to stop, and he fell into the pit with a plop. The overwhelming stench swept towards his mouth and nose. Yuan Shu came back with everyone at this time and happened to see this scene from a distance, and his heart skipped a beat. "Husband, be careful." Pei Yuanlin, who was standing by the pit, raised his eyebrows slightly, looking frightened, and shouted after a moment. "Someone, it's bad. Someone fell into the pit. My wife, you're back, help, he is drowning." The pit was quite deep, and coupled with the stickiness and stench, Ji Heng struggled to climb out, and he could not see the front clearly. Yuan Shu quickly walked to Pei Yuanlin's side and pulled him back. "Be careful, don't let the feces splash on you." Pei Yuanlin silently stepped back. "My wife hated the smell the most, and he couldn't get stained with it." As he said that, Yuan Shu found a dung scoop nearby. "Come on, grab this and we'll pull you up." On the surface, he was pulling Ji-hung up, but in fact, he deliberately pushed him down several times with the dung scoop. You did it on purpose, ugh. As soon as Ji-hung opened his mouth, he felt the filth going into his mouth, and he almost fainted from the suffocation. You couldn't catch him. How can you blame us? Yuan Shu looked innocent. When others came after hearing the news, Ji-hung finally grabbed the pole of the dung scoop. Save your own son by himself. After leaving this, she handed the pole to Wang. Ji-hung struggled so hard that he almost dragged his old mother down. Son, why did you fall into the dung pit for no reason? Come, wipe it. Wang held back her nausea, took out a piece of cloth, and wiped her son's face, mouth and nose. Go wash in the river quickly. After Ji-hung was pulled up, Ji-bin suggested with some disgust. Without saying a word, Ji-hung rushed to the small river at the entrance of the village. Pei Yunyi shook his head. You are so old, but you are still so careless when walking. You actually fell into the pit. You are even more stupid than my eldest brother. What should I do? My hands are itching and I want to beat my stupid brother. Yuan Shu glared at Pei Yuanlin. Didn't I tell you not to play with them? They are bad guys. My wife, I get it. Your husband won't play with fools next time. Wang heard the conversation between the couple at this time and immediately started to curse. It was you. Did you push my son down? How could you be so vicious? He is your cousin. Yuan Shu saw Ji-hung trying to push Pei Yuanlin, but fell down instead, and now she was very unhappy to hear Wang blaming him. This fool can only be bullied by her. Stop farting. Your son is a normal person. It's good enough that he doesn't bully my stupid husband. You just look at him and throw dirty water on him, right? Pei Yuanlin felt comfortable all over. His wife called him husband. As for the word fool, he automatically filtered it out. I didn't. Yuan Shu interrupted Wang before she finished. What do you mean I didn't? Your Ji-hung has good hands and feet, and he's smart too. If he hadn't been careless, how could he have fallen into the pit? You have to thank my husband for calling for help in time. Otherwise your son would have been choked to death by the manure, and no one would know. When it comes to arguing with people, Yuan Shu, who used to be able to argue with keyboard warriors for a long time, is determined not to admit defeat. Wang kept saying you for a long time and couldn't say anything. At this time, the villagers came after hearing the news. Seeing the manure all over the ground not far away and listening to other people's descriptions, the fat lady became angry. You sinful prodigal, are you sick? You took so much manure from me. Who did it? The villagers and exiles who came to watch pointed their fingers at Wang and others. The fat lady took a few steps and grabbed Wang's sleeve. You wasted our manure. Pay me back. The manure pit was shared by 2 families. The other family didn't say anything, but the fat lady was not willing to give in. Wang thought it was outrageous. I haven't blamed you for not covering the manure pit and causing my son to fall into it, but you actually want me to pay you back. Are you obsessed with money? Have you never seen money? You greedy.
Who do you call that?
I'll tear your mouth apart. On the way to exile, Wang, who didn't eat or sleep well, was no match for this woman. She was scratched in a few strokes. The head of the village brought people to separate the 2 parties and called Chao Yuan. Seeing that it was the G family who was making trouble again, his face was very ugly. The fat lady slapped her knees and sat on the ground wailing. Oh my God, I'm not extorting you. We farmers rely on the food from the fields all year round. We really need this fertilizer to make the crops grow better. In order to make the fertilizer enough, we go to pick up cow dung, fallen leaves, and cut grass to make fertilizer. Now we have been tossed around like this, and at least half a bucket of dung water has been used up. The head of the village was also embarrassed. Dahua's sister, they didn't mean it. It's not intentional, but the losses of our 2 families are just going to be forgotten? This half bucket of dung water can be mixed with water to splash a lot of vegetables. The fat lady was relentless. In the end, after much persuasion, the G family paid 10 copper coins to settle the matter. After all, this request was reasonable and the other party's loss was real. Yuan Shu didn't delay any longer and immediately taught the villagers how to boil medicine for consumption. Halfway through his speech, Ji-hung came back all wet. Sneezing as he walked, He walked towards Pei Yuanlin viciously. Pei Yunyi had been prepared.
Why are you staring at me?
You accidentally fell into the pit, so you want to blame my elder brother? Just because he's stupid, you want to bully him? Don't even think about it. Taking the initiative, Ji Hung had no reason to complain. He gritted his teeth and glared at the innocent and silly Pei Yuanlin. How could he be so lucky? He survived a near-death experience, was protected by his family, and got such a capable and protective wife. God is so unfair. Son, haven't you washed yourself yet? Jibin approached and smelled the cold air coming from his son, accompanied by bursts of stench. The fat lady got the compensation, gave half of it to another household, and didn't leave. She snorted when she heard the words. Our pit is full of materials, and it's very fertile. How can it not stink? Ji Hung turned pale and turned back to the river when he heard the words. He also felt that the smell on his body was still there. Yuan Shu didn't care about the G family. After instructing them to use the medicine, he continued. Besides this, there is another problem you need to pay attention to. Before she finished her words, an urgent voice for help rang out. Brother, the head of the village, have the doctors left? Woohoo, something happened. My grandson fainted from the pain. An old man with gray hair came running with a child on his back, followed by his family members. Yuan Shu's expression suddenly became serious. Quick, put it here. The child was about 6 or 7 years old, very thin, and his face was flushed at the moment. He was unconscious. The head of the village gave up the bamboo couch and let the child lie on it, while Yuan Shu quickly felt the pulse. The child's family knelt down and took out a string of rusty copper coins from their home. Doctor, please save my son. I only have this one son. The woman cried breathlessly. Yuan Shu glanced at her and made a gesture to keep quiet. Don't make noise. Let me take a look first. While observing the child's mouth and nose, Yuan Shu secretly fed some of the space spiritual spring into him. After taking the pulse, he pretended to press the child's abdomen and asked the family about some situations. Doctor, how is this child? The head of the village asked carefully, and the expressions of the villagers and exiles surrounding him became solemn. Boss, what if Madame Yuan can't cure it and the villagers blame us? People's hearts are complicated. They have seen a lot. Some villagers are simple, while others are like this fat lady, who is petty. Chao Yuan pursed his lips and said nothing. It's not good for them to offend us. Let's see first. Yuan Shu retracted his hand and nodded gently to the child's family. He has a small amount of stranguria, but the biggest problem is that there are too many roundworms in his stomach, commonly known as roundworms, which cause fever, abdominal pain, and fainting. Take some anthelmintics and excrete them. Otherwise, there will be a risk of life. At this point, Yuan Shu's expression became serious. Not only this child, I think everyone in this village has more or less in their bodies. Dr. Yuan, the other question you didn't finish just now, is this the one?
Yuan Shu nodded yes.
The water quality in this village is not good, and the villagers are very casual. People who are too lazy to wash the used feces buckets in the river will also wash them here at the water collection point. Ascaris eggs fall on these places. If you drink raw water directly, the eggs will enter your mouth and parasitize in your stomach. Over time, Ascaris will cause abdominal pain and loss of appetite. In severe cases, the child in front of you will faint from the pain. In more serious cases, there will be a risk of life. So that's how it is. We country folk don't pay much attention to it, but we didn't expect that. The villagers were embarrassed and helpless, and the head of the village had a serious expression. From now on, no one is allowed to use the dung bucket to fetch water for washing. If I find out, By the way, Dr. Yuan, what medicine should we take in this situation? Do we have what we found today? Yuan Shu pursed his lips. Yes, but the herbs are not complete. You can go to the pharmacy to buy some of the missing ones later. What we found today are melia root and coix root. The village has this. They store it at home and use it to feed pigs. We didn't find goose lice, so you need to buy them by yourselves. This medicine has the effects of promoting qi and strengthening the spleen, killing insects and relieving pain. A complete set of anthelmintics. I happen to have some with me. Let's give them to the children in the village who are in serious condition first. Wang looked at Yuan Shu, who was surrounded by people, and was very unconvinced. You believe what she said? We'll be leaving soon. Who will you go to if something goes wrong? Ji Wanqing was so angry. She had seen people who had nothing to do with her, but she had never seen people who would sabotage others. She grabbed Wang's hair and said, "Why do you want to stop Shu Shu from treating patients and saving lives?" When the two of them were fighting, there was a sudden thunder and strong winds, and there was a sign of rain. A moment later, hailstones as big as thumbs fell. "It's hail." Ji Heng ran back, all wet, sneezing non-stop, and his face turned pale with cold. Chao Yuan looked up at the sky. "It seems to be God's will. We can't leave for a while, so let's rest here." Many people's injuries had not healed completely after the wildfire, so it wouldn't hurt to rest a little longer. Yuan Shu pursed his lips. "The anti-worm medicine I prepared is very effective. It will take at most half an hour to take effect after taking it. Normal medicine takes more than half a day to take effect. But if her medicine is used with Lingquan water, the effect will be doubled." But we don't have that much money." The child's family hesitated, anxious and embarrassed. "It doesn't matter, Auntie. You can exchange 2 kilograms of rice for me later, which will be the medical expenses. This dose of medicine can be used by 10 children in the village. After that, you can prepare the herbs yourself and boil the medicine for a few days. 2 kilograms of rice for 10 children's medicine for 1 day. It's totally worthwhile." Okay. The head of the village was very happy and immediately asked each family to gather their children with serious symptoms. Without exception, they all complained of abdominal pain, weight loss, and loss of appetite. After Yuan Shu took the pulse of each one to confirm the situation, he went back to the house to make medicine. In fact, it was the anthelmintic from the pharmacy. Western medicine works quickly, and it kills some of the worms first to relieve the pain. For the rest, the villagers can boil the medicine themselves. 1 hour after taking the medicine, you will have slight abdominal pain, but that is normal. You will want to go to the toilet, just go normally. If the pain is unbearable, rub your stomach or come to see me. Yuan Shu explained to the families of these children one by one, and then let them disperse. This busyness actually delayed a lot of time. In fact, the villagers also knew some prescriptions. But the prescriptions were incomplete. They went to the pharmacy to get the medicine, but they would not give specific prescriptions. They themselves did not know the medicinal materials, and the incomplete prescriptions were used, and the efficacy was halved, which led to the repeated illness of the whole village. Some villagers died of pain. When the news spread, they all believed that they were cursed, and no one wanted to get close to them. "Thank you, Dr. Yuan, thank you." Although there were still some medicinal materials missing, they could be used to treat stranguria. The villagers washed the medicinal materials and started to take them. In order to thank Yuan Shu and the official for their understanding, the head of the village also caught 2 chickens. After the hail, it started to rain, and everyone couldn't hurry on their way, so they stayed here. At this time, Wang was curious again. There are so many people in the village who have roundworm disease. Can their food be eaten? What if there are eggs of those insects in these foods? It's terrible to think about it. The head of the village looked ugly, but because of his simplicity, he was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. The official hesitated and looked at Yuan Shu subconsciously. "Don't use your ignorance to hurt other people's kindness. Didn't I just say that eating cooking food for about half a quarter of an hour and washing hands before and after meals can avoid it to a large extent? Besides, when people eat grains, it is inevitable that there are some things they don't pay attention to. What's the harm? We are all mortals, and we'll get sick. If we are sick, we take medicine." Yuan Shu's words made everyone admire him for no reason. Who doesn't want to be comfortable and clean and wait for others to serve them? But there is nothing you can do if you don't have that fate. You. Wang felt the contemptuous eyes of others, and she stammered and couldn't say anything to refute. "TSK, you dislike our food because it is not clean. It is obvious that you are jealous because you can't eat it." The fat lady came over with a basket, and after hearing this, she wanted to tear Wang apart. I don't care." Wang snorted coldly and turned her head away. She would not admit her thoughts. At this time, the fat lady handed the eggs in the basket to Yuan Shu. Dr. Yuan, can you help me take my pulse and see if there is anything I need to pay attention to? Barefoot doctors are not willing to come to their village because they can't afford it. Those who have some medical skills don't look down on these eggs. Yuan Shu noticed that there were still many people outside the hospital, and they seemed to want to take this opportunity to let her see them. The rain hasn't stopped, and we haven't set off yet, so I'll show everyone for free. Thinking of her grandfather's philosophy that has always been to cure diseases and save lives, and wishing that people in the world are free of diseases and disasters, she couldn't bear to refuse. Moreover, if she wants to improve her own medical skills, she needs to continue to see patients and make progress. After lunch, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up. Parents of children who had taken the deworming medicine came to express their gratitude. Dr. Yuan, thank you. Your medicine is really good. The children have expelled a lot of worms. Their stomachs are no longer hard, and they don't cry out in pain anymore. Yuan Shu smiled. That's good. I still need to take the medicine for another 3 to 5 days to get better completely. In the future, you only need to take this medicine once every 6 months for prevention. Remember, thank you, Dr. Yuan, and I wish you a long life. When they set off, the villagers gathered at the entrance of the village to see them off. They brought some dried vegetables, dried bamboo shoots, garlic, and other things from their homes, and stuffed them into Yuan Shu's cart. This scene made the other exiles envious. There was an old woman who was so jealous that her eyes almost popped out. Some people are wasting our time to make money and materials for themselves. What a wishful thinking they have. It's really loud. The one who spoke was the old woman who said Yuan Shu was a hot-tempered daughter-in-law last time. Her surname was Go. What do you mean, Go, old woman? It's the weather that delayed our journey. How can we travel when it's hail? My sister-in-law is just taking advantage of the time to see a doctor for others. If you have a brain disease, go eat and stop spitting everywhere. Pei Shishir put her hands on her hips and cursed. Yuan Shu felt warm in his heart. The princess was cursing like a hot girl at this moment, so hot-tempered. You. Go, old woman, probably didn't expect Pei Shishir to curse so dirty. She was stunned for a moment. Her old face was hideous, and she couldn't say a word. Her eyes fell on the things on Yuan Shu's cart. She retracted her gaze and snorted. I think this is unfair. The official is easy to talk to, but Madame Yuan is wasting all of our time, so. Yuan Shu looked at the mother and son with a smile. So what? Tell me. You can tell with your toes that they don't have good intentions. So, if you waste our time to see other people in the future, we should have a share of the things you get. The man thought his mother's words were shameless, but seeing Yuan Shu treating people easily and getting better and better, he couldn't help but envy and jealous. What she said seems to make sense, Wang agreed. The opportunity to take advantage of others was presented to them. Many people knew that this was shameless, but no one spoke to help Yuan Shu. Ji Wanqing's face was already black. Some people are so selfish. After hearing this, Chao Yuan and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. When they were about to say something, Yuan Shu sneered. I make money from treating patients. Do I have to share a share with everyone? Okay, no problem, let me do the math. There are 100 people in our exile team, and everyone will get a share. When Yuan Shu said this, Ji Wanqing's eyes widened, and she wanted to explain. It would be terrible if her daughter-in-law turned out to be a tool for making money. If you calculate it this way, I will get 100 coins for each consultation. It's decided happily. Mr. Chao, you and everyone else will be responsible for collecting the money, and I will be responsible for treating the patients. If someone dies after being cured, you and I will be responsible together. Yuan Shu said. His expression was so excited. I used to study medicine with my grandmother, but I didn't learn it very well. I have been groping my way through it all by myself. I was always worried that I would accidentally kill someone. Now I have all of you to support me. I am really touched. Aunt Go was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth, and before she could speak, Yuan Shu had already held her hand. Auntie, you are so considerate of all of us. Thank you. Pei Yuanlin couldn't help laughing when he saw Yuan Shu muddying the waters again and dragging everyone into the water. Chao Yuan frowned. Zhao Hai, is your mother crazy and talking nonsense? Zhao Hai, the son of Aunt Go, was startled. He heard the warning of the official. He quickly reached out and covered his mother's mouth. Mom, you were hit on the head by the hail. Madame Yuan, don't take it to heart. She has a high fever and is talking nonsense. At this time, Aunt Jean looked down on him. Madame Yuan uses her free time to earn money to treat us, and sometimes she doesn't even ask for money. You are such a greedy person who wants to take advantage of others. Your conscience is so black that even dogs won't eat it. That's right, it's too unkind. Those who had thought of taking advantage before felt a little nervous. Taking advantage is good, but if they were to be held responsible by Yuan Shu, it would be bad. She has already said that her medical skills are not good. If she really kills someone, wouldn't that implicate them? For a few coins, it's not worth it. If they offend her, if someone has a headache or a fever on the road, a consultation will cost hundreds of coins, not counting the medicine. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? If she really hates them, she can kill them without anyone noticing. This advantage cannot be taken. This Go lady wants to take them with her. You are old, but you are mean, and you want to use us as a shield. A man cursed and kicked the mother and son immediately. With him as a precedent, others also condemned the mother and son, spitting and scolding them. Yuan Shu watched quietly, sneering in his heart. It's not so easy to take advantage of her. Madame Yuan, some people have foul mouths. You don't have to pay attention to them. During the rest time, you can see patients and treat illnesses. We will not stop you. Of course, you will be responsible for anything that happens. Chao Yuan immediately said the ugly words in front of everyone. He can do some things conveniently, but if it involves them, he will not care. Don't worry, Master Chao, I know my limits and will not involve you. I have always been a principled person. I will not offend others if they do not offend me. If they offend me, hee. Her half-smile made everyone shudder. Seeing Yuan Shu, who turned the disadvantage around with just a few words, the G family was depressed and more envious. Lu suddenly said, Xiaoying, take your two sisters with you and go to learn medical skills from your cousin-in-law. You have a skill to rely on. If someone in our family has a headache or fever on the way, there is no need for outsiders to go. Not only is it convenient for your family, but you can also make money. What a good thing. Ji Xiaoying was tempted, but she also knew how ugly the quarrel with the Pei family was before. Grandmother's proposal is good, but Yuan Shu might not agree. Lu curled her lips. There is no overnight hatred between the two families. Don't hit a smiling person.
How do you know if you don't try it?
Wang also thought that if her daughter became a female doctor, she would have a foothold in Lingnan in the future, which is a good thing. Xiaoying, give it a try later. Okay. On the other side, the news that Yuan Shu and others survived the mountain fire and were unharmed reached the second Prince Gaolin. What? Not dead? Our people were wiped out? He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe his ears. The subordinate who came to report was already sweating profusely. He also felt it was outrageous, mainly because the bodies of the killers were gone, which was too outrageous. They are well-trained professional killers. It was said that this assassin's pavilion killed people like flies in the martial arts world, making people terrified? Is it a gimmick? If he was not afraid of being exposed, he would have sent his own people. The subordinate swallowed his saliva. Your Highness, these people's profession is to kill people, but wildfires are natural disasters. The fire is fierce, and they don't know how to avoid disasters, so it is inevitable that they will fail for a while. Oh, by the way, maybe they were mistaken for traitorous bandits and killed by mistake. Yuan Shu's nonsense spread, and after being inquired and analyzed by these people, it became that before and after the wildfire appeared, there was a group of mountain bandits who chased and strangled their own traitors. After all, in the Yunling area, bandits are rampant. Their people checked carefully, and the killers died cleanly. Except for being burned to death by the fire and eaten by wild beasts, no other suspicious traces were found. The Pei family's assassins were quite professional in the aftermath. Gao Lin pursed his lips and clenched his fists. The money is gone. Ever since the thieves' organization emptied their warehouses, the princes and princesses have been very poor. They collected enough money for the murder, but nothing came of it. Your Highness, speaking of these bandits, I have a suggestion. Fearing that his master would vent his anger on him, he rolled his eyes and said his suggestion. Before, the prince's people had wanted to pretend to be seeking revenge against the Pei family, but since such words were spread, it would not be appropriate to take action. His master would think of using natural disasters to get rid of the Pei family, but he didn't expect to shoot himself in the foot. This time it was a man-made disaster, which made sense. It makes sense. Since ancient times, there have been so many souls killed by bandits, haha. Gao Lin's smile faded. Let's do it. Yuan Shu and the others didn't know that the conspiracy against them was sweeping in again. At this moment, she was sitting on the cart with her eyes closed, and Pei Yuanlin was like an old cow, pulling the cart. Yuaner, be steady. Don't bump Shu Shu. She is the most tired on this journey. Ji Wanqing thought Yuan Shu was taking a nap, and while reminding her son, she held one end of the cart, fearing that it would bump her.
Well,
I know. Pei Yuanlin tilted his head slightly and glanced at the sleepy Yuan Shu with a gentle side eye. At this moment, Yuan Shu seemed to be sleeping and resting, but in fact, his consciousness entered the space and was busy with various things. Every day, she would take out all the medicines in the pharmacy and leave space for it to be automatically replenished. Then she would take time to take care of the medicine field space, harvest these medicinal herbs, and plant them appropriately. As for the weeds, she threw them into the fish pond or the farm to feed the fish, chickens, ducks, geese, and piglets. The chickens, ducks, and geese were hatched by her from those eggs. The living creatures she bought at the beginning were all placed in the static space area.
Ding.
As this batch of medicinal materials grew to a certain stage, Yuan Shu once again discovered that the clinic had been upgraded again. Yuan Shu discovered that the examination room on the first floor of the clinic could be opened, and some of the instruments could be used, but the advanced instruments could not be used yet. They could not be used for the time being, but it was enough to make her feel happy. Although it was called a clinic, its scale was similar to that of a small private hospital, and it had all the examination instruments that could be used. In addition to the static space, Yuan Shu discovered that the floors above the entire clinic were also revealed. The second floor was the infusion hall and the pharmacy. The third floor was the inpatient department, with 30 double rooms and 20 single rooms, equipped with separate bathrooms and 2 sets of bedding for summer and winter. The 8th floor was where she lived in her previous life, and the entire floor was decorated. Yuan Shu felt that the things inside must still be there, and maybe they could be used infinitely, but she didn't know when they could be used. In her previous life, she might have saved her best friend's life.
Who?
Suppressing the joy in her heart, Yuan Shu opened her eyes. The sun was setting, and the team on the road also stopped to rest. Chao Yuan told everyone to rest. Shu Shu, are you awake? Do you want to rest for a while? This morning, she went up the mountain to look for medicine and treated the villagers and prescribed medicine. After a long journey, Ji Wanqing and the others felt very sorry for her, so they pushed her to sit on the cart. Now, the food and drinks they eat are all brought by Yuan Shu. No one in the Pei family has any objection to her sitting on the cart instead of walking. Although the dead soldiers must have plenty of money, after all, it is easy to be suspected and remembered if there is no clear way to take out some money. No, I've rested well. Mother, you drink water. Yuan Shu handed the water bag filled with space water to others and drank it herself. Turning her head, she saw Pei Yuanlin looking at her with a pure smile, and she couldn't help blushing slightly. Ahem. Drink water slowly. After strenuous exercise, for the sake of health, you should drink water slowly. Okay, my lady. Pei Yuanlin knew this common sense, but he liked to listen to Yuan Shu's advice. After the other members of the Pei family stopped, they each went about their business, looking for water, picking up firewood to make a fire, and preparing dinner. Yuan Shu cooked a pot of wild vegetable and bacon soup and had a hearty meal with pancakes. After dinner, Ji Xiaoying and her 2 cousins appeared in front of the Pei family again. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Seeing them, Pei Shishir and Pei Yun were full of hostility. Ji Xiaoying smiled, holding a handful of wild vegetables and a small cloth bag, which might contain some rice. She ignored Pei Shishir and her eyes fell on Pei Yuanlin, and after a moment, she reluctantly moved to Yuan Shu on the side. "Cousin, I'm actually here to find you." Yuan Shu pointed at her nose. "Looking for me? I'm not here, come next time." After that, she turned her face away and began to fiddle with the black lumps next to the campfire with branches. This is yam, which she had just dug up on the roadside. She planned to roast it for a midnight snack. It's very fragrant and sticky. Pei Yuanlin looked at Yuan Shu lying with his eyes open and found it inexplicably cute. Ji Xiaoying's mouth twitched, and she walked quickly to her. "Cousin, I'm sorry for offending you before, but you are a magnanimous person, and you will not bear it with me, right? If you have something to say it quickly, don't waste my time." Yuan Shu glanced at Ji Xiaoying lazily and casually. "No one comes to see you for no reason, and I don't know what the G family is talking about, but it must be something bad. The thing is, cousin, we admire your medical skills very much. In fact, I have had a dream of studying medicine since I was a child." "Oh, really?" Yuan Shu smiled. "Yes, my eldest sister and I have always wanted to be female doctors, to save the world and carry forward medical skills." Ji Zhaodi looked yearning and righteous. Ji Xiaoying took over the conversation. "As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. Can you teach us sisters a little when you have time?" Ji Xiaoying put down 2 handfuls of wild vegetables and opened the cloth bag. The cloth bag was filled with white rice, but it seemed to be old, and there were some black rice weevils in it. "So, this is the apprenticeship fee?" Ji Xiaoying smiled shyly. "It's just a small gift, not a respect. Please accept it with a smile." Yuan Shu couldn't help rolling his eyes in his heart. "You say she is shameless, but she knows that you need to give gifts when you ask someone to do something. But you say she is sincere. What she gave was old and wilted wild vegetables and wormy rice, and it was less than 2 kilograms. To be honest, since the beginning of Exile, the quality of the old rice she ate was much better than this. Is it here?" Before Yuan Shu could speak, Pei Shishir and the others exploded, wishing to pick up this thing and smash it directly in their faces. Obviously, Yuan's actions were faster. She picked up the rice bag and 2 handfuls of wild vegetables and smiled. "Apprentice? Okay." Ji Xiaoying looked at the smile, her scalp tingling in disbelief. "Just like that? So easy." Ji Panner and her sister shook each other's hands excitedly. "Isn't this cousin's wife too easy to talk to?" The G family members, not far away, smiled. The next second, Yuan Shu put the rice bag and wild vegetables in Ji Xiaoying's hands. "Take these back. This is definitely not enough for the apprenticeship fee." "How much do you want for the apprenticeship fee?" Ji Xiaoying asked with a stiff face. She knew it was not that simple. 1,000 taels. Gold. Wang pricked up her ears to listen, and she exploded when she heard it. "What? So much gold? Why don't you go and rob it? Didn't you say that doctors are kind-hearted? Don't you want your grandmother's medical skills to be carried forward and passed down through the ages?" This tone made it seem that Yuan Shu was selfish and inhumane for not teaching medical skills. Having died once, she didn't care about these false names. In a good mood, she would naturally not be stingy with her medical experience if the other party was sincere, so others should forget it. "You also said that it was the medical skills that my grandmother taught me, a family heirloom. Whether to teach, who to teach, and how much the apprenticeship fee is, don't I have the final say?" Wang choked and pointed at Yuan Shu. You. She was speechless after saying "you" for a long time. Yuan Shu snorted coldly. "Try pointing at me again, or I'll chop off your fingers." If the G family members learned some medical skills, they might become swindlers. Rather than letting them become quacks and harm people, it would be better for her not to teach them from the beginning. It's other people's business if they teach, but she won't teach them anyway. Wang took a breath of cold air and took it back embarrassedly. "It's no problem to become my disciple and learn medicine. 1,000 taels of gold per person, and I will teach you everything I know. As for how much you can learn, it depends on your personal talent." Yuan Shu said this, and everyone thought she was asking too much. Secondly, learning medicine also depends on talent. With so much money, they would rather hide it and spend it slowly than take an uncertain gamble. It's not known whether Aunt Go was beaten before, and she was acting weird again at this moment. It doesn't cost so much to become a disciple and learn medicine. We were a family before, but you are asking for such a huge amount. You have no conscience. Yuan Shu smiled slightly. Auntie Go, you are the kindest and most conscientious. Why don't you help them pay the apprenticeship fee? What does it have to do with me? She pouted and turned her head away immediately. Yeah, it's none of your business.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to prescribe you a mute medicine? Yuan Shu showed a cruel smile. You are so kind. I can prepare this medicine for free. You. Do and come over. I'm not talking about you. Auntie Go didn't expect Yuan Shu to be so crazy and felt guilty. It's strange. She was not like this when she was exiled at the beginning. Don't be afraid, Auntie. It's really free and the efficacy is guaranteed, Yuan Shu said, and stood up to walk towards her. Annie, want to try it? Auntie Go was so scared that she shouted to the officials, saying that Yuan Shu wanted to kill someone. Wang was very upset. Madam Yuan, this old woman is not very smart. She is probably talking nonsense. Don't bother with her. At this time, Zhao Hai, who had just come back from the toilet, saw that his own mother was provoking Yuan Shu again, and he was so angry that he almost fainted. Madam Yuan, my mother is crazy. You just treat her words as... After apologizing, he lowered his voice to warn Mom, if you want to die, I won't stop you. But don't let your children get involved. I haven't married yet. Madam Go was kicked twice. She was a little embarrassed. She was just angry. Yuan Shu sat back on the stone. Pei Yuanlin had already roasted the yam, scraped off the burnt skin, revealing the brown side. Madam, try it, it's not hot anymore. A bite of the roasted yam, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Delicious. Looking sideways, Pei Shishir and Pei Yan were full of admiration. Sister-in-law is so cool when she gets angry. Actually, I thought Shu, you were too soft-tempered and easy to be bullied. Ji Wanqing smiled, very relieved. Now I feel relieved. It's better to be a little bit aggressive, so you won't suffer in the future. Yuan Shu's mouth twitched, but in fact, she was quite stable and didn't get crazy. Maybe it's because pregnant women are emotionally unstable? The G family's plan was exposed, and there was a lot of crickets behind their backs, but Yuan Shu and the others just pretended not to hear. Lu was very unwilling. You're so grown up, and you can't do such a thing. You are useless and a spendthrift. Ji Xiaoying heard this and was unhappy. Grandma, you think that we sisters have failed to get things done. Why don't you let my eldest brother and second brother try? Ji Heng and Ji Bin, who were named, were very upset. If they went over, Yuan Shu, that crazy woman, might have jumped up and beat them up. How can you be so unreasonable? You dare to talk back to your elders. Do you still have any rules? Lu's eyes turned red with anger. She picked up the wooden cane in her hand and was ready to hit someone, but Pei Shishir dodged. What does this have to do with the rules? It's because you didn't let my parents help the Pei family before. Now they ignore us. Isn't it normal? The G family regretted mentioning this matter, otherwise they would not think about repairing the relationship. Okay, Xiaoying, your grandmother is old. Don't make her angry. Go wash the dishes. Wang gave a way out. Ji Xiaoying pouted, but didn't continue to argue. In the dead of night, Ji Xiaoying was awakened by a small stone. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Tao not far away. She bit her lip, put down her coat, and tiptoed away from the crowd. Not long after she left, Ji Hao opened his eyes, pretended to go to the water, and left to another hidden place. More than 1,000 meters away from the camp, Ji Xiaoying nestled in Yang Tao's arms. Why are you unhappy? Haven't you eaten yet?
Yang Tao to uched herwan tonli.
Ji Xiaoying suppressed her nausea and dissatisfaction, and pouted. I'm just sad. Today I wanted to learn medical skills from Yuan Shu, so that I can provide free consultations to you officials in the future. She actually didn't agree to me. Isn't that infuriating? Yang Tao patted her shoulder. Learning medicine is not like learning to cook.
You can't learn it in a short time.
It's better not to learn it. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for you, Brother Tao. If I can also make money by seeing patients, I will definitely give you all the medical fees I earn. These words are still very touching, but Yang Tao is not confused. He is just a small official, not even a team leader, and he is Wang De and Chao Yuan above him. Yuan Shu is the only doctor in the team, and everyone has benefited from this journey. The boss values him very much, and he will never go to Yuan Shu for Ji Xiaoying. As for women, just coax them. I understand, my lady, I'll go back first, you can come back later. As he said that, he left a boiled egg and 2 cents in Ji Xiaoying's hand. Yang Tao was not fooled, but another official named Demao was coaxed into a trance and promised to help prevent her anger when he had the chance. Don't be angry, my lady, I will help you, but you also know that she didn't make any mistakes and it's not easy for me to do anything. Please be patient and wait.
Demao left a meat pie and left.
Ji Xiaoying gritted her teeth angrily while tidying up her messy clothes. If she knew medical skills, she could be respected like Yuan Shu, but she obviously knew it but was unwilling to teach. She must be afraid that if she learned it well, she would be better than her.